Konoha Village. Inside the Hokage's office at the Hokage building, an old man and a young man are conversing. The young man has iconic spiky black hair, soft features, and bright black eyes. At this moment he knelt on one knee before the Hokage's desk respectfully, saying to the third Hokage, "Lord Hokage, the voices of opposition within the Uchiha clan against Konoha are growing louder. Even those clan members who had originally been loyal to Konoha are beginning to waver." The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, took a heavy drag from his pipe, his voice hoarse, as he said, "Chu Yang, the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha is deteriorating day by day. In this critical time, I must trouble you." Chu Yang, kneeling below, nodded, but as he lowered his head, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. His eyes were filled with a speechless expression. "Rest assured, Lord Hokage." Chu Yang quickly suppressed his speechless expression and said with righteous fervor, "For the peace of the clan and the village, I will continue to work hard." Very good." The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction, smiling. "It's getting late. You should head back now." "Yes, Lord Hokage." "Wait." The third Hokage suddenly called out to Chu Yang. Chu Yang, with his back to the Hokage, his lips moved slightly, clearly cursing silently. Chu Yang silently cursed the old man with obscenities, but when he turned around, his face remained perfectly composed, his eyes even showing a gentle expression. "Lord Hokage, is there any further instruction?" The third Hokage took a long drag of his pipe, then smiled. "Chu Yang, I heard you've been getting close to Naruto lately." Hearing the meaningful words, Chu Yang immediately explained himself. "Lord Hokage, I am not acting under the clan's orders to deliberately approach Naruto. It is purely out of personal gratitude. As you know, on the night of the Nine-Tails rampage, I almost died protecting Shisui from the tailed beast ball, and the fourth Hokage saved me just in time. I will never forget the debt of life. I also know of Naruto's special situation in the village, but I cannot bear the villagers' abuse towards him, so I want to help him as much as I can." Chu Yang's words were sincere without any pretense or affectation. Coupled with his black eyes that seemed to be written with sincerity, the third Hokage took a deep drag of his pipe, and then smiled again. "I naturally know you mean no harm to Naruto. I'm only saying this to remind you to be careful of appearances, since Danzo is very displeased about this." Hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's obvious attempt to shift blame, Chu Yang silently cursed him again. "What a shameless old man. If you suspect that I, under the Uchiha's orders, am deliberately approaching the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to secretly control him with the Sharingan, just say it directly." Yet he had to go around in circles like that. In the end, he even shifted the blame onto Danzo, pretending he was only asking out of helplessness. Leaving the Hokage building, Chu Yang walked towards a nearby shop. He thought to himself, he'll buy some things for Naruto first. Involuntarily, he began to recall his frustrating life. In his previous life, he was a novelist. He wrote Naruto fan fiction. But while arguing with a hater, he became enraged and fought verbally for 3 days and nights, finally making the hater cry. But in the end, due to excessive all-nighters and overexcitement, he died of sudden cardiac arrest. When he opened his eyes again, Chu Yang found that everyone around him was speaking Japanese. Although he couldn't understand what they were saying, he could still make out words like Sharingan, Uchiha Hokage, and so on. At that moment, Chu Yang understood that he had come to the world of shinobi. As he grew older, when he was 2 years old, his parents had a second child. It was a younger brother. His mother named him Uchiha Shisui, hoping that he would remain calm and composed like still water in any situation. Chu Yang was initially suspicious, wondering if it was just a coincidence of name, until his father said that his grandfather was Uchiha Kagami, who had once served as the second Hokage's guard. Coupled with the characteristic round nose of baby Shisui, he then realized that he was Shisui's older brother. At first, he was very excited. He thought he could awaken a system like the protagonists in novels. Punch 6 paths, Madara kick the Otsutsuki, lead the Uchiha, and unify the entire shinobi world. Finally defeat the Otsutsuki, take his beloved ones, and live a leisurely life. Reaching the peak of life. But he had been in the shinobi world for 17 whole years. Not only did he not get a system, he hadn't even heard a single electronic sound. He had tried all kinds of methods. He had used incantations like Open Sesame and Balala Energy, tried blood summoning, and even attempted a dark ritual to summon an evil, but in the end still nothing. However, fortunately, he discovered that besides the Sharingan, he also had another Kekkei Genkai Storm Release composed of water, Storm Release. He was overjoyed. Suddenly, he felt that he was the type of protagonist who grows through bloodline limits. Therefore, he didn't hide his talent and abilities at all. He graduated from the Ninja Academy at age 6, became a Chunin, at 7 a Jonin, at 11 becoming the undisputed #1 genius of the Uchiha clan. Later, due to his parents' sudden death combined with the fact that he was a fusion of 2 souls, his mental strength was exceptionally strong, so he directly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. But he never told anyone about this. Even his foolish little brother Uchiha Shisui didn't know. But time proved that he was still too young. Because of his outstanding talent and his lineage as a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, the Hokage faction naturally wanted to win him over. The Uchiha clan seeing this became anxious. Good heavens, you Konoha higher-ups are really going too far, since they want to steal our Uchiha clan's genius. And so Chu Yang was caught between Konoha and the Uchiha in a dilemma. He also generously acquired the identity of a double agent. What did the Uchiha discuss today? What was said? After the meeting, immediately report to the third Hokage. What moves is Konoha planning? What is the Hokage faction's attitude towards the Uchiha? After the meeting, immediately go and tell Fugaku Uchiha. The Hokage faction led by Danzo says he is a spy sent by the Uchiha, not to be trusted. The Uchiha clan led by the second elder says he is a traitor to the Uchiha, colluding with Konoha, trying to destroy the clan's 1,000-year legacy. Chu Yang was completely caught in the middle. No matter what he did, he got scolded, and he didn't dare to act too proud. Chu Yang being called useless for hiding his dual Mangekyo Sharingan. Questioning why he doesn't seize the Uchiha clan, kill Danzo, destroy the root, and force Hiruzen to step down. Chu Yang sneers, pointing out the Uchiha's weakness. If ambushed, Hiruzen with the Umbu could wipe them out. The Uchiha, though the strongest clan in Konoha, are too weak to challenge the village leadership. The Uchiha have poor relations with other clans. A few would help, and many would exploit their downfall. The Nara, Kimichi, and Yamanaka clan leaders are cage level. Hyuga Hayashi is nearly cage level. Plus elite, Jonin, Umbu, Root, Hiruzen, and Danzo. The Uchiha could be wiped out in minutes, yet they arrogantly believe Konoha can't do without them. The entire clan has only 3 cage level, Chu Yang, Shisui, and Fugaku. 2 of them are secretly spies for the village. Fugaku is a good father but a poor clan leader. He hesitates during the coup but is pleased when his son annihilates the clan. Fugaku is not trustworthy. Relying on him is like believing the speaker is the first emperor. Chu Yang thinks Fugaku's mind is clouded. He also notes that those who awaken the Mangekyo often become unstable. Chu Yang is an exception. He has 2 souls, making it easier to awaken the Mangekyo. His mental state is better than other Uchiha. Even Shisui and Itachi have issues. Chu Yang tried to change his foolish younger brother's mind, hoping he would stop being a dog for Konoha. Initially there was some effect, but after learning of their parents' death, Shisui likely awakened the Mangekyo without telling Chu Yang. Shisui blames the war for their parents' death. He says unnecessary wars cause tragedies, and he wants to prevent the Uchiha coup to avoid more deaths. Shisui asks Chu Yang to join him in stopping the clan's rebellion and protecting Konoha's peace. After awakening the Mangekyo, Shisui becomes obsessed with loving Konoha as a fixation. Shisui not only fails to be convinced but starts to reverse gaslight Chu Yang, almost making him chant the will of fire. Chu Yang sighs, overwhelmed by pressure. He feels like dying. He is just a writer in his past life, no match for the cunning foxes. Root's assassinations, Uchiha's ostracism, village's pressure, Itachi's future betrayal, all weighing on him. A chilling thought emerges in his mind: defection. A true man should not be oppressed. He considers defecting rather than being a tool. He weighs the pros and cons. His strength is cage level, and he can survive if he conserves his Mangekyo. He cannot slack off after defection. He must improve his strength to survive the 4th Great Ninja War. In the original story, Naruto and Sasuke seal Kagaya, but Chu Yang doesn't want to rely on others. The only risk is infiltrating Konoha to protect Shisui when he jumps off the cliff after his eye is taken. He will save Shisui, but only after Shizui's eye is taken. He can't appear before Shisui with his Sharingan active, or Shisui would use Kodoame Tsukumi on him. Chu Yang arrives at a small apartment door and knocks. Knock knock. Coming. A yellow-haired, blue-eyed boy with 6 whisker-like marks opens the door and happily hugs Chu Yang's leg. Wow. Brother Chu Yang, you came to see me again. Yes, little Naruto. Chu Yang ruffles Naruto's hair. Chu Yang enters the apartment, places several large bags on the table, and hands his savings to the excited Naruto. Oh, Brother Chu Yang, what is this? Naruto is bewildered at the money in his hands. Chu Yang smiles, explaining that Minato Namikaze saved his life, and he has been trying to help Naruto. Defection was planned long ago, but he hesitated. Recent pressure made him decide. He worries Danzo will take his eyes. Recently Danzo's gaze has been strange, and Root is following him. Root has been following him. If he doesn't run, he might lose his eyes. He can't gamble on Danzo's trump cards, or Hiruzen's tacit approval. Defection is the only way to survive. Chu Yang smiles, and tells Naruto he will be away on a long mission, and gives him money. Naruto thanks him, promises to become Hokage, and reaches for the instant noodles. Chu Yang gently stops his hand, saying noodles only once a day, or he won't grow tall. Chu Yang, seeing the reluctance written all over Naruto's face, deliberately provoked him. Naruto, don't you want to become Hokage? You wouldn't want to end up as a short and stubby Hokage, would you? That would be a terrible image. Hearing this, Naruto instantly calmed down. Big brother Chu Yang, I understand. By the way, how long will you be away on this mission? Naruto asked indistinctly while chewing on an apple. Chu Yang's eyes flickered for a moment, but the young and carefree Naruto didn't notice. Chu Yang evaded the question, not sure. Anyway, it'll be long. After a few more words with Naruto, Chu Yang left saying he needed to prepare for the mission. Chu Yang didn't head straight back to the Uchiha clan grounds. Instead, after confirming he wasn't being followed by Anbu or Root, he entered Ichiraku Ramen. Uncle Tonkatsu Ramen with extra chili. His voice arrived before he did. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the old man smiled and said to Chu Yang as he pushed aside the curtain, coming right up. Chu Yang ate his ramen and chatted with the old man. Since it was afternoon, there were few customers. After finishing, Chu Yang pulled out a stack of cash and said to the old man, "Uncle, take this money. He'll be away on a long-term mission and don't know when he'll return. Deduct from this whenever Naruto eats here. If it's not enough, put it on my tab." "Got it." The old man took the money, then, as if a thought struck him, asked Chu Yang with concern, "Chu Yang, this mission sounds like it'll take a while. You must be careful." "Don't worry," Chu Yang replied, waving goodbye. "Brother, you're back." As soon as Chu Yang arrived near his home, Shisui appeared before him instantly. "Geez, you scared me," Chu Yang said to Shisui with exasperation. "Shisui, don't pop up like that again. You'll give me a heart attack one of these days." Shisui scratched his head with a smile. "Haha, old brother, you're always joking." Then he turned serious. "Brother, there's something important to tell you. It's a mission assigned by the Hokage." Chu Yang raised an eyebrow curiously. "What mission?" Shisui didn't reply, but vanished again, using the body flicker technique. Chu Yang followed with a resigned flicker. Back home, he looked at the mission scroll Shisui had set out, and picked it up curiously. "Pursue Konoha's Shrank Missing Nin Hataki Sakomo Location XXX City XXX Street Time X Month X Day," Shisui said worriedly. "This time our target is Sakumo-senpai. He's incredibly strong. Even your sword techniques were learned from him. Now that he's appeared, we're in for a tough battle." Shisui, lost in worry, didn't notice that his brother's lips were already curling into a grin. Chu Yang thought happily, good. Uncle Sakomo is fast. I only notified him a few days ago, and he's already nearby to pick me up. Indeed, Hataki Sakomo had appeared within the Land of Fire because Chu Yang planned to defect and had called on Sakomo for support. And Sakomo was alive because Chu Yang had persuaded him. Using the pretense of admiring Kakashi, Chu Yang had deliberately approached Hataki Sakomo. Then, by constantly bonding with Kakashi and shamelessly learning Sakomo's swordsmanship, he gradually deepened their relationship. Finally, during the White Fang incident, Chu Yang earnestly told Sakomo, "Uncle, you should defect." And to his surprise, Sakomo actually did. Chu Yang had never expected that. He had only suggested what he thought was the most reasonable way to prevent the elder who had been so kind to him from dying. Given White Fang's strength, defecting under surveillance wasn't difficult. As Konoha's White Fang, he knew the village's barriers and sensory systems inside out. Escaping was no real challenge. Over the years, the two had secretly exchanged letters. Most of the time, Chu Yang vented to Sakomo, and Sakomo would eventually urge Chu Yang to defect as well. In the end, Chu Yang decided to defect. He made arrangements with Hataki Sakomo in advance. On the night of his defection, Sakomo would be waiting nearby to support him. It could even serve to distract Shisui. Chu Yang pretended to ponder and said to Shisui, "Uncle Sakomo is indeed strong." It could even serve to distract Shisui. Chu Yang pretended to ponder and said to Shisui, "Uncle Sakomo is indeed strong. Even if the two of us fight together, we might not beat him." Shisui frowned slightly as if about to speak, but ultimately didn't reveal his Mangekyo's secret, just nodding slightly. Shisui had already decided if the attempt to capture White Fang Senpai failed, he would use Kodo Amatsukami to control him. But he would tell his brother about that later. "Alright, let's discuss tactics tomorrow. Today let's rest and recharge," Chu Yang said. Shisui nodded slightly, indicating understanding. His mind was already churning with strategies for the upcoming battle with White Fang. White Fang Senpai is a taijutsu specialist, but his ninjutsu skills are also considerable, and he excels at channeling chakra into his blade. Long-range ninjutsu attrition probably won't work well. Still, though his mental fortitude is strong, my jinjutsu should still be quite effective. At that time, Shisui thought as he left home and headed for the nearby, there a young child he liked was waiting. Thinking of that kid, who appeared cold and aloof but was actually shy, bashful, and fond of three-colored dumplings, Shizui's lips curled up slightly. Watching Shisui leave from the window, Chu Yang sighed softly. Shisui, farewell. When Danzo the old thief gouges out your eyes next time, your dear big brother will definitely come to save you. Chu Yang sat down on a chair in his room, took out a piece of paper, and prepared to leave a few letters before defecting. One for Shisui, and two for those old bastards Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. And also for the second elder and Uchiha Fuga. Chu Yang began to write. The letter to Shisui was mostly caring, reminding him to take care of himself in the future. As for the letters to the remaining four, they were nothing but foul and fragrant language. As the night deepened, Chu Yang packed everything into sealing scrolls, stealthily opened the door, and prepared to slip away. But Shisui's door opened at the same time. Wearing pajamas, Shisui wiped the physiological tears from his eyes and looked at the fully equipped Chu Yang with a hint of confusion. "Brother, what are you doing?" "Shisui, I'm going out to warm up tonight," Chu Yang said awkwardly to the bewildered Shisui. Shisui didn't think much of it. After all, he knew that Chu Yang always liked to practice the night before a mission. Shisui Yan went downstairs to pour himself a glass of water and said to Chu Yang, "Brother, come back early. Don't get drowsy during the mission." Chu Yang waved his hand. "Don't worry, your big brother is rock solid." Shisui nodded, finished his water, and went into the bathroom. Chu Yang headed straight for the Uchiha training ground. About a kilometer from home, he activated his Sharingan and sensed his surroundings. Certain that Shisui hadn't secretly followed and that no one else was around, Chu Yang quickly formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. A puff of smoke erupted and a shadow clone of Chu Yang appeared. Chu Yang continued to form seals. Ninja art camouflage concealment technique. Chu Yang's figure vanished from the spot, while the shadow clone, expressionless, continued walking toward the nearby training ground. Concealed by the camouflage concealment, Chu Yang didn't leave immediately. He wanted to see if he could steal the sealing scroll. The sealing scroll was hidden in a very secluded location containing secret research intelligence on important ninjas from various villages and the future plans of Konoha. All these vital documents were stored in a single highly concealed place. There were numerous specialized barrier ninjas there with multiple layers of barriers set up, guarded by members of the Umbu and the Root. Even an average cage-level ninja would find it hard to break in quickly. But was Chu Yang an ordinary cage-level ninja? Well, without using his Mangekyo, he was still just an ordinary cage-level. However, he had an inherent advantage, Jinjutsu. This move would undoubtedly carry some risk, but he was too tempted by the various forbidden techniques inside. Impure World Reincarnation, Flying Thunder God, Interlinked Paper Bombs. Of course, Chu Yang wasn't truly charging in recklessly. He had always valued his own life dearly. This time, stealing the sealing scroll, he naturally had confidence. With his Jinjutsu, he could easily put all the ninjas there under illusion. As for the barriers, they weren't troublesome either. He could control the barrier team with Jinjutsu and have them lift the seals. And even if an accident occurred and he was discovered, Tsukumo Hitaki was waiting outside the village for support. If absolutely necessary, he could use the Mangekyo. Chu Yang had full confidence in the abilities of his eyes. Through the camouflage concealment technique, he arrived at a cave entrance on the back mountain of the Hokage Rock. On the surface, it was just an ordinary cave with no guards outside, but the entrance was actually protected by a barrier. Chu Yang formed hand seals. Earth Release, Underground Dive. This technique turns solid rock into fluid, and Kisame had used it to travel while fighting Team Guy with his clone. Chu Yang dived directly into the earth. The cave's barrier was concealed, but its detection ability was mediocre. Soon he reached a basement deep inside the cave through the underground dive. It was a completely different world inside. Umbu and Root ninjas patrolled all around, and there were small traps and barriers everywhere. Chu Yang emerged from the ground and was about to use the camouflage concealment technique to hide himself, but unfortunately an Umbu member happened to pass by and came face-to-face with him. The Umbu's eyes narrowed as he prepared to strike, but the moment he instinctively met Chu Yang's gaze, he saw the three Tomo in the Crimson Sharingan spinning round. In an instant, the Umbu lowered his fighting stance and fell into the Jinjutsu. Chu Yang ignored him and quickly used the camouflage concealment technique. Chu Yang was quite familiar with this place, not because he had been approved by Hiruzen Sarutobi to guard it. The intelligence here was Konoha's top secret. The third Hokage didn't trust. It was because he often sneaked in here to explore the terrain. His decision to defect might have been made after long deliberation, but stealing the sealing scroll had been premeditated. Chu Yang soon arrived at the location where the sealing scroll was hidden. Standing beside him was a man wearing an Umbu mask. He was the captain of the barrier team. As the captain appeared, two Umbu members immediately materialized at the entrance. "White Armor, what are you doing here?" The barrier team captain, codenamed White Armor, replied without any emotion. "Today is the day to reset the barrier. I need to go in and disable the barrier first, then reset it." Hearing this, the two Umbu nodded and stepped aside, but they didn't leave. Clearly, they were being very dutiful, just in case. White Armor quickly formed hand seals, slapped the door, and black stripes appeared on it before fading away. The door opened automatically. Inside the room, a vast array of sealing scrolls was displayed. Chu Yang's lips twitched. All the sealing scrolls looked identical, arranged in no particular order. If Chu Yang searched aimlessly, he might not find the target even by dawn. Watching White Armor set up the barrier as usual, and the two vigilant Umbu behind him, Chu Yang instantly deactivated his invisibility. Sensing the powerful chakra behind them, the two Umbu were startled and prepared to act, but they realized that the person had already appeared in front of them. Uchiha Chu Yang. That was their last thought before falling into the Jinjutsu. Looking at the 3 people he had placed under Jinjutsu, Chu Yang first asked White Armor, who seemed to be the highest-ranking, "Do you know which one is the sealing scroll?" Chu Yang thought for a moment. "Can you tell me roughly which part of the scrolls it might be?" He planned to take all the scrolls if he— Chu Yang thought for a moment. "Can you tell me roughly which part of the scrolls it might be?" He planned to take all the scrolls if he knew the approximate location. He would place these small scrolls into the large sealing scroll he had prepared in advance. But White Armor shook his head again. Clearly a low-level captain like him wasn't qualified to know such important secrets. Chu Yang felt a bit frustrated. Would this trip be for nothing? No. He had to search again, or he wouldn't be able to accept it. He ordered White Armor to remove the barrier inside and help him search for the sealing scroll. Chu Yang casually arrived at a spot, reached out to take a sealing scroll, and upon unsealing it the words "sealing book" came into view. Chu Yang's eyes lit up instantly. What kind of divine luck was this? The first one he grabbed turned out to be the sealing book. Chu Yang carefully flipped through it. Indeed, it contained forbidden techniques like Flying Thunder God and Impure World Reincarnation. This was truly the real sealing book. Chu Yang's grin nearly reached the sky. If he had such luck in his past life, not to mention winning the lottery jackpot, but at least he wouldn't have needed 300 pulls to get the unsealed Madara. Even the guaranteed pity wouldn't always give him Dialect or Chi-Chi. It took 361 pulls to get the King's Glory Crystal. He could dig in a mine for ages and not find a single diamond. Chu Yang felt that this was the leftover luck from his past life accumulated and carried over to this one. He had already decided that if he couldn't find anything within half an hour, he would stop searching. While feeling smug, Chu Yang thought, so this is what they mean by handsome people get help from heaven. After fantasizing for over a minute, he finally snapped back to reality. Chu Yang swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Bang. With a burst of smoke, a fat black and white cat appeared before Chu Yang. The fat cat yawned, opened its eyes drowsily, and upon seeing Chu Yang said with some dissatisfaction, "Chu Yang, why are you summoning me at this hour? Don't you want cats to sleep at night?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "Sorry, Hans, but I really need your help with something important." Hans squinted, then drove a hard bargain. 1 case of cat food plus 3 cases of dried fish. Deal. Hans. Oh no, he felt he had asked for too little. Feeling he had lost a fortune, Hans' face twisted in regret. Chu Yang didn't care about that. He walked up to Hans, who opened his mouth, took the sealing book, and swallowed the entire thing. "Don't forget your promise." "Don't worry, Chu Yang never lie," Chu Yang said confidently. "I'm a cat." After Hans finished his complaint, he vanished in a puff of white smoke. Chu Yang looked at the 3 people before him and gave them the order to continue doing what they were doing. The situation with these 3 people was special because the 2 Umbu members were at least elite Jonin level, and the captain of the barrier team also had strong, therefore controlling them was a considerable drain on Chu Yang's chakra and mental energy. So after leaving Konoha, Chu Yang would release the Jinjutsu on the— Thinking this, Chu Yang quickly left the spot. Chu Yang soon arrived at the outermost wall of Konoha. Chu Yang had once been a member of the Umbu, so he knew how to open the outer barrier of Konoha. He quickly dealt with the barrier problem, scurried up the high wall like a gecko, and disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, quick, inform the Hokage. Uchiha Chu Yang has stolen the sealing book, shouted the barrier team captain White Armor, and the 2, hearing the shouts, all the Umbu were startled. White Armor said to the 2 Umbu, "They'll go inform the Hokage. Blue Falcon and Child More, you lead the rest to pursue Uchiha Chu Yang." The 2 Umbu nodded, shouted for their team to follow, and swiftly pursued in the direction Chu Yang had left. Konoha barrier team. "Captain, there's a situation," a barrier team member said to their captain. "A gap just appeared in the outermost barrier of the village. Someone must have defected." "What?" "Quickly inform the Hokage." The captain was shocked and immediately ordered. Inside the Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage, who was holding a crystal ball and pretending to peep, not really actually observing the women's bathhouse in Konoha for any crisis, was muttering with a lewd grin. "Hee hee, this one's big. Hee hee, this one's fair. Hee hee, this one's not only big, but also has great tits." At that moment, 2 Umbu simultaneously appeared in front of the Hokage's desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately wiped the expression off his face and said to the 2 with a serious look, "What's the situation?" Both of them automatically ignored the Hokage's lecherous gaze and vulgar words and hurriedly spoke. "Lord Hokage, it's terrible. Uchiha Chu Yang has stolen the sealing book. Lord Hokage, it's terrible. We discovered a gap in the barrier. Someone must have defected." As they spoke, they looked at each other in shock. The 3rd Hokage, upon hearing this, forgot about his crystal ball and said with a shocked expression, "What did you say?" The 3rd Hokage paced in the office, and after the initial shock, his heart was filled with endless fury. The 3rd Hokage said to the 2, "You go inform Danzo and have him dispatch route to capture Uchiha Chu Yang. You go notify the Umbu and the Uchiha clan and have them bring back their people. As for me, I will personally go see Chu Yang. I must know why he did this. As he spoke, the third Hokage shed his Hokage robe, revealing a tight black combat suit. Chu Yang leaped swiftly through the jungle, like a monkey pausing briefly. He closed his eyes and sensed behind him. Damn, Konoha was faster than he imagined. A large group of considerable chakra signatures was pursuing him. Chu Yang cursed softly, damn it. I'm a transmigrator after all. How could my treatment be worse than that of the protagonist Naruto? Why should they only send a bunch of chunin and teachers to chase me? Sensing that pursuers were coming from all directions behind him, Chu Yang knew he was about to be surrounded. Sure enough, the next moment. Fire-style fireball, Chu Yang swiftly formed hand seals, and a blazing fireball 3 meters in diameter hurtled toward the nearby bushes. Seeing they had been discovered, the several Umbu quickly formed hand seals. Water-style water wave. 3 Umbu simultaneously used water wave, barely extinguishing the incoming fireball. Chu Yang was not surprised at all. After all, he never expected the fire-style can't burn people art to actually kill anyone. Swish, swish, swish. Sounds of cutting through the air came from behind. Chu Yang vanished instantly, and the wooden log he left behind was pierced like a hedgehog. Since you made the first move, don't blame me. Chu Yang's voice came from all directions. Storm-style thundercloud. The black clouds in the sky rumbled with thunder, creating an oppressive atmosphere, as if the dark clouds were about to crush the city. Retreat. One of the Umbu ninjas shouted in a heart-wrenching tone, but it was too late. With a deafening roar, ferocious blue-purple lightning struck the ground, instantly felling countless leaf ninjas, their lives unknown. One Umbu ninja, trembling, rose to his feet as he watched Chu Yang about to leave. I will never allow a traitor who harms the village's interests to escape. The Umbu ninja roared, hurling shuriken and kunai at the cold-faced Chu Yang. Then from the Umbu's mouth, several fierce flames erupted, instantly engulfing all the weapons. Fire-style phoenix flower claw crimson. Water-style water formation wall. Chu Yang puffed out his cheeks and spat a massive stream of seawater, forming a wall of water. Storm release was a Kekii Jinkai born from water and lightning, so Chu Yang's mastery of water techniques was considerable. Coupled with elemental advantage, the flaming weapons were instantly blocked and extinguished upon contact with the water wall. Chu Yang left without looking back. The thundercloud he had summoned was indeed powerful, but most of the ninjas were not in mortal danger. It wasn't that he was being a saint. If he could, he would have killed all the pursuing ninjas to eliminate future troubles. However, the Leaf's pursuit would surely not be limited. That move had ensured that everyone was incapacitated while conserving his own chakra as much as possible. But the sheer power of the attack had likely revealed his location. The Leaf's pursuers would soon catch up. But that was fine. If the Leaf knew his position, then Shi Mu Shomao would also know it. With 2 cage-level powerhouses, escaping would be no problem. What? My brother defected. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You must be a spy from another village. Shisui grabbed the Umbu's collar in disbelief, shouting. Uchiha Shisui, stop being unreasonable, the Umbu said angrily. Uchiha Chu Yang's defection is a fact. The Hokage has already led a team to capture him, so you should also. With a thud, Shisui released the Umbu's collar, causing him to stumble and fall. By then, Shisui had already used the body flicker technique to dash toward the direction he had learned from the Umbu. He refused to believe that the brother he had always thought loved the Leaf Village would defect. There must be some misunderstanding. Shi Mu Shomao looked at the commotion in the forest not far away and let out a sigh. This kid. Still so flamboyant. He muttered softly, yet his steps remained light. Clad in a black robe and wearing a rogue ninja headband, he moved like a ghost through the night, swiftly heading toward the location of Chu Yang's recent Earth-style swamp of the underworld. Earth-style Earth Flow River. Suddenly Chu Yang felt the ground beneath him soften, and muddy water, like a river, rapidly slowed his speed. Damn it! Chu Yang cursed under his breath, but in the blink of an eye he vanished from the constraints of the Earth Flow River. The next second, a barrage of ninja tools and jutsu struck the spot where Chu Yang had just stood. Such a fast body flicker technique. That was the thought of every Umbu present. Chu Yang's body flicker was no less than Shisui's. However, his reputation as Storm Dragon Chu Yang overshadowed his prowess in this area. Seeing the Umbu surrounding him from all directions, Chu Yang clicked his tongue. It seemed that if he didn't reveal some trump cards, escaping would be difficult. Chu Yang calculated in his mind, planning to use his Mangekyo ability to catch the enemy off guard, and his eyes glowed with a crimson 3-tomo Sharingan. The third Hokage, clad in battle gear, stepped out from the crowd, his gaze falling on Chu Yang with a look of disappointment at wasted potential. If it were anyone else, they would have felt ashamed under the third Hokage's reproachful gaze. But Chu Yang, shameless as he was, showed no change whatsoever. Instead, a faint killing intent began to emanate from him. Damn it! You old man in the Hokage's office, you and Danzo play the good cop and bad cop routine openly and covertly, mocking me. And you must have tacitly allowed Danzo's assassination attempt on me. Today's perfect. Revenge for grievances settle scores. The third Hokage looked at Chu Yang, his tone indifferent, yet tinged with regret and pain. Chu Yang, I never imagined you would do such a thing. You have failed the Uchiha clan's cultivation and the Leaf Village's support. But I believe you have your own reasons. First, the third Hokage criticized Chu Yang from the position of Hokage, saying he had betrayed his expectations. Then the second half of his words expressed trust, trying to evoke memories of their bond. But all Chu Yang recalled was the old man's sinister nature beneath his benevolent mask. Seeing Chu Yang's expression unchanged, the third Hokage continued, Child, I know you are kind at heart. Tell me, why did you? Enough, old bastard. Chu Yang shouted. Those 5 words instantly silenced everyone present, including Yuan Fei Risen, who was about to use the great will of fire and love to sway Chu Yang. His face turned cold. Chu Yang pointed at the third Hokage, his tone devoid of respect. I've been sick of you for a long time. Don't give me that now. I can't stand another day in this Leaf Village or the Uchiha clan. Wearing a mask every day to flatter you makes me sick. The third Hokage's face turned completely cold. Then I have no choice but to forcibly bring you back to the Leaf and try to awaken your will of fire. Storm release. Thunder cloud cavity wave. Chu Yang had no interest in talking further with the old bastard. He started with Enstrength Jutsu. This was Enstrength offensive and defensive jutsu. By gathering a massive amount of chakra, it formed thick cumulonimbus clouds and released lightning to it. The technique could wrap around the user's body like Chidori stream to repel enemies or be concentrated in the hand for a thrust attack. Fierce lightning flashed and spread outward in an instant. Even Yuan Fei Risen frowned. Earth-style earth flow wall. 7 or 8 ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals and slammed the ground, shouting. The raging lightning struck the hard earth walls, but instead of a stalemate, the lightning instantly shattered the walls and injured many Leaf ninjas. Yuan Fei Risen now realized that Chu Yang had completely turned against him. The Uchiha Chu Yang he thought he had brainwashed over the years was actually a madman who had been hiding his true strength and thoughts. The third Hokage's face darkened, and his hands moved rapidly through hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. Enma, a rugged monkey king wearing a leaf headband, appeared. Before Enma could speak, the third Hokage spoke first. Old friend, I need your help. Years of comradeship had forged a deep bond between the man and the monkey. Even with just a vague statement, Enma understood Yuan Fei Risen's intention. Enma roared, his body instantly transforming into a thick black staff with yellow ends. This was the adamantine staff. The third Hokage let out a low growl, swinging the adamantine staff with immense force. A miraculous event unfolded. The staff, originally over 2 meters long, extended to 6 meters, striking toward Chu Yang. My adamantine staff. Earth-style earth flow wall. A massive earthen wall with a giant dog head emerged, barely blocking the first blow from the adamant. Just as Chu Yang prepared to evade, a man wearing an umbu mask with a pineapple-shaped head shouted behind him, shadow imitation technique. Nanny. Chu Yang's pupils contracted. The black shadow turned into tentacles, restraining him. Seeing this, the other umbu members attacked immediately. A barrage of ninjutsu surged toward Chu Yang. Taking a deep breath without forming hand seals, he spat out 3 massive fireballs, each over 2 meters in diameter. Water-style water formation wall. Water-style water dragon bullet. A wall of water blocked the fireballs heading toward him, and a fierce water dragon charged at Chu Yang. At that moment, Chu Yang finally broke free from the shadow's grip. Storm-style storm water wall. Electric-like liquid transformed into a solid wall, deflecting the umbu's attacks. Seizing the opportunity, the third Hokage threw a shuriken while rapidly forming hand seals. Ninja art shuriken shadow clone technique. Whizzing sounds came from behind. Chu Yang produced several shuriken in his hands. Fire-style Hozenka Tsubami. Clang clang clang. The shuriken collided in midair, canceling each other out. Storm-style light fong. A purple linear beam of light shot from Chu Yang's mouth, instantly severing the head of an umbu attempting a sneak attack. But the next moment, an overwhelming barrage of attacks came at Chu Yang again. With the aid of his vast chakra and the dynamic vision of the 3-tomo Sharingan, Chu Yang managed to hold his ground. Yet he knew that although he seemed to have the upper hand, the third Hokage had not yet exerted his full strength. Their current strategy was simply to stall. Stall until reinforcements from Konoha arrived. Adamantine prison. Chu Yang was calculating how to escape unscathed, but in that moment of distraction, he was trapped in a cage formed by the third Hokage's adamantine staff. This is bad, Chu Yang thought. Fire-style fire dragon flame bullet. A dragon-shaped flame infused with high-quality chakra lunged at Chu Yang. Trapped, he was about to act, but the shadow imitation technique bound him again, and the killing blows from other umbu followed. Just as the ninjutsu were about to strike, Chu Yang, the adamantine staff binding him, vanished instantly. However, it was too late for him to use the body flicker technique. With a series of explosions, Chu Yang's body fell weakly to the ground. The Umbu members did not act rashly, instead fixing their gazes on the third Hokage. The third Hokage initially intended to capture Chu Yang personally, but to be cautious he refrained. He coughed lightly and said calmly, "Take Chu Yang back." Upon hearing the Hokage's orders, several Umbu moved to seize Chu Yang. But as soon as they touched him, his entire body transformed into fierce blue lightning, blasting outward in all directions. Due to the lightning's incredible speed, the three Umbu who came to capture him were instantly incinerated into ash, while the nearby Umbu sustained varying degrees of injury. "It's a lightning clone. Damn, when did he?" The third Hokage's pupils contracted. Without time for further thought, he immediately ordered a retreat. Yuan Fei, risen inwardly, breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he hadn't gone himself, otherwise, even if he survived the explosion of the lightning clone, he would have been severely wounded. Storm-style thunder cloud resonance wave. Fierce lightning crackled, raising goosebumps on Yuan Fei Risen's skin. Earth-style earth flow wall. Earth-style headhunter technique. Before the third Hokage could relax, a hand suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed his ankle. But clearly such a technique might work on a Jonin, but a cage-level shinobi could still react. Earth-style Fisher Earth Palm. Yuan Fei Risen slammed his palm heavily into the ground, sending debris flying. Chu Yang and the earth dissolved into a puff of dust and vanished. The battlefield fell into a brief silence. Only three Umbu remained standing, clustering around the third Hokage, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, fearing that Chu Yang would emerge from somewhere at any moment. "Strange, where is he?" The third Hokage frowned in thought. One of the Umbu, a sensory-type ninja, concentrated and then pointed ahead in shock. "Lord Hokage Uchiha Chu Yang is already far away. Pursue." The third Hokage led the chase. The three Umbu immediately followed, firing signal flares into the sky to indicate their location. Although the previous battle had already revealed their position, they prepared for contingencies. Chu Yang dodged and weaved through the forest quickly, putting considerable distance between himself and the third Hokage. The recent battle had also drained a significant amount of his chakra. Such a pursuit would likely continue. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Chu Yang sensed a lethal threat. Earth-style earth flow wall. With a series of whooshes, shuriken, kunai, and sunban embedded themselves into the earthen wall, bearing the dog head. Simultaneously, another group of masked individuals surrounded Chu Yang. Yet their aura was distinctly different from that of the Umbu. Without a doubt, these were members of the Root. Sure enough. Surrounded by a group of Root members, a man with a bandaged right eye, leaning on a cane and a fierce expression, stepped forward. He was Ji Cun Tuansong. Tuansong said coldly to Chu Yang, "Uchiha Chu Yang. Konoha and I trusted you so much, yet you stole the scroll of seals and attempted to defect. Your crime is unforgivable. Today I shall personally cleanse the Uchiha clan of your filth." Wind-style vacuum serial waves. Wind-style vacuum great sphere. With two consecutive wind-style techniques, Chu Yang swiftly dodged through the gaps. However, attacks from other Root members struck him. As the vacuum great sphere hit Chu Yang, Tuansong was about to smirk, but Chu Yang turned into a flock of crows and vanished. "Die." Hearing the voice behind him, Tuansong had no time to think before a lightning-clad sword cut him in half. Chu Yang was stunned by what he saw. Not only Chu Yang, but even the emotionless Root members were dumbfounded. "Lord Tuanzang. You killed Lord Tuanzang." UNV Chu Jin roared in fury. The Root members, all loyal slaves to Tuanzang, enraged by the sight, launched their attacks at Chu Yang in unison. As Chu Yang fended off the onslaught, Tuanzang suddenly appeared behind him. The old man, utterly devoid of martial ethics, drove an elbow strike into Chu Yang's back. Caught off guard, Chu Yang stumbled forward 2 steps. At that very moment, a shuriken from a Root ninja pierced through his abdomen. Seeing this, Tuanzang grew even more delighted and slammed another fist into the back of Chu Yang's head. Before Chu Yang could react, Tuanzang extended 2 fingers ready to gouge out his eyes. Chu Yang instinctively turned his head, so Tuanzang only managed to pluck out one eye. With a cold sneer, Tuanzang tossed Chu Yang aside. Fondling the Sharingan in his hand, the corners of his mouth stretched nearly to his ears. Tuanzang was about to speak, when suddenly his mind went hazy. He snapped back to reality. What met his eyes was UNV Chu Jin curled up on the ground with one eye missing in his own palm, which had turned black and purple from touching the skin of UNV. Tuanzang's face twisted in fury. A sound of something cutting through the air came from behind. Caught off guard, he instinctively raised his poisoned hand to block. Tuanzang's face twisted in fury. A sound of something cutting through the air came from behind. Caught off guard, he instinctively raised. At some point, Tuanzang had undone the seal on his arm. Now the white arm and the 4 Sharingan on it were starkly visible. Die. Wind release wind blade. A violent gale gathered around the kunai in Tuanzang's hand as he unleashed several slashing strikes. Chu Yang prepared to defend, but suddenly his mind spun. It was Shan Zhongfeng's mind transfer technique. Schlick, ugh. Even though Chu Yang regained control of his body as quickly as possible, his abdomen had already been wounded. Damn, I was careless. Looking at Tuanzang, who had restored his hand, using Izanagi, Chu Yang's expression turned cold. At that moment, Yuan Fei Rijan also arrived. Seeing Tuanzang's predicament, the third Hokage glared darkly at Chu Yang. Chu Yang, I thought you had merely strayed from the path, but now it's clear you've been nothing but a hypocrite all along. No, I'm just a straightforward villain, Chu Yang said with great magnanimity. How could I compare to you, the great and strongest Hokage Lord Third? Chu Yang deliberately emphasized the words strongest Hokage, his sarcasm reaching its peak. The third Hokage's face darkened. He glanced at Tuanzang beside him, then casually averted his eyes from the white arm and the Sharingan. Tuanzang understood Yuan Fei Rijan's intent. With a look, he signaled Shan Zhongfeng, who took the hint, and picked up the golden sealing wristband to reseal the arm. After all, more Yanbu would arrive soon, and explaining the Sharingan on the arm would be troublesome. Just then the Yanbu caught up. Seeing this, Chu Yang silently sighed. It seemed he had no choice but to reveal the Mangekyo and Susanoo. As the third Hokage was about to speak again, Chu Yang's Freedomo Sharingan began to spin rapidly. The blood-red eyes exuded an overwhelming pressure, causing some Anbu to tremble uncontrollably. It was the primal fear of a superior being. The three comma-shaped Tomo in Chu Yang's Sharingan vanished, replaced by three crescent moon-like patterns interlocking into a Mangekyo Sharingan. White chakra converged, and white ribs and arms slowly materialized, the first form of Susanoo. But this form was clearly insufficient against so many Anbu and root members. He continued to pour in ocular power and chakra. The Susanoo grew, a body and flesh began to appear on the skeletal frame. In its second form, Susanoo's defense was already formidable. When Sasuke disrupted the 5 Kage summit, even his first form Susanoo had withstood the Raikage's powerful kick. Chu Yang seriously doubted that the Raikage's kick could have shattered Sasuke's Susanoo, given that it couldn't even break through Gaara's sand. Is that the Mangekyo Sharingan? And Susanoo, the third Hokage, said, his pupils constricting involuntarily. As a disciple of the second Hokage Senjutobarama, he hadn't developed as many forbidden techniques against the Uchiha as his teacher, but he was well aware of the Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo. For some reason, Chu Yang felt as if some gene had awakened within him. He threw his head back and burst into laughter. Ho ha ha. Despair. This is Susanoo, the divine power of the Uchiha clan. As Chu Yang spoke, Susanoo's arms moved, slamming a heavy fist right in front of Shimura Tuanzang and Yuan Fei Rijan. Neither of them was a fool. They dodged quickly, evading the attack. But the shockwave sent a fierce gale that made them stagger. Tuanzang's gaze at Chu Yang was filled with hatred, but even more with intense greed. Susanoo. How could such overwhelming power belong to the inherently evil Uchiha clan? This old man must obtain those eyes of Uchiha Chu Yang. Of course, seizing Uchiha Chu Yang's eyes is also to ensure Konoha's future. After all, everything I do is for the sake of Konoha. Ha ha ha, who can stop me? Chu Yang, having awakened Susanoo, seemed to become a completely different person. Perhaps it was the influence of the Mangekyo which always had some effect on the user. Not to mention that Chu Yang, who had always believed himself weak and stayed low profile, couldn't help but feel this way upon experiencing such immense power. After all, ever since he awakened the Mangekyo, he had never dared to use Susanoo or its abilities, fearing he was being watched. Now Chu Yang finally understood why Sasuke had become so arrogant after obtaining the Mangekyo. The feeling of piloting a giant mecha was exhilarating. He felt invincible, capable of taking on the entire Hidden Leaf village. Now Chu Yang finally understood why Sasuke had become so arrogant after obtaining the Mangekyo. The feeling of piloting a giant mecha was exhilarating. Now Chu Yang finally understood why Sasuke had become so arrogant after obtaining the Mangekyo. The feeling of piloting a giant mecha was exhilarating. Just then another roar rang out. I dare to kill you. From the crowd, an ANBU member suddenly charged forward. The iconic white hair on his head revealed his identity. Chimu Kakasu, also known as Chimu 5050. At this moment, Kakashi's hand crackled with lightning. His left eye, the Sharingan, glowed with an eerie light. Chu Yang, I must kill this insane version of you and awaken the Chu Yang I know. Kakashi roared, thrusting his lightning cutter straight at the Susanoo. Before Chu Yang could even react, the lightning cutter struck the white skeletal framework. Zazup! The lightning cutter collided with the Susanoo's skeleton. A shocking sight appeared. Cracks began to spread across the framework. Nanny! Chu Yang exclaimed in disbelief. Aren't I invincible? How did the Susanoo crack? He couldn't believe that Kakashi's lightning cutter had actually managed to fracture the Susanoo's skeleton. But there was no time to dwell on it. The Susanoo extended its arms, reaching for Kakashi. Kakashi, with his 3-Demo Sharingan, naturally sensed Chu Yang's Forced to cease chakra transmission, Kakashi retreated out of the Susanu's attack range. Looking at his former friend, Chu Yang wanted to say something, but in the end, only silence remained. Kakashi gasped for breath, clearly exhausted. The reason his lightning cutter had been so effective against the Susanu was that he had poured a massive amount of chakra into it, and now he was beginning to weaken. Chu Yang, why? Kakashi roared, almost mad with grief. Why did you defect? Why? Seeing the nearly deranged Kakashi, Chu Yang's conscience, long since devoured by some stray dog, actually twinged with pain. The truth was this kid Kakashi was too pitiful. A mother who died early, a father who defected, a dead best friend, and a shattered self. Honestly, compared to Kakashi, the suffering of many others was utterly insignificant. Especially Obito. His pain was nowhere near Kakashi's. Hearing Kakashi's accusations, Chu Yang remained silent. Chu Yang, no matter what, I won't let you leave. Even if I have to break your legs, I'll drag you back to Konoha. Kakashi screamed, hysterically, lightning gathering in his hand again. Again. Seeing Kakashi clearly ready to fight to the death, Chu Yang realized he couldn't wait any longer. What if Kakashi in his desperation exhausted all his chakra and died on the spot? How would he explain that to Uncle Sakumo? He couldn't exactly say your son died of chakra depletion, could he? Kakashi's 3-mo Sharingan met Chu Yang's Mangekyo, and in an instant Kakashi's spirit was severely damaged. The injury wouldn't be too serious, just a few days of rest, and he'd recover. Thud. Kakashi collapsed to the ground. The others swallowed nervously. Chu Yang turned and shouted at the Umbu blocking his escape. Get lost. The Umbu exchanged glances, their hearts pounding with tension, but they were elite operatives of Konoha. They wouldn't let an enemy escape just because of some pressure. Don't be afraid. Danzo and Hiruzen snapped back to their senses. The third Hokage spoke first. His Susanoo can't last much longer. In this form, its defense is strong, but its offense is weak. Let's wear him down with long-range and control-type ninjutsu. As expected of the legendary hero of the shinobi world, though aged and somewhat muddled, his tactical analysis remained sharp. Chu Yang paused mid-step, cursing inwardly, damn old man. He hadn't managed to intimidate them. It seemed he'd have to make them pay. Chu Yang's thoughts churned as he poured more ocular power into the Susanoo. A surge of powerful chakra erupted, and the Susanoo skeleton began to develop muscle and tissue. The third stage of the Susanoo. Let's see if you kill me first, or if my chakra and ocular power run out first. Chu Yang said coldly, but his tone lacked conviction. He couldn't help it. The Susanoo consumed too much chakra and ocular power. His eyes were already aching so badly, he could barely keep them open. Die? Yasaka Magatama. The white Susanoo raised a single hand, forming a Magatama-shaped attack, radiating powerful chakra. With a heavy swing, it hurled toward the enemies before it. Sensing Shizui's chakra approaching in the distance, Chu Yang knew he couldn't drag this out any longer. As the others attacked him fiercely, he widened his left eye and blood tears streamed down his face. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo, thinking Chu Yang was about to give out, grew excited. Uchiha Chu Yang can't hold on much longer. Keep using ninjutsu to wear him down. The third Hokage commanded. Hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted. Even Kakashi, who had collapsed on the ground along with other fallen Umbus, struggled to their feet and resumed their assault. You're asking for death. Susanoo Storm Release Storm Dragon Barrage. Chu Yang, as if enraged, used the last of his chakra to create 4 storm dragons crackling with fierce lightning. These 4 blue dragons caused massive casualties. But in the end, Chu Yang's third stage, Susanoo, slowly dissolved, reverting to a white skeletal frame. After a prolonged battle, even the white skeleton vanished. Chu Yang, seemingly drained of all chakra, collapsed face first onto the ground. Both sides had suffered heavy losses. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo had nearly exhausted their chakra, and the remaining Umbu were either dead or wounded. Danzo stared at the fallen Chu Yang, his eyes gleaming with barely concealed greed. The third Hokage glanced at Danzo and immediately understood what he was thinking. After all these years, Danzo couldn't even pull his pants down before the third knew what kind of shit he was about to take. Hiruzen Uchiha Chu Yang is a heinous criminal. He should be handed over to Root for handling. The third Hokage frowned. Danzo's ambition was immense. If he got his hands on Chu Yang's Mangekyo, he might actually threaten the Hokage's position. Hearing this, Kakashi panicked. Chu Yang was his best friend. He couldn't let him fall into Danzo's hands. Before Kakashi could speak, the third Hokage declared with righteous indignation, after careful consideration, I believe Chu Yang could not have defected willingly. He must have had some reason. Therefore, he cannot be handed over to you. I must investigate the truth myself. Several Umbu nearby silently admired the Hokage's benevolence. Kakashi looked at the third Hokage with grateful eyes. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Bang! Danzo slammed his cane on the ground in fury, his eyes blazing with anger. Just as he opened his mouth to say more, Chu Yang's voice echoed in everyone's ears. What makes you think you've already won? Just because. I've fallen. Hearing the sound all around them, everyone was startled. Just as everyone mustered their spirits and raised their weapons, they all felt a sudden mental haze. They seemed to see a pair of blood-red pupils with a Mangekyo Sharingan bearing 3 crescent-shaped patterns spinning before their eyes. Immerse yourselves in the illusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan. When they regained their senses, what they saw was Chu Yang completely unharmed along with the Susanoo in its 3rd form. How is this possible? Danzo roared in disbelief. Even the 3rd Hokage felt a chill run down his spine, his mind already racing with thoughts of how to. Without a doubt, they had just fallen under an illusion and one of the Mangekyo level. How could they be so sure? Sarutobi Hiruzen carefully sensed his own chakra and found that it was indeed nearly depleted. Moreover, the Umbu members who had died within the illusion now lay on the ground, their fate unknown. They had indeed fallen under Chu Yang's illusion earlier. The ability of his left Mangekyo, Calamity of Illusions, could drag everyone's consciousness into an illusory world. But unlike ordinary illusions, once pulled into that world, the chakra they consumed in the illusion would not be restored to their real bodies. In other words, any wounds suffered in the illusion would be carried back to reality, and the chakra expended could not be replenished. Of course, dying in the illusion did not necessarily mean death. If rescued in time, like Kakashi after Tsukuyomi, one could recover after about a month of bed. Moreover, if someone realized it was an illusion and broke free, the illusion would begin to drain their chakra and transfer it to Chu Yang. Of course, such a powerful illusion came at a great cost of ocular power. Chu Yang wore a cold smile on the surface, but inwardly he was cursing profusely. His eyes felt as if they had been doused in sulfuric acid, then tossed into a boiling oil cauldron to cook. It felt like they were about to be ruined. It's useless, Uchiha Chu Yang. You can't escape. After a moment of panic, Danzo steadied himself and said coldly, reinforcements from Konoha should be arriving soon. You just used such a large-scale jutsu to control all of us. You must be nearly out of chakra yourself, right? Danzo declared with certainty, if you dispel the Susanoo now and obediently come back to root with me, perhaps I will. No need. A voice suddenly sounded from behind Danzo, startling everyone present. Kakashi, upon hearing it, turned his head in disbelief. What he saw was the man he had longed for over the years, his father, the White Fang of Konoha Hatake. Even with his resolute will, Kakashi's eyes brimmed with tears. Father! Kakashi staggered to his feet, trying to approach his father, but collapsed weakly. His chakra was completely drained. If not for the joy of seeing his father, he would have already fainted. Gazing at his son Hatake's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible sorrow. Kakashi, who had been staring intently at his father, caught that sorrow in Shiramo's eyes. Just as he was about to speak, his mind went blank, and he finally lost consciousness. Sorry, Kakashi, Hatake said with a trembling voice, then walked toward Chu Yang, who had already dispelled the Susanoo. Uncle Shiramo, long time no see. Are the ones behind all taken care of? Chu Yang said with a grin, though he covered his left eye. Shisui, huh? Chu Yang pursed his lips, carefully sensing and detected the familiar chakra rapidly approaching. It's quite troublesome. Shisui, huh? Chu Yang pursed his lips, carefully sensing and detected the familiar chakra rapidly approaching. Uchiha Chu Yang, you have colluded with the Shrank Rogue Ninja of Konoha Hatake and stolen the Scroll of Seals. You are utterly unworthy of being a... Hatake shot a cold glare at Danzo, which filled the latter with immense pressure. In his prime, the White Fang of Konoha surpassed even the Sannin in achievements and power, leaving the exhausted Danzo on edge. Chu Yang said to the White Fang, let's go, uncle. Hatake nodded, cast a deep look at Kakashi, and prepared to leave with Chu Yang. But just then a shout reached their ears, brother. Hearing the familiar voice, Hatake instinctively turned his head, but Chu Yang firmly grasped his hand. Feeling the pain in his wrist, the White Fang looked at Chu Yang in confusion. Chu Yang shook his head and whispered in his ear, don't look into Shizui's eyes. The White Fang was puzzled. Shizui's illusions were indeed formidable, but affecting him seemed far-fetched. However, since Chu Yang said so, there must be a reason. He decided not to tempt fate. Chu Yang didn't turn around because he guessed that Shisui had activated his Mangekyo and was waiting to use Kodo Amatsukami the moment he looked back. And indeed, that was Shizui's plan. Once his brother turned, he would use Kodo Amatsukami without hesitation. But his brother gave him no chance. Shisui demanded anxiously, brother, why? Why would you defect from the village? Have you forgotten the will of fire and the peace we once believed in? Chu Yang covered his left eye, not turning around, and said calmly, my foolish little brother. I have not forgotten the promises we made, nor the ideals of peace we once cherished. But this village shows me no hope of peace. Both you and I are mere products of political interests. Just look at that old man. Shisui was taken aback and instinctively glanced at Danzo and the 3rd Hokage, the 2 oldest men present. Someone keeps saying that as the root of Konoha, he will protect the village from the shadows. But what's the result? I don't need to elaborate on this old man's character. The root of this village has rotted and the nutrients it transports are laced with poison. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted indignantly. Chu Yang, what nonsense are you talking? Danzo's actions, though extreme, were all for the sake of Konoha's interests. The root of this village has rotted and the nutrients it transports are laced with poison. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted indignantly. Chu Yang, what nonsense are you talking? Danzo's actions, though extreme, were all for the sake of Konoha's. Shisui, watch closely. One day you will understand the meaning of my words. Fire release dust cloud technique. Before Shisui could stop them, the two had vanished into the thick smoke. Shisui clenched the kunai in his hand, his eyes filled with confusion. The night of defection ended. Chu Yang and Hataki Sakomo also left the land of fire overnight. The casualties inflicted by this pursuit of Chu Yang were not insignificant. However, fortunately, to conserve chakra, Chu Yang tried to incapacitate enemies without killing them. In the Hokage's office meeting room, the third Hokage smoked his pipe. Before him sat representatives of the major clans, and the three Hokage advisors Mito Kato, Hamura Yutane Kaharu, and Shimura. Danzo slammed the table heavily and pointed at Fugaku beside him, saying, Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Chu Yang's defection must have been orchestrated by your Uchiha clan behind the scenes. Who knows, the scroll of seals might be in your hands right now? Confess honestly, what exactly was your purpose in instigating Uchiha Chu Yang's defection? Fugaku's face darkened upon hearing this. Danzo, don't spew blood here. Before Fugaku could speak, the second elder of the Uchiha clan, sitting beside him, could not hold back. With such a heavy accusation placed on their clan, how could they continue to live? Chu Yang's defection has nothing to do with our Uchiha clan. Moreover, why did he defect? Isn't it because you Hokage high-ups have been pressuring him all along? You caused our clan to lose a genius. Konoha must compensate our Uchiha. Rebellion. Rebellion. Are you Uchiha trying to revolt? Danzo shouted, angrily slamming the table. The second elder Fearless activated his three-tomo Sharingan and glared at Danzo. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, the third Hokage knocked heavily on the table. Everyone quiet. Shisui, you tell us. What is going on here? Hearing the third Hokage's question, Shisui, who had been dazed due to his brother's defection, raised his head. Is there any doubt? Uchiha Shisui is definitely Uchiha Chu Yang's spy in our village. I suggest handing him over to my root. Shut up, Danzo. Shisui is a child with the will of fire, and besides, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo snorted coldly and walked straight out of the meeting room. Bang! The door slammed shut. Everyone turned their gaze to Shisui. Shisui was silent for a long while, then spoke slowly. I don't know either. I don't know why my brother defected. He showed no suspicious behavior before that night. He must have had some reason. Hearing Shishui's ambiguous words that even defended Chu Yang, everyone silently stared at him. Shisui lowered his eyes, ignoring the others, and retreated behind Uchiha Fugaku. Although he was exceptionally talented, he still lacked significant authority and could only stand. At that moment, a knock came from outside, the distinctive knock of the Umbu. Enter. Hearing the third Hokage's permission, a masked Umbu entered holding 4 or 5 envelopes in his hand. Hokage-sama, these are 5 envelopes found in Uchiha Chu Yang's room. Please have a look. The third Hokage nodded and took the envelopes from the Umbu. The others also watched the third Hokage curiously. The 5 envelopes bore 5 names respectively. They were Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Lansang second elder. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered briefly, then decided to first look at the envelopes of the other 3 names. Since Danzo had already left, the third Hokage decided to read his own first. The 3 looked at the envelopes in their hands with curiosity. Shisui opened his envelope. The first thing he saw was his brother's familiar handwriting. It was filled with caring words. There was no mention of politics, Konoha's interests, or the will of fire. Just a simple hope that he would live well. This letter made Shishui's eyes slightly red, and tears fell involuntarily, wetting the paper. Brother. Why? Before Shisui could dwell on his sorrow, the second elder, sitting in a chair, angrily slammed the table and stood up, snatching the letter from Shishui's hand. His expression gradually twisted. Shisui looked at the second elder in confusion. His gaze dropped and happened to see the letter in the second elder's hand. Shisui clearly saw the pleasant words and beautiful imagery on that letter. It was completely different in style. Shisui swallowed hard and stiffly turned to look at Uchiha Fugaku beside him. His expression was also very gloomy. Clearly Chu Yang's letter to him didn't contain anything good either. Shisui then shifted his gaze to the third Hokage not far away. The third Hokage did not show obvious anger. He simply put his own letter aside and picked up Danzo's letter to read. Brat. Expel him from the clan. Uchiha Chu Yang must be expelled. From now on he can no longer call himself an Uchiha outside. The second elder angrily tore up the letter in his hand and shouted at Uchiha Fugaku. Then came another uproar. Sarutobi Hiruzen struck the table and decided Uchiha Chu Yang stole the scroll of seals, refused to submit, and insulted and injured the Hokage, and the Hokage. He is now officially listed as a Konoha rank missing mean. The Land of Rain. This was a country that rained all year round, as if foreshadowing some ending. A man wearing a tiger skin mask stood in the rain curtain. Strangely, the rain passed through him, as if he did not exist in this world. At that moment, an aloe vera head suddenly appeared beside him. When it opened, it revealed a half-black, half-white figure. It was Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. White Zetsu's cheerful voice rang out, Madarasama. Madarasama. Something big has happened. Something big. Hearing White Zetsu's cheerful tone, Obito turned his gaze to Black Zetsu beside him. Black Zetsu's hoarse voice sounded. Latest intelligence: Uchiha Chu Yang, the first genius of the Uchiha clan, stole the scroll of seals last night and defected together with Konoha's rank missing mean Hatake Tsukumo. Defected? Even Obito was slightly surprised at this news. Yes. The specific reason is unclear, but he has been designated as an rank missing mean by Konoha. Madarasama, should we recruit him into the Akatsuki? After all, I recall you mentioned Hatake Tsukumo to Nagato. Obito nodded. Where are they now? They should be heading to the Land of Water, Black Zetsu replied hoarsely. Obito nodded slightly. With a spatial distortion, the rain fell on him, and he quickly disappeared from the spot. In the Land of Bears. Inside a restaurant. A delicate-looking girl with long black hair was voraciously devouring a large table of food, occasionally washing it down with a hearty swig of wine, drawing frequent glances from many onlookers. Such a beautiful lady, yet her eating habits are so unrefined. It's truly jarring. A middle-aged man sitting across from her side and said helplessly, "Stop acting like a starving ghost. You're really attracting attention." Chu Yang transformed into a woman via the transformation technique, took a big bite of sushi and mumbled, "What's the big deal? Let them stare if they want." Chi-Mu Shimao asked helplessly, "So why exactly did you transform into a girl?" This was what White Fan couldn't understand most. Could it be that Chu Yang had such a peculiar hobby? Chu Yang stuffed a meatball into his mouth. "Uncle Shimao, you just don't get it. I'm doing this to throw people off the scent. Who would ever suspect that a woman who eats and drinks so wildly, so boldly, is actually Uchiha Chu Yang, the Shrank Rogue Ninja of Konoha?" "Never mind me." Chu Yang took a sip of sake and asked curiously, "Uncle Shimao, why are we going to the Land of Water?" Chi-Mu Shimao rolled his eyes. "It's all because of you, brat." "Huh, what's that got to do with me?" Chu Yang slowed down from triple speed eating to 1.5 times, asking with curiosity. Chi-Mu Shimao said helplessly, "Of course it's because when I was intercepting the Umbu that went to support the third Hokage, your little brother broke my sword." Chu Yang scratched his head apologetically upon hearing this. "Uncle Shimao, now you're being too formal. But, what does that have to do with us going to the Land of Water?" Hearing Chu Yang's awkward attempt to change the subject, Shimao silently rolled his eyes. Logically, if one wanted a suitable weapon, shouldn't they go to the Land of Iron, which was dominated by samurai and often sold kunai? Logically, if one wanted a suitable weapon, shouldn't they go to the Land of Iron, which was dominated by samurai and often sold kunai and shuriken, or the Land of Craftsmen, which specialized in forging? Why the Land of Water? Seeing the confusion in Chu Yang's eyes, Chi-Mu Shimao explained, "You know about the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, right?" Chu Yang nodded. "Yeah, I heard it was founded by the second Mizukage Hozuki Jinjetsu. Each member is an elite of the Umbu, and together the 7 can conquer a large city in a single night. Guess where their 7 swords came from?" Hearing this, Chu Yang's mouth fell open. The meatball in his hand dropped to the ground. "Don't tell me. The Hidden Mist Village made them themselves, eh?" Chi-Mu Shimao nodded. "That's right. I heard the second Mizukage invited a master smith from the Land of Iron. All 7 swords were forged by that master. Even Samahata, the living creature that once followed the 3 tails, was turned into a ninja sword. My White Fang short sword is a family heirloom. According to my ancestors, it was also forged by that master smith from the Land of Water." Chu Yang muttered under his breath, "I don't think your White Fang sword is that great either. Kakashi broke it just like that." Chi-Mu Shimao shot Chu Yang a glare. Chu Yang smiled innocently and went back to eating. Chi-Mu Shimao sighed. "Although that master has passed away, his descendants have surpassed him. This time I'm not just getting a new White Fang short sword for myself, but also forging suitable weapons for you and Kakashi." Chu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. He started nodding frantically like a chick pecking at rice. Although Konoha's forging techniques were decent, they couldn't handle the violent chakra of his storm release, and the blades often broke. If he could get a new ninja sword. As Chu Yang was thinking, he suddenly realized a problem. Wait a minute. Uncle Shimao were both Shrank Rogue ninjas of Konoha. That master is a personal smith for the Hidden Mist Village. Why would he forge weapons? Chi Mushuomao smiled. Don't worry. During the years I've been a rogue ninja, I happened to take care of an enemy of that master while doing a bounty mission. That enemy was a high-ranking noble, so the hidden mist village couldn't touch him. The master is very grateful to me and agreed to forge ninja swords for me. So this time we're not really going there to forge swords, we're going to pick them up. I see. Chu Yang understood. By then the dishes on the table were almost finished. Chi Mushuomao said, Alright, since you're done eating, let's continue our journey. Chu Yang nodded. Just as he was about to leave the city with Chi Mushuomao, he suddenly remembered something and said, Uncle, wait for me. Chu Yang looked around nearby, bought 2 boxes of cat food and 6 boxes of dried fish, and stored them in a sealing scroll. Then using the summoning technique, he summoned Hans. As soon as Hans was summoned, he started complaining. Chu Yang, you scoundrel. So that scroll you gave me was the sealing scroll. The Konoha guys sent people specifically to our ninja cat territory, trying to find the sealing scroll from us. If it weren't for me being clever, your little theft would have been exposed. And now you finally summon me. The price we agreed on is doubled. Chu Yang laughed and hugged Hans, stroking his black and white fur. Oh, come on. I trust you. I wouldn't trust any other cat, but you're the smartest of all ninja cats, Lord Hans. With a few flattering words, Hans visibly cheered up. You do have good taste, kid. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and produced the sealing scroll. You keep this yourself? I'm afraid those Konoha folks will come looking again. Chu Yang took the sealing scroll and stuffed the sealing scroll containing the 2 boxes of cat food and 6 boxes of dried fish in Hans' mouth. I knew you'd ask for double, so it's already inside. Hans nodded with satisfaction and vanished in a puff of smoke. The land of water. Chu Yang and Shua Mao paid a large sum of money to hire a boatman to smuggle them into the land of water. Upon entering the territory of the land of water, Chu Yang and Hataki Shua Mao initially planned to rest, but suddenly they sensed a murderous intent. Do you feel it too, Chu Yang? Shua Mao, who had used the transformation technique, asked. Chu Yang slightly lifted his head, his eyes now blood-red, with 3 tomos spinning in his pupils. The chakra reaction is not weak. At most it's just an elite jonin. I can easily take him down. In the shadows a figure stood with dark green hair, dark circles under his eyes, wearing the attire of a mist shinobi, and a forehead protector adorned with the mist symbol. He was one of the original 7 swordsmen of the mist, a survivor of the kick by Might Dai and the wielder of the Thunderblade Fong. Haishuleya. Not long ago he had just completed a mission and was about to return to the village when he spotted these 2 sneaky individuals who looked like spies from other nations. After all, the previous Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village had implemented the Bloody Mist policy, leading to the village's isolation and brutal rule. Although the Bloody Mist policy had begun to improve under the reign of the 4th Mizukage Yagura, a shinobi like him couldn't change his nature overnight. Moreover, no one would casually visit the land of water, a place fraught with danger. Most who came were spies. Thus Haishuleya hid in the shadows, intending to kill the 2 intruders outright. Suddenly a warm large hand rested on his head, and a voice, gentle yet teasing, sounded. My friend, I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to stare at me like this. He'll get shy. At that moment goosebumps rose all over Haishuleya's body. Damn, why didn't I notice? When did he get beside me? He thought nervously. But this was no time for thought. An explosive tag appeared in his hand, and he pressed it toward the person behind him. Chu Yang raised an eyebrow and directly grabbed Haishuleya's hand. Instead of being angered, Haishuleya was delighted. His other hand hurled a shuriken. Forcing Chu Yang to release his grip, Haishuleya drew the Thunderblade Fong from his back and sneered. Humph. Your perception and assassination skills are impressive, but your biggest mistake was not killing me instantly when you had the chance. Now you've lost your opportunity. Despite his words, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Shinobi are a class of high attack and low defense. A single kunai, a shuriken, or a sunban, shinobi like the Reikage or Might Guy who specialize in taijutsu can't truly be considered shinobi. Not to mention the freaks like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. They were clearly warriors misclassified as assassins. Just now if Chu Yang had wanted, Haishuleya would have been dead. As a token of gratitude, it'll make your death less painful. Zap! The Thunderblade Fong clashed, unleashing fierce lightning. Lightning release, Thunder Fong. Haishuleya slammed the Thunderblade Fong into the ground, and after a brief 2-second charge, a violent lightning burst erupted. Its visual effects no less impressive than Chu Yang's Thundercloud Wave. But visual effects are one thing, a power is another. This jutsu was far inferior to Chu Yang's. Storm release, Storm Water Wall. Liquid-like lightning formed a solid wall before Chu Yang. Seeing the opponent use Storm Release, Haishuleya's pupils contracted. Storm Release. Are you Uchiha Chu Yang? Haishuleya exclaimed in shock, instinctively stepping back. During the Third Shinobi World War, the names Storm Dragon Chu Yang and Shunshin Shisui had resounded far and wide. Haishuleya's only thought now was to run fast. Lightning Release, Lightning Strike. A bolt of lightning reminiscent of divine punishment fell from the sky, and he turned without hesitation to flee. Chu Yang sneered. Now that you know who I am, you still think you can escape? Storm released thundercloud wave. Blue lightning coiled around Chu Yang, effortlessly blocking the heaven-sent thunderbolt. Lightning gathered in Chu Yang's hand, thrusting straight at the fleeing Haishu Leiya akin to a Chidori. With a bang, the thundercloud wave pierced Haishu Leiya's body, accompanied by a surge of steam. The figure before him dissolved into a pool of water. Activating his Sharingan, Chu Yang tracked Haishu Leiya's escape route. As he ran in that direction, he shouted over his shoulder, "Uncle, I'll go deal with that guy? Wait for me here." Hatake Shamao, who had been watching with his arms crossed, shrugged and sat down on the ground to wait. Damn, he's going to catch up. Haishu Leiya panted heavily, his breath growing ragged as he saw Chu Yang's teasing expression like a cat toying with a mouse. No, he'll be caught and killed at this rate. I have to counterattack. Haishu Leiya suddenly stopped. Chu Yang, thinking he was about to unleash a major technique, watched him warily. Haishu Leiya raised his left hand, forming a hand sign with his index and middle fingers pressed together at his chest, and muttered, "Ninja art hidden mist jutsu." A thick fog rose, instantly engulfing even Haishu Leiya himself. Chu Yang looked down, barely able to see his own waist. Hidden mist jutsu. Useless. You're not a water-style specialist. This jutsu is immature. Before the Sharingan, your movements are completely exposed. Chu Yang deliberately put on an arrogant demeanor, sneering. Hearing this conceited voice, Haishu Leiya suddenly had an idea. With his 3-Demo Sharingan, Chu Yang scanned the surroundings. Found you. He appeared instantly before Haishu Leiya. Chidori. His left hand, crackling with lightning, pierced the opponent's body. Bang! What a water release water prison jutsu. Haishu Leiya suddenly appeared beside Chu Yang, trapping him in a sphere of water. As a shinobi of the Hidden Mist Village, even though his specialty was lightning release, he was also highly proficient in water release. Lightning release, lightning explosion. Haishu Leiya knew the water prison wouldn't hold Chu Yang, so he followed up with a powerful lightning technique. The moment the lightning touched the water, it instantly paralyzed Chu Yang inside the prison. Perfect opportunity. Haishu Leiya's eyes lit up. He was getting a bit carried away. It was like in a game when you see an enemy carry with much higher economy than you, low on health and stunned. You feel you can solo kill them. Lightning release, lightning feast. He drove both swords into the ground. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and under the guidance of the Thunderblade Fong, lightning struck Chu Yang directly. Watching Chu Yang fall to the ground, Haishu Leiya, panting heavily, flashed a contemptuous smile. Ha ha ha. The legendary Storm Dragon Chu Yang, a rogue rank shinobi of Konoha, a genius of the Uchiha clan. Nothing more than this. Cough. Haishu Leiya stiffly lowered his head. A tanto had pierced through his chest. Thud. He fell to the ground. Chu Yang spat fire, burning him. With a gentle breeze, the ashes of Haishu Leiya scattered into the air. Truly, even his ashes were scattered. Chu Yang took his trophy, the Thunderblade Fong, and left. In the land of water, the capital city. Mr. Shuamao, long time no see. A middle-aged man with a slightly gaunt figure, graying temples and bright eyes, extended his hand to Hatake Shamao. Long time no see, Mr. Jin Daikawa smiled and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The 3 blades you requested are all forged and ready for you. Oh, I didn't expect it to be faster than I anticipated. Truly worthy of you, Mr. Jin Daikawa glanced curiously at Chu Yang. By the way, who is this young friend? A friend. Oh, so the longsword you asked me to forge is for this young friend. Jin Daikawa clearly understood that Hatake Shamao was unwilling to discuss Chu Yang further, so he merely remarked before continuing to chat about everyday matters. Jin Daikawa led the two into the depths of the guild. Indeed, it was a guild. Now, as the exclusive swordsmith of the entire Kirigakure village, Jin Dai had even established his own guild. Entering the depths of the guild, Jin Daikawa took out 3 blades from his forge, a long sword and 2 short swords. Hatake Shamao took the new White Fang short sword and tentatively infused it with chakra, finding the flow unexpectedly smooth. Chu Yang took the long sword and began. Fierce lightning release chakra surged into the blade, and blue lightning crackled along the edge. Chu Yang let out a sigh of relief. Jin Daikawa's craftsmanship was indeed exceptional. In truth, storm release also contained water, making it gentler than lightning release. If it could withstand lightning release, it could naturally endure storm release. As for why he didn't directly use storm release, Chu Yang didn't trust Jin Daikawa. Employing storm release would almost certainly expose his identity. Nevertheless, this blade was indeed comfortable to wield, even surpassing the lightning blade tooth. Chu Yang twirled the sword in a flourish and discarded his old tachi with a look of utter disdain. What level was that thing? How could it be worthy of me, Uchiha Chu Yang? The tachi. So love has faded, hasn't it? We're leaving just like that? Chu Yang asked incredulously as they departed from the Jin Dai residence. What else? Shuamao replied helplessly. Did you expect them to invite us for a meal? Chu Yang said nothing, but his eyes clearly screamed, shouldn't it be the case? Hatake Shomao sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He has already returned the blade to me, meaning he no longer owes me a favor. Understand? Chu Yang nodded thoughtfully. He was merely too lazy to think, not stupid. Hatake Shomo's point was that the man no longer owed them any favors, so he could just as well report them on the spot. Two shrank missing Nin from Konoha, standing right there. Hatake Shomao said, by the way, my blade is named White Fang. Do you want to name your new blade? Chu Yang rubbed his chin in contemplation. Maybe. Wang Fu Zhen. No, that's not it. Or maybe. Chu Yang looked troubled. I'm terrible at naming things. I can't think of a good name at all. Let's just call it Tang Dao. What's the meaning behind it? Hatake Shomao asked curiously. None. Just because the author is lazy and didn't bother searching online, so they'll just call it Tang Dao. Chu Yang said with a helpless shrug. Then Chu Yang asked, Uncle Shomao, are we leaving directly next? Hatake Shomao shook his head. If you want to leave first, go ahead. I have to kill someone first. It's a noble from the land of water. That noble's head is worth 70 million. I've almost given away all my savings to pay Jin Daikawa for the forging, so I need to complete this mission first. Chu Yang nodded slightly. Then he'll wander around the capital for a while. He took out the sealed scroll he had transcribed from his pocket. After all, flipping through such a large scroll was quite bothersome. It was hard to imagine that Chu Yang, who used to sneak out of copying English words, had patiently transcribed the entire sealed scroll into a small notebook. While wandering aimlessly, Chu Yang read the transcribed scroll. An hour later. What kind of garbage is this, eh? Chu Yang tossed the notebook aside in disgust. After grumbling, he picked it back up. After all, he couldn't just leave it there. If someone else picked it up, the author could write a whole new story. He even had a title in mind, starting in the land of water, picking up a sealed scroll while shopping. But what else could he do now? The capital was indeed bustling, but there were few interesting places, and he hadn't even spotted many food stalls. How does this capital feel inferior to even Konoha village? Chu Yang grumbled inwardly. Just then a slightly scantily clad fair-skinned beauty approached Chu Yang and smiled. Handsome, how about coming in for a drink? Our service will definitely satisfy you. Chu Yang was taken aback, then immediately understood. For the record, he was a decent man. Then, he followed the young lady into the shop next door. Chu Yang was just going to have a few drinks and unwind a bit. No big deal. Besides, it was still afternoon. Uncle Shomao would only act at night, so he had plenty of time. Entering a private room in the tavern, a group of young ladies came in. They probably figured Chu Yang was a wealthy customer. A group of scantily clad young ladies massaged him, poured his drinks, danced. Chu Yang really wanted to denounce this futile behavior. As a good young man from the 21st century who had transmigrated facing these shady industries, he was naturally going to thoroughly enjoy them. After being a shinobi for over a decade, couldn't he indulge a little? Bring on the music, bring on the dance. After all, he wasn't short of money in this life, even though the cash on him was given by Uncle Shomao. Chu Yang had given most of his savings to Naruto, who was too young to grasp the concept of money, so he hadn't noticed anything amiss. The remaining money certainly couldn't be taken along. He would leave it as Shisui's future bride price. After all, he wanted to see Shisui produce an Uchiha. Chu Yang had his arms around two young ladies. This was the life he wanted. Just as he was getting handsy with the two, a loud crash interrupted him. Bang! Chu Yang instantly snapped to attention. Could it be that Uncle Shomao is in trouble? He released the beauties in his arms and rushed toward the nearby commotion, not forgetting to slap money on the table before leaving. The sake he had drunk was low in alcohol content, so it didn't affect his movements. Hatake Sakumo gazed at the diminutive figure before him with unprecedented gravity. The short figure possessed pink pupils, a kirigakure forehead protector at the waist, and brownish-green hair, standing around 1.4 meters tall. What rotten luck, truly misfortune upon misfortune. I thought I was just taking a normal bounty mission to assassinate a noble, but I ended up encountering the fourth Mizuki Jigura, who was here to negotiate with the daimyo. He drew the white fang short sword from his belt, staring gravely at the encircling Umbu and the fourth Mizukage. The fourth Mizukage was a perfect Jinchuri. With power already at the level of a Kage, coupled with the three tails, his strength was undeniably formidable. In his life, he had rarely faced such powerful foes. Now, besides vigilance, he felt a surge of youthful excitement and impulsiveness. Excitement and impulsiveness. Hatake Sakumo, how dare you? Yagura lifted his staff, which was taller than he was, and spoke in an icy tone. To dare kill a noble of the land of water right under the Mizukage's nose. Hatake Sakumo chuckled lightly. Mizukage-sama, there's no need for such pointless accusations. Let's just get on with the fight. Yagura's eyes narrowed. Fine, then let me see just how capable the legendary White Fang of Konoha truly is. Yagura addressed the Umbu behind him. Your opponent is the White Fang of Konoha. You can't be of much help, so just stand by and prevent his escape. All the Umbu hesitated, for they were the Mizukage's personal guards and naturally wanted to protect him. But the essence of a ninja was to obey orders. They immediately shouted in unison, "Yes, Mizukage-sama." Water-style water dragon bullet technique. Yagura's cherubic face puffed up as a water dragon was expelled, its ferocious jaws wide open as it charged toward Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo remained fearless. With a light wave of his short, sword-white chakra coalesced into a cutting blade, effortlessly slicing the incoming water dragon in two. Then with lightning speed he appeared before the fourth Mizukage. Yagura's pupils contracted. So fast. Before he could think further, the white fang short sword was already slashing at his neck. Wind-style typhoon sweep. A fierce hurricane erupted, instantly blowing Hatake Tsukumo away. Water-style great waterfall technique. A massive water sphere blasted out, but Hatake Tsukumo dodged it with great agility. Yagura did not show a frustrated expression. After all, he didn't expect a great waterfall to defeat the legendary white fang. He was merely trying to create a favorable terrain. Water-style crashing torrent. Knowing Hatake Tsukumo's incredible speed, Yagura simply resorted to area effect ninjutsu. The rapidly flowing water was imbued with extreme chakra and nature transformation. If hit, even Tsukumo would suffer greatly. But this was no trouble for Hatake Tsukumo. White lightning surged on the white fang short sword, and the crashing torrent's attack could not harm him in the slightest. Nani. Seeing Hatake Tsukumo suddenly appear before him again, Yagura was stunned. Such speed was likely not much inferior to the fourth Reikage. This time Hatake Tsukumo clearly had no intention of giving Yagura a chance to form hand seals. White lightning transformed into a slashing strike, surging toward Yagura with unstoppable force. Booming. Mizukage-sama. Mizukage-sama. Seeing this, the Kirigakure ninjas grew anxious and, disregarding Yagura's earlier orders, immediately attacked Hatake Tsukumo. Clanking. Hatake Tsukumo effortlessly blocked each shuriken and kunai attack, dodging all ninjutsu with exquisite movement. The smoke cleared. There stood Yagura, cloaked in a red chakra coat, with three tails extending behind him. Clearly he had entered a tailed beast form. But astonishingly, the tailed beast coat on his chest had been torn open. Yagura's voice rang out cold with a hint of shock, as expected of the white fang of Konoha, who once overshadowed even the Sannin. "You actually cut through my tailed beast coat." Hatake Tsukumo replied calmly. "Thank you for the compliment, Mizukage-sama." "Oomph." Yagura in his half-tailed beast form snorted coldly. "Next time you won't be so." Yagura opened his mouth slightly. Black-purple chakra gathered, forming an extreme pressure. Tailed beast ball. Booming. The black-purple tailed beast ball hurtled toward Hatake Tsukumo with a devastating, unstoppable force. Hatake Tsukumo immediately. He wasn't foolish. Any sensible person would dodge a tailed beast ball. Who would actually try to block a tailed beast ball with a sword? Anyway, his white fang short sword couldn't withstand such abuse. Hatake Tsukumo escaped the range of the tailed beast ball, but the tailed beast form Yagura immediately attacked. A claw wrapped in blood-red chakra coat slammed heavily toward Hatake Tsukumo. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Hatake Tsukumo turned passivity into aggression. Wind and lightning chakra intertwined on the white fang short sword, and when it met Yagura's claw, the white fang unexpectedly gained the upper hand. Crackling. Blood flowed from the fist wrapped in chakra coat. Hatake Tsukumo had forcibly torn through the tailed beast coat, injuring Yagura's palm. Seizing the advantage, Hatake Tsukumo pursued relentlessly, wind and lightning chakra converging on the white fang short sword as he chased Yagura with a series of fierce slashes. Water-style water mirror technique. Yagura raised his staff, drawing a circle on the ground. In an instant, a water mirror appeared. He hooked it with his staff and shone it on the attacking Hatake Tsukumo. As light gleamed in the mirror, a duplicate of Tsukumo rushed out. The two white fang short swords clashed, resulting in a stalemate. After forcing Hatake Tsukumo back, the duplicate disappeared. At that moment, Yagura opened his mouth again, having completed the charge for a tailed beast ball. "Hatake Tsukumo, I admit I underestimated you. But this battle is mine." "Tailed beast ball? Really? I'm truly not good at defending against such attacks." Hatake Tsukumo muttered softly, then looked up, his eyes brimming with sharp determination. "But that kid Chu Yang is still waiting for me, and I haven't given that sword to Kakashi yet. How could I fall here?" In an instant, astonishing chakra erupted from the white fang short sword. A white cutting blade flashed with lightning, carrying the power to destroy everything, and with overwhelming force directly cut through the three tailed beast ball. "Nani, how is that possible?" Yagura was in disbelief. "Lord Water Shadow." The mist ANBU was truly panicked now. That slash just now had directly split the tailed beast ball that the Lord Water Shadow had charged up. Although the three tailed beast ball was not extremely powerful, it was still formidable compared to other tailed beasts. Ordinary shadow-level ninja dared not withstand it heated. As the saying goes, ninja are a profession of high offense and low defense. Except for those who practice body refinement, and yet still bear the title of ninja as tanks or warriors, even shadow-level ninja cannot directly face a tailed beast ball. And their fourth Lord Water Shadow had been hit by such a powerful slash. He wouldn't have died on the spot, would he? A loud roar resounded. Amidst the dust, a massive turtle with a large pink shell on its back, 3 tails behind, and gray skin slowly crawled out. Complete tailed beast transformation. Chimu Shuomo's expression tightened. It seemed that without going all out it would be difficult to truly harm Goju Shirtsang. Actually, if he were facing an ordinary Jinchuriki, Chimu Shuomao would not be so cautious. The opponent would merely spit out tailed beast balls, but because they were not in sync with the tailed beast, their chakra reserves were not that large. But Goju Shirtsang was precisely a perfect Jinchuriki. Moreover, he was a perfect Jinchuriki who already possessed shadow-level strength. For example, Kalabi, also a perfect Jinchuriki, was very strong. However, the 8 tails itself did not use lightning release, which meant that under complete tailed beast transformation, Kalabi could not use other elemental techniques. But Goju Shirtsang was different. The 3 tails itself could use water release, and combined with Goju Shikang's exceptional mastery of water release, which had reached shadow level, the synergy made Goju Shirtsang a standout, even among strong shadow level ninja. Water release, great explosive water colliding wave. In his complete tailed beast form, Goju Shirtsang no longer worried. The 3 tails' mouth slightly bulged, and a massive amount of seawater was expelled. In terms of scale, it was even more spectacular than Gixio's great waterfall technique. This was the advantage of being a Jinchuriki, never lacking chakra. White Fawn, you are strong. I, Goju Shirtsang, acknowledge you. So now I will get serious. Even on the brink of great danger, Chimu Shuomao still had the mood to smile, and said, what a coincidence. I wasn't going all out just now either. Take this slash. As he spoke, Chimu Shuomao gathered wind and lightning released chakra once more, and a slash in no way inferior to the previous one surged forward like a flood, unstoppable. Water release mirror of still water. A huge water mirror appeared, perfectly protecting the 3 tails. This technique could not only defend against most ninjutsu, but also reflect them back. The mirror surface clashed with the blade. After 2 seconds of mutual resistance, it failed to repel the slash, but managed to reduce most of its damage. The 3 tails retracted its entire body into its shell. The slash struck the shell, sending it flying dozens of meters, but failed to cause any damage. 3 black-tailed beast balls came roaring in. Chimu Shuomao frowned slightly. Goju Shirtsang. 3 black-tailed beast balls came roaring in. Chimu Shuomao frowned slightly. Goju Shirtsang seemed determined to fight a war of attrition. His chakra reserves were abundant, but compared to a tailed beast, it was like a firefly against the bright moon. Unfortunately, the 3-tailed beast balls almost sealed off all possible escape routes, so he had no choice but to withstand them heat-in. He mobilized his chakra again. 3 slashes and 3-tailed beast balls canceled each other out. Meanwhile, the 3 tails in its shell formed like a rolling wheel charged toward the slightly stunned Chimu Shuomao. What the fuck? Watching the 3 tails rolling toward him, Chimu Shuomao could only dodge somewhat awkwardly. He was not foolish enough to waste a large amount of chakra to knock the shell away, as the opponent would not suffer much damage while his own chakra would be heavily drained. Damn it, why hasn't Chu Yang arrived yet? Didn't he hear the commotion when Goju Shirtsang and I started fighting? Chimu Shuomao, somewhat disheveled, started complaining inwardly. Chu Yang, Chu. Strange. Who's thinking of me? Not to mention Chimu Shuomao, even Goju Shirtsang was beginning to curse inwardly. Those daimyo bastards actually made him the Honorable Lord Water Shadow go after and shrank rogue ninja for a minor noble. If it were anyone else, fine, but his opponent was the famous My White Fang. Wasn't this purely to make a fool of him? The key point was that Wuyin village had just been taken over by him. The 3rd Lord Water Shadow, that stupid bastard, had implemented the blood mist policy, leaving the village still unable to recover. Today he had come simply to ask for more funding, but instead ended up fighting such a frustrating battle. He had even resorted to such a humiliating technique. I can't take it anymore, Goju Shirtsang. The 3 tails Isabis voice echoed in Goju Shikang's mind. If we keep spinning like this, he'll pass out. Hearing the 3 tails complaint, Goju Shirtsang had no choice but to stop. The 3 tails shell stopped rolling, and its limbs, 3 tails, and somewhat ugly large had emerged. The 3 tails shook its head in a very human-like manner, dazedly looking for Chimu Shuomo's position. Strange. Did he run away? Standing behind the 3 tails, Chimu Shuomao twitched the corner of his mouth. He seriously suspected that the 3 tails had syndrome no. 26. However, he was certainly not going to miss such a good attacking opportunity. Sensing the powerful chakra reaction behind them, Goju Shirtsang and the 3 tails finally realized where Chimu Shuomao was. Bang! The 3 tails was sent flying again. However, because it failed to retract into its shell in time, it suffered considerable damage. The shell crashed heavily into a small hill, actually crushing it. The 3 tails stood up and shook its head. It looked at Chimu Shuamao with a somewhat angry gaze. Water release water severing wave. A high-pressure water jet formed by extreme chakra nature transformation was expelled from the Three Tails' mouth. Feijian had once used this technique to cut through the roots of the divine tree. Shuamao was now being badly battered. In truth, Goju Shirtsong was only able to gain the upper hand by relying on the tailed beast's vast chakra. If White Fang wanted to flee, he absolutely could not be stopped. But why was the opponent still stubbornly fighting him? This was something Goju Shirtsong could not understand. Tailed beast ball. Yagura spat out another tailed beast ball. Tsukumo Hatake was about to block it, but a loud roar reached everyone's ears. Eight-pronged Magatama. The white Magatama-shaped attack collided with the tailed beast ball, and they canceled each other out. Hua. Beside him instant. Eight-pronged Magatama. The white Magatama-shaped attack collided with the tailed beast ball, and they canceled each other out. Hua. Beside him instantly revealed his identity. Uchiha Chu Yang. Chu Yang, who had activated the third stage of Susanoo, curled his lips and said with a smile to the somewhat disheveled Tsukumo Hatake, "Uncle, are you alright?" Tsukumo Hatake rolled his eyes. If you hadn't come, I would have already finished off the enemy." Yagura. I feel offended. Chu Yang scratched his head awkwardly and forced a smile. Well, it's not my fault. Besides, there's a saying the protagonist always shows up at the last moment. Is that a saying? I've never heard of it. Tsukumo Hatake questioned him. Don't dwell on the details. Alright, leave the rest to me. Chu Yang quickly changed the subject. With a chuckle, Chu Yang turned his gaze to the massive Three Tails not far away. He looked at the fourth Mizukage, who was once mocked by countless netizens as the weakest perfect Jinchuriki in history. A flash of disdain crossed Chu Yang's eyes. You, the weakest perfect Jinchuriki, how can you compete with me, the protagonist? Storm release, thundercloud wave. Thunder roared and moisture filled the air, but it failed to affect the Three Tails. Chu Yang said, take this. Storm release, eight-pronged Magatama. The eight-pronged Magatama, infused with the fierce power of thunder, had its power instantly multiplied several times. Continuous tailed beast balls. Three-tailed beast balls were spat out, barely managing to cancel out the incoming eight-pronged Magatama. Yagura was stunned. Uchiha Chu Yang. He's no ordinary opponent. He's probably a match for the White Fang of Konoha. Chu Yang was also shocked. He had thought he could defeat the enemy with a single move and show off in front of Uncle Sue. But what happened? Why doesn't the script seem right? Isn't he the weakest perfect Jinchuriki? Shouldn't he be knocked down by my one move? What do I have less than Obito? Oh right, Obito took down Yagura with Jinjutsu. He'll do that too. In the ensuing battle, Chu Yang kept staring with wide eyes, trying to cast Jinjutsu on Yagura, but it had no effect. Yagura's mental strength was already extremely high, and with the Three Tails inside him, his spirit remained strong, while Chu Yang's mental energy decreased significantly. Even his eyes began to ache from using Susanoo for too long. Chu Yang took a deep breath. It must be because he didn't use Phantom Calamity. After all, he was a Jinchuriki. How could he be defeated by ordinary Jinjutsu? Chu Yang glared with his left eye, and Yagura fell into the Jinjutsu. Nice success. In the illusory world of Phantom Calamity, Yagura fired a tailed beast ball to break Chu Yang's Susanoo, but it had little effect. Damn it. I don't believe you can keep this up. Isabo, lend me some more chakra. Idiot. In the consciousness space, the Three Tails snorted heavily in front of Yagura. Yagura looked at it in confusion, not knowing why he was scolded. The Three Tails said helplessly, "You've already fallen under the Mangekyo Sharingan's Jinjutsu. If you keep using chakra in this space, you won't be able to recover it in reality." What? Damn, when did it happen? The Three Tails said calmly, "Don't panic. Let's use our mental strength together to break this illusory world." Sensing cracks in his own Jinjutsu space, Chu Yang quickly used his ocular power to absorb as much chakra as possible from the Three Tails. By now, Chu Yang was dumbfounded. Was this really the fourth Mizukage mocked by countless netizens? Was his strength really this overwhelming? After fighting Uncle Tsukumo for so long, he could still go head-to-head with him. If this was Yagura's true strength, then when Itachi Uchiha entered the land of water with Hoshigaki Kisame and faced him, he shouldn't have been able to take him down with just one Amaterasu. Given his current displayed power, Itachi would have at least needed to bring out Susanoo. Could it be that Yagura was already under Obito's Jinjutsu control at that time, and Obito deliberately let Itachi escape? Chu Yang felt he had hit on the truth, but how did Obito manage to control him? Speaking of which, Obito's Jinjutsu ability was indeed a mystery. If you say Obito's Jinjutsu was strong, he was extremely wary of Itachi Uchiha, not just because of Kotoame Tsukumi, but also Itachi's own Jinjutsu. If you say his Jinjutsu was weak, he could control the Nine Tails with his Mangekyo at age 14, and also control the perfect Jinchuriki Yagura. Controlling the Nine Tails was understandable. After all, tailed beasts were most vulnerable to the Mangekyo. But how to explain Yagura? While fighting the Three Tails, Chu Yang pondered countless possibilities. In the end, he suspected two people, Uchiha Madara or Black Zetsu. Madara might have left something for Obito before his death that allowed him to control Yagura. And Black Zetsu, having lived for 1,000 years in the ninja world, might have some tricks. Obito alone could never have controlled Yagura of this caliber. Back to the matter at hand. Neither Chu Yang nor Yagura wanted to continue fighting. Chu Yang realized his opponent's strength far exceeded his estimation. Yagura, on the other hand, was concerned about the capital of the Land of Water behind him. A further fighting would inevitably harm the people inside, making it difficult to manage. Chu Yang was about to bark some threats and leave with Tsukumo Hatake, but Yagura spoke first. Uchiha Chu Yang. You've used Susanoo, so you must have consumed a lot of chakra, right? Continuing to fight won't bring you any advantage. How about this? You and Tsukumo Hatake leave now, and I swear by my name as Mizukage that I will never send anyone to pursue you. But you must not kill anyone from the Land of Water. Seeing the olive branch extended by Yagura, Chu Yang quickly seized it. Fine. Despite agreeing, Chu Yang still tried to salvage his pride. For the sake of the innocent people in the city behind you, let's call it a day. Let's go. Yagura first released his full-tailed beast form. Chu Yang also safely deactivated his Susanoo. Tsukumo Hatake and Chu Yang threw smoke bombs on the spot and immediately retreated. Not far from the battlefield, a man who seemed almost incorporeal, wearing a tiger-striped mask, silently observed the entire engagement. White Zetsu beside him spoke cheerfully, as expected of the legendary White Fang of Konoha. Who would have thought not even a perfect Jinchuriki could stand against Black Zetsu? His voice somewhat hoarse added, "It's not just Tsukumo Hatake. Uchiha Chu Yang's strength is not to be underestimated either. If not for the burden of the Mangekyo, the fourth Mizukage would have likely met his end here. Still, the fourth Mizukage is quite powerful. If we want to establish our authority before Nagato and Konan, he's the perfect target." Obito nodded slightly. Besides, the injuries he sustained in this battle are not light, which makes him easier to control. Let's go. Nagato and Konan will be here soon. Today we settle Yagura and take the Mist Village under our control. What about White Fang and Chu Yang? White Zetsu asked curiously. Weren't you going to recruit them into the Akatsuki? Obito remained silent. Black Zetsu was also silent. Laughable. You could rely on Obito's Kamui to bluff and intimidate, but expecting him to use sheer strength to recruit Tsukumo Hatake and Uchiha Chu Yang into the organization was nothing short of a fantasy. Obito's actual combat prowess wasn't particularly formidable. His dominance in the ninja world hinged on the broken ability of Kamui. Unless someone like Itachi Uchiha could incapacitate him with a single genjutsu, he had little to fear. But what a coincidence. Uchiha Chu Yang's left eye seemed to possess a particularly potent genjutsu. Leave the recruitment of those two to Pain and Konan. After speaking, Obito used Kamui and vanished. White Zetsu puzzled muttered, huh? Why does Obito seem to be in a bad mood? How strange. Black Zetsu, Tsukumo Hatake and Chu Yang sprinted through the night, moving stealthily, and soon reached the border of the Land of Water. Gazing at the vast ocean, they finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down to rest. Tsukumo Hatake smacked Chu Yang on the head. You little rascal. Where on earth did you go? The Mizukage and I were about to settle the score, and you only show up now. Chu Yang, rubbing his aching head, stammered defensively. I was too absorbed studying the techniques from the Scroll of Seals to hear the sounds of battle nearby. Tsukumo didn't believe a single word. What's that on your neck? And that strong perfume on you? The smell of alcohol isn't faint either. You weren't. Pointing at the red marks on Chu Yang's neck, Tsukumo instantly deduced the boy had been up to no good. Chu Yang scratched his head awkwardly. Huh. As expected of Uncle Tsukumo, you saw through my lie at once. Tsukumo sighed in speechless exasperation. This kid was so reckless, had eventually get himself killed. But what else could he do? He had to spoil him. After all, Chu Yang was practically his half-disciple, taught the blade technique by his own hand. In Tsukumo's eyes, the young man was no different from Kakashi. Uncle, where do we go next? Chu Yang asked, lying on the beach. Tsukumo replied, first to the Land of Bears, then to the Land of Fire. I need to deliver the blade to Kakashi. No way. You dare go to the Land of Fire. Who knows if those old foxes Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura have set a trap. Is this what fatherly love is? Truly magnificent. Chu Yang exclaimed with a sigh. He lay on the ground staring at the starry night sky, his mind involuntarily drifting to Shisui. His sudden defection would surely put Shisui under suspicion from those Konoha folk. The eye-gouging incident might even happen sooner. No, I need to keep an eye on things. As his thoughts wandered, Chu Yang drifted off to sleep. Mizukage-sama, please rest in this room. A servant led Yagura to a luxurious chamber and spoke respectfully. Yagura nodded slightly, opened the door, and entered. But just as he was about to bathe, he sensed 3 extremely powerful chakra signatures. Who's there? Show yourself. Yagura grabbed his staff and was on high alert. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A spatial distortion appeared and Obito with his tiger-striped mask emerged. Delicate paper fluttered and coalesced into a beauty with a blue-purple bun. Pain of the Six Paths, his Rinnegan gleaming, floated in with an air of supreme. Sensing the immense chakra from the three, Yagura decided to strike first. Water Release Water Dragon Bullet. A ferocious water dragon lunged at the trio. Obito and Konan remained unruffled. Pain stepped forward slightly and extended a single hand. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force radiated from Pain, instantly deflecting the raging water dragon. Yagura dashed forward, his left arm already coated in a tailed beast chakra cloak. A mere trick. Shinra Tensei. Water Release Water Mirror Technique. Two Pains used Shinra Tensei simultaneously, inadvertently giving Yagura an opening. Ninja Art Coral Palm. Yagura struck Pain with his palm. Coral rapidly grew on Pain's body, and he struggled briefly. But he found the coral extremely hard and highly restrictive. Yagura panted heavily, staring at the door with a puzzled expression. Logically, such a commotion should have already attracted his direct Umbu unit, shouldn't it? If you're waiting for reinforcements, don't hold your hopes. This room is sealed with a barrier. Even if you die here, they won't notice a thing. Yagura's expression turned grim. These three all seemed to possess strength not inferior to his own, without full-tailed beast transformation. As he was devising a countermeasure, Obito's Sharingan began to glow. It's over, fourth Mizukage. Boom. A powerful spiritual assault caused Yagura's mind to go blank in an instant. The overwhelming Jinjutsu even controlled the three tails within Yagura. He dropped his staff and bowed deeply to Obito in deference. This made Pain and Konan even more wary. To have controlled the fourth Mizukage with mere Jinjutsu. This man, even if he wasn't Madara Uchiha, was undeniably formidable. Yet at that moment, Obito, with his full imposing aura, felt a deep gravity in his heart. Merely a remnant of Madara's left-behind measures was enough to control the fourth Mizukage. If that man were truly resurrected, the executor of the Moon Eye plan would never be him. In the land of bears, within a small town, a man clad in a black robe with red clouds, wearing a forehead protector of a rogue ninja from the hidden waterfall village, his mouth and nose covered by cloth, leaving only a pair of green bean-like eyes exposed, was eagerly perusing the intelligence in his hand. Sitting across from him, another man, also clad in black robe with red clouds, but with a rugged appearance, said, "Jiaodu, why go through all the trouble to come to this godforsaken place?" Jiaodu cast a cold glance at the fat man. "Shut up." The fat man's expression turned ugly. "Hey you. Do you want to fight?" Somehow finding the courage, the fat man directly drew the large blade strapped on his back, and Jiaodu merely gave him a cold glance, yet it made the other feel an endless chill. Jiaodu thought to himself, what a useless waste who can't accomplish anything but can ruin everything. Jiaodu merely gave him a cold glance, yet it made the other feel an endless chill. Jiaodu thought to himself, what a useless waste who can't accomplish— Who? Asked Gudian Kanjia. White Fangamai. Chu Yang the Storm Dragon. Their heads are worth 71 million and 68 million tails respectively. As he spoke, Jiaodu's green bean-like eyes seemed to be radiating a hungry wolf's gleam. Upon hearing this, Gudian Kanjia immediately became anxious. "Jiaodu, are you crazy? If you want to die, don't drag me along. Those two have earned great fame in the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars respectively. How can the two of us possibly be their match?" "Heh." Jiaodu sneered disdainfully. "Only someone like you would fear them. I've once crossed hands with the first Hokage." Upon hearing this, Gudian Kanjia was full of doubt. He didn't believe Jiaodu had that kind of power. "I've killed so many highly bountied ninjas. When have you ever seen—" Gudian Kanjia thought carefully for a moment. He realized it was indeed true. Since he had partnered with Jiaodu, no matter how powerful the opponent they encountered, Jiaodu always seemed to handle it with ease. Countless powerful ninjas had died at his hands, but perhaps he could really take down Chimu Shimao and Yuzebo Chu Yang. If it came to the worst, they could always retreat. Seeing that Gudian Kanjia had been swayed, Jiaodu said indifferently, "Whether you come or not doesn't affect my collection of the reward." Hearing Jiaodu's confident tone, Gudian Kanjia also felt reassured. Countless powerful ninjas had died at his hands, but perhaps he could really take down Chimu Shimao and Yuzebo Chu Yang. If it came to the— As for Gudian Kanji's flattery, the corner of Jiaodu's mouth under his mask unconsciously curled up slightly. As for Gudian Kanji's flattery, the corner of Jiaodu's mouth under his mask unconsciously curled up slightly. However, as for Gudian Kanji's flattery, the corner of Jiaodu's mouth under his mask unconsciously curled up slightly. However, even though he flattered him, he still had to be killed. After all, what was a teammate compared to money? Gudian Kanjia never imagined that Jiaodu had already silently added him to the kill list. After all, being able to throw a shuriken from 800 li away also showed from the side that Jiaodu's arm strength was astonishing. Sitting on the boat, Chu Yang continued flipping through the scroll of— After all, being able to throw a shuriken from 800 li away also showed from the side that Jiaodu's arm strength was astonishing. Sitting on the boat, Chu Yang continued flipping through the scroll of seals. After all, he had gone through great trouble to steal it, he had to at least try to practice it right. What if he could learn it? However, Chu Yang found that his eyesight had significantly declined. Even to read the scroll of seals, he had to squint and lean in closely. Chu Yang was very worried now. If he continued using the Mangekyo, would he end up blinding himself like that other Uchiha? He began to calculate how to reduce the strain on his eyes. The simplest way was to gouge out Shisui's Mangekyo and fuse it with his own to create the eternal man. Given Shisui's personality, if he knew that his brother was about to go blind from overusing the Mangekyo, he would definitely offer to return to Mai as a condition. If Chu Yang truly agreed, Shisui would unhesitatingly gouge out his own eyes. Given Shisui's personality, if he knew that his brother was about to go blind from overusing the Mangekyo, he would definitely offer to return to Mai as a condition. If Chu Yang truly agreed, Shisui, he continued to look at the scroll of seals. The multiple shadow clone technique he already knew pass. The flying thunder god technique he had tried long ago, he had no talent for it, and couldn't understand it. The impure world reincarnation technique, he felt he could try it, keep it as a backup. Reaper death seal. He could learn it. If he ever faced life-threatening danger, he would use this technique to take the enemy down with him. He wondered if this technique would work on Kagaya Otsutsuki. If it did, then the death god was truly awesome. The dark element technique. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. With this technique, if he wanted to see Shisui, he could sneak into my village without worrying about that stupid little brother suddenly hitting him with a Kodo Amatsukami. But this was not urgent. Although Shisui's position in Mai was somewhat awkward, Tuanzang should not immediately gouge out his eyes. Mutually multiplying explosive tag technique. Chu Yang looked at this technique, feeling eager to try it. The mutually multiplying explosive tag technique was created by the second Hokage Chinsho Feijin. It uses a single explosive tag to continuously summon more explosive tags, achieving targeted bombardment, but the drawback is that it also includes the caster within the explosion range. But if this technique were combined with the Mangekyo ability of his right eye, it would be a devastating weapon. He estimated that even Susanoo, unless it was in its complete form, would be blown apart if continuously bombarded like this. But if this technique were combined with the Mangekyo ability of his right eye, it would be a devastating weapon. He estimated that, who knows, right Judo. But if he sold the Thunderblade Fong directly, could he get a lot of money? Anyway, he didn't use that thing. At this moment, Chu Yang was thinking about how to find a sucker to earn money for him to buy explosive tags. As he thought, he unconsciously turned his gaze toward Chimu Shomao nearby. Chimu Shomao, who was reading a book, suddenly felt a slight chill. As if someone was staring at him with a very malicious gaze, Chimu Shomao instinctively looked toward Chu Yang. After all, the boatman was rowing in front, so only Chu Yang inside could be staring at him with such a gaze. But Chu Yang was now intently reading the scroll of seals without any sign of wrongdoing. Chimu Shomao scratched his head in confusion. While pondering why he had suddenly felt that malice, Chimu Shomao never imagined that Chu Yang had already set his sights on his pension. Chu Yang, what's wrong with you? Why do I feel your gaze at me has been strange lately? Chimu Shomao asked with a look of suspicion. Chu Yang smiled awkwardly. He couldn't exactly say. I was thinking about how to swindle your coffin money. He rolled his eyes and instantly thought of a perfect. Chu Yang covered his heart, his face slightly flushed, and said, Uncle, I've actually fallen in love. Chimu Shomao said in shock, no way. I thought you were a playboy like that Jiraiya guy. Which girl, eh? Chu Yang, his face slightly red, said, I met her in the land of water. The moment I saw her, I fell in love with her. Uncle, do you understand that feeling? Just one extra glance at her in the crowd, and your heart seems to have been stolen away. And here I thought you'd finally wised up and found a girlfriend. Chu Yang's face flushed slightly, and he could only smile awkwardly. Chu Yang said, to be honest, Uncle Shomao, I've already pledged myself to that girl, but her father was a degenerate gambler who died recently. As the saying goes, the daughter pays the father's debts. I want to use money to help her pay off the debts. Chimu Shomao looked puzzled. With your personality, if you really encountered such a situation, shouldn't you just beat up those debt collectors and take the girl away direct? Chu Yang said, Uncle, listen to yourself. Do I look like that kind of person? It's only natural to pay one's debts. You once said you are irreconcilable with gambling and drugs, so the money owed is from gambling. According to your logic, you don't have to pay it back. Chimu Shomao put on an I've seen through you stance. Don't fool me. What's really going on? Chu Yang had to shrug helplessly. Indeed, nothing escapes your sharp eyes, Uncle. Chu Yang leaned close to Chimu Shomao's side and reached his left hand into his pocket. He turned it out, showing it empty. Chu Yang leaned close to Chimu Shomao's side and reached his left hand into his pocket. He turned it out, showing it empty. His right hand's thumb and forefinger rubbed together continuously, the meaning obvious. Hey. Chimu Shomao was speechless, but still said, if you need money, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Would I really not give it to you? And here I thought you'd finally wised up and found a girlfriend. Chu Yang's face flushed slightly, and he could only smile awkwardly. Uncle, there's an enemy. Chu Yang instantly activated his 3-Demo Sharingan and drew the Tang sword hanging at his waist. Chimu Shuomo's eyes sharpened, and he drew the short white fang blade from his back. The amusement in his eyes instantly turned to gravity. There are 2 enemies, Chu Yang said. One is likely an elite jonin about the same as Haishu Leia. The other is very strong. From the feeling he should be no weaker than Yuan Fei Risen. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Chimu Shumao also became more serious. A ninja battle cannot afford any carelessness even at the Kage level. As footsteps approached, 2 men in black robes with red clouds appeared before them. Chu Yang instantly recognized the man whose face was covered by a mask revealing only a pair of pea-sized eyes. It was the famous unlucky one of Akatsuki, the black-faced miser Jiao Du. The other one I didn't recognize, but from his appearance alone it was clear he was not Fei Duan. After all, Fei Duan is not as ugly as this old bastard. It doesn't look simple. It seems White Fan can taste blood again. Chimu Shumao stared at Jiao Du, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Jiao Du stopped when he was about 20 meters away from the 2. Under the bewildered stares of Chu Yang, Chimu Shumao, and Jiao Du's own teammate, Jiao Du slowly took out a small notebook from his chest. After flipping through it casually, Jiao Du looked up at the 2, then down at the notebook, then up and down again. After confirming several times back and forth, Jiao Du finally spoke with delight. It really is you 2. Yuzibo Chu Yang and Chimu Shumao. Your heads are worth a lot of money. Chu Yang looked at Jiao Du with a sense of eager excitement. Uncle, you already expended a lot of effort last time against the 4th Mizukichi. Leave this to me. Chimu Shumao nodded, but did not put White Fang back into its sheath, instead remaining vigilant and watching. One by one. Fine, it saves me a lot of effort. Jiao Du said so, but the old fellow without any martial ethics directly attacked. With a heavy swing of his right hand, his fist and wrist actually separated. Tentacle fist. A large mass of black threads connected to the fist, smashing heavily toward Chu Yang. Chu Yang noticed that Jiao Du's fist had turned pitch black, probably using a hardening technique. But he was unafraid, and with his Tang sword he slashed down. As the Tang sword clashed with the hardened fist, Chu Yang repelled the incoming tentacle fist. Interesting. Jiao Du sprinted quickly, and as he reached Chu Yang's front, he swung his tentacle fist heavily. Chu Yang dodged, but countless tentacles emerged from the flying fist, briefly restraining Chu Yang. In Jiao Du's other hand, a kunai appeared and was thrown toward Chu Yang's heart. Lightning surged around Chu Yang's body, instantly shattering the tentacles restraining him. His Tang sword slashed through the incoming kunai. His 3-Demo Sharingan flickered, and he cast a genjutsu toward Jiao Du. But perhaps because his 5 hearts enhanced his mental strength, the genjutsu had little effect on Jiao Du. It could only be said that he was an old comrade who had lived for over 80 years. In Chu Yang's hand, the Tang sword was wrapped with liquid-like lightning. Storm released lightning cloud blade. Chu Yang slashed out a cutting attack and followed. Seeing this, Jiao Du also understood that this battle must be fought with full force. Suddenly, dense tentacles appeared on Jiao Du's shoulders, and within them, an ugly mask emerged. Lightning release false darkness. The lightning attribute mask unleashed a powerful lightning technique, easily dispersing the incoming slash. But Chu Yang had also approached Jiao Du's front. The blade aimed straight for Jiao Du's heart. Since Chu Yang's storm release was formed from lightning and water chakra, Jiao Du's earth release earth spear, which could basically ignore physical attacks, could not serve as a defense. Earth release earth flow wall. It wasn't that Jiao Du didn't want to use other defensive techniques, but because the distance was too close, he could only use this one. Boom. The moment the lightning touched the earth wall, it exploded it into pieces and continued onward with unstoppable force, charging toward Jiao Du. Kakuzu was undaunted. The wind mask was already set. Wind-style pressure harm. Storm-style lightning body. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Chu Yang immediately took a defensive stance. This was a technique he developed by referencing the Raikage lightning release armor, which greatly enhanced his speed, strength, and defense. The wind mask condensed a sphere of wind. As soon as the highly compressed wind sphere touched Chu Yang, it instantly expanded. Amidst the violent storm, countless wind blades slashed at Chu Yang, unleashing a destructive force akin to a natural disaster, instantly obliterating the entire forest. Chu Yang retreated somewhat disheveledly, his gaze toward Kakuzu, growing much more serious. Because the old man died early in the Akatsuki, killed instantly by Naruto's Raisin Shuriken, he had subconsciously underestimated his opponent. But as it turned out, the old man was still the old man. His years of combat experience were no joke. Seeing Chu Yang's solemn expression, Kakuzu's lips curled slightly beneath his mask. He decided to reveal the thing he was most proud of. Your combat experience is still far too lacking compared to mine. Seeing your forehead protector, I can't help but recall the first leaf ninja I ever fought. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. What? That exclamation didn't come from Chu Yang, but from Tsukumo, who had been observing from the side. This guy had actually fought against the first Hokage known as the God of Shinobi. How old was he now? How strong could he be? Chu Yang, on the other hand, looked at the old man with a puzzled expression. I can't tell. Old man, you're still bragging. Kakuzu decided not to drag things out with Chu Yang anymore. He went all out, shedding his black robe with red clouds revealing the masked monsters. Take this. Fire style head hardening. The fire mask monster opened its mouth and spewed a vast sea of flames, instantly engulfing Chu Yang. Water style explosive water wave. Chu Yang took a deep breath and spewed a torrent of water from his mouth, instantly extinguishing the incoming flames, and with undiminished force engulfing Kakuzu. But such an attack couldn't deal substantial damage to Kakuzu. The fire monster and wind monster approached each other, merging together. Fire style head hardening. Wind style pressure harm. Combined ninjutsu. Flame wind wild wave. The wind borrowed the fire's power, and the wind boosted the fire's momentum. A towering sea of flames came raging, even causing the surrounding temperature to rise instantly. The hot wind slapped against Chu Yang's face. He felt his fair skin starting to protest. Is that all? Is that all, brother? Chu Yang swung his tang sword heavily, even directly splitting the sea of flames. The blade's residual force slashed toward the fused wind-fire monster. Seeing this, Kakuzu immediately controlled the wind and fire masks to separate. If he took that strike heat, he would probably lose 2 hearts instantly. Lightning-style purple thunder spear. The lightning monster had appeared behind Chu Yang, without warning, and purple lightning materialized into a spear thrusting toward Chu Yang. Water-style water formation wall. You old comrade is too sly. Chu Yang instantly appeared behind the lightning mask, smiling as he teased. Oh no! Kakuzu's pupils contracted as he exclaimed. Chu Yang raised his tang sword, powerful chakra swirling around it, and slashed down, instantly taking out the lightning heart monster. Kakuzu's face grew grim and sweat formed in his palms. The truth was that Chu Yang had a bit of an advantage over him. He couldn't use earth-style earth spear, which could almost ignore physical defense. In fact, when facing a ninja who was strong against him with ninjutsu, Kakuzu had his own methods. But Chu Yang's explosive power was too overwhelming. For a ninja like Kakuzu, who lacked a technique to instantly subdue an opponent, a versatile adversary like Chu Yang, capable of offense, defense, and endurance, was the hardest to deal with. Moreover, there was Hatake Tsukumo watching warily from the side. He felt he might fall here today. But as a veteran ninja, he had his pride. He would never compromise or flee. That fight with the first Hokage doesn't count. Earth-style earth flow river. Fire-style great fire annihilation. Wind-style pressure harm. Water-style giant explosive water wave. All the masked monsters went all out, unleashing a barrage of large-scale damage-dealing attacks at Chu Yang without restraint. Storm-style storm water great wall. Rumble. The powerful ninjutsu attack struck the storm water great wall, nearly collapsing it. Chu Yang looked at Kakuzu, who was panting heavily from expending so much chakra, and said coldly, "Kakuzu, you're quite interesting, but I'm sorry. If your strength is only this much, then the one who will take your head for money will be me." Storm-style thunder cloud annihilation wave. Dark clouds gathered, thunder raged, and the sky gradually darkened. Furuta Kosuke gulped and stepped back in fear. Was it too late for him to run away? This was an advanced version of storm-style thunder cloud cavity wave that Chu Yang developed by referencing storm-style storm ghost dragon. But the storm ghost dragon required too long a charge time. Like Baluhu, when he unleashed his ultimate move, it was full of style, but in the end he was direct. Die. Rumble. Thunder surged and divine punishment like lightning struck toward Kakuzu, sweating profusely. No, I absolutely cannot fall here. I haven't spent my money yet. Thinking of his unspent money, Kakuzu burst with chakra all over his body. The masked monsters were merged into Kakuzu's body. Earth grudge fear mode. Kakuzu quickly dodged backward. This gave him more time to unleash his ultimate technique. Furuta Kosuke was still staring blankly at the fierce thunder. Earth grudge fear ultimate shot. All the masks gathered on Kakuzu's right arm. A massive amount of chakra accumulated, and Kakuzu concentrated all his chakra to unleash this ultimate fire. At this moment, Furuta Kosuke finally snapped out of it and prepared to dodge. But he realized that even if he escaped Chu Yang's attack range, he couldn't escape Kakuzu's. Kakuzu, wait a moment. I'm still in your... Boom. Kakuzu showed no mercy, and the ultimate shot instantly killed Furuta Kosuke. Kakuzu muttered, "It's not my fault. Why didn't you dodge?" Seeing this, Chu Yang twitched the corner of his mouth. He was a bit speechless. Old man, at a life-or-death moment like this, you still don't forget to kill your teammate for money. I really don't know whether to praise your professionalism or scold you for valuing money over life. The ultimate shot collided with the thundercloud annihilation wave, and even the nearby mountains were shattered by the aftermath of the battle. Jiao Du collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Chu Yang was also panting heavily. Clearly, he had expended a considerable amount of chakra. After a brief respite, he raised his Tang Dao once more. Chu Yang let out a low shout and dashed toward the prone Jiao Du, bringing his Tang Dao down with force. Watching Chu Yang approach, Jiao Du slowly. Chu Yang let out a low shout and dashed toward the prone Jiao Du, bringing his Tang Dao down with force. Watching Chu Yang approach, Jiao Du slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, his bitter and ignoble life flashed before him like a revolving lantern. Forced by the village's higher-ups to assassinate Senju Hashirama, he returned in disgrace. Fearing reprisal from Konoha, the village imprisoned him. Later, he seized the Earth Grudge and slaughtered all the village's leaders. Now having joined the Akatsuki and continued earning money, Jiao Du murmured, "I never thought I'd die at the hands of a brat like you. What a pity, I haven't spent my money yet." The Tang Dao was about to sever Jiao Du's head when a figure in a black cloak with red clouds appeared. The man extended a single hand and uttered a low command. Shinra Tensei. A powerful force manifested. The Tang Dao struck the invisible barrier of the Shinra Tensei, struggled for 2 seconds, but ultimately sent Chu Yang flying. Midair, Chu Yang executed a 360-degree backflip and landed steadily. He exhaled, looking up to meet the Rinnegan eyes of the Deva Path Pain. Chu Yang's expression darkened, but he had clearly tensed up too soon. Amidst a swirl of paper, Conan appeared, her blue-violet hair styled in a bun. Jiao Du gazed at Pain as if he were his savior, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Leader, I have wandered half my life only to regret never finding a worthy master. But I never expected that the leader who always squeezed me and made me hand over all my earnings would come to rescue me in this critical moment. From this day forth, I Jiao Du am Akatsuki's in life and Akatsuki's in death." Pain was unaware of Jiao Du's inner monologue, and even if he knew, after all, he saved Jiao Du solely because he didn't want to lose the organization's only executive. If he died, who would supply the organization with money? Who would work for free? Well, Pain admitted he couldn't think of a good excuse. Seeing Pain and Konan, Hataki Sakumo also arrived at Chu Yang's side. "Same attire. Are they from the same organization?" The Deva Path glanced at the corpse of Gudi and Kanjia in the distance, and said coldly, "Hataki Sakumo, Uchiha, Chu Yang, you have quite the nerve to harm a member of the..." Hearing such a heavy accusation, Chu Yang immediately protested. "Don't slander me. That guy was killed by Jiao Du himself. It has nothing to do with me." Hearing this, Jiao Du was displeased. How could it be his fault? That idiot simply didn't know how to dodge. Jiao Du said, "Leader, don't listen to his nonsense. Gudian was killed by him. I tell you that's slander. He's slandering me." After saying this, Jiao Du deliberately put on a pained expression. Gudian, he was my comrade for years. How could I possibly harm him?" Not far away, White Zetsu, who had been watching the battle, said with great exasperation, "You have to admit Jiao Du's acting is really good. If I hadn't known he deliberately aimed his cannon at Gudian, I might actually believe they were close." Black Zetsu was equally speechless. In his 1,000 years of life, he had seen many shameless people like Jiao Du, but few could match his Oscar-worthy performance. Conan, with her perpetually weary expression, said coldly, "Do you think we would believe your lies?" Pain said icily, "You have 2 choices now. 1, join the Akatsuki. 2, die." Chu Yang chuckled. He admitted Pain was strong, but not strong enough to defeat him and Hataki Sakumo. Moreover, he knew Pain's intel. Without exaggeration, they could even wear down the 6 paths of Pain. Even with the Chibaku Tensei, given their abilities, they could smash the core directly. "I think there's a third option." Hataki Sakumo pointed his white light chakra saber at the 3 opponents, his meaning clear. Chu Yang also activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, with white skeletal Susanoo beginning to take shape. Pain was not surprised by their refusal. After all, they were both strength missing nin. It would be strange if they could be persuaded to join the organization with just a few words. The Deva Path floated in midair, looking down like a god at ants, and said coldly, "Do you think you can kill a god? Hee. Do you think you can call yourself a god?" Chu Yang sneered in mockery. The Deva Path was on high alert. According to intel, Uchiha Chu Yang's left eye possessed extremely powerful genjutsu, but his right eye remained unknown. This forced him to stay vigilant. However, Chu Yang did not use his Mangekyo ability. Instead, he directly entered the 3rd stage of Susanoo. Thunder surged within Susanoo's body, and a strong sense of crisis washed over. In Susanoo's hand, a brick-like object was hurled. Storm release 8-brick Magatama. Shinra Tensei. Nani. The Deva Path was shocked to have the 8-brick Magatama repelled. That attack had been difficult to deflect, even with a standard Shinra. Though it didn't reach the level of Chibaku Tensei, it had drained a significant amount of his stamina. The Deva Path touched the ground and extended a single hand. Bansho Tenin. A powerful gravitational force erupted, pulling Chu Yang out of the Susanoo. But Chu Yang was unfazed, gathering Storm Release chakra around his Tang Dao. Storm Release Thundercloud Blade. A slashing wave shot out, forcing the Deva to cancel the Bansho Tenin and switch to Shinra Tensei for defense. Just as the Deva path finished using Shinra Tensei Hataki, Tsukumo miraculously appeared behind him. Nanny. With only one path active and no shared vision combined with Tsukumo's speed, even Conan, who had been watching the white lightsaber, closely couldn't react in time. The white lightsaber came down heavily, forcing the Deva path to dodge awkwardly. Conan immediately used paper shuriken to briefly drive Tsukumo back. At that moment, Chu Yang, clad in the skeletal Susanoo, raised his Tang Dao and brought it down with tremendous force. Almighty Push. This strike was delivered in the final split second before the Deva Path Peen's cooldown ended, but the Deva Path still managed to block it with the Almighty Push. Chu Yang smiled and said in them, "If I'm not mistaken, this repulsive force technique of yours has a cooldown of about 5 seconds. 5 seconds, at Uncle Shuomo's speed." Chu Yang spoke like a demon from hell. "That's more than enough to kill you." Since the Deva Path was a puppet, it could not display a shocked expression. However, the one controlling it, Changmin, was already stunned. He saw through the flaw of the Almighty Push so quickly. No. Changmin suddenly realized the meaning of the last 5 words Chu Yang had spoken. A swishing sound of air being rent came. Chimu Shimao, wielding the White Fang short sword, had somehow already appeared behind the Deva Path. Just as the White Fang blade was about to strike the Deva Path's neck, Xiaonan, who had been stunned by the speed of the White Fang, finally snapped back to her senses and immediately moved to intervene. Sheets of delicate paper transformed into deadly arrows, shooting toward Chimu Shimao. Clang, 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 clang. Chimu Shimao was forced to retreat. Xiaonan came to the side of the Deva Path and instinctively took his hand. "Are you all right, Pan?" The Deva Path shook his head slightly. He had been too arrogant. When he had previously recruited Orochimaru and Jiaodu, merely demonstrating the power of the Rinnegan had been enough to make them join the organization willingly. He had expected the recruitment of Chu Yang and Shuomao to go smoothly, so he had sent only the Deva Path. Changmin was troubled. If he lost to these two today, not only would the image of the invincible god in the eyes of his subordinate Jiaodu be shattered. More critically, if Chu Yang and the White Fang developed other intentions regarding his Rinnegan and left the Deva Path's corpse here, his beloved friend would not even find rest in death. No, absolutely not. Chu Yang licked his lips and said to Chimu Shimao beside him, "Uncle, you just rest over there. Now it's my time to shine." Hearing the eager excitement in Chu Yang's voice, Chimu Shimao sighed, helplessly, but silently stepped back a few paces. The white skeletal frame slowly faded from Chu Yang's body. The Susanoo was truly taxing on his eyes. Chu Yang locked eyes with the Deva Path Pain, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Success, Chu Yang thought. Take Mikazuchi, the ability of Chu Yang's right Mangekyo. It could place a mark similar to the Flying Thunder God on any object or living being, and could also plant a mark on an opponent through eye contact. The mark created through eye contact could not be used repeatedly on the same target in a prolonged battle, and it lasted only 5 minutes. If 2 marks were both placed by Chu Yang, he could instantly swap the positions of the 2 marked people or objects, or cause the A mark and B mark to appear beside. If the A mark was physically placed and the B mark was planted through the eyes, then the A mark could summon the B mark to its location at any time, or allow Chu Yang to appear before the B mark. The next step was to force the Deva Path Pan to use the Almighty Push. Storm Release Thunder Cloud Wave. Seeing the lightning thrusting toward him, the Deva Path Pan extended one hand forward without any panic. Almighty Push. The invisible repulsive force deflected the incoming thunder, but that was enough. Chu Yang took from his pouch a prepared explosive tag, more precisely a summoning tag resembling an explosive tag. Upon closer inspection, the back of this summoning tag bore a pattern of 3 crescent moons identical to Chu Yang's Mangekyo. "Then try this move. I've rehearsed it countless times in my mind, but this is my first time performing it in practice. Pei and you are honored to be the first victim of this technique." Multiple explosive tag summoning technique. Chu Yang murmured, and the summoning tag in his hand vanished instantly. The Deva Path Pan was startled to see an explosive tag suddenly appear on his waist, puzzled as to how Chu Yang had done it. But Pan was not flustered. After all, a single explosive tag could hardly injure him. What a violent explosion erupted like the deafening crackle of firecrackers on New Year's, bursting from the Deva Path Pan's body. By sticking a single explosive tag on an enemy's vital point, and summoning more explosive tags through it, one could achieve a pinpoint chain of explosions without. Obviously, Chu Yang's preparation was insufficient. He only had a few dozen explosive tags he had bought casually upon arriving in the Bear Country. But Peen's Almighty Push cooldown was only 5 seconds, and these few dozen tags could not even all detonate at once. Almighty Push. Finally, enduring the longest 5 seconds of his life, Payan immediately used the Almighty Push to repel the explosive tag stuck to him. By then, all the tags had been summoned and detonated. Looking at the Deva Path Pain, whose red cloud black robe had been half blown off by the explosion, exposing his bare torso. Now he looked more like a certain. The Deva Path covered in wounds looked up and met Chu Yang's gaze, his eyes still, as dead, as ever devoid of any emotion. In truth, the Deva Path was indeed a corpse, but the one controlling it, Changman, was now too shocked to speak. If not for the Deva Path being the most resilient among the 6 paths of pain, any of the other 5 would have surely died within those 5 seconds. But the Deva Path Pain was also severely injured. Even though Pain was dead, the damage to his body would affect Changman's ability to transmit energy to the 6. Now with the Deva Path wounded, even the cooldown of the almighty push had lengthened. There was no point in continuing the fight. Jiaodu, hiding in the shadows, began to grow nervous. Chief, you're not done for already, are you? If you're done, then I'm done too. Xiaonan leaned close to Pain, her eyes filled with concern. Are you all right? Meanwhile, Changman, controlling Pain from afar, was blushing with shame at his own fit. He was a god. A god should not lose. Pain said to Xiaonan, I'm fine. You take Jiaodu and move far away. I'm going to get serious. As Pain spoke, his body slowly began to levitate into the air. Seeing this, Xiaonan's pupils trembled. Could it be? Pain, you're going to use that technique? No. If you do that, your body will. Pain glanced down at Xiaonan intentionally, his eyes filled with resolve and determination. Pain's authoritative voice rang out like the final judgment of a deity upon mortals. Feel pain. Contemplate pain. Accept pain. No pain. Sensing the sudden surge of powerful chakra gathering on Pain, Hatake Sakumo immediately slashed out with his blade. Yet it was utterly ineffective. Seeing Nagato about to unleash a big one, Obito immediately appeared to stop him. After all, if he recklessly used life-draining techniques like the Super Shinra Tensei and Shibaku Tensei, Nagato would likely be on the verge of collapse before the Akatsuki even began capturing tailed beasts. With a spatial distortion, Obito wearing a tiger-striped mask appeared. Stop it, Pain. If you use such a technique at this moment, it will have a huge impact on our future plans. Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Tendo Pain, who was floating in the air and had already begun absorbing the powers of the other 5 paths, preparing to use the ultimate technique, paused slightly. Indeed, if he used this move, it would likely cause considerable damage to his own body. Then he would not be able to become the god of the entire world, nor fulfill Yahiko's dream. Thinking this, Pain's outstretched hands slowly drooped down, and the Super Shinra Tensei that had already been charged stopped. Tendo Pain gazed at Chu Yang and Hatake Sakumo, a silent atmosphere spreading among the 4. Tendo Pain said to Obito, Madara, let's attack together. Obito pondered briefly, then nodded. He and Chu Yang actually knew each other, but were not very close. Both were from the Uchiha clan. One was the perennial loser, the other the clan's proclaimed first genius. Logically, the two would never have had a chance to know each other. But Chu Yang had become close friends with Kakashi, so naturally, he came to know Obito. Thus Obito had some basic understanding of Chu Yang, but he would only know his true strength through a proper battle. Fire-style fireball technique. Obito's hands swiftly formed seals, and a massive fireball flew toward Chu Yang. Such a petty trick dare to show off before an expert. Watch my mighty. I'll spit. Fire-style had hardened. A jutsu Chu Yang had just copied from Kakuzu. He didn't know why, but among all the opponents he had encountered, only Kakuzu used this fire-style technique. The fireball collided with the sea of flames, and predictably, like a drop of water into the ocean, it was instantly swallowed. Seeing this, Obito was not flustered at all. Without any evasive action, he was simply engulfed by the fire sea. But Chu Yang knew that Obito relied on his Kimui intangibility, so there was no need to dodge such an attack. Chu Yang raised his tang, sword lightning surging around him, and his Mangekyo seemed to have locked onto Obito's position. He brought the blade down without hesitation. Obito made no move. The tang sword passed straight through his body, not even damaging his black robe. Taking advantage of the moment, Chu Yang's blade passed through Obito, instantly materialized. He reached out with one hand toward Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang naturally would not be caught so easily. Quickly stepping forward with his right foot, he twisted his waist and slashed at Uchiha Obito again. Unsurprisingly, the blade passed through Obito's body again. Chu Yang stepped back a few paces, feigned excitement, licked his lips, and said with fighting spirit in his eyes, the ability to intangible your body. Looks like a tough one. But with a Mangekyo Sharingan, are you also a rogue ninja from the Uchiha clan? No, that's not right. Apart from me, all the rogue ninjas of the Uchiha clan should have been dealt with. The Uchiha clan was a clan with strong family values who few would ever desert. Even if they did, they would be captured by the Uchiha themselves. Chu Yang alone had captured no fewer than 5 Uchiha. The Uchiha clan was a clan with strong family values who few would ever desert. Even if they did, they would be captured by the Uchiha themselves. Wood-style thorn kill technique. Nanny! Chu Yang shouted in feigned shock, then looked with a grave expression at the wooden tendrils approaching. Storm-style lightning cloud blade. Lightning wrapped around him as Chu Yang stepped forward, his blade cutting through the wooden tendrils as easily as slicing vegetables. Obito looked at Chu Yang with some shock. Chu Yang happened to look up at that moment, his right eye meeting Obito's, a slight smirk on his lips. Damn, it's the strange ocular jutsu of his right eye. Chu Yang threw a kunai from his pocket toward Obito. Obito used Kimui to dodge. Just as Kimui passed through Obito's head and his body materialized, Chu Yang instantly swapped positions with the kunai. Chu Yang had already placed a mark of "Take My Kazuchi" on his own body, allowing him to perform a position swap similar to a Minota Jikara. However, Chu Yang didn't have that much chakra or ocular power. If he used it as freely as Obito used Kimui, he would probably go blind in less than 2 days. He brought the Tang sword down heavily. Shine. Feeling the chill above his head, Obito couldn't help but think of his battle with Minato years ago. This moment was exactly like that moment, but this time Uchiha Obito would not fall for the same trick again. Obito was clearly on guard. He would not make the same mistake twice. His body became intangible again. Chu Yang was not in a hurry. He swapped positions with the kunai once more. Chu Yang stroked his chin, ignoring the now familiar pain in his right eye, and said with a smile, "Although I didn't hit you, I still think that move was pretty cool. What should I name it?" It was as if a light bulb appeared above Chu Yang's head. He clenched his left fist and struck it against his right palm. "Then let's call it Take My Kazuchi Second Stage. Minato Namikaze." Holy crap, you still need to pay the copyright fee. Actually, Chu Yang wanted to place a permanent mark on Obito, because once a person or object was marked by Chu Yang, he could clearly sense wherever they were. Even if the target was on the moon, Chu Yang could instantly pull them back. Of course, the Kimui dimension was a separate dimension, and in Mangekyo level, Chu Yang naturally couldn't enter it. Maybe if he awakened the Rinnegan, it would be possible. But the problem was that the condition for awakening the Rinnegan required the fusion of Indra and Ashura's chakra, and coincidentally, Chu Yang had neither. Moreover, Chu Yang definitely didn't have that much chakra. Chu Yang looked at Obito and said with a smile, 3 minutes left. Let's see if I can seize an opportunity within these 3 minutes to take you down. Obito was momentarily stunned. 3 minutes. Chu Yang gave Obito no time to think, dashing at near-sonic speed. In his hand, he had formed a lightning cutter, and the Tang sword in his other hand was charged with the lightning cloud blade. Just see if I can cut you or not. In that instant, Obito didn't even have time to react, for the thrust of the lightning cutter was extremely fast. Otherwise, it wouldn't require a 3-Demo Sharingan to use. Fortunately, Obito's Kimui was passively triggered and didn't require strong reaction ability. So Chu Yang's blade missed again. A chain suddenly emerged from Obito's sleeve and lashed heavily backward. Chu Yang instantly dodged with the body flicker technique. Water release water dragon bullet technique. A ferocious water dragon spewed from Chu Yang's mouth, forcing Obito to use Shunwei intangibility again. Fisk. Chu Yang clicked his tongue, and Shunwei was simply too overpowered. The key point was that Obito also had Hashirama's cells completely free from the burden of the Mangekyo. Chu Yang couldn't help but think, if he could also obtain Hashirama's cells, couldn't he then use Take My Kazuchi like the Flying Thunder God technique? Moreover, Take My Kazuchi consumed far less chakra than the Flying Thunder God. Let's see how long you can stay intangible. Earth release swamp of the underworld. As he spoke, Chu Yang rapidly formed hand seals. The ground beneath Obito instantly turned into a soft swamp, forcing him to use Shunwei intangibility again. It's useless, Obito's low hoarse voice sounded. As he slowly walked out of the swamp's control, he said with full arrogance, "Your techniques are decent, but compared to me, you're still far too weak. Uchiha Chu Yang, I have recognized your strength. Joining Akatsuki is your best destiny." Huh. A cowardly soldier makes a cowardly squad, but a cowardly general makes a whole army. That guy with the Rinnegan should be your organization's leader, right? Even he is no match for me. Why should I join you? Haha, it seems you still don't understand. First, let me introduce myself. Obito crossed his arms and said arrogantly, "I am Uchiha Madara. Chu Yang." Oh, I'm so scared. Hearing Chu Yang's words dripping with sarcasm, Obito showed no emotional fluctuation. However, Obito was still cautious and avoided eye contact with Chu Yang. According to his observation of Chu Yang, whether it was that Mangekyo illusion that instantly pulled a large group of Konoha Enbu into a Genjutsu, or that mark similar to the Flying Thunder God, both required eye contact as a prerequisite. However, Obito was overthinking. Chu Yang had already realized his vision was declining and his eyes were becoming more sore, so he had no intention of continuing to use the Mangekyo. Moreover, because Chu Yang hadn't yet mastered the Mangekyo illusion, Calamity was exceptionally effective against cage-level ninjas, like Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, who were not proficient in Genjutsu and had weak mental strength. But against those like Obito and Minato, who had the ability to quickly escape, even if the opponent consumed a large amount of chakra in the world of illusion Calamity, they could still flee using Shunwei or the Flying Thunder God upon returning. It would be useful when his ocular power increased in the future and he developed the Mangekyou's abilities to a higher level. Chu Yang looked at the arrogant Obito, and in his mind, he photoshopped young Obito's face onto the masked man's head. The sense of incongruity was instantly maxed out. Enough talk. Seeing Chu Yang charging Obito was unafraid as a wooden spike appeared in his hand. Would release wooden thorns technique. A seemingly ordinary branch flew over, but Chu Yang dared not underestimate it. Storm release storm water. The storm water wall blocked the incoming wooden thorns, and Chu Yang leaped into the air, kicking toward Obito. But Obito still used Shunwei intangibility. Obito retreated slightly, his right Mangekyo glaring fiercely, and space twisted instantly. Flames spewed out, swirling over the distorted space like a fire serpent attacking Chu Yang. Fire release blast wave wild dance. This technique, developed by Obito by distorting space with Shunwei's power, rivaled Uchiha Madara's Great Fire Annihilation in range and power. Water release, Great Water Explosion Wave. Torrential water spewed out, giant waves crashing against the fire serpent, and thick steam evaporated. Obito appeared before Chu Yang like a ghost. He swung the chain from his wrist, and Chu Yang quickly blocked with his Tang saber. Obito thought, good opportunity. His chain caught Chu Yang's saber, and he launched another, fire release Great Fireball technique, forcing Chu Yang to let go. Sensing the spatial distortion behind him, Chu Yang turned around in shock. Obito had already appeared behind him without a sound, and the chain in his hand had bound Chu Yang's body. Obito rejoiced, inwardly touched Chu Yang's shoulder with his right hand, and activated his right eye Shunwei. Got you. Feeling the spatial distortion, Chu Yang broke out in a cold sweat. Obito said, I win. At that moment Obito and Chu Yang made eye contact, and Chu Yang's lips curled into a malicious and cunning smile. No, it's I. Who caught you? Chu Yang's right eye glared. Whoosh. He instantly appeared behind Obito. Nanny. Behind Obito, Chu Yang's hand crackled with lightning. Lightning cutter. The lightning cutter mercilessly pierced through his chest. The speed was too fast. Obito didn't even have time to use Shunwei. Under normal circumstances, Obito's intangibility could be triggered passively. However, if he actively deactivated it, the next intangibility required manual activation. For example, during the Ninetales incident in Obito's battle with Minato, because Obito actively deactivated Shunwei's intangibility, when Minato's Rasengan hit Obito, he failed to become intangible. Even though Obito had done his best to avoid the lightning cutter hitting his vital points, the lightning still pierced through his abdomen. Under the mask, Obito coughed up blood and knelt on one knee. If not for the Hashirama cells in his body, he would probably have fallen to the ground and couldn't get up. Chu Yang wanted to finish him off, but Obito had already entered his intangible state again. Seeing this, Chu Yang quickly retreated. He still didn't forget to taunt. I just told you the mark has 3 minutes left. As expected, I took you down in the last 20 seconds. Obito struggled to stand up, his eyes on Chu Yang filled with unwillingness and anger. But no matter how furious, he had to swallow it. He was now injured and no match for Chu Yang. At this moment, Chu Yang still couldn't resist mocking. Who would have thought? The legendary Uchiha Madara is just this. Bro, you're no good either. Chu Yang pulled out the Tang saber from nearby, panting while taunting. If possible, Chu Yang even wanted to send a patanta head emoji. On the other side, Tendo Pain and Konan, who had been suppressing Hitaki Tsukumo, were shocked to see that Uchiha Madara had been defeated by Chu Yang. Obito glanced at Pain and Konan, perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, so he used Kimui to flee. Seeing this, Pain and Konan also decided not to continue fighting Hitaki Tsukumo. Pain's Rinnegan gazed at the two, and after a moment of silence he said, although I know there is no hope of recruiting you, if you ever wish to join the organization in the future, I will still give you a chance. Chu Yang scratched his ears, shaking his head with indifference. He had no interest in joining the Akatsuki. However, he was very intrigued by Nagato's Rinnegan. If possible, he really wanted to pluck out Nagato's Rinnegan and have Orochimaru help him implant it into his own hand. As Konan and Tendo Pain fled, Kakazu, who was lying on the ground, looked somewhat confused. Oh, leader, you're just running away like that. I'm still lying here. At that moment, Hitaki Tsukumo and Chu Yang's eyes both fixed on Kakuzu. Kakuzu swallowed hard, flashing a fawning smile. Well, my second uncle is about to give birth, so we'll be leaving now. Kakuzu muttered as he stood up from the ground, ready to bolt. But as if something occurred to him, he paused slightly. Chu Yang and Shuomao looked at the old man, who had suddenly stopped, both puzzled. Kakuzu rubbed his hands awkwardly. Gentlemen, although Gudai is already dead, he was still my blood brother, my dearest friend and relative. So could I please take his corpse away? Hitaki Tsukumo. Chu Yang. Seriously, old man, at a time like this, instead of running, you were thinking of taking your comrade's corpse to sell from. Seeing that neither of them spoke, Kakuzu steeled himself and dragged Gudai's corpse away. Fortunately, Chu Yang and White Fang, perhaps worried that harming him would invite retaliation from the leader, did not make a move against him. Sure that everyone had left, Chu Yang collapsed onto the ground with exhaustion, clutching his bleeding eyes and howling in pain. Chu Yang, are you alright? Hatake Sakomo grabbed him urgently. Chu Yang gasped a few times and shook his head at Shomao. Uncle, I'm fine. It's just that I've been using the Mangekyo too frequently lately, so I'm suffering from the after effects. Hatake Sakomo frowned slightly and said seriously to Chu Yang, you should reduce your reliance on the Mangekyo Sharingan. Your eyes' abilities are indeed very powerful, but your eyes cannot support frequent use. Ever since you tasted the power of the Mangekyo, you've become obsessed. You insist on using the Mangekyo even against opponents you could defeat with storm release and swordsmanship. Hearing Hatake Sakomo's words, Chu Yang paused thoughtfully. White Fang's words did make sense. Ever since he used the power of the Mangekyo on the night of his defection, Chu Yang, like Ertsuzi, just after awakening his Mangekyo, believed himself invincible. His former calm and cautious mindset had changed. If he had an eternal Mangekyo or Hashirama cells, he wouldn't have to worry so much. For the first time, Chu Yang felt an urgent desire for greater power. Even knowing that Naruto and Sasuke would eventually defeat Daitomyu Hui, the thought of entrusting his life to others made Chu Yang extremely uneasy. And what about after Daitomyu Hui is dealt with? The trio of Jinpu Tao, the Kara organization, Daitomyu Ishur Kawaki Ida Kawaki Daitomyu Shimi. In the future, when the ninja world is swarming with aliens with his mere high cage level strength, he would likely be regarded as a relic of the old era, have his Susanoo shattered by a single punch from Daitomyu Ishur, and be pinned to the ground with black rods. Thinking of that future, Chu Yang felt a chill. No, I Uchiha Chu Yang must rise up. So what if I don't have a Rinnegan? I can just steal someone else's. So what if I don't have Hashirama's cells? They'll have Orochimaru research them for me. So what if I lack power? Find an opportunity to have Shisui use Tian Shan to control Orochimaru, then have Orochimaru develop a nuclear bomb. Then the world would achieve nuclear peace. Chu Yang shook his head. The Boruto era was still far too distant. Even Naruto was just a 4-year-old child now. For now, he should focus on improving his own strength. After a moment of thought, Chu Yang said excitedly, Uncle Shimao, I've decided. I'm going to find Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Hatake Sakomo was taken aback, unable to follow Chu Yang's train of thought. Just a moment ago, they were talking about the Mangekyo, and now he suddenly wanted to go play with Orochimaru. After all, he's no match for you. But the biggest problem is that we don't even know his current location. We don't know, but that, after all, he's no match for you. But the biggest problem is that we don't even know his current location. We don't know, but that doesn't mean others don't. Chu Yang rubbed his hands together, a smile in his eyes. As far as I know, Orochimaru has joined the Akatsuki, and his partner is the Shrank Missing Mean from Shine Village, known as the strongest puppet master Uchiha Shisui. So if I find him, I can definitely get Orochimaru's exact location. Maybe he's even with Orochimaru right now. But we don't know where Uchiha Shisui is either. Hatake Sakomo said helplessly. Chu Yang gave him a look that said, you're still young, and said in a worldly tone, Uncle, listen. I have a plan. Uchiha Shisuy's favorite hobby is making human puppets, so let's find out where people have been dying recently. That should lead us to him, right? You don't understand even this. You're still too young. When you reach my age, you'll understand. Hatake Sakomo's eye twitched, and a stiff smile curled at the corner of his mouth. You little rascal, spare the rod and spoil the child. You've gotten cocky with the Mangekyo uttering nonsense like that. Hatake Sakomo placed his hand on the hilt of White Fang's short sword and said, I see your skin is itching again. It's been a while since I last tested your swordsmanship. Come spar. Chu Yang, who had been standing tall and proud like a pine, froze. Spar with Hatake Sakomo in swordsmanship. That would be like showing off one's skills before a master. Chu Yang, who had been standing tall and proud like a pine, froze. Spar with Hatake Sakomo in swordsmanship. That would be like showing... Uncle. Oh, don't hit my butt, uncle. Ouch. 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 Ace. Chu Yang, with bruises all over his body and a black eye, looked at Hatake Sakomo with a grievance, not speaking, just staring at him silently. He tried to evoke the little love he had left with his eyes. However, Hatake Sakomo felt no guilt at all, just staring blankly at the campfire. Chu Yang snorted coldly, turned around directly, and pointed his butt at Hatake Sakomo. He decided that from today on he would be a taciturn Uchiha, making that old bastard Hatake Sakomo regret it. After 2.5 minutes. Uncle, you've been staring at the campfire in a daze. What are you thinking about? Chu Yang leaned over to Hatake Sakomo and asked curious. Hatake Sakomo sighed lightly and pushed away Chu Yang's big face that was leaning in. Nothing, just thinking about how to give the sword to Kakashi when we return to the land of fire. Chu Yang picked up the skewer of meat roasting over the campfire and took a bite. Although not many seasonings were added, the taste was still good. You still haven't given up. Ever since White Fang broke, that guy Kakashi has hardly practiced swordsmanship. Your Hataki sword style will probably have no successor. Hataki Sakomo said jokingly, isn't there still you? Chu Yang said, but my surname is Uchiha. You can't let the Hataki sword style be renamed to Uchiha sword style, can you? Hataki Sakomo continued to joke. You could simply change your surname to Hataki. That won't do. I still have a younger brother. Unless Shisui also changes his surname to Hataki. Chu Yang said seriously. Tisk. Chu Yang clicked his tongue and suddenly thought of a good idea. This is so troublesome, why don't I just become your godson? Hataki Sakomo. Chu Yang immediately knelt down without a word and said with a sincere face, Chu Yang has drifted through half his life only regretting that he never met a wise lord. If you don't reject me, I am willing to worship you as my godfather. Chu Yang said quickly, and Hataki Sakomo didn't even react. With a thud thud thud, Chu Yang kowtowed 3 times and shouted, Godfather. Huh. Dad, shouldn't you be helping me up and saying I have obtained Chu Yang, truly a heaven-sent hero, my son? Huh. Dad, shouldn't you be helping me up and saying I have obtained Chu Yang, truly a heaven-sent hero, my son? Rise quickly, my son, rise quickly. Looking at the serious Chu Yang, Hataki Sakomo didn't know what to say. Well then, he had gained a son out of nowhere. But Hataki Sakomo still felt dazed. How did he get a son just by chatting? Meanwhile, Chu Yang was overjoyed. Didn't this mean he wouldn't have to feel guilty when asking Uncle Sakomo for money in the future? After all, a father giving money to his son, that's very reasonable, right? Wait. Chu Yang suddenly realized a serious problem. That was, in the future when he meets Kakashi, he would have to call him brother. This was absolutely a huge humiliation. Chu Yang felt it necessary to report this situation to his godfather. Dad. Chu Yang came over ingratiatingly to massage Hataki Sakomo's shoulders and said with a smile, can I discuss something with you? Hataki Sakomo had somewhat accepted the fact that he gained a son after chatting for a while and said in a rather speechless tone, what is it? Go ahead. Is it possible that when I meet Kakashi in the future I can make him call me big brother? Hataki Sakomo. Kakashi is older than you. Does that affect him calling me big brother? Feeling Hataki Sakomo's speechless gaze, Chu Yang chose to back down. Fine, if he doesn't call me brother then don't. Anyway, I won't call him brother when I see him in the future. After all, a true man stands between heaven and earth. How can he hide in obscurity under others? Chu Yang could feel that Hataki Sakomo was very happy that he had taken him as his godfather. He was just too embarrassed to say it. What was there to be embarrassed about? Chu Yang decided to express a sigh for Hataki Sakomo. Dad, having such a brave son as me is like a bottom getting an enema or a chamber pot when you're desperate to pee. Hataki Sakomo. Suddenly feeling a bit regretful, what's going on? Can this son be returned? Then Chu Yang said worriedly, we caused such a big commotion in the capital of the Land of Water. Although the Land of Water is currently in a state of isolation, this matter should have been reported back by spies from other villages. Considering our appearance in the Land of Bears, it's not hard to deduce that our next step is to go to Konoha. I'm afraid Shimura Danzo and Saratobi Hiruzen have already set up a dragnet waiting for us to jump in. So Dad, my suggestion is to give the sword to Kakashi in a couple of years. After all, that guy has always relied on his Sharingan and lightning cutter. Hataki Sakomo was silent for a moment, then said, I want to see Kakashi, and with our strength, getting out of trouble is not difficult. Chu Yang sighed softly. He took a kunai with the mark of Jian Yuming Fong from his ninja tool pouch, then attached chakra to the soles of his feet, and quickly ran to the branch of a nearby big tree. He thrust the kunai heavily into the branch, confirming that it would not be easily knocked down by wind and rain, and felt a little relieved. Jumping down from the tree, looking at the puzzled Hataki Sakomo, Chu Yang said, just in case the kunai has my Jian Yuming Fong mark. Next, he'll imprint the mark on your body, so even if we encounter danger we can retreat. But your eyes? Chu Yang shook his head nonchalantly. I'm fine. Besides, I won't use this method unless absolutely necessary. Hataki Sakomo hesitated slightly, but still nodded. Speaking of which, Dad, you can't really just sneak into Konoha and give the sword to Kakashi, can you? I'm sure Kakashi won't agree either. Hataki Sakomo said, of course not. According to my intelligence, after the trauma Kakashi suffered on the night of his defection, he rested in bed for half a month. Now he's almost recovered. He has also taken in strength mission. I will intercept him on that road. Chu Yang nodded. But where did you get the intelligence? Hataki Sakomo. Over the years as a rogue ninja, I've developed a few subordinates. I see. Chu Yang thought thoughtfully. He felt that he could also find a few subordinates. Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office. The third Hokage puffed on his pipe, while below his desk elite ninjas led by Hataki Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui knelt in reverence. The third Hokage rose, casting a solemn gaze over every Umbu kneeling before him, as if etching their faces into his memory forever. This mission to apprehend Chu Yang and Sakomo is fraught with peril, but I firmly believe that with your persuasion nurtured under the will of fire they will find their way back and abandon darkness for light. A ripple of agitation passed through the crowd below. Their eyes brimmed with emotion as they looked at the third Hokage. He bowed slightly to the dozen or so assembled, his voice thick with sentiment. Sarutobi awaits your victorious return. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave himself a 99 for this performance, deducting 1 point to avoid conceit. The men below wore expressions of a true man dies for his bosom friend. The operation begins tomorrow. Everyone go rest well. Yes, Lord Hokage. All departed with faces full of emotion. The operation begins tomorrow. Everyone go rest well. Yes, Lord Hokage. All departed with faces full of emotion. His face without even a cool down. Shisui pulled out a family photo from his pocket, stroking Chu Yang's face, his eyes still filled with confusion. As he made up his mind, a female voice came from behind. Shisui, wait. He turned to see a girl with waist-length black hair, fair skin, and as he made up his mind, a female voice came from behind. Shisui, wait. He turned to see a girl with waist-length black hair, fair skin, and crimson eyes running. Yuhi Kurenai, an old acquaintance of Shisui. In fact, he owed his friendship with her to Chu Yang's matchmaking. That day, Chu Yang and Shisui were strolling down the street when they ran into Yuhi Kurenai. Chu Yang excitedly said, I see you two have a marital fate. Go chat her up. I've already thought of your children's names. Uchiha Mirai. Shisui was speechless, but Chu Yang shoved him forward to talk to her anyway. Still, he found Kurenai a good friend. And the name Mirai sounded nice. He decided that if he ever had a child, he'd name them Mirai. Sishong, why are you here? Shisui asked in surprise. Kurenai pouted. You were trying to hide from me. I heard from Asuma that you're going to capture your brother and White Fang tomorrow. Still, he found Kurenai a good friend. And the name Mirai, you? Honestly, Kurenai didn't know what to say, her cheeks flushing slightly. Stay safe this time. Don't worry, my brother wouldn't kill me, would he? Shisui smiled wryly. Kurenai hesitated before speaking. Shisui, don't take this the wrong way. You can draw a dragon and a tiger, but not their bones. You may know a person's face, but not their heart. Even though he's your blood brother, the person he is now is not the one you once knew. What if? Hearing this, Shisui's expression turned cold for a moment, but he quickly softened it into a gentle smile. It won't happen, Sishong, don't worry. But please don't speak about my brother that way again. Kurenai felt the chill from Shisui and realized she had misspoken. She quickly said, Shisui, I didn't mean anything else. I'm just concerned about you. I understand. Shisui replied gently. I need to go home and prepare tomorrow's tools and tactics. He'll take my leave now. Watching him turn away, Kurenai blushed and mustered the courage to call out, Shisui, wait. He turned curiously, and under the glow of the sunset, she said shyly, when you get back, can I treat you to a meal? Watching him turn away, Kurenai blushed and mustered the courage to call out, Shisui, wait. He turned curiously, and under the glow of the sunset, she said Kurenai was speechless. Shisui scratched his head, puzzled by her sudden silence. Oh well, I'd better go plan a strategy to deal with my brother. He waved goodbye and left. Watching his retreating figure, Kurenai's face flushed with anger. Baka! Shisui, you idiot. Can't you see I like you, and that's why I invited you? Why bring that third will, Asuma? Ah, shoot. Asuma, who had just bought a bouquet of flowers, scratched his head in confusion. Strange, did it suddenly get cold? Why am I sneezing? He walked toward the direction he had seen Kurenai go, clutching the flowers. He believed that a heartfelt confession before his departure would make her his girlfriend. But when he arrived, he saw a blushing Kurenai inviting Shisui to dinner, and after Shisui left, she spoke words that struck Asuma like a thunderbolt. Asuma stood there devastated. I finally mustered the courage to open my heart, and you make me lose this badly. Ha ha, damn it. He felt like a clown. What did Shisui have that he didn't? He saw Tobi Asuma had family background, strength, money. Well, Shisui had all three, and his strength was even a bit greater. But his father was the Hokage. How could Shisui compare? Kakashi, let's have a youthful duel. Kakashi, walking home, while reading Makeout Paradise, was suddenly blocked by a green-suited bowl-cut ninja. Mike Guy exclaimed passionately, Kakashi, seeing you so haggard these days pains me. Youth brooks no hesitation. So come, let's engage in a youthful duel. Kakashi was speechless. Boring. As he walked away, Guy chased after him. Wait, Kakashi. I actually have something serious to tell you. Kakashi paused slightly, putting away his book. You have 3 minutes. Kakashi expected another of Guy's youthful duels, but since he wasn't in the mood, he gave Guy 3 minutes to convince him. But Kakashi clearly misunderstood. Guy said excitedly, Kakashi, please let me join your mission to bring back Chu Yang and White Fang. How do you know about this? Kakashi asked, surprised. I overheard Asuma and Kurenai talking about it, Guy replied. Kakashi said flatly, you'll have to take that up with the Hokage. At night, Shisui arrived at the training ground of the Uchiha clan compound, where a boy rare among the Uchiha seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Sorry, Itachi, I'm late today, Shisui said with a smile. Itachi looked at Shisui, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Brother Shisui, I heard that the Hokage has summoned many powerful ninjas from the village for a meeting. Can you tell me what's going on? Shisui was silent for a moment, then explained the matter. Uchiha Itachi looked puzzled. Brother Shisui, why did Brother Chu Yang defect? Shisui shook his head. I don't know either, but I believe that brother. He must have his own reasons. Then, can I come along? Itachi asked. Shisui shook his head slightly and refused very directly. No, although your strength is already considerable now, if you face Brother and White Fang Senpai, even if they have no killing intent, you might die in the chaos. No, although your strength is already considerable now, if you face Brother and White Fang Senpai, clang 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 clang. The shuriken and kunai that had missed their targets collided in midair, yet landed precisely on the targets. Brother Shisui, lately father, and the elders have been holding meetings more and more frequently. If one day the relationship between the Uchiha and the village truly becomes irreconcilable, what would you do? Uchiha Itachi looked seriously at Shisui, his gaze seemingly carrying a hint of plea, begging Shisui to give him the answer he wanted. Shisui pondered for a moment, and soon had his own answer, but he did not voice it. Itachi, I have my own answer. But I won't tell you, nor can I tell you. Do you know why I have always been helping Konoha? In the eyes of my clansmen, I am a traitor. Because in their inherent impression the clan is above all else. They only see what they want to see and never seek the reasons. And why do they have such thoughts? Because the ideology passed down from their ancestors is like this. Perhaps such thinking is not wrong, but in times of crisis it also influences the vast majority of the clansmen. Itachi, I hope you can find an answer that you firmly believe in, rather than obtaining it from me. If you act according to the thoughts I pass on to you, then undoubtedly you will gradually become like the other clansmen. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi fell silent. So that's how it is. Brother Shisui, I understand. I will find my own path. Uchiha Itachi activated his Sharingan, 3 spinning tomo, gazing into the distance. He threw a shuriken, which pinned precisely into the center of the target. The next day, Kakashi Shisui Asuma. A group of elite Konoha ninjas assembled and prepared to set out early in the morning. Before parting, the third Hokage gave them some words of encouragement. The group happily drank it all up. Then, based on the intelligence, they set off towards the border of the Land of Fire. Chu Yang observed the surroundings with his Sharingan. After a while, confirming that there was no trace of anyone, he asked in confusion, Dad, we've been waiting here for 2 days, but still haven't seen Kakashi. Hatake Tsukumo was also puzzled. According to my intelligence, Kakashi should have reached the border of the Land of Fire within these 2 days. Chu Yang, who was sensing the surroundings, suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of shock in them. Dad, Kakashi is here. Before Hatake Tsukumo could feel happy, Chu Yang's voice full of alertness came, however. He is followed by Shisui, and more than a dozen chakra signatures of considerable strength. Rough estimate, the weakest are at least Tokubetsu Jonin, and they seem to be charging towards our current position. Seeing the somewhat bewildered Hatake Tsukumo, Chu Yang said helplessly, Dad, could it be that his Sharingan ability is called Kodo Amatsukami, which can forcibly alter a person's consciousness, turning Hatake Tsukumo? Seeing the silent Hatake Tsukumo, Chu Yang sighed slightly, but said very seriously, Dad, when Shisui comes, don't look into his eyes, because he has awakened the Mangekyo. His Sharingan ability is called Kodo Amatsukami, which can forcibly alter a person's consciousness, turning them into his puppet. Hearing this, Hatake Tsukumo was shocked. Chu Yang, is this true? It wasn't that he didn't believe Chu Yang, but altering someone's cognition was simply too inconceivable. Even the legendary sage of 6 paths probably couldn't do it. Chu Yang answered affirmatively, absolutely true. That's why on the night of my defection, I didn't let you look into Shisui's eyes. Chu Yang formed hand seals. An identical copy of him appeared on the spot. Dad, I'll hide first, because I'm afraid Shisui will use Kodo Amatsukami on me immediately. With that, Chu Yang instantly vanished from the spot and concealed himself in the forest. A short while later, Chu Yang's lightning clone casually looked around and said indifferently, you don't need to hide, come out. Hearing this, the Konoha ninjas realized that they had already been exposed. In an instant, countless shuriken flew towards Chu Yang and Tsukumo. Chu Yang and Tsukumo simultaneously used the body flicker technique to disappear. In an instant, they appeared beside the 2 nearest Umbu, knocking them unconscious with an elbow strike. The surrounding Umbu immediately launched attacks upon seeing this, but it was to no avail. The 2 vanished again using the body flicker technique. Seeing this, everyone understood that hiding was meaningless against Chu Yang and Tsukumo. The surrounding Umbu immediately launched attacks upon seeing this, but it was to no avail. The 2 vanished again using the body flicker technique. Seeing this, wasn't he afraid that he would kill Asuma? Although Chu Yang was puzzled, he still put on a cautious look. Shisui's face was full of determination. Brother, no matter what, I will bring you back to Konoha today. My foolish Otudo. It seems you still haven't understood the meaning of what I said to you before. It seems your capacity is still insufficient. It's precisely because you are too fixated on trivial things like the village that you overlook what is truly important. Hearing this, Shisui still insisted, stubbornly wanting to use the love of the will of fire to reform his dear Onaikan. Brother, have you forgotten the will of fire, where the leaves of Konoha dance the fire also? Stop saying such high-sounding things, Chu Yang said sarcastically. The so-called will of fire is nothing but a brainwashing tool used by the Hokage to pacify the people and for the evil capitalist exploitation of us common. Yuzhibo Chu Yang does not allow you to defame that old man like this, Yuanfei Isama said with displeasure. Even though his relationship with Yuanfei Risen was not cordial and private, and he scorned some of Yuanfei Risen's actions, he still would not allow his father to be slandered like this. At least in his eyes, everything his father did was for the sake of Mai. Even though his relationship with Yuanfei Risen was not cordial and private, and he scorned some of Yuanfei Risen's actions, he still would not allow his father to be slandered like this. At least in his eye, Chu Yang continued his rant. Why the hell did I defect? Isn't it because that old third Hokage broke my heart? Over the years, Root has assassinated me 14 times and 3 of them nearly killed me. Chu Yang clutched his chest with a pained expression. But what did Yuanfei Risen do? He just scolded Danzo a few words in front of me without any real effect, and then let this matter slide. Now I finally see clearly. Without that old bastard's approval, how would Danzo dare to assassinate me so easily? It's truly heartbreaking. Chu Yang looked absolutely devastated. All the people present were somewhat at a loss. They wanted to refute, but really didn't know what to say. It's not like they could turn the tables and say that the third Hokage did nothing wrong in this matter. Chu Yang sighed. I'm not saying all this to gain your sympathy or pity. It's just to make you see Yuanfei Risen clearly. But I'm sure you won't give up this mission just because of that. Maite Kai stepped out from the crowd, gave a thumbs up, and said to Chu Yang, I may not fully understand your meaning, but I know you must have some hardships. But I still have to bring you back to Mai so that justice can be done for you. After all, you are one of the only 2 opponents I acknowledge. With these words, Maite Kai launched the first attack. My strong whirlwind. A powerful kick forced Chu Yang back. Be careful, Kai, Chu Yang said and began forming hand seals. Storm release light Fong. A purple beam shot from Chu Yang's mouth. If hit by the beam, one would be instantly cut apart. The other ninjas immediately scattered and Maite Kai quickly dodged as well. He was slow-witted but not stupid. How could he take on such a technique hidden? Shisui activated his 3-Mo Sharingan, hesitating whether to use his Mangekyo. The main reason was that there were too many people here. If he activated the Mangekyo, it would definitely be reported to the Lord Hokage. It wasn't that he didn't trust Yuanfei Risen, but Kotoa Mitsukami was simply too overpowered. He was genuinely worried that something might go wrong. Moreover, based on his understanding of Chu Yang, this might not be his brother's real body, right? Chu Yang had already arrived in front of Shisui. As for Maite Kai, he was now engaged in battle with Chimu Shomao. After all this, White Fang Sr. had once acknowledged him. Come on, Shisui, let me see how much you've improved. Chu Yang drew his Tang blade and said with a smile. Shisui was silent for a moment. Brother, no need to hide anymore, right? As he spoke, Zishui's hands instantly formed seals. Fire released Dragon Flame Song. For fire dragons soared out, blasting toward the nearby grass. A figure that bore a 70% resemblance to Shisui appeared. Chu Yang looked at Shisui and raised an eyebrow. As expected of my little brother, you saw through my storm release clone so quickly, Shisui said with a hint of teasing. After all, when brother and I cooperate, you often use storm release clones to confuse opponents. If I couldn't even see through that, that would be strange, wouldn't it? Shisui said rather mischievously. Chu Yang scratched his head. Seems so. I guess I can't use this move against you next time. Maybe you'll just have my real body stand here and hide the storm release clone and see if you can guess which one it is. Clearly, they were on a battlefield. Yet the two continued chatting and laughing as if they were on an ordinary day. Just as Chu Yang was about to say something else, his eyes narrowed. You're asking for death. Storm release light Fong. Chu Yang spat a purple beam toward the ninja sneaking up from behind. Brother, go easy on him. Hearing Zishui's voice, Chu Yang reluctantly shifted the light Fong slightly upward. That ninja reacted quickly and only suffered some grazes. The ninja landed on the ground, breathing anxiously, and cast a grateful look at Shisui. If not for Zishui's plea for mercy, he might have been decapitated by now. Chu Yang closed his eyes, turned to Shisui, and said, Shisui, this battle is not for any random cats and dogs to participate in. With that, Chu Yang had already vanished from Zishui's sight. Shisui was about to intercept, but the storm release clone had already blocked his path. Chu Yang's 3-Mo Sharingan spun. He did not use the Mangekyo. As Chimu Shimao had said, when the opponent could be dealt with using storm release and swordsmanship, why use the Mangekyo? Storm release, thundercloud blade. On the Tang blade, water and lightning surged. On the battlefield, lightning flashed everywhere and a dampness pressed. The blue figure was like a bolt of lightning. In just 1 minute, combined with Jinjutsu and swordsmanship, the dozen or so my elite members who had come were all down. As the saying goes, ninjas have high attack but low defense. Shuemin could even kill 50 IWA Jonin in an instant with the speed of the flying. Why did the fourth Reikage and buffing Shuemin gain such fame in the Third Great Ninja War? It's because in martial arts only speed cannot be broken. Of course, among those who fell there were still some who could get up. At that point, Chu Yang needed to use another of his tricks. Watch closely, Chu Yang said confidently. This is a powerful jutsu of the first Hokage that I learned from the Scroll of Seals. Meanwhile, Jishui, who was still entangled by the storm release clone, was also shocked. Meanwhile, Jishui, who was still entangled by the storm release clone, was also shocked. How powerful was a jutsu left by the first Hokage? Chu Yang's hands rapidly formed seals. Take this. Super Fire Release Jinjutsu / Great Shuriken 2-stage technique. What? Jishui, who was about to dispel the clone, was completely stunned by this long jutsu name and was even kicked away by Chu Yang's clone. The clone didn't forget to remind Jishui, losing focus in battle will cost you. Not to mention Jishui, even Kakashi Maite Kai, and all the Mai ninjas who could stand were dumbfounded. Kakashi even dared to say that if this technique was really created by the first Hokage, then the first Hokage's naming ability was no less than his own teacher's. Without giving the crowd any time to be stunned, he quickly summoned a giant shuriken from a sealed scroll. Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of flame enveloping the giant shuriken in his hand, then leaped into the air. Midair he hurled the spinning flaming shuriken downward. Everyone involuntarily fixed their gaze upon the colossal shuriken. At that very instant, they felt their minds begin to blur. Wisps of flame merged into their consciousness, and in an instant they collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, the giant shuriken in midair shattered into two halves and fell to the ground. Now only Shisui, Kakashi, and Might Guy remained standing on the battlefield. They were all somewhat bewildered. They had taken down an entire group, just like that. It was too unbelievable. Was this the ninjutsu developed by the first Hokage? They were all somewhat bewildered. They had taken down an entire group, just like that. It was too unbelievable. Was this the ninjutsu developed by the first Hokage? Let's just say, it encompassed all three. Chu Yang said to Tsukumo Hatake, Dad, I'll leave Kakashi and Might Guy to you. I want to have a good brotherly exchange. With that, Chu Yang raised his blade and charged toward the water. Daddy. Shisui was incredulous. While blocking Chu Yang's attack with a kunai, he couldn't help but ask, Brother, why did you just call White Fang-senpai Dad? Chu Yang dodged the shuriken that Shisui had hidden in his other hand, and said with a smile, I just took him as my adoptive father. After all, I Chu Yang have drifted through half my life only regretting not meeting a worthy lord. Shisui looked at the beaming Chu Yang and was left speechless. Kakashi, realizing something, gazed at Tsukumo Hatake with eyes full of sorrow. Had his father thought so little of him? He had defected for so many years without ever returning to see him, yet he was willing to protect Chu Yang in his defection and even take him as an adopted son. Kakashi asked heavily, Father, have I disappointed you? Hearing the rare hint of grievance in his son's voice, Tsukumo Hatake quickly replied, How could that be? You have always been my pride. Dodging the fireball spat by Kakashi, Tsukumo Hatake continued, It was that kid Chu Yang, while we were chatting, somehow ended up calling me his adoptive father. Detecting the mix of helplessness and gratification in Tsukumo Hatake's tone, Kakashi understood he had been overthinking. Kakashi. The smile vanished from Tsukumo Hatake's face, replaced by stern seriousness. Catched. He flung a sharp, gleaming short sword, which Kakashi caught steadily. This is a new sword for you. Although I know you've forged your own path, I believe my sword techniques can still greatly aid your training. And if you truly want to bring me back to Konoha, how can you do so without strength? Now raise your blade and do your best to defeat me, Kakashi. Defeat you? Kakashi gripped the hilt of the short sword. I understand, Father. Guy, please help me. Rarely hearing such a solemn request from his best friend, Might Guy immediately became excited. Yosh. Kakashi, let's bring White Fang-senpai back to Konoha Village together. 8 gates, 5th gate of joy open. Green steam swirled around him, and Might Guy's skin turned slightly red, veins bulging beneath his muscles. Take this, senpai. Leaf whirlwind. Might Guy dashed to Tsukumo Hatake and delivered a powerful kick. Tsukumo Hatake easily blocked the heavy kick with his arm, but still staggered back a few steps. He praised impressive speed worthy of being Kakashi's best. Hearing White Fang-senpai's acknowledgement, Might Guy felt a bit embarrassed. Kakashi, short sword in hand, charged at Tsukumo Hatake and swung down fiercely. Clang. Blade met blade, and as expected, Kakashi was repelled. He removed the headband that had always covered his left eye, revealing a crimson eye with 3 tomos spinning rapidly. Kakashi quickly formed hand seals. Lightning crackled in his right hand. This was the Shrank ninjutsu created by Kakashi Hatake himself, the Raikiri, which had once cleaved lightning. Raikiri. So fast. Even Tsukumo Hatake was astonished by Kakashi's speed. Unlike the Raikiri that Chu Yang had copied, Kakashi, as the creator of this jutsu, had perfected it to its utmost. Its instantaneous speed was such that even the three-tomo Sharingan could not fully track it. Though startled, Tsukumo Hatake did not lose his composure. He initially intended to block Kakashi's attack with his White Fang short sword, but thinking that Kakashi might get hurt, he chose to evade. Tsukumo Hatake's gaze toward Kakashi was filled with both relief and admiration. He knew his son was exceptional. That look also filled the void in Kakashi's hollow heart. He knew his father still cared about him. He must give his all to defeat him and bring him back to Konoha. At that moment, Kakashi made up his mind. Lightning surged as he channeled his remaining chakra into the short sword. Father, this is an idea I've had for a long time. While building up chakra, Kakashi explained, by infusing the power of Raikiri into the short sword and combining it with the Hatake sword style, the power will be elevated several levels. Unfortunately, I never had a good sword before. Today, Father, you gave me this blade which perfectly completes this technique. Seeing this, Might Guy gave a thumbs up. As expected of my eternal rival. Kakashi, I will definitely catch up to you. Might Guy hadn't acted earlier because he didn't want to disturb the scene of fatherly affection and filial piety. Thunder roared along the short sword. Chu Yang looked at his own thundercloud blade, thought of Sasuke's Chidori blade, and fell silent. This. Did he copy it from Sasuke, or Sasuke from him, or Kakashi from him, or Sasuke from Kakashi? Chu Yang looked at his own thundercloud blade, thought of Sasuke's Chidori blade, and fell silent. This. Did he copy it from Sasuke, or Sasuke from him, or Kakashi from him? The short sword did not crack under the violent chakra of Raikiri. Father. Kakashi. Whoosh. This time there was no need for Tsukumo Hatake to hold back, as Kakashi instantly appeared before him. A faint smile tugged at Tsukumo Hatake's lips. Kakashi, you have grown in this battle, but I cannot reunite with you just yet. Wind and lightning chakra converged on the White Fang short sword. Crackle. The Raikiri blade clashed with the White Fang short sword, and the powerful chakra wave even affected the battle between Chu Yang and Shisui, blowing Might Guy away. When the storm and the raging thunder collided, father and son locked eyes. Violent currents of electricity surged from the two short blades, clashing with each other, yet intertwining as one. But the balance was ultimately shattered. As Hatake Tsukumo continuously infused chakra, Kakashi was overwhelmed and sent flying backward. With a crash, Kakashi fell to the ground. He propped himself up with his hands trying to stand, but his chakra was completely drained. Seeing his son exhaust his chakra so quickly, Hatake Tsukumo was also taken aback. Oh, this can't be right. He remembered his son was a genius with a large chakra reserve since childhood. He shouldn't have collapsed from just one lightning cutter blade technique. Could it be, as Chu Yang said, that Kakashi, though outwardly a cold youth, was secretly not disciplined, leaving his body weakened? Thinking of this, Hatake Tsukumo's gaze toward Kakashi was filled with a hint of disappointment, as if lamenting his lack of potential. At that moment, Kakashi, struggling to get up, did not notice his father's reproachful look. But he was truly drained by the Sharingan. Though he could barely stand, continuing the fight was impossible. Might Guy stepped before Hatake Tsukumo. Yash, Kakashi, your youth has just burned bright. Now it's time for Konoha's copy ninja to rest. The moment for Konoha's Azure Beast has arrived. 8 gates, 6th gate, the gate of view open. Green chakra flared as Might Guy's aura surged dramatically. Feeling the overwhelming chakra, Hatake Tsukumo was astonished. Even Kakashi, standing behind Might Guy, looked at him with disbelief. Kai. Kakashi, watch closely. This is the climax of youth. Dynamic entry, leaf whirlwind. Green chakra gathered around Might Guy's legs. He dashed before Hatake Tsukumo at a speed ordinary eyes could not follow and delivered a heavy roundhouse kick. Hatake Tsukumo swiftly dodged. Though he was a Taijutsu-type ninja, his defensive strength was not high. If he took that kick directly, he would be injured instantly. As expected of Kakashi's best friend. I was right about you back then. You are indeed a worthy opponent. But this alone won't defeat me. Hearing the senior's recognition, Might Guy grew even more excited. Yash. White Fang Senpai, then take a look at this move. Leaf Rising Rock. Might Guy charged in, delivering a heavy elbow strike toward Hatake Tsukumo. Tsukumo easily evaded with his agile movements. But Might Guy followed with another probing roundhouse kick, forcing Hatake Tsukumo to take it heated. Using a very precise method, Tsukumo neutralized the force of Might Guy's kick. Then he raised White Fang and slashed across Might Guy's calf. It was only because Hatake Tsukumo had no killing intent toward Might Guy that the latter didn't lose a leg from that strike. Kai, you are indeed strong. But for a taijutsu user, a leg injury has greatly reduced your combat power. You should give up. No. Might Guy roared excitedly. My youth is not over yet. I want fall here. White Fang Senpai, try this move. Morning Peacock. Might Guy leaped into the air, chakra concentrated in his arms. As he swung them rapidly, countless lotus-shaped flames shot toward Hatake Tsukumo, spreading like a peacock's tail, blotting out the sky. hence the name Morning Peacock. Nanny. This time Hatake Sakomo was genuinely surprised by Might Guy. Each flame produced by the straight punches might not be powerful individually, but their sheer number and wide range made them formidable. If even one hit connected, the subsequent flames would quickly follow. Hatake Sakomo swung White Fang heavily, unleashing a blade beam. The flames struck it, slowing it down slightly, but failing to dissipate it completely. The Morning Peacock and the blade beam canceled each other out. But Might Guy knew that Hatake Sakomo had deliberately held back. Behind him, Kakashi stood in a daze. He knew the 8 gates were powerful and he knew Might Guy was strong, but he hadn't realized that even at the 6th gate Might Guy was already not inferior to him. Kai, I acknowledge your strength, but you're still far from defeating me. Take Kakashi and leave. No, this is the climax of my youth. Might Guy replied firmly, chakra beginning to gather within him. Might Guy understood that defeating Hatake Sakomo with the 6th gate was impossible. He would have to open the 7th gate. Not long ago he had created a powerful taijutsu technique based on the 7th gate's immense chakra. Let White Fang-senpai witness it. 8 gates, 7th gate, the gate of surprise open. The green chakra steam blazed and gradually turned blue. So this is why he's called the Azure Beast. Feeling the onrushing pressure, Hatake Sakomo couldn't help but praise such a formidable aura. Hatake Seiya-senpai, take this. Hatake Sakomo. Before he could retort, Might Guy, moving at a speed surpassing the 6th gate, appeared before him and threw a heavy punch, the air itself cracking. What a heavy fist. Hatake Sakomo thought in shock. But he felt he needed to correct Might Guy's mistake. Hi, my name is Hatake Sakomo, not Hatake Sayo. Oh, I see, Hatake Gaku-senpai. Might Guy threw a serious punch while speaking. Hatake Sakomo. Kakashi. Might Guy's entire body erupted with power, a faint white light in his eyes. White Fang-senpai, this is my strongest attack, forged from the passion of my youth. Take it. Daytime Tiger. Might Guy slightly withdrew his fists, then delivered a single devastating straight punch. From that seemingly ordinary blow, a white tiger materialized, its jaws wide open, charging at Hatake Sakomo. The gale lifted the hem of Hatake Sakomo's black robe. He felt the immense power of Might Guy's technique. If he didn't use his full strength, he himself might suffer serious injury. Hatake Sakomo concentrated chakra on his blade's edge. After a brief charge, he slashed. The descending tiger collided with the flying blade beam, the impact even affecting Chu Yang and Shisui, who were bonding in the distance. Shimu Shamao and Mighty Kai had already decided the winner, but on the other side the battle between the two brothers continued. Fire-style Phoenix, Sage Flower Nail. A ball of blazing flames spewed forth and Shisui produced dozens of shuriken in his hand, hurling them rapidly. Clang clang, the Tang sword easily knocked down the incoming shuriken. Chu Yang and Shisui exchanged glances, both stopping in tacit understanding. Shisui, all of you have already fallen. Oh, I don't want your lives, so you'd better leave quickly. Shisui was silent for a moment, but then he resolutely raised his head and said, brother, no matter what, I must. The 3 Tomo and Xian Hong's eyes spun rapidly, slowly transforming into the shape of a shuriken. This is bad. But Chu Yang had already anticipated that Shisui might use Baishinshin on him, so he quickly began forming hand seals. Illusion darkness technique. Shisui instantly felt his mind go hazy, and then all he could see was endless darkness. Even his perception was bound. What? How could his brother control him with the darkness technique the moment he activated his Mangekyo? Could it be that his brother had already known he had activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, and even knew the Mangekyo ability? Otherwise, given his brother's personality, knowing he had activated the Mangekyo, he would definitely want to have a good fight, and couldn't have controlled him like that the moment he activated. Shisui sighed helplessly and dropped the kunai in his hand. Although Baishinshin could not be used, he still had the strongest illusion, Baishianzui. Brother. You? Taking advantage of Shizui's relaxation, and because the darkness technique had almost nullified his perception, Chu Yang easily covered Shizui's mouth with a bandage. My foolish little brother. Just shut up and don't mention the will of fire to me. As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, first correct his deeply ingrained exploited mentality. In the future, he would definitely not do something like waiting for Shizui's eyeballs to be gouged out, then snatching them back to fuse into eternal eyes for himself. So since he wanted Shisui to be on the same side as him, he had to correct his thoughts. Although he had tried for over a decade and failed to correct Shizui's thoughts, he believed that under his heartfelt persuasion he could. Swan Luo Bo Bichi. Chu Yang looked at this foolish little brother and roared in frustration. You kid, you're simply impervious to reason. Do you really enjoy being a dog for Konoha? Compared to the so-called will of fire, isn't your own brother more important? Shisui answered firmly. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire burns on. The fire will continue to care for the village, letting new leaves. This is the village I love, the will I love. Brother, no matter what you say, I will stand firm in my beliefs. I will not waver even a bit. This was a clash of ideals, and Shisui would not retreat half a step. The will of fire was his faith, and he was willing to give his life for it. Shit fuck. After saying 2 words that Shisui couldn't understand at all, Chu Yang pointed fiercely at Shisui's nose and shouted, "Don't push me, kid." Shisui's heart tightened. Could it be that after activating his Mangekyo, his brother had become twisted enough to lay hands on his own? Forget it. If his own death could make his brother rekindle the will of fire, then what was dying? Unexpectedly, Chu Yang did not make a dark move on Shisui. Instead, he said meaningfully, "Ha ha ha. Just you wait, kid. When the night of the Weasels clan massacre comes, I will personally take you to the Uchiha clan grounds to see. Let you see how the good brother you personally trained carries out your will. If you still remain obstinate, then sorry, but your Anakin will have to temporarily install your Baishinshin in his own eye socket and use it against you. I believe you will understand." Before leaving, Chu Yang asked meaningfully, if one day the Uchiha clan decides to rebel as a member of the Hokage faction, what choice would you make? Seeing that Shisui seemed about to say something, Chu Yang immediately interrupted. No using Baishinshin to cheat. Shisui was startled and thought, brother indeed already knows my ability, but how did he find out? Could it be that brother's Mangekyo can foresee the future? Shisui was silent for a moment, then said firmly, I will never allow the Uchiha clan's greed to cause a war between Konoha and other villages, which would only result in massive casualties. But I will also not stand by and watch the clan be destroyed. I believe there is always a way to mediate. Chu Yang. Ignorant and naive thinking. Rarely Chu Yang spoke to Shisui in a sarcastic tone. I hope you can always maintain this mindset. Your father and I will leave now. While they were talking, Chimu Shomao had knocked out Kakashi and Mighty Kai, so he wasn't worried about Shisui's Mangekyo information being leaked. By the way, Chu Yang seemed to think of something, immediately leaned close to Shisui and asked, one last question, how are things with Shiri Hong recently? Shisui was taken aback. Sister Hong. Nothing much. Lately I've been taking walks with her occasionally and chatting. She also said she would treat me to a meal after this mission. Great. Looks like my sister-in-law is settled. You better work hard, make it happen. I want to hold a nephew soon. Chu Yang said with great relief. Shisui, brother, don't talk nonsense. I don't have that kind of feeling for Sister Hong. Seeing Shisui's face as red as a monkey's, but Chu Yang chuckled. Hey, look at your little red face, and you still say you have no feelings for her. Go ahead and win over my sister-in-law and give birth to a Uchiha future. Chu Yang was really curious. Would the formula Uchiha Shisui Shiri Hong Uchiha future actually hold? Finally, Chu Yang didn't forget to say, watch out for that kid Uenfei-sama. I think he's always had designs on my sister-in-law. If one day he does something inappropriate and you're not in a position to act, tell me, and he'll take care of him for you. Shisui. Before Shisui could answer, the chakra of Chu Yang and Shomao disappeared from his perception. At the same time, his darkness technique was slowly dispelled. The third Hokage puffed rhythmically on his pipe, wisps of smoke curling upward. Before him stood Shisui and Kakashi, their faces etched with guilt. Forgive us, Lord Hokage. We failed to bring back Elder Brother and White Fong. Shisui said, his voice heavy with remorse. The third Hokage took a deep drag, then lowered his pipe, his expression softening into benevolence. This is not your fault. I have reviewed the entire incident. In fact, you should all thank Chu Yang and Tsukumo for ensuring everyone returned safely. There was even a hint of playful irony in the third Hokage's tone. This only deepened Shisui's faith in the will of fire. How could a man as noble as the third Hokage be the dirty politician his brother spoke of? Gazing at Sarutobi Hiruzen's imposing back, Shisui felt an overwhelming urge to dedicate his life to Konoha, to serve until his last breath. After reporting the full battle situation, both Shisui and Kakashi took their leave. The moment Shisui stepped outside, he saw Kurenai, who appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. Today, Yuhi Kurenai wore a tight red dress that accentuated her proud, ample figure. Her fair collarbones and shoulders were exposed, and her long, captivating legs drew inevitable glances. She had already come to check on his well-being the day they returned, and they had arranged to have lunch together after his meeting with the Hokage. Shisui, you're finally out. Kurenai, clearly waiting for him, immediately walked over and deftly linked her arm with his. Watching the couple seemingly flaunt their affection, Kakashi rolled his eyes and left. Unlike his usual routine, he wasn't heading off to read Make-Out Paradise. Instead, he was determined to master the sword techniques his father had left behind. Kakashi, if you truly wish to bring me back, take this sword I forged for you and defeat me. Recalling his father's words before knocking him unconscious that day, Kakashi's grip tightened involuntarily. His pace quickened. He was going to find Might Guy for a youthful duel. Giving Guy's combat prowess frequent sparring would surely yield significant improvement. Shisui, with his arms still hooked, wore a strange expression. Usually when they strolled together, Kurenai would link arms with him naturally. He had never thought much of it before, but now it seemed their relationship was indeed rather ambiguous. Remembering his brother's teasing words, sister-in-law, and make it official, Shisui's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet oddly, he didn't resist Kurenai's closeness. Could it be that he actually liked her? Shisui silently suppressed the thought. Even if he truly loved Yuhi Kurenai, this was no time for romance. After all, as the saying goes, when the elder brother has not yet returned, how can one set? Shortly after Shisui and Kakashi left, a fierce-looking man entered his right eye wrapped in bandages, wearing a white kimono overlaid with a black coat. There was no need to identify him. It was the darkness of Konoha Shimura Danzo. Danzo angrily addressed the third Hokage Hiruzen. Why haven't you detained Kakashi and Shisui? They are undoubtedly the inside agents of Hitaki Tsukumo and Uchiha Chu Yang within our village. If we don't imprison and interrogate them immediately, disaster will befall Konoha. The third Hokage frowned slightly. Danzo, Shisui, and Kakashi are children who possess the will of fire. I trust them. High-sounding nonsense. Recently, the Hidden Cloud Village has been continuously sending ninja to harass the Land of Fire. Their intentions are clearly. I suspect that Hitaki Tsukumo and Uchiha Chu Yang are colluding with Kumogakure, using Kakashi and Shisui as their inside agents to coordinate an attack. In my opinion, they should be handed over to Root for enough. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table. How can you call Shisui and Kakashi inside agents? Do not speak recklessly. Their devotion to the will of fire has always been strong. You should reflect on yourself. Have you ever paid attention to these children's progress over the years? You have been too immersed in darkness. Danzo was speechless. Never had he seen such a shameless person. So this is how it is, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You always make me do the dirty work, then pin all the blame on me while you play the saint. And now you use those very deeds to condemn me. You are utterly despicable. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo slammed the door and stormed out. The innocent door had no say in the matter. The third Hokage watched his old friend's retreating figure side and took another deep puff from his pipe. Sigh. In Chu Yang's eyes, he was a hypocritical Hokage. In Danzo's eyes, he was a friend who always shifted the blame. In Orochimaru's eyes, he was a teacher who had grown weak. In the eyes of the clan heads, he was a smiling tiger, all smiles on the surface, but stabbing in the back. Yet in all his years in office, he had never ruled with tyranny like the third Mizukichi. Many of his decisions were made for the good of the village. Who could truly understand the hardships of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Even though he had funneled most of the village's resources to his own clan, resulting in the Sarutobi clan boasting 3 ninja by the Fourth Ninja World War, a stark contrast to the Uchiha Konoha's strongest clan, who could muster fewer than 500 combatants, including freshly graduated genin. He was still a good Hokage who served the village and its people. Why did so many question him? Sigh. In the land of hot water. To track down Orochimaru, Chu Yang and Tsukumo had set their sights on Orochimaru's Akatsuki partner Sasori of the. According to Hitaki Tsukumo's intelligence, Sasori was likely to appear in the land of hot water. Chu Yang looked at Tsukumo with a puzzled expression. Dad, is your intelligence reliable? Is Sasori of the Red Sand really going to be here? Tsukumo nodded confidently, evidently trusting his sources completely. From what you've told me, Sasori is a man who loves crafting puppets and people. His presence implies mass death. My intelligence indicates that the land of hot water has recently seen large-scale casualties, including some powerful ninja. All right. Though skeptical of the intelligence's reliability, Chu Yang accepted it, knowing his adoptive father was always thorough. Chimu Shomao and Chu Yang arrived at a small town in the Land of Springs. The streets were brightly lit and bustling with crowds. Chu Yang rubbed his hands together with excitement. According to his extensive inquiries, Jiraiya's favorite bathhouse was in the Land of Springs. Not only because of the many beautiful women there, but also because most of the baths there were men and women mixed. Men and women mixed baths. Chu Yang's mind filled with a cascade of unprintable images, and he could hardly contain his eagerness. He smiled and said to Chimu Shomao, Dad, I'm going to head out for a bit. Chimu Shomao raised an eyebrow curiously. Where to? He'll come with you. Chu Yang's expression stiffened. Taking his adoptive father to a co-ed bath. Would Chimu Shomao really not draw his blade and kill him? Chu Yang hesitated. But under Chimu Shumo's persistent insistence, he was reluctantly dragged out of the hotel. At first, Chu Yang tried to make do by going to some random small shop, but Chimu Shomao clearly wasn't going to be easily fooled. So Chu Yang, throwing caution to the wind, directly led Chimu Shomao to the bathhouse he had scouted out with his shadow clone when they first entered the city. Spring Jade Full House. Seeing the question marks slowly forming above Chimu Shuomo's head, Chu Yang pretended not to notice and strode straight inside. With a grin reminiscent of Jiraiya, Chu Yang watched the girls playing and laughing in the distance, feeling an ethereal bliss. Chimu Shuomao meanwhile rubbed his forehead in exasperation, his face screaming, "I don't know this guy." If he had known that Chu Yang was coming to a co-ed bathhouse, he would never have followed. Chu Yang adjusted himself into a comfortable position, his face flushed as he watched the young ladies frolicking nearby. He declared in advance that the reason for his blush was simply because the bath was a bit too hot. "Hey you brat, can't you be serious for once?" Finding it utterly embarrassing, Chimu Shuomao had to speak to Chu Yang, who was still staring at the girls. Chu Yang shook his head. Since he had already thrown caution to the wind, he frankly admitted, "I'm just looking for a bit. I'm just a ronin in this life, I might die any day, and I don't plan to marry anyway. I'm just feasting my eyes. I didn't even take you openly to an adult massage parlor, that's already something." Chimu Shuomao was speechless. "So you're pretty familiar with the shops in this city?" Chimu Shuomao said with a face full of exasperation. "Of course. As soon as I entered the city, I sent out 3 shadow clones to scout the entire place. I know the location of every shop like the back of my hand." Chu Yang said with a laugh, his tone even sounding somewhat proud. Chimu Shuomao sighed. He had lost count of how many times he had sighed. Oh well. At least Chu Yang actually takes action, which is better than his own son, who only fills the void through books. Neither of his 2 sons gave him any peace of mind. 2.5 hours later, Chu Yang was reluctantly dragged out of the hot spring by Chimu Shuomao. He really hadn't had his fill of watching. Chu Yang was eventually dragged out. The next morning, Chu Yang and Chimu Shuomao set off toward the forest in the land of springs based on the intelligence they had. Throughout the journey, both were exceptionally cautious. They stepped into the forest and gradually ventured deeper. Soon a faint scent of blood wafted into their nostrils. Both had taken hundreds of lives, so they were no strangers to the smell of blood. The father and son exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. The white fang short sword and a long blade were drawn simultaneously. They advanced cautiously, alert. Chu Yang's 3-tomo Sharingan scanned the dense thicket, searching for any sign of weakness. For Sasori of the Red Sand, the strongest puppeteer in the ninja world, traps, hidden weapons, and poison could severely wound even a cage-level shinobi. Consider the 3rd Kazekage. With his magnet release, he could suppress even Shikaku in the desert. The title of the strongest Kazekage was not earned, yet the strongest Kazekage fell to Sasori, who at that time likely had few powerful puppets. The most likely scenario was that traps, hidden weapons, and poison were used in succession, catching the 3rd Kazekage off guard and killing him. To kill a cage-level shinobi demonstrates Sasori's ability. Moreover, Sasori's parents were killed by Chimu Shuomao, and seeing him would likely trigger a berserk state, leading to a tough battle. After advancing 200 meters, the smell of blood grew stronger. The pungent stench of decay intertwined with the metallic scent of blood. Bleached bones and corpses nailed to tree stumps created a hellish tableau. Looking at the bodies nailed to the trees, Chu Yang felt something was off. Sasori didn't seem to have a hobby of nailing people to trees. Masaka, could it be? Corpses were nailed to every tree, their faces etched with fear, anger, and despair. In the center of the forest, almost every tree bore a corpse. Dried bloodstains covered the ground and hundreds of bodies surrounded them. Even Chu Yang and Chimu Shuomao felt a sense of unease, their brows furrowing involuntarily. At this point, even Chimu Shuomao, who knew little about Sasori, realized that the intelligence must be wrong. The enemy in this forest was not him. "More people coming," came a youthful, excited voice. Chimu Shuomao immediately assumed a combat stance. Chu Yang looked puzzled. He hadn't noticed before, but now he saw that the bloodstains on the ground formed a pattern of a circle inside a triangle. It looked just like. As the young voice faded, a boy of about 12 or 13 emerged with slicked back hair and a silver pendant shaped like a circle inside a triangle hanging around his neck. In his hand, he carried a massive crimson 3-bladed scythe taller than himself. This was the future Deva Path of the Akatsuki, the devout follower of the Jashin cult, Haiden. But he still looked like a little kid. Haiden flashed a disarmingly friendly smile and sincerely invited, "Would you two like to join the Jashin cult?" "The Jashin cult? What's that?" Chu Yang feigned ignorance. "It's a place where you can kill anyone without any punishment, and Lord Jashin will be very pleased and even grant you rewards." "How about it? Sounds great, doesn't it?" Haiden said excitedly, his voice brimming with enthusiasm as he promoted the cult. "How many people are in your evil god sect?" Chu Yang decided to probe for information about the evil god sect, as he was quite intrigued by this mysterious organization. Fei Duan shrugged. "As of now, just me." "How is that possible?" Chu Yang asked with obvious disbelief. "If it's just you, how did you even join the evil god sect? Shouldn't there be someone to recommend you or something?" Fei Duan, perhaps feeling that Chu Yang might join the evil god sect, did not hide anything and answered directly. Those people were all false believers. Only I am the true believer of Lord, evil God. Moreover, the doctrine clearly states that the sacrifice can be anyone, whether a powerful person or another believer, no matter how terrifying the creature. So I killed them all and offered them to Lord, evil God. People like them who can't even provide quality sacrifices for Lord, evil God should disappear from this world. Chu Yang twitched the corner of his mouth. So it turns out that the evil god sect, having only one member, isn't without reason. He wondered if the evil god, knowing he had only this one follower left, might regret not smashing Fei Duan to death. But if even Fei Duan were killed, then there would be no followers left to use. And with Fei Duan's intelligence, recruiting new followers was basically impossible. Despite being a Xinliu, Fei Duan enthusiastically extolled the virtues of the evil god sect to Chu Yang and the others for a long time. To summarize, kill freely, undying body. Despite being a Xinliu, Fei Duan enthusiastically extolled the virtues of the evil god sect to Chu Yang and the others for a long time. To summarize, kill freely, undying body. You two bastards. I'll sacrifice you to Lord, evil god. Fei Duan grabbed the bloody three-moon scythe that had been stuck beside him. Though he was barely half the height of the scythe, he wielded it like an extension of his arm. In Fei Duan's hand, the bloody three-moon scythe swung heavily with a soft rope tied to its end. Chu Yang raised his Tang Dao with one hand and easily blocked the incoming scythe. Is that all, little bro? Chu Yang said with a tone dripping with mockery. Baka. Fei Duan yanked the scythe back with the rope, his eyes blazing with fury. Without giving Fei Duan a chance, Chu Yang rushed in front of him and swung his Tang Dao toward Fei Duan's head. Although Fei Duan was still just a child, his reflexes were surprisingly sharp. He lifted the scythe to block the Tang Dao aimed at his neck. Chu Yang followed up with a kick, sending Fei Duan flying. He had put all his strength into that kick. Any other 12-year-old, even a genius ninja trained from childhood, would have been knocked out on the spot. But Fei Duan staggered to his feet. Even Shimu Shuamao behind him was shocked. He's still alive. Fei Duan coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of organs, but he seemed oblivious, glaring at Chu Yang with fury. Bakayero. You despicable bastard, I'll definitely sacrifice you to Lord, evil god. Wait. Seeing Fei Duan raising his scythe to charge, Chu Yang quickly stopped him. To his surprise, the idiot Fei Duan actually did stop. What? Are you willing to join the evil god sect? If you repent and join, I might spare you. Fei Duan had his own considerations. Though his brain wasn't sharp, he understood that he was no match for Chu Yang. Most of the wandering ninjas who had come to kill him before were arrogant and let their guard down when they saw he was just a child. Then they were directly cursed to death by his curse technique, death by blood. But the person before him was clearly extremely vigilant. If he could be recruited into the evil god sect, it might bring the sect to glory again. Though it hadn't really been glorious before. Despite being surprised by Fei Duan's reaction, Chu Yang began to provoke him verbally. Let me ask you, why did you join the evil god sect? Fei Duan was a bit puzzled, but his brain capacity clearly couldn't handle such deep questions. Because I can kill anyone. And Lord Evil God granted me an undying body. I see. So that's it. Chu Yang said with a grin. If I remember correctly, you just said that the evil god sect's doctrine clearly states that anyone can be sacrificed. Fei Duan nodded. Have you ever thought about sacrificing the evil god himself? Huh. A string of question marks seemed to appear above Fei Duan's head, his face full of confusion. You dare disrespect Lord Evil God. Fei Duan's hair bristled with rage, his eyes blazing with fury. I am Lord Evil God's most loyal follower. How could I ever betray him? Today I'll kill you for sure. Fei Duan charged forward with his scythe. Chu Yang remained unfazed, his Tang Dao clashing against the scythe, the clanging sounds echoing through the forest. Chu Yang effortlessly blocked Fei Duan's attacks while continuing his verbal assault. Listen, young man. A true man born between heaven and earth. How could he grovel under another's rule? Your joy is killing, isn't it? Then why not kill a god? Chu Yang's blade struck Fei Duan's chest, the intense pain forcing him back a few steps. Hearing Chu Yang's question, Fei Duan cursed. Humph. Spit. You have no idea how powerful Lord Evil God is. Chu Yang smiled. I have a plan. Why don't you listen and then decide whether to rebel? Now you already possess the undying body and the curse technique, death by blood. On the offensive, you can kill the evil god and take his place. On the defensive, you can join my faction and ensure your safety. Fei Duan's CPU was fried. With a brain smaller than a raisin, he hadn't even realized how Chu Yang knew about his two abilities, and now he was completely taken in by Chu Yang's persuasion. Fei Duan lowered his scythe, stroked his chin, and looked thoughtful. That actually makes some sense. Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and he continued his spiel. Exactly. That's right. You are a true man. How could you be a follower of the evil god? A man born between heaven and earth. How could he grovel under another's rule? And think about it, do you really love killing? Why would you enjoy such a thankless task? Fei Duan was lost in thought, now completely led astray by Chu Yang's reasoning. He began to doubt himself. If you put it that way, I guess I don't really like killing, but the excruciating pain. Chimu Shamao, who had been somewhat bewildered, drew a sharp breath. This kid is really twisted. You like pain. That's easy to arrange. Chu Yang's eyes lit up with excitement. Compared to a murderer, a simple pervert was far easier to control. Hearing this, Haydn asked with curiosity, "What do you mean? Do you know about the nine-tailed beasts?" Chu Yang countered instead of answering directly. Haydn nodded. Though his mind was consumed by thoughts of the Jashin cult and murder, he had heard of the nine-tailed beasts. Chu Yang explained, among the nine-tailed beasts, the six-tailed rhinoceros beetle can release corrosive acid mist. If I make you its Jinchuriki, if you crave pain, just have it release the mist. Problem solved. Hearing this, Haydn felt as if he had been enlightened. Indeed, why couldn't he become a god himself? With that thought, Haydn's gaze at Chu Yang was hardly different from how he looked at Jashin. Chu Yang walked up to Haydn and patted the boy's shoulder. Young man, remember this. The Jashin cult could very well bear the name Haydn. Haydn blinked. He didn't wonder how Chu Yang knew his name. Instead, he focused on what Chu Yang had just said. My surname isn't Fei. Ah, that doesn't matter. Chu Yang thumped his chest. Anyway, from now on you're with me. Call me Uchiha Chu Yang, or just boss. Haydn scratched his head and finally called out boss. Good, Haydn, you've got spirit, Chu Yang said with great satisfaction. Then he continued arranging Haydn's next steps. For now you don't need to do anything. Keep pretending to sacrifice for Jashin. He'll contact you through Hans later. As he spoke, Chu Yang took out a summoning contract from his pocket. Bite your finger and press it here. Following Chu Yang's instructions, Haydn immediately complied. Watch closely. Chu Yang performed the hand seals slowly. Summoning technique. He slapped the ground with one hand, and black line patterns appeared. With a burst of smoke, the blackened white Hans emerged. Chu Yang, you'd better have a good reason. Hans waved his claws in annoyance, his voice brimming with anger. Xiaohua had already agreed to me, and I was about to succeed when you summoned me here. Hearing Hans' words, Chu Yang scratched his head awkwardly, but he still told Hans about Haydn. Hans sighed helplessly. All this fuss over such a trivial matter. We've got a score to settle now. I won't be appeased without 5 boxes of dried fish. Fine, I'll buy them for you next time. Chu Yang began to soothe him. Haydn watched Hans with curiosity. Chu Yang suddenly thought of something and pulled out a small notebook from his pocket. This notebook was his hand-drawn book of seals. Chu Yang flipped through it, found the page for 8 gates released formation, tore it out, and handed it to Haydn. Hold on to this carefully, Chu Yang said to the bewildered Haydn, who had taken the paper. This is the forbidden technique. 8 gates released formation. Chu Yang gestured animatedly as he spoke. This will be incredibly useful. If you ever encounter the real Jashin and you've mastered all 8 gates, you can kick him to death with a single night kai. According to Chu Yang's estimation, if there really was a god like Jashin in this world, it would at most be at the 6 paths level. Uchiha Madara, who had become a 10 tails Jinchuriki and stepped into the 6 paths level, was nearly kicked out of the final chapter of Shippuden by Might Guy. He remembered a formula widely accepted on the internet in his past life. Diligent Haydn with 8 gates is invincible under heaven. Chu Yang chuckled to himself as he continued to paint a rosy picture for Haydn. For a brainless brat like Haydn, especially at such a young age, he was easy to deceive. In just a few words, Chu Yang had captured Haydn's heart. Now Haydn was calling him boss with great enthusiasm. Finally, under Haydn's reluctant gaze, Chu Yang and Shuan Mao left the forest. Chimu Shumao asked in confusion, Chu Yang, what is this? Chu Yang understood what his adoptive father wanted to ask, and answered directly, I'm recruiting that kid. I also want to have some subordinates in the ninja world. Dad, don't think he's foolish, but he truly has an immortal body. And the 8 gates forbidden technique is extremely damaging to the body, so I never had the resolve to practice it. Isn't this perfect? This is a kind of investment. If successful, I'll gain a powerful combatant as a subordinate. If I lose, the 8 gates might just be leaked to the outside world. I don't care about that anyway. Hearing Chu Yang's explanation, Chimu Shumao nodded. He never doubted Chu Yang's words, and didn't pry into where his information. After all, everyone has their own secrets. As Chimu Shumao thought this, he heard Chu Yang mutter under his breath, at least now I have subordinates, so I don't have to worry about finding the wrong person again. Traveling all the way from the land of fire to this place only to end up in the wrong spot. Chimu Shumao. This little brat needs a lesson again. Chu Yang looked at Chimu Shumao in confusion, only to see him already drawing the white-toothed short sword from his back. His eyes carried extreme fatherly love, and the gleaming white fong in his hand reminded Chu Yang of the time his own father had picked up a belt to beat him in his past life. Back then his father had worn the same smile. Again, Dad, no. Shut up, do you want this book to get locked in a dark room? Oh, Dad, don't spank my butt. Lying on the ground, Chu Yang stared at the blue sky, gazing at Chimu Shimao with a look full of resentment. Chu Yang thought, damn it. I Uchiha Chu Yang have never suffered such humiliation. Chu Yang, stupid author, shut up. Do you believe he'll hit you in the face with a Susanoo brick? No more words from the stupid author. Chu Yang continued, thinking 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Old man, just wait. When you're old, they'll definitely pull your oxygen tube. Beneath the gloomy sky, thunder rumbled as if heralding the coming rain. A man draped in a red cloud-black robe with a bloated frame and an ugly face adorned with a thick beard stared coldly at the ninja before him. The ninja trembled all over. Smelling the strong stench of blood in the air and gazing at the corpses of his comrades around him, his legs quivered, and even the hand holding the kunai could no longer steady itself. A metallic tail suddenly sprouted from behind, instantly piercing through the ninja. How boring. A hoarse voice emerged from the mouth. Uchiha Shisui, controlling Philly, left the village. 5 villages already, and not a single qualified work of art. How disappointing. Sia muttered to himself as he walked off into the distance. Uchiha Shisui was about to head to the next village when he sensed 2 considerable chakra signatures not far away. Such chakra fluctuations. They seem like 2 fine works of art. Sia thought to himself. But outwardly he showed no sign of change, continuing to walk forward as before. Yo dad, seems we've been discovered. Chu Yang said to Chimu Shimao in lip language. As expected of the one known as the greatest puppeteer in the ninja world, Uchiha Shisui. Chimu Shimao couldn't help sighing, recalling the parents of Sia he had encountered during the Second Ninja World War. Back then his parents caused me quite a bit of trouble. But speaking of which, this thing in front of us should be a puppet, right? Don't we need to find the real body of Uchiha Shisui? Chimu Shimao got back to the point and asked. Chu Yang shook his head and explained, no need, because Uchiha Shisui likes to hide his real body inside this puppet called Philyu. Chimu Shimao said with surprise, I didn't notice him using any chakra threads. So how does he control this puppet? Hearing this, Chu Yang was slightly taken aback. He couldn't help thinking of a picture from his past life on the internet, Sia pedaling a tricycle vigorously inside Philyu. Chu Yang shook his head, dispelling these strange thoughts. He probably used some sealing technique on the puppet to ensure his real body isn't easily discovered. Chu Yang offered his guess. Since we've been discovered, shall we strike now, eh? Chimu Shimao said. Chu Yang. Not yet, let's hide first, and send a shadow clone to follow. Only when the 2 chakra signatures approached to a distance that could be instantly fatal to him, did Sia manipulate Philyu to launch an attack. Philyu opened its mouth, rapidly shooting out sunbon laced with deadly poison. Sia was confident that even elite jonin would find it hard to dodge such a swift. The 2 shadow clones made no attempt to dodge. They were instantly pierced into hedgehogs by the sunbon. But before Sia could rejoice, the 2 hedgehog-like bodies both turned into white smoke and vanished. Shadow clones. Sia thought of the moment the 2 chakra signatures disappeared. Could it be that they detected him and deliberately sent shadow clones to probe? TCH played for a fool. Sia said resentfully. The steel tail behind Philyu began to sway, exuding an immense sense of pressure. Sia said coldly, come out. Chimu Shimao and Chu Yang stepped out from the shadows. Initially Sia thought they were pursuing ninjas sent by Shine Village, so he didn't pay much attention. But after recognizing Chimu Shiomo's face, he instantly understood that these were no ordinary foes. At the same time, boundless fury surged within him, rage consuming his reason and murderous intent gradually rose. Chimu Shimao, the legendary White Fang of Mai. It was he who had killed his parents. This had caused Uchiha Shisuy's childhood to be devoid of parental care, leading the boy to gradually turn dark, ultimately killing the 3rd Kazekage and defecting. Sia and the White Fang. This was an irreconcilable enmity. Without any hesitation, Sia launched an attack. Philyu opened its mouth again, spitting out more poisonous. At the same time, from Philia's arm, a missile-shaped poison sac was launched, shooting toward where the 2 stood. Chu Yang and Shuomao immediately dodged. They had no intention of directly facing such deadly poison, especially one concocted by the greatest puppeteer in the ninja world. The missile-like poison sac smashed into the ground, instantly exploding, and a vast cloud of toxic smoke rose. Shuomao and Chu Yang had already held their breath. The former had already formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce hurricane swept forth, instantly dispersing the toxic smoke. Although Chimu Shimao was a taijutsu ninja, he was also quite familiar with ninjutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce hurricane swept forth, instantly dispersing the toxic smoke. Although Chimu Shimao was a taijutsu ninja, Sia didn't expect such an attack to kill his opponents. His aim was merely to close in for a more direct assault. Philia's bloated body was surprisingly agile. The massive metal tail behind it, carrying immense force, slashed toward Chimu Shimao. The White Fang short sword clashed with the metal tail. Naturally, Sia realized he was outmatched and was briefly forced back. Uchiha Shisui leaped backward and his right arm swung heavily. Thousands of arms shot out loaded with various small contraptions charging toward Chimu Shimao. Storm release storm water wall. Lightning as fluid as liquid formed a solid shield blocking the thousands of flying arms. However, under Xie's control, those arms directly circumvented the blocking storm water wall. Really, am I that insignificant? Chu Yang couldn't help complaining. But despite his grumbling, he still needed to assert his presence. Activating his three-tomo Sharingan constantly on guard against Xie's small mechanisms, Chu Yang drew his Tangdao blade accompanied by a series of clang-clang sounds as he slashed. The incoming arms were cut down one by one. Xie gradually calmed down from his rage. Realizing that the man before him was the legendary Yuzhibo Chu Yang, and according to his intelligence this man was also the adopted son of Chimu Shimao whose strength was formidable and not to be taken lightly, he hurriedly retracted the remaining arms. After all, persisting in a heating clash would only damage his art. Chu Yang and Shuomao also assumed fighting stances. Dad, leave this battle to me. After all, if you keep fighting this book, might as well change its protagonist. Chimu Shimao shrugged slightly, but still warned, be careful. He is after all the strongest puppeteer. Don't let a small mishap sink your boat. I don't want to see a gray-haired man send off a black-haired one. Don't worry. If I died that easily, the damn author wouldn't have to write any further. As he spoke, Chu Yang pointed the blade of his Tangdao at Uchiha Shisui, brimming with provocation, his eyes seeming to spell out, you think your trashy puppet can fight me? Xie, proud since childhood, naturally saw through Chu Yang's deliberate provocation, but it was exceptionally effective on him. Chu Yang had already angered him. That provocative gesture was clearly a desecration of his art. He had to kill this guy and turn him into the most perfect collection. Xie and the White Fang. This was an irreconcilable enmity. Without any hesitation, Xie launched an attack. Filiu opened its mouth again, spitting out more poisonous. To deal with an opponent of Chu Yang's caliber, one cannot afford to hold back. Xie, manipulating Filiu, took out a scroll. On the scroll was unmistakably written a large character 3. This is... Chu Yang raised an eyebrow and asked with feigned curiosity. Xie's voice, hoarse yet tinged with pride, came, hey, you'll find out soon enough. Bang! White smoke rose as a gentle breeze blew by. From the dissipating smoke emerged the figure of a blue-haired puppet. He was none other than the third Kazekage, renowned as the strongest Kazekage in history. What a... This time it was not Chu Yang who was surprised, as he already knew. Chimu Shimao stared at Xie in shock. After all, the spark that ignited the third great ninja war was the disappearance of the third Kazekage. Unexpectedly, the third Kazekage had fallen at the hands of Xie. The third Kazekage, huh? I've heard his Iron Sand defense can even block a tailed beast ball. I want to see if it's really... Xie said coldly. You'll soon know, and you'll become a part of my art collection. Magnet release Iron Sand rain. The third Kazekage opened his mouth and spat out black sand particles. At the same time, black iron sand particles were drawn from the ground, summoning in an instant a wave-like mass of iron sand that formed countless fine needles shot toward Chu Yang at great speed. This technique had a wide attack range, long duration, and was extremely difficult to evade, possessing considerable lethality. Furthermore, the iron sand was laced with poison concocted by Xie. Once struck, the poison would infiltrate the wound. Chu Yang quickly formed hand seals. Storm release storm water wall. Bang, 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 bang. The iron sand needles struck the storm water wall and were blocked. How will you counter this move? Magnet release iron sand triangular pyramid. The black iron sand flowed, forming a sharp triangular pyramid that spun rapidly like a drill, charging toward Chu Yang. Rumble. The storm water wall collided with the incoming triangular pyramid, ultimately unable to withstand it, and collapsed. However, Chu Yang naturally wouldn't just stand there foolishly letting Xie. He quickly used the body flicker technique to retreat. By the time Xie sensed Chu Yang's presence again, Chu Yang was already right in front of him. The Tang sword in his hand crackled with lightning, clearly the thundercloud blade. Xie naturally wouldn't let Chu Yang get close. Although his his defense was strong, it couldn't withstand the damage of Chu Yang's thundercloud blade. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The puppets hidden somewhere under Xie's control all rushed out in an instant, charging toward Chu Yang. Each puppet was estimated to have dozens of small mechanisms, each capable of instantly killing a ninja. Xie also took this opportunity to quickly retreat. Chu Yang didn't want to reveal Susanoo just because of some mechanisms. Although he was retreating, he naturally wouldn't let Xie escape so easily. A slash of lightning-wreathed blade cut out. One by one, the puppets collided with the slash and instantly exploded. The remaining force of the slash continued unabated toward Filiu. Magnet release iron sand wall. The black iron sand created a solid wall capable of even blocking Shikaku's tailed beast ball. The slash collided with the iron sand wall and was eventually neutralized. But Chu Yang's real body had already charged in. You're asking for death. The metal tail behind Filyu swung heavily. Chu Yang raised his Tang sword and clashed with it. Clang. The metal tail behind Filyu was clearly outmatched, even suffering a large gap from the cut. This was also because Xie was caught off guard at the moment, otherwise Chu Yang would not have used the Tang sword, as using a metal blade against a magnet-release Kekkei Genkai was practically suicide. Xie was about to continue manipulating the third Kazekage, but Chu Yang gave him no chance. He brought the Tang sword down heavily, cutting the chakra threads. Xie had no choice but to retract it. However, at this moment, Xie's manipulation of Lighthearted's right hand was already primed. The mechanism of the right hand opened and a poison capsule similar to the Azura Path's missile was launched with thick toxic smoke rising. Such potent poison, even if a cage-level ninja were exposed, would cause them to lose combat ability. Damn! Seeing that Chu Yang seemed to want to retreat, how could Xie give him the Lighthearted's metal tail crashed down toward Chu Yang to block his escape route. The poison slowly corroded Chu Yang's body, and he knelt on one knee. Looking at Shimu Shimao not far away, who seemed to want to come to his rescue, a hoarse voice came from Lighthearted's mouth, as Xie sneered, "Too late." Bang! The metal tail pierced through Chu Yang's chest. But before Xie could rejoice, in an instant the Chu Yang before him turned into lightning paralyzed storm. Storm release clone. When? Could it be that from the very beginning? Before Xie had much time to think, the thundercloud blade wreathed in fierce lightning stabbed toward Filyu. Crunch! The thundercloud blade pierced into Lighthearted's chest and extended inward without obstruction. Lighthearted's chest instantly burst open. Click! The defensive components on the back of Filyu opened, and a figure about 1.6 meters tall leaped out from within. The red cloud black robe billowed under the gust of wind. A fair hand painted with green nail polish slowly lifted the black cloth covering the head. The red cloud black robe billowed under the gust of wind. A fair hand painted with green nail polish slowly lifted the black cloth covering the head. He was way too handsome. Although Chu Yang was a handsome guy himself, he couldn't compare with Xie, who made people want to fall for him at first sight. Xie lightly waved the chakra threads in his hand, and the puppet that had been lying on the ground actually stood up again, attacking Chu Yang. Sensing a deep chill, Chu Yang immediately slashed behind him. The puppet was instantly cut in half. However, Xie's ultimate goal was not to harm Chu Yang, but the third Kazekage puppet. The chakra threads were now connected to the third Kazekage's puppet. The third Kazekage stood up again, black sand particles gathering. Clearly the real battle had only just begun. Xie recalled the human puppet of the third Kazekage. He stood behind the puppet, chakra threads connecting to it. When Chu Yang closed his eyes briefly and opened them again, 3 tomos swirled in his crimson eye sockets. Not using the Mangekyo. It seems I'm being underestimated. Xie said with narrowed eyes. Chu Yang, against you 3 tomo is enough. Arrogant. Watching Chu Yang charge forward, Xie manipulated the third Kazekage to use magnet release. Knowing that simple ninjutsu would be ineffective against Chu Yang's speed, he decided to use a large-scale technique. Magnet Release Iron Sand World Method. Magnetic Release Iron Sand World Method. Using iron sand to form a massive long-spiked barrier in the air for piercing attacks, the third Kazekage can freely soar within the barrier, making this the most powerful form in terms of attack range and density. Watching the dense thornlight continuously growing iron sand, Chu Yang had no choice but to dodge somewhat clumsily. Not yet over. Sasori's eyes filled with killing intent as he once again manipulated the third Kazekage's human puppet. Magnetic Release Iron Sand Wings. This is a technique used for aerial combat, compressing iron sand to a high density on the shoulders to form a pair of giant bird wings. From the center of the wings, countless iron sand feathers are launched for long-range attacks. The feathers are coated with deadly poison. Anyone struck will be instantly paralyzed and lose combat capability. Moreover, its speed is so fast that it is difficult to capture with the naked eye, and each iron sand feather possesses tracking ability. The deadly feathers roam within the Iron Sand World Method. Storm Release Lightning Body. Storm Release Storm Water Wall. Chu Yang dodged somewhat clumsily, but ultimately couldn't evade all the attacks, so he had to use Lightning Body to block the Storm Water Wall tried to delay the speed of the Iron Sand World Method's thrusts. Sasori manipulated the third Kazekage's human puppet and attacked. In the hands of the third-generation human puppet, 2 sharp short blades appeared. The poisoned short blades clashed with the long sword, and after a series of clanging collisions, the third Kazekage's human puppet was forced to retreat. This is a bit troublesome, Chu Yang thought to himself. But this was still within his control. Storm Release Thunder Cloud Cavity Wave. Thunder raged instantly, contending with the incoming iron sand. Chu Yang also took the opportunity to retreat, creating enough distance from Sasori. Magnetic Release Iron Sand Triangular Pyramid. A large amount of black iron sand transformed into 3 black iron triangular pyramids, which charged towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang was about to retreat backward. But a large amount of iron sand then turned into a cylinder and a cuboid blocking his retreat path and the space above him respectively. Like this. How will you dodge? Sasori murmured. Chu Yang slightly furrowed his brows. Now even using earth release techniques like underground submersion would be useless, because the ground was surely already filled with iron sand scattered by Sasori. Burrowing in now would be asking for trouble. No other choice. Indeed, those who have reached the Kage level are never simple. Chu Yang closed his eyes and then opened them again, 3 crescent moons already spinning in his eyes. Susanoo. White chakra coalesced quickly, forming a skeleton and flesh tissue, and the third stage Susanoo appeared. Blood tears flowed from Chu Yang's eyes. Damn, I'm already shedding blood tears just after using Susanoo, Chu Yang thought. Hataki Sakumo frowned slightly. This kid too reckless. He had already told Chu Yang not to use the power of the Mangekyo casually. The situation just now was indeed tricky. But if Chu Yang defended with all his might, he would only sustain some injuries at most. At worst he could ask for help. Susanoo. So this is the legendary ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha clan. Very good, Uchiha. Chu Yang, you will become my most satisfying collection, Sasori exclaimed excitedly. Sasori controlled the third Kazekage's human puppet, directing the iron sand triangular pyramid cuboid cylinder and the iron sand buried in the ground to attack Chu Yang. The black iron sand permeated the Susanoo. Sasori said proudly, it's useless. Your Susanoo is indeed strong, but my iron sand can fully merge into your Susanoo, and your real body standing inside the Susanoo becomes a live target. Sasori wasn't lying. Flowing black sand particles drifted in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang's lips curled slightly. How could I possibly lose to you so easily? A pure white blade appeared in the Susanoo's left hand. Divine artifact Futsu no Matama. Sasori was shocked to discover. His control over the iron sand was severed. The ability of the divine artifact Futsu no Matama could instantly absorb the chakra of ninjutsu, somewhat similar to the Preta path. However, during the absorption process, Chu Yang could move and also convert these ninjutsu or chakra for his own use. Once struck by Futsu no Matama, almost all of the chakra in the body would be drained. At the same time, the iron sand that had penetrated the Susanoo also adhered to Futsu no Matama. The black iron sand wrapped around the white blade, and the power unleashed in an instant made Sasori feel a bone-chilling cold. Futsu no Matama thrust heavily towards Sasori, its instantaneous speed not giving him any chance to dodge. Magnetic release iron sand wall. The black sand particles collided with the white giant sword wrapped in sand. The iron sand wall, which could withstand a tailed beast ball, was instantly shattered. The iron sand from the wall also adhered to Futsu no Matama. Boom. Sasori had already anticipated this outcome, so he immediately retreated. But he hadn't expected that the iron sand wall would be broken through so instantly. In this situation, if he didn't want to be killed by Futsu no Matama, he probably could only. Sasori actively withdrew the chakra that controlled the third Kazekage's human puppet. The threads were cut off. When the third Kazekage's human puppet met Futsu no Matama, it was naturally split open in an instant. Sasori's gaze at the human puppet held a hint of disappointment. His strongest human puppet had been so easily shattered. However, with proper repair, it could still. This is also one of the advantages of human puppets. Many puppets become unusable after complete destruction, but human puppets can always be repaired as long as one is willing to spend money and resources. Sasori took off the red cloud black robe draped over his body. When I joined the Akatsuki, it wasn't that I couldn't deal with that woman Conan, but I sensed the chakra of pain nearby. At the same time, her paper release ability gave me inspiration. The red cloud black robe drifted away with the breeze, and Sasori's body, which had already been made into a human puppet, appeared before Chu Yang. I see. You've turned yourself into a puppet too, Chu Yang said with feigned surprise. The steel cables coiled around Sasori's abdomen extended out. Sasori stepped on the curved ends of the cables with each foot, and from both sides of his waist, 2 propeller-like blades sprang out. Sasori gently extended a finger, and a blue chakra thread connected to the scroll behind him. That's right. I have turned myself into an eternal and immortal puppet. This is true art. Red secret technique performance of 100 puppets. Kyo's 10 puppets of Chikamatsu could destroy a large city in a short time, while Sasori's performance of 100 puppets could annihilate a country in a short. Sasori gently lifted the cover on his right chest, and lines of blue chakra threads emerged. Countless red-robed human puppets rushed out of the scroll. Each of them was a masterpiece of Sasori. Each had left their name in the ninja world, but they had all become art in Sasori's hands. The blue chakra threads connected to the puppets. Due to the large number, Sasori couldn't fully unleash the full strength of each puppet from their lifetimes, but they made up for it with overwhelming numbers and exquisite craftsmanship. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the puppets before him. Dozens of human puppets. This is a bit troublesome. He let out a soft breath. A deafening roar of thunder echoed, and a torrential downpour poured from the heavens. Feeling the dampness seeping into his clothes, a faint smile curled at the corner of Chu Yang's mouth. This is at heaven's favor. Then I'll use this move to seal the victory. Sasori of the Red Sand, I hope you don't die from this. Dad, move back. This next technique will be the pinnacle of lightning release. Chu Yang's eyes seemed to ignite with 1,000 bolts of lightning. Hearing this, Chi Mu Shuomao wisely retreated a distance. Once certain that Chi Mu Shuomao was far enough away, Chu Yang's hand crackled with thunder. Lightning cutter had taken shape. Observing this technique, Shuomao murmured in confusion, "Is that lightning cutter?" Though Kakashi's research into this jutsu is indeed formidable, calling it the ultimate form of lightning release might be a bit. No, this is... Fierce thunder gathered in Chu Yang's hand. Chi Mu Shuomao exclaimed in shock, drawing lightning. He's using lightning cutter to draw down lightning. Even Sasori was stunned. He hadn't been idly watching Chu Yang unleash his power. But because Chu Yang had maintained the skeletal form of Susanoo, even the simultaneous assault of hundreds of giant puppets couldn't break through his defense in a short time. Lightning release Kirin. The advantages of Kirin were clear, wide area, devastating power, low chakra consumption. It primarily harnessed the natural lightning of the sky, and its speed was nearly impossible to evade. But its weakness was equally obvious. It required the assistance of natural weather. By using lightning cutter to guide natural lightning, and combining both the shape and nature transformations of lightning release, this can indeed be called the ultimate form of lightning release ninjutsu. Chi Mu Shuomao said in awe. A thunderous roar echoed as the lightning was guided fiercely. A Kirin like a divine beast stood proudly amidst the thunder, or rather it was itself a part of the lightning. The furious roar of the sacred beast heralded a heaven-shaking strike descending from above. Shatter the darkness with lightning. Chu Yang roared with inexplicable fervor. Damn it! Sasori's pupils contracted sharply. All he could do was try to make his puppets protect him. The divine thunder fell, raising clouds of dust. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce gale swept through, and Chu Yang watched anxiously as the pile of puppets gradually emerged from the haze. To be honest, this was the first time Chu Yang had used the Kirin technique. Though its difficulty was shrank with the enhancement of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and an understanding of the jutsu's principles, executing it wasn't too hard. In terms of power, it should be comparable to what Sasuke unleashed during the Battle of the Pacific Ocean. So he figured Sasori could probably withstand it right. He should be able to. When the smoke cleared, what met his eyes were the scattered fragments of broken puppets and Sasori's shattered body. Seeing this, Chi Mu Shuomao rubbed his forehead. Chu Yang, you were too ruthless. You killed Sasori outright. How will we find out about Orochimaru's whereabouts? But Chu Yang remained calm, for he noticed that Sasori's regeneration core was still intact. As long as the core remained, Sasori was immortal. Sure enough, moments after Shuomao's words, the regeneration core slowly floated up. The other puppet parts of Sasori gradually gathered and restored themselves. Although most of Sasori's puppets were damaged, his true body had suffered little harm. Apart from a few streaks of dust on his pale doll-like face, he seemed largely unscathed. From the hatch on his chest, several chakra threads emerged, and a dozen puppets rose to their feet. Though they bore charred patterns and damaged wounds, they clearly still had combat capability. As expected of the greatest puppet master in the ninja world, I thought you might survive, but I didn't expect your true body to be completely unharmed. Chu Yang exclaimed in admiration. Sasori said indifferently, huh? You think killing me is that easy? As he spoke, chakra threads connected to the fourth scroll behind him. Wait. Chu Yang had no intention of continuing the fight, and immediately raised a hand to stop him. Though Sasori didn't halt instantly, he didn't summon the puppet from the fourth scroll either. Chu Yang crossed his arms and said, Sasori, I didn't come here to fight to the death. You've already lost enough. If we keep going, you're no match for Dad and me. How about we talk things over? What do you want with me? Sasori remained on guard, poised to attack at any moment, but still asked. I heard that your partner in the Akatsuki is Orochimaru. You should know where he is, right? At the mention of Orochimaru, Sasori's eyes narrowed. Clearly their relationship was one of irreconcilable conflict. Orochimaru, do you want to kill him? No. I just need his help with something, Chu Yang said. Is that so? If you plan to kill him, be sure to take me along. Sasori seemed skeptical that Chu Yang only wanted help and immediately stated his stance. What grudge do you have against Orochimaru? Chu Yang asked curiously. No mortal enmity, but his philosophy is something I cannot tolerate. Achieving so-called eternity through constant reincarnation. That is not true eternity. He is blaspheming my art. Hearing Sasori's words, Chu Yang and Shuomao were both taken aback. Good grief. Wanting to kill someone purely over a difference in ideals. That was certainly novel. Chu Yang quickly got back to the point. All right. We have no interest in hearing about your ideological disputes. Our only purpose this time is to find Orochimaru, not to kill him. So can you tell us where he is now? Perhaps pleased to see Orochimaru troubled, Sasori answered readily, he's in the land of rice fields. I don't know the exact location, but Orochimaru is likely there for some purpose and will stay there for a long time. It's a small place. Finding him shouldn't be difficult for the two of you. Chu Yang nodded and said seriously, one last question. Go ahead. Thinking Chu Yang would ask about Orochimaru, Sasori replied readily. Chu Yang glanced oddly at Sasori's lower body and asked with curiosity, since you turned yourself into a human puppet, do you still have that down there? If it's gone, did you cut it off yourself? And if you did, what state of mind were you in when you did it? Sasori. Chi mu shuamao. Sasori's face twisted with rage. Baka. Go to hell. Sasori commanded the remaining puppets to charge at Chu Yang. Yamete. Land of the fields. Hatake Sakomo and Chu Yang traveled over mountains and rivers, arriving at a small town planning to rest here first. They came to a restaurant. The waitress blushed as she looked at Chu Yang. This young man is quite handsome, but why does she feel like she's seen him somewhere before? Sir, what would you like to eat? Chu Yang picked up the menu and ordered a few dishes that Sakomo usually ordered when they ate together. Chu Yang showed a warm spring-like smile and said, Miss, may I ask you something? Of course you can. As the saying goes, looks are justice. Hearing such a handsome guy speak to her so gently, the waitress completely forgot that she had just been suspecting Chu Yang of being a rogue ninja. Has anything major happened recently in the land of the fields? Chu Yang asked curiously. Major events. After thinking for half a minute, the waitress suddenly realized and said, if we're talking about major events, it's that our country's daimyo decided to abandon the completely collapsed Tianjin village, and the newly built Inin village officially replaces it as our new ninja village. Chu Yang squinted slightly. It seems that Orochimaru has been building the Inin village all this time, which makes it much easier to find him. Thanks. After a brief chat with the waitress and finishing their meal, Chu Yang and Hatake Sakomo immediately set off, dashing toward the Inin village. Chu Yang, are you so sure that the Inin village was built by Orochimaru? Hatake Sakomo asked, not understanding why Chu Yang was so confident. Chu Yang said confidently, don't worry, Dad. My eyes are the ruler. Orochimaru is definitely in the Inin village. Sakomo rolled his eyes. That has nothing to do with eyes. Meanwhile, Orochimaru stared at the Sharingan eye immersed in a test tube in his hand, his gaze filled with an uncontrollable greed. Ever since he personally witnessed the formidable power of Uchiha, Chu Yang after activating the 3 Tomo, and saw Uchiha, Itachi easily dodge projectiles, without even activating his Sharingan, he became completely infatuated with the power of the Sharingan. Such immense power. If he could find Uchiha, Chu Yang wouldn't he have a vessel for a new body? Orochimaru sighed softly and muttered to himself, what a pity. Uchiha Chu Yang's whereabouts are uncertain. I'm afraid it's hard to find him. Chu Yang, who had already infiltrated Orochimaru's lab, was speechless. Chu Yang was sweating profusely. It wasn't that he was afraid of Orochimaru taking over his body. It was mainly that he didn't want to be coveted by a soft man. Even if that man might now be a soft woman, it's still unacceptable. Sakomo and Chu Yang directly stepped out from the shadows. The sound of footsteps echoed in the lab, and Orochimaru's hand shaking the test tube paused slightly. He calmly placed the test tube on the table, and countless small snakes emerged from his sleeves. Hidden shadow snake hands. A brown python opened its sharp fangs and lunged at Hatake Sakomo and Chu Yang. Chu Yang swung the Tang sword in his hand, casually, instantly cutting the small snakes into pieces. Seeing the two before him, Orochimaru extended his long tongue with great interest and licked his lips. Speak of the devil and he appears. I've searched high and low for you, but you come to me yourself. Uchiha Chu Yang, since you've come to my door, leave your body behind. Orochimaru said excitedly, and immediately started a fight in the lab. Wind-style vacuum great sphere. The compressed powerful air bullet exploded instantly, and the fierce hurricane turned into deadly bullets attacking Chu Yang. Storm-style storm water wall. The first probing exchange ended. Chu Yang's voice came from behind the storm water wall. Orochimaru, this lab is too cramped for a real fight. If you want my body, then follow me. The storm water wall collapsed with a crash, and the liquid lightning slowly faded. Sensing the chakra of Chu Yang and Hatake Sakomo heading toward the desolate mountains outside the village, Orochimaru licked his lips with great interest. Interesting, very interesting. At this moment, the commotion in the lab had also attracted Orochimaru's subordinates. Among them, a silver-haired young man with round glasses pushed up his glasses holding a kunai and asked nervously, Lord Orochimaru, are there intruders? Orochimaru nodded slightly and said to his subordinates, continue with your own tasks. They'll handle those two. After saying that, Orochimaru disappeared instantly with the body flicker technique. Yakushi Kabuto said to the few behind him who wanted to go out and investigate, obey Lord Orochimaru's orders, or none of us will end well. Hearing this, Orochimaru's subordinates, who had been restless, stopped clamoring to help him deal with the intruders. On the barren plain, Orochimaru looked at the two before him and began to reminisce. Chu Yang and White Fong, it's been a long time. Today you honor me with your visit, but I failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive me. Chu Yang smiled and shook his head. Orochimaru stopped with the empty pleasantries. I came to ask you for a favor today. Chu Yang, your tone doesn't really sound like someone asking for a favor. Orochimaru dropped the pretense and sneered sarcastically. Chu Yang said matter-of-factly, it's different. I'm stronger than you, so it's only reasonable that I'm more assertive. Besides, I'm not refusing to pay a reward. Oh, Orochimaru said meaningfully. What do you want me to help you with? And what reward can you offer? Seeing that he was interested, Chu Yang immediately explained concisely, first I heard that you once found a child named Yugo who is naturally born with sage chakra, and you've been researching something called the curse mark. So, I want to transplant the curse mark that contains sage chakra. Second, I hope you will strengthen your research on the first Hokage cells. Oh, I didn't expect you to know not only that I'm researching the curse mark, but also that I've been studying the first Hokage cells. Orochimaru said in shock. That child Yugo was indeed found by him not long ago, and because he was born with sage power, Orochimaru kept him under strict watch. As for the first Hokage cells, he had been researching them since his time in Konoha. Both of these matters were highly confidential. How did Uchiha Chu Yang know about them? Could it be that among his trusted subordinates, there was a spy sent by Uchiha Chu Yang? However, he had heard that Sasori had a fight with Chu Yang not long ago, and it was possible that Kabuto the spy told Sasori, who then passed the information to Chu Yang. Watching Orochimaru, who seemed to be in a mental storm, Chu Yang lost patience. Orochimaru, just tell me if you'll help or not. Orochimaru snapped back to reality and chuckled. This favor, of course I can help, but you need to pay the price. What reward, oi? Chu Yang asked. That is. Before he finished speaking, Orochimaru rushed over, extending two fingers and aimed for Chu Yang's eye sockets. Hand over your pair of Sharingan eyes. Having long suspected that Orochimaru would not behave honestly and would certainly resort to underhanded tactics, Chu Yang showed no panic as the serpentine figure rushed toward him. The Lei-Yun blade, already charged with power, crackled with lightning as it swung down toward the charging Orochimaru. Orochimaru cared little for the Tang Dao that struck his body. Even as one hand was severed, he extended the fingers of the other hand, aiming to gouge out Chu Yang's whoosh. Just as Orochimaru was secretly gloating about to pluck out Chu Yang's Sharingan, he felt a sudden mental disorientation. Yet in reality, he had not moved toward Chu Yang at all. He remained standing in place. Genjutsu, Orochimaru mused. At this stage, he had not yet undergone countless reincarnations, so his mental fortitude was not so feeble. Such an ordinary illusion could not maintain its effect on him indefinitely. Moreover, Chu Yang's current visual acuity did not permit him to continue using the illusion of calamity. Thus, he had no choice but to take action. Interesting. Orochimaru smirked, his lips curling. What he detested most was monotony, and Chu Yang's growth left him in awe. This only made him crave Chu Yang's body even more. Manda's snake net. Orochimaru dropped to the ground, opening his small mouth, and with a guttural ugh, a torrent of tiny snakes poured forth from his throat. As these snakes slithered, they spat out even more snakes, forming a black wave that surged toward Chu Yang. Storm release light pillar. Violet lightning surged as pillars of light akin to storm release light Fong erupted from the ground, sweeping across the surface and instantly slicing the snakes into fragments. This was a technique Chu Yang had recently devised. When dealing with Sasori, if not for the weather advantage that allowed him to use Kirin, the red secret technique performance of 100 puppets would have been difficult to overcome. At that time, to be safe, Chu Yang had refrained from using Lei-Yun Annihilation Wave, as it consumed too much chakra. So he developed this area effect ninja. The wave of snakes was instantly carved into pieces as it lunged forward, and Orochimaru, naturally, did not expect such a tactic to achieve much. Wind release wind cutter technique. A gale rose, concealing deadly intent within. A barrage of sharp cutting blades flew toward Chu Yang. Seeing Chu Yang's eager expression, Shomao refrained from intervening and simply watched. Orochimaru glanced at Shomao before shifting his gaze back to Chu. If he could gouge out Chu Yang's eyes before Shomao reacted, it would be a sure gain. Orochimaru, if you think you can defeat me with such childish tricks, then you'd better abandon that notion and obediently become my underling. Storm release Lei-Yun Cavity Wave. Chu Yang gathered the power of the Lei-Yun Cavity Wave into his palm and pressed forward heavily, unleashing thunder with the force of 1,000 armies converging to strike Orochimaru. Such formidable power, truly worthy of you, Chu Yang. Orochimaru bit the thumbs of both hands and pressed them firmly onto the ground. Triple Rashomon. The concentrated lightning instantly shattered the first Rashomon. The second gate held for only a moment before collapsing, and the third gate finally managed to block it. Amidst the smoke and dust, Orochimaru's neck elongated, expanding to hundreds of times its original size. From the elongated neck a small head emerged slightly, opening its mouth to spew forth a python. From the python's mouth another Orochimaru emerged. Then that Orochimaru opened his mouth to reveal a long sword. This was the legendary technique, I spit a snake, the snake spits me, the snake spits me, I spit a sword. The Kusanagi sword aimed at Chu Yang. Chu Yang remained utterly fearless. The Tang Dao clashed with the Kusanagi sword, producing a continuous clanging sound. Chu Yang seized the opportunity to deflect the Kusanagi sword, and as lightning gathered on the Tang Dao, a cutting blade slashed toward Orochimaru's elongated neck. Orochimaru immediately retracted the sword he had spat out and nimbly dodged the blade aimed at his neck. He then withdrew his elongated neck, bit his fingers again, formed hand seals rapidly, and slapped the ground with one hand, causing black markings to appear. Summoning Manda, a colossal serpent materialized, its body immense, faintly bearing horn-like protrusions, with green snake eyes and violet-black skin. Manda raised its head and roared, Orochimaru, what do you summon me for this time? I want 200 sacrifices. Orochimaru frowned slightly but still promised, don't worry, you'll get your due once the deed is done. Manda nodded in satisfaction, lowering its head, its green eyes locking onto Chu Yang's Freedomo Sharingan. TCH, the Sharingan. I hate these things the most. Years of being a rogue ninja had brought Konoha's shinobi to capture Orochimaru. Among them were no shortage of Uchiha elites. Every time Manda encountered the Sharingan, it was affected to some extent. Moreover, there was a fortune-telling snake in the lonely cave. That snake had told it, your death in this life will be inextricably linked to the Sharingan. Though not entirely convinced, Manda adhered to the virtue of better safe than sorry, and whenever it faced Uchiha, it showed no mercy. But Manda's attack was not so simple. The serpent opened its enormous maw, its fangs gleaming with cold light, as if to swallow Chu. But Manda's attack was not so simple. The serpent opened its enormous maw, its fangs gleaming with cold light, as if to swallow Chu Yang in one gulp. Chu Yang's hands moved rapidly through hand seals. Storm release light fong. A violet beam shot forth, aiming to slice Manda's entire head into. Yet Manda, as one of the most formidable snake kings in the Lungdi cave, could not be killed so easily. It quickly adjusted its posture, and the light fong only managed to cut through part of its scales. Chu Yang's hands formed seals rapidly. Summoning technique. With a burst of white smoke, the blackened white Hungsi reappeared. Before Hungsi could speak, Chu Yang picked him up, pointed at Manda, who was baring its fangs from a distance, and said, Hungsi, see that disgusting snake. Hungsi nodded, bewildered. Good. Go and eliminate that Manda for me. Me. Hungsi pointed at himself in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Me, a perfectly ordinary handsome cat, and you want me to fight that thing? That's like sending Binbo Ba to deal with Tang Sung and his disciples. Chu Yang said to Hungsi, 50 cans of cat food, 100 packs of dried fish. At these words, Hansis' eyes seemed to transform into the shapes of cat food cans and dried fish packs. You swear it? Yes, I swear. With that, Chu Yang hurled Hungsi heavily toward Manda. Manda watched the flying Hungsi with disdain. How could a mere cat be a match for him? What a... As Hungsi suddenly transformed into a massive tiger midair, Manda was utterly dumbfounded. Hans transformed into a tiger, extended his front paw, and struck heavily toward Wansh's serpent head. As an extraordinary cat among the ninja cat clan, Hans could store large quantities of items in his stomach for extended periods, because he was capable of gigantification. Although there was a time limit, storing things for a long duration was still entirely feasible. Wanshu was also undaunted, lashing its thick heavy tail at Hans. The two colossal beasts immediately engaged in a brawl. The Shiwan narrowed his serpentine eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Yang continued his assault. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A wave of flames surged forth like a sea. Though its range was not as vast as Uchiha bands, it still made the Shiwan sense the formidable power contained within. The sea of flames engulfed the Shiwan. As Chu Yang watched with furrowed brows, a massive serpent with a pale, elongated body and 8 ferocious heads appeared before him. 8-headed serpent technique. The central head opened its mouth slightly, revealing Shiwan's naked pale body covered with slippery mucus. He held the Kusanagi sword in one hand, a hint of madness in his eyes. It seems you are serious, to Shiwan. Chu Yang raised his head slightly, meeting Shiwan's gaze calmly. In this form, It seems you are serious, to Shiwan. Chu Yang raised his head slightly, meeting Shiwan's gaze calmly. In this form, Shiwan's mental strength seemed to have increased by more than one level. That makes sense. If the Shiwan were a character who could be defeated with a single illusion, then during the Battle of the Pacific, when the Shiwan emerged from Zhuaju's body, using the curse mark, you could have directly used Yudu to control him and then sealed him with the Shi Quan sword. The Shiwan, after the battle, how about pledging allegiance to me? Chu Yang abruptly asked. The Shiwan was slightly startled, but quickly put on a mocking expression, his voice soft and hoarse. Ha ha ha. That depends on whether you have the strength. If you are the wind I have been waiting for, then pledging allegiance to you might not be unacceptable." With these words, the massive body of the eight-headed serpent began to approach like a tank. "Chu Yang, do you need my help?" Chimu Shuamao asked solemnly. Chu Yang shook his head. If I don't completely subdue Da Shiwan with my strength, there will be no peace in the future. Since I have resolved to make you submit, then only by intimidation can I win his sincere allegiance." Chu Yang thought to himself, and then hesitated. Of course what he used was not the power of the Mangekyo. Storm Release Shadow Clone. 3 Chu Yang appeared, all Storm Release clones. Although they couldn't defeat Da Shiwan, they were enough to buy him time. Chu Yang retreated to a distance, his hands forming seals rapidly. Thundercloud. Dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Chu Yang and Da Shiwan locked eyes. Da Shiwan seemed to realize something, his eyes filled with shock. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Da Shiwan, do you remember how I earned the title Storm Dragon Chu Yang?" Da Shiwan said hoarsely, "During the Third Great Ninja War, an Uchiha child whom no one had any expectations for was surrounded by over 1,000 elite ninjas from the Yanin village while guarding a vital camp. No one believed this battle could be won. But at that moment, Uchiha Chu Yang stepped forward from among dozens of injured Muyi ninjas and unleashed the ultimate technique of Storm Release, the Storm Ghost Dragon, instantly killing all the Yanin ninjas. Blue chakra swirled around. Rat Rabbit Dragon Tiger, Storm Release Storm Ghost Dragon. A crimson storm raged, surrounded by thunderclouds with rumbling thunder. Everything around, trees, mountains, rocks, and wood, was instantly destroyed by the leaking chakra. Even the distant Yanin village was affected. Vast chakra converged within the storm. The crimson storm soared into the sky, the black clouds grew denser, and even the ground was encircled by thunderclouds. It was a scene akin to the end of the world. Even Da Shiwan couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. Chimu Shuamao had long retreated to a distance. Wanshi and Hans, who were in the midst of their own battle, both swallowed hard. After exchanging glances, they saw fear in each other's eyes. Da Shiwan, I suddenly remembered I left the gas on at home. I don't want this sacrifice anymore. He'll be going now. With these words, Wanshi vanished in a puff of white smoke. Hans also returned to his kitten form. Hey Chu Yang, you scared me this time. As compensation for mental distress, you need to give me another 10 boxes of cat food. With that, Hans also vanished in white smoke. The Storm Ghost Dragon, the supreme secret of Storm Release. By gathering thunderclouds with chakra, it formed a massive thundercloud vortex in the sky. Once the lightning was unleashed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lightning gathered. Da Shiwan tried to block it, but was tightly entangled by the 3 clones. Just then, as if the charging was complete, from within the black thunderclouds, a dragon's head slowly emerged. Even Da Shiwan, who had performed the 8-headed serpent technique, appeared as insignificant as an ant for the first time in a long while. Da Shiwan felt fear. This was absolute domination of the strong over the weak. No, I can't just wait to die. Da Shiwan knocked away the 3 Storm Release clones that had been harassing him, but did not try to stop Chu Yang. He knew he had no chance. Da Shiwan's body returned inside the 8-headed serpent. The 8 ferocious heads converged and chakra began to gather. A violet-black chakra sphere resembling a tailed beast ball appeared. 8-headed serpent's orb. The orb, with power no less than a tailed beast ball, shot out, heading straight for the charging Chu Yang. Da Shiwan did not dare relax. The 8 heads continued to gather chakra for another 8-headed serpent's orb. Da Shiwan, you are quite impatient. Although not fully charged, it's enough to deal with you. The dragon's head in the sky charged, and a highly compressed laser cannon blasted from its mouth. The 8-headed serpent's orb collided with the powerful, charged laser cannon. There was no evenly matched contest, it was a complete crushing. The orb was instantly engulfed by the Storm Ghost Dragon's laser. The 8-headed serpent had already condensed 3 orbs. Da Shiwan tried to use them to neutralize the laser cannon, but it was ultimately futile. The 3 orbs managed to hold out for 2.5 seconds before being directly devoured by the laser. Da Shiwan watched helplessly as his entire serpent body was consumed, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. The 8-headed serpent vanished. Da Shiwan lay on the ground, alive or dead, unknown. Chu Yang wore a contemptuous expression. He stepped forward and kicked Da Shiwan twice. Get up, don't play dead with me. I know you're not dead. Da Shiwan instantly opened his eyes, opened his serpent mouth, and a brand new Da Shiwan crawled out. Chu Yang was about to say something, but the new Da Shiwan reached out again, trying to gouge out Chu Yang's Mangekyo. Slap. Chu Yang grabbed Da Shiwan's unruly hand and laughed. Da Shiwan, you really never learn. It's time to teach you a lesson. Da Shiwan was already exhausted. As he met Chu Yang's 3-tomo Sharingan, he instantly fell into an illusion. Ewa. Da Shiwan's agonizing scream, enough to move heaven and earth and make listeners weep, rang out. In the underground dungeon of the Sound Village, a haggard Orochimaru led Chu Yang and Sakomo inside. Lord Chu Yang White Fong, this dungeon holds several treasures I hold dear, and the experimental subjects who have received the cursed seal. In the dungeon, the cursed seal recipients bared their teeth at Chu Yang. But whenever Orochimaru glanced their way, they would cowardly shrink back into their cells. Orochimaru, it seems you've left a very bad impression on them. Chu Yang taunted. Orochimaru chuckled. If I didn't discipline them, how could they ever obey? Chu Yang crossed his arms and chuckled. Indeed. Some people only behave after a good lesson, don't you agree? Orochimaru. Chu Yang called. Orochimaru. Then as they walked through the dark corridor watching the experimental subjects whose minds were disturbed by the cursed seal, Hatake Sakumo couldn't help but worry. Orochimaru, is this cursed seal really reliable? What if after Chu Yang receives it? Before Sakumo could finish, Chu Yang said confidently, Dad, don't worry. This thing won't have much effect on me. These already insane failures are only because they themselves were too weak. Chu Yang was not at all worried about whether he would go insane or even die from receiving the cursed seal. After all, he was a genius. He had that much confidence. Orochimaru also said, White Fong, rest assured. With Lord Chu Yang's power, receiving the cursed seal won't cause much trouble. After a few more casual words, they had reached the end of the prison. Looking at the sturdy iron cage, Chu Yang noticed some intricacies. It had been reinforced with sealing techniques. Clearly, Orochimaru valued the person inside immensely. Indeed, that was the case. Without Yugo, Orochimaru's research on the cursed seal would have been extremely difficult. Open. Orochimaru formed a few hand seals, and Chu Yang clearly felt the chakra on the cage dissipate. The barrier was undone. At that instant, as if knowing the cage could no longer hold him, the boy inside burst out. The iron bars couldn't contain him at all. He tore the cage apart in an instant. A small boy with short orange hair, now covered in dark markings like a demon, stared at Orochimaru with beast-like eyes. His fist the size of a sandbag struck Orochimaru's body. For Orochimaru, who had undergone soft body modification, Jugo's punch was nothing. The moment the fist landed, Orochimaru's neck extended, and his fangs sank into the boy's neck. With this kiss, Yugo slowly awakened from his berserk state. He looked up and met Orochimaru's gaze calmly. Unlike the other subjects, he didn't seem to fear Orochimaru. Yugo asked calmly, Orochimaru, what is it this time? Orochimaru smiled. Oh, well, I need to borrow a bit of your sage chakra. It doesn't matter. Yugo sat on the bed in his cell indifferent. If you could take away this troublesome thing from me, that would be best. He was just a small child at an age of innocence, yet his eyes held profound weariness. Orochimaru extended his neck and sank his sharp fangs deep into Jugo's neck. Instantly, Yugo felt his sage chakra being drained in large amounts. After about 2.5 minutes, Yugo lay on the bed in his cell, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. At least for a short while he wouldn't go berserk like before. Orochimaru resealed the cage door, turned to meet Chu Yang's gaze, and flashed his fangs. Lord Chu Yang, are you ready? I'm going to bite down now. Chu Yang. What the hell kind of dirty talk is that? Chu Yang sighed, and with a look of despair pulled down his collar to reveal his pale neck, being marked by Orochimaru. How embarrassing. Come on. Chu Yang said with a tone of resignation. Orochimaru extended his neck and planted the cursed seal firmly on Chu Yang's neck. The cursed seal took shape. Simultaneously, a sharp pain surged through Chu Yang's entire body. Overwhelmed, he knelt involuntarily, letting out a crackling. Hatake Sakumo and Orochimaru seemed to hear faint explosions. Immediately, Sakumo looked at Orochimaru with doubt, his eyes demanding an explanation. Orochimaru said calmly, this is a complete cursed seal containing powerful sage chakra. The sage chakra forcibly enters Lord Chu Yang's body and naturally seeks to destroy his cells. This situation is easily resolved. Lord Chu Yang only needs to mobilize his own chakra to suppress it. Hearing this, Sakumo breathed a slight sigh of relief. With Chu Yang's strength, suppressing the sage chakra shouldn't be difficult. Although Chu Yang couldn't hear their conversation, he understood his situation. Clenching his teeth, he controlled his own chakra to fight against the invading sage chakra. After about 10 minutes, Chu Yang finally calmed the sage chakra within him. He slowly stood up. Sakumo, who had been anxiously watching, let out a sigh of relief. Although he trusted Chu Yang's strength as a father, he couldn't help but worry. Orochimaru, seemingly pulling out a notebook from nowhere, asked curiously, Lord Chu Yang, how do you feel? Knowing Orochimaru wanted to collect data, Chu Yang shared his feelings. Good, very good, excellent, very, very good. Not only did my power increase, but I also feel that the side effects of the Mangekyo have been somewhat suppressed. I feel my eyesight has improved. In his past life, Chu Yang was a four eyes. In this life, after defecting, his vision had been declining, but now he felt he could see things around him much more clearly. This trip was truly worthwhile. Moreover, it seemed he had gained an excellent bonus. Feeling the lingering sage chakra inside him, Chu Yang felt he was now invincible. Chu Yang said confidently, now, I feel terrifyingly powerful. Even without the Mangekyo, I'm confident I can fight against my Mangekyo-activated self. Is the cursed seal's enhancement this great? Tsukumo asked curiously. Chu Yang nodded, a smug smile spreading across his lips, the kind that belonged to Sasuke. Of course. As for the reason, Chu Yang looked at Tsukumo. Why don't you try it yourself, Dad? Tsukumo nodded. Shomao and Chu Yang arrived at the battlefield, where they had previously fought Orochimaru. Orochimaru observed as a bystander. Chu Yang took off his shirt, revealing his perfect. As Chu Yang mobilized his chakra, his skin began to turn a dark earthy black, and a pair of fleshy wings resembling chicken wings sprouted from his back. He skipped the first stage directly, and entered Cursed Seal Stage 2. Chu Yang's wings flapped, and he immediately launched into a low-altitude flight. He charged at Hatake Shomao, with astonishing speed, swinging his tang blade heavily. Hatake Shomao did not back down. His white light short sword clashed against the long blade, producing a continuous clattering sound. Orochimaru observed the battle while taking notes in his little notebook. Hatake Shomao grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. Chu Yang's swordsmanship had always been taught by him, so he was well aware of Chu Yang's true strength. After being implanted with the Cursed Seal, Chu Yang's speed, strength, and reflexes had all undergone a qualitative leap. Even in a pure swordplay contest, he found himself being subtly suppressed. After a few more simple exchanges, Chu Yang's wings flapped, and he ascended into the air. Shomao understood that Chu Yang was about to start using ninjutsu. Chu Yang formed hand seals, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Dad, don't be too shocked. Lightning surged in Chu Yang's hands. A tiger formed by thunder let out a low roar and lunged toward Hatake Shomao on the ground, tearing and biting. Sage Art Lightning released Lightning Tiger Slaying. This was an improved version of Lightning Release Lightning Cutter. Since Lightning Cutter could only be used for close-quarters combat, which introduced uncertainty, Kakashi had modified it into Lightning Tiger Slaying, allowing it to be thrown like a raisin shuriken for ranged attacks. This is Sage Art. Hatake Shomao was stunned. Even Orochimaru, who was watching from the sidelines, froze for a moment before excitedly scribbling in his notebook. Incredible, incredible. After mastering the perfect curse seal, Chu Yang can actually use Sage Chakra. Orochimaru thought excitedly. This would greatly inspire his future research. Meanwhile, Hatake Shomao, who was fighting Chu Yang, did not dodge. Instead, he attempted to counter. Lightning surged on the white light short sword. He slashed out a wind and lightning strike that collided with the Lightning Tiger Slaying. In the end, the Lightning Tiger Slaying tore through the strike and charged toward Hatake Shomao. Shomao did not evade. He slashed again, and the two attacks canceled each other out. Impressive, Hatake Shomao exclaimed. He realized that Chu Yang had not used his full power earlier. Even the Lightning Tiger Slaying, at only partial strength, possessed such might. How terrifying would it be if he went all out? Now it seemed that Chu Yang had not been boasting earlier. Orochimaru looked at Chu Yang with great interest, and said excitedly, Lord Chu Yang, could you give me some of your... Chu Yang nodded, and bit his finger. Orochimaru immediately took a test tube from his mouth, and carefully collected the dripping blood. Although Orochimaru now addressed him as Lord, out of deference to his strength, Chu Yang would not miss this opportunity to curry favor without causing much harm to himself. Dad, the curse seal offers such a huge boost. Would you like to have one implanted? Chu Yang said to Hatake Shomao beside him. Hatake Shomao shook his head slightly. No need. I am a taijutsu specialist. Though I can use ninjutsu, the boost would not be significant. Hatake Shomao would never tell Chu Yang that he refused simply because he did not want Orochimaru to mark him with the seal. Chu Yang said, even if the boost to taijutsu is not as dramatic as to ninjutsu, I think any improvement is worthwhile. Dad, you should still. Seeing that Chu Yang seemed determined to make him accept the cursed seal, Hatake Shomao was about to fabricate an excuse when Orochimaru interjected. Lord Chu Yang, not everyone who receives the perfect curse seal will turn out like you. What do you mean? Chu Yang asked curiously. Orochimaru said, I have implanted the perfect version of the cursed seal into many test subjects before. They were all formidable, including elite jonin. However, the mortality rate of the experiment was 100. If my speculation is correct, your ability to adapt to the cursed seal is likely related to the Uchiha bloodline and the Mangekyo Sharingan. Is that so? Chu Yang mused. Hatake Shomao quickly echoed Orochimaru's words. Since this cursed seal carries such a risk, I shall not take him. Very well. Chu Yang nodded. However, he did not deactivate the Cursed Seal Stage 2 and even activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, the three crescent moons rotating, causing Orochimaru to feel a chill. Chu Yang wore a cold smile, caressing his tang blade, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Tell me, Orochimaru, such a dangerous seal. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Orochimaru. Sweating profusely, Lord Chu Yang, please listen to my explanation. It's like this. Poor Snake Lady, once again disciplined by Chu Yang. Orochimaru was covered in mucus, his tongue sticking out, eyes rolling back, panting heavily. Looking thoroughly broken. Chu Yang kicked Orochimaru. Seeing no response, he began to reflect. Had he been too heavy-handed? No, it wasn't his fault. The mucus on Orochimaru's body came from when he spat himself out. His tongue was out because he had tried to attack with his tongue sword, and Chu Yang had electrocuted his tongue with lightning. The rolled-back eyes and heavy breathing were from expending a large amount of chakra. In short, Chu Yang was blameless. It was all Orochimaru's fault. A year passed. The land of soup. Summoning jutsu. Fei Duan clapped his small hands, and Hansi appeared before him. Hansi asked curiously, "Meow, Fei Duan, what do you want?" Fei Duan rubbed Hansi's fur and smiled. "I just want you to deliver a message to the boss. First, I've already opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates. Second, I want to ask when we can capture the 6 tails and make me its Jinchuriki." Hansi yawned. "Is that all? Fine, fine. He'll go tell Chu Yang." The land of fields, Inin village. Over the past year, Chu Yang had not continued to roam the shinobi world. He stayed in the Inin village established by Deshiwan. His relationship with Deshiwan was that of a superior and subordinate, but there was also an element of mutual exploitation. Chu Yang listened to Hansi telling him that Fei Duan had already opened the 5th gate. He was very gratified, feeling that he had not misjudged him. But regarding the matter of becoming the 6 tails Jinchuriki, Chu Yang frowned and couldn't help sighing. After all, this was the person he had his eyes on. He had already painted a grand picture in advance, and now the other party had shown such obvious talent. If he wanted his loyalty, he had no choice but to follow through. Now he had dug his own grave, and he had to jump into it, even if he didn't want to. But infiltrating the Wuyin village and stealing someone's 6 tails, the more he thought about it, the stranger it sounded. However, because Good Shirtsong was controlled by Dai Tu with Genjutsu, he had revived the Blood Mist village policy left by the 3rd Mizukage last year, and even further intensified the oppression. In just 1 year, the Wuyin village was filled with popular grievances, and countless ninjas defected. Among them, a relatively famous one was Pipa Shirzong, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. It was unknown whether he had been recruited by the Shao organization. By the way, perhaps because of his own existence, Shiwan had defected from the Shao organization not long ago, which was several years earlier than in the original story. Payan had no way to deal with this slippery snake, and in the end just let him go. Chu Yang also had some thoughts of his own. That guy Shiwan was always abducting kids. Could he also lure a few away? Then throw them into Inin village to be personally taught by himself and Shimu Shomao. Now he had a cooperative relationship with Deshiwan. Roughly speaking, Inin village was his. Of course, something like this still needed to be mentioned to Chimu Shomao. As for Deshiwan, Chu Yang had never trusted him. For such an important matter, he was afraid that Deshiwan would sell him out. Nonsense. Chimu Shomao said with a tone of frustration, "You really think you can't die fast enough?" Chu Yang smiled sheepishly and quickly poured tea for his father. Then he came behind Shomao, massaged his shoulders and said, "Dad, don't be so angry. With my current strength, even if I were discovered by the high-level officials of the Wuyin village, I could still escape without any problem." Then he came behind Shomao, massaged his shoulders and said, "Dad, don't be so angry. With my current strength, even if I were discovered by the high-level officials of the Wuyin village, I could still escape." Chimu Shomao said gravely, "How can I feel at ease like this?" Understanding that his adoptive father was only worried about his safety, Chu Yang didn't know what to say, so he could only serve tea and try to persuade him. In the end, under Chu Yang's repeated verbal bombardment, Chimu Shomao agreed to let Chu Yang go alone. Before parting, Chimu Shomao said solemnly, "If you encounter any danger, no matter what, use the Jian Yu Ming Fong to teleport me over." Chu Yang nodded. Then he took the small amount of things he had prepared and left the Inin village. He didn't need to worry about Deshiwan. Over the past year, Chu Yang had occasionally gone out for a stroll. The land of water. After traveling for over 10 days, Chu Yang arrived at a small town in the land of water. It was already winter and snow had covered the land of water. After traveling for over 10 days, Chu Yang arrived at a small town in the land of water. It was already winter and snow had covered the cold wind blew, snowflakes fell, and the heavens and earth were all the color of ice. Chu Yang, wearing a black cloak, stepped forward, leaving his footprints in the white snow. However, Chu Yang was wearing fleece-lined boots. He couldn't understand why a bunch of ninjas all insisted on wearing open-toed shoes. Aren't they cold in winter? Were they brain damaged, or did they think it looked cool? He went to a restaurant and buried himself in eating. In his mind, he began to conceive how to stealthily steal the 6 tails Jinchuriki, Yu Gao, who was still a child. But just then Chu Yang felt a direct stare seemingly looking at him. He could naturally sense such a covert gaze, as it was a basic ninja skill. Is it a subordinate sent by Deshiwan? Or a ninja from the Wuyin village? No, if it were either of those, the surveillance level wouldn't be this poor. With that thought, Chu Yang followed his senses and looked towards the direction of the gaze. There a child covered in filth, still wearing a ragged short-sleeved shirt in the heavy snow, was staring straight at him, or rather at the dishes on his table. A beggar. Chu Yang instantly lost interest. He wasn't kind-hearted enough to help every pitiful beggar he saw, but he still kept his guard up. Perhaps this child was transformed by some rough man, using the transformation jutsu, and the reason for the obvious stare was to deliberately confuse him. After that child sensed that Chu Yang was looking at him, he timidly withdrew his little head from the doorway. But not even 2 minutes later, Chu Yang felt that direct. Putting down his chopsticks, Chu Yang sighed helplessly. He stood up and walked towards the little beggar at the door. The child saw Chu Yang striding towards him and seemed to think of something, trembling with fear. Without hesitation, the child turned to run but slipped and fell, suffering several scrapes. He was about to get up, but Chu Yang had already arrived in front of him. Seeing the boots in front of him, the child timidly climbed up slowly and met Chu Yang's gaze. Chu Yang reached out his hand, and the child immediately covered his head and cried as if in fear of something. Chu Yang, who rarely showed kindness and wanted to do a good deed, sighed. He had originally just wanted to drive the kid away after all that stare was affecting his meal. But after seeing such a cute little girl fallen on the ground with scrapes on her body, Chu Yang, who believed in the rule, looks are justice, found that his conscience, which had been devoured by some dog, surprisingly ached. He had only reached out to pull him up and used the small medical kit he carried to bandage him. Chu Yang sighed, slowly placing his hand on the child's head and gently rubbing it twice. The little girl slowly looked up, meeting Chu Yang's eyes brimming with tenderness, and for a moment it was as if she was entranced. Chu Yang said gently, "Little one, did I scare you just now? You're injured. Come and I'll treat you to a meal and bandage your wounds." The child's slightly reddened eyes stared straight at Chu Yang as if filled with doubt. Chu Yang, seeing the dazed child, had no choice but to take his hand and lead him directly into the restaurant. Ignoring the strange looks around him, Chu Yang brought the child to his own table. Seeing the dishes full on the table, Chu Yang noticed the child's Adam's apple slightly moved, clearly a sign of swallowing saliva. Chu Yang pressed him into a seat, took out a small medical kit from his ninja tool pouch, applied medicine to the child's scraped parts, and then bandaged them simply. Chu Yang asked the waiter to bring another set of chopsticks and bowl and placed them in front of the child. "Eat," he said gently, looking at the still somewhat dazed child. Only then did the child seem to react, pointing at himself in disbelief. Chu Yang nodded slightly. Seeing Chu Yang's affirmative gesture, the child's eyes glistened, and he immediately picked up the chopsticks and bowl to wolf down the food. Chu Yang looked down at the child wolfing down the food, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting slightly. The lifted corners of his mouth paused. What? Was he showing such a gentle smile to a little girl? As if realizing something, he immediately slapped himself. "Uchiha Chu Yang, you're such a beast. Even such a little girl you won't let go." No, I'm not a lolicon at all," Chu Yang immediately thought in his mind. And the child looked at Chu Yang with some confusion. The child didn't understand why this very gentle and kind brother suddenly slapped himself. Feeling the child's strange gaze, Chu Yang coughed lightly twice, shook his head, and indicated that he was fine. Seeing this, the child burst out laughing. This laugh was like a winter flower meeting a blazing sun, causing even Chu Yang to blush slightly. Kakawai. Well, Chu Yang admitted that he had a little bit of a lolicon tendency. But what's wrong with being a lolicon? Lolicon is the best. The child had eaten so much and was clearly very satisfied, so he couldn't help but chat with Chu Yang. "And mister, what is..." With such a cute little girl talking to him, how could Chu Yang not respond? Moreover, he had just sensed that this child was definitely not transformed by a transformation technique, and there was no powerful chakra outside. He had been implanted with the curse mark and could use sage art. He was now at a power level beyond Kage. If even his current perception couldn't detect it, then Chu Yang might as well consider kneeling in surrender. "I am Uchiha Chu Yang." The child clearly didn't know the famous rank rogue ninja of Konoha, but instead thanked him with a face full of shyness and sin. "Thank you, Mr. Chu Yang. My name is Bai. It's nothing. I can't eat all this alone. By the way, your name is Bai, right? A very good name." A question mark slowly appeared above Chu Yang's head, and then his face turned horrified. He looked at the little girl in front of him in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. You said your name is Bai." Bai nodded. "What's wrong, Mr. Chu Yang?" "Nothing." That was Chu Yang's surface answer, still with that gentle smile. But his heart was in turmoil. No, why is such a cute loli a boy? Was it Chu Yang's auditory hallucination? The familiar BGM appeared in his mind. Snowflakes fluttering, north wind howling, the world is a vast expanse of whiteness. Chu Yang didn't want to believe such a pessimistic fact, but he still asked tremblingly. Let me ask, Bai, are you a girl?" Bai shook his head. "Mr. Chu Yang, I'm a boy." Chu Yang. Chu Yang was secretly emo, but Bai sincerely held Chu Yang's hand. As if afraid that Chu Yang would find his hand dirty, Bai withdrew it. Bai bowed very gratefully and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chu Yang." "Thank you." Seeing Bei's red face, yet such determination, a thought inevitably arose in Chu Yang's mind. Bai is so beautiful. Does gender really matter? Even if he is a boy, I'm not. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Yang quickly threw his weird thoughts into the recycle bin. For convenience, he could retrieve them later when needed. How could he have such a perverted thought just now? It must be a ninja from the Yamanaka clan who used the mind transfer technique on me, right? It must be so. Chu Yang spoke to Bai, who seemed about to leave. Wait. Bai looked at Chu Yang with some confusion. Chu Yang smacked his lips. Bai, as the possessor of the ice release bloodline limit, if properly trained, could become a major combat force in the future. Even if there is not much room for growth later, it's still nice to keep him around for the eye candy. I wonder if Zaibujan had the same thought when he took in Bai back then. While his mind was wandering, Chu Yang spoke. Bai, do you want to follow me? Seeing Chu Yang's eyes smiling, yet very serious, Bai was a bit stunned. Chu Yang said with feigned grievance, not willing. Then fine. Seeing that things were about to develop in a direction he didn't want, Bai immediately defended loud. I am willing. Mr. Chu Yang, I am willing to follow you. Seeing Bai, who seemed a bit anxious, but unexpectedly even cuter, Chu Yang couldn't help but Chu Yang muttered again in his heart. If only Bai were a girl, then I could experience the joy of raising a character. After the meal, Chu Yang split off a shadow clone to buy clothes for Bai, while the original body held Bai's small hand, and went to a hotel to check in. Chu Yang looked at the feminine clothing bought by the clone, and fell into silence. How do I have a clone as perverted as you? Do you know that in my past life this would get you at least 3 years? Chu Yang slapped the shadow clone into a puff of white smoke. But it was already so late outside, probably no clothing stores were open. So maybe. Watching Bai in the clothes, Chu Yang couldn't help but giggle foolishly. Chu Yang left a storm-release shadow clone in the city to accompany Bai. Although it was merely a clone, it possessed 1/4 of Chu Yang's chakra, enough to handle elite jonin and even quasi-cage level ninja. His true body arrived at the Hidden Mist Village. Next, Chu Yang needed to gather information about the Six Tails Jinchuriki. However, he could not appear too obvious in his intentions. After all, Jinchuriki, regardless of the ninja village, were something ordinary people avoided and the higher-ups treated with extreme caution. Chu Yang split into 4 shadow clones. The clones all used transformation technique and began wandering around the Hidden Mist Village, casually inquiring about the This Goju Shirtsong is a bastard. At first we thought he was something decent, but it turns out he's just as bad as the third Mizukage. Implementing this Blood Mist Village policy, how are we common folks supposed to survive? The Hidden Mist Village will eventually be ruined by him. In the noodle shop, Chu Yang's shadow clone listened to the owner cursing Goju Shirtsong, his spittle almost splattering onto Chu Yang's face. Transforming into a stubbly middle-aged man, Chu Yang casually agreed a few times, then pretended to ask nonchalantly, by the way, just now, when I was wandering around, I saw a few bubbles floating in the sky. What's up with that? Hearing Chu Yang's question, the noodle shop owner snorted coldly and said in a very unfriendly tone, it's that brat who likes blowing bubbles. He's always disappearing and reappearing, and those bubbles he blows tend to explode. It's really annoying. Obviously, the noodle shop owner didn't know the identity of the Six Tails Jinchuriki. He was simply bothered by the exploding bubbles that caused trouble for the residents. After all, who would like a bratty kid? Chu Yang chatted a bit more with the noodle shop owner, and then left. The other shadow clones hadn't gathered much useful information. Chu Yang decided to stay for a few more days to thoroughly inquire about Yu Gao's whereabouts. But as the protagonist, he was bound to encounter all sorts of things. A man with bandages wrapped around his face, carrying a large broadsword on his back, stared intently at Goju Shirtsong, who was reviewing documents in the Mizukage's office. At that moment, he stood on a large tree near the Mizukage's office. The knight and his excellent ability to conceal his presence became his best cover. Gently placing his hand on the broadsword behind him, the fierce man radiated killing intent toward the Mizukage inside the office. He was the demon of the Hidden Mist Village, Taudi Zaibuzan. During the Blood Mist Village period implemented by the third Mizukage, he had killed all the students in his class, which made the higher-ups of the Hidden Mist Village realize the drawbacks of the Blood Mist Village. Good heavens, although ninjas had killed each other before, at least it had maintained the basic military strength of the Hidden Mist Village. If only one ninja remained from each class, even if he was an elite, what use would that be against the thousands upon thousands of ninja armies from other countries? Before long, the third Mizukage was forced to abdicate and died a few months later. The fourth Mizukage, Goju Shirtsong, officially took over the entire Hidden. At first, seeing that Goju Shirtsong intended to reform the Blood Mist policy, he received overwhelming support from a large number of people in Zaibuzan. This iron-blooded and ruthless man also yearned for peace in his homeland, free from the brutal rule of the Blood Mist. As time passed, the fourth Mizukage formally took charge of the entire Hidden Mist Village. Yet just when everyone thought things were about to improve, no one expected that Goju Shirtsong would once again implement the blood mist policy with a brutality that even surpassed that of the third Mizukage. It was then that Touty Zaibuzan suddenly realized that the fourth Mizukage, whom he had always admired, was nothing but a brutal and ambitious schemer. For the sake of his village, Zaibuzan decided to take the risk of killing Goju Shirtsong and ending this tyrannical rule. Even if he was the fourth Mizukage and the Three Tails Jinchuriki, as long as he didn't react in time, it shouldn't be difficult to kill him with his silent killing technique. With that thought, Zaibuzan made up his mind and drew the large broadsword he had been carrying on his back. At this time, he was not yet one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, nor had he obtained the decapitating carving knife. However, because Dai 2 controlled Goju Shirtsong earlier than in the original story, his assassination attempt on Goju Shirtsong also occurred earlier than in the original. Goju Shirtsong, who was reviewing documents, did not notice that Touty Zaibuzan had appeared behind him. Zaibuzan quickly raised his large broadsword and brought it down heavily. In an instant, he killed Goju Shirtsong. Goju Shikong's baby-faced head fell to the ground, his eyes, as if he hadn't yet realized he had been killed. Just as Zaibuzan was secretly rejoicing, the head of Shirtsong on the ground and the corpse on the chair turned into a puddle of water. Nanny! Behind him, Goju Shikong's voice rang out, water release, water, severing wave. A cutting water jet infused with chakra nature transformation shot from Goju Shikong's mouth, instantly slicing Touty Zaibuzan in half. But Zaibuzan also turned into a puddle of water. A water clone. No, it's a substitution technique. Sensing the direction of Zaibuzan's chakra, Goju Shirtsong tapped the table lightly and pointed in a direction. Several people wearing umbu masks pursued in the direction Zaibuzan had fled. Goju Shirtsong, as if nothing had happened, sat down again and continued reviewing documents. "Oh dear, you're so mean, big brother," a coquettish girl lying in Chu Yang's arms said in a sweet, syrupy voice. Chu Yang's face flushed slightly. With one arm around the well-endowed girl, he raised a bottle with the other hand and drank straight from it. It must be said that this kind of adult entertainment industry was probably the most resilient industry in the world, both in his past life and this one. Even in the hidden mist village under the blood mist policy, such establishments were ubiquitous. Chu Yang was never a saintly person anyway, since he didn't plan to get married in this life. He didn't feel guilty about anyone. Worst case, he could have De Shiwan clone a child for him later. Chu Yang stood up and prepared to leave. The well-endowed girl grabbed Chu Yang's arm, giving him a flirtatious look, and said sweetly, "Big brother, I forgot my keys. Can you take me home?" Chu Yang naturally understood what she meant. But today the feedback from his shadow clones had been too much. He was truly exhausted and had no interest. After paying, he left directly. Walking back to the inn, Chu Yang's footsteps paused slightly. His gaze flickered toward a distance. He sensed several powerful chakra signatures moving rapidly in that direction. Interesting. That direction seems to be from the Mizukage's office. Chu Yang vanished in an instant, catching up to the few people who were fleeing at full speed. Zabuza Momochi stared at the ANBU members who had completely surrounded him, a fierce expression in his eyes. "Momochi Zabuza, assassinating the Mizukagesima, you are utterly lawless. If you surrender your weapons now, perhaps the Mizukagesima will show mercy you." "Enough nonsense." Zabuza calmly drew the large sword from his back and said flatly, "Get on with it." The broadsword struck empty air, and Zabuza frowned slightly. The others also sprang into action. In an instant, the scene descended into chaos. In such a battle, Zabuza could gain no advantage. The broadsword struck empty air, and Zabuza frowned slightly. The others also sprang into action. In an instant, the scene descended into chaos. In such a battle, Zabuza could gain no advantage. His famed hidden mist technique, which had earned him the title of demon, was useless because the enemy were also ninjas from the hidden mist village and could clearly sense within it. Water release ninjutsu also gained no advantage. If he closed in for taijutsu attacks, the others would seize the opportunity to attack him from a distance with ninjutsu and ninja tools. Moreover, the ANBU had formed a pincer formation, leaving him no chance to escape. In this utterly frustrating battle, Zabuza was completely suppressed. Wind release wind cutter technique. A blade of wind formed by a hurricane slashed towards Zabuza. Zabuza strained to raise his broadsword, trying to block the attack. Clang! Although he blocked the technique, the wind cutter had severed his broadsword. Zabuza was stunned for a moment, and the enemy, seeing such a golden opportunity, naturally did not miss it, immediately taking Zabuza down. Is this the end? Zabuza, covered in ghastly wounds, fell weakly to the ground, clenching his fists with unwilling thoughts. He had not yet seen his homeland restored to its former glory. Why was he falling here? One of the ANBU raised a long sword and slowly walked over to Zabuza. Under the moonlight, the long sword gleamed with a cold light as it was slowly raised. Just as Zabuza closed his eyes, waiting for death. Thud, thud, thud. The several A and BU present all fell to the ground. Zabuza looked at them in disbelief, realizing they all seemed to be under a jinjutsu. Jinjutsu. How? Tap 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 tap. Footsteps sounded in the dark forest, and Chu Yang with a pair of Thritomo Sharingan eyes slowly appeared before Zabuza. Chu Yang curled his lips slightly and smiled. Demon Momochi Zabuza, first time meeting. I am Uchiha Chu Yang. Interested in serving me? Zabuza was slightly stunned. He had naturally heard of Chu Yang's reputation long ago, but he never expected that on the night of his assassination of the fourth Mizukage he would happen to encounter Chu Yang. Was it a coincidence? But Zabuza didn't have time to think. He understood that Chu Yang wasn't giving him a choice, but a blatant threat. Allegiance. Or death. Zabuza could clearly distinguish these two options. Although he cared about his pride, he would not die for a bit of so-called dignity. Lord Chu Yang Momochi Zabuza. At your command. Zabuza knelt on one knee to show his loyalty. Chu Yang curled his lips slightly. It seemed the plan to capture the Six Tails could be carried out tonight. Very good. Zabuza, your first mission under my command. Tell me where the Six Tails Jinchuriki is right now. Zabuza was momentarily stunned, then looked at Chu Yang with some fear. He had speculated about the purpose of Chu Yang's visit to the Hidden Mist Village, but he never imagined that the goal was actually the Six Tails. But now that he had become Chu Yang's subordinate, Zabuza naturally told the truth. Lord Chu Yang, if your target is the Six Tails, it might be a bit troublesome. Noticing from the corner of his eye that Chu Yang's expression darkened slightly, Zabuza, Lord Chu Yang, I do not mean to doubt your strength. The main thing is, the Six Tails Jinchuriki Utakata has a troublesome guy constantly watching him, or rather protecting him. Even you might not be able to take him down in a short time. If the commotion becomes too great, it will likely attract the entire Hidden Mist Village to surround us. Who? Chu Yang asked curiously. The genius of the Hozuki clan, Hozuki Mangetsu, who currently wields 4 of the 7 ninja swords. Chu Yang's gaze sharpened. Hozuki Mangetsu, a genius who didn't have a particularly outstanding performance in the original work. But Chu Yang dared not underestimate him. Hanzo of the Salamander, known as a demigod, was defeated by Mifune after being resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. Could you say Hanzo was weak? It was purely that the author didn't want to waste too many words. And the same likely applied to Hozuki Mangetsu. You're not wrong. Hozuki Mangetsu is indeed a troublesome character, but he is also a character who can be dealt with by a single phantom calamity. But isn't using a Mangekyo technique to deal with this guy a bit overkill? Although the Sage Art Curse Seal somewhat reduces the side effects of the Mangekyo, it's still not enough to casually use the Mangekyo. Chu Yang pondered slightly. It's indeed a bit tricky, but speaking of which, people always have things they care about, right? Does this Hozuki Mangetsu have anyone or anything he cares about? Something that can be used to threaten him? Hearing Chu Yang's question, Zabuza pondered slightly. Yes, Zabuza said affirmatively. His younger brother Hozuki, it is said that his younger brother is his Achilles heel. Previously, the Mizukage wanted to move against the Hozuki clan. Although I don't know exactly what he intended, none of the Hozuki clan members who went and the Mizukage soon turned his attention to Hozuki Suigetsu, a highly talented kid. Knowing this, Hozuki Mangetsu directly had a huge quarrel with the Mizukage, even stating bluntly, if anyone dares to touch my brother, I will turn the entire Hidden Mist Village upside down. Because of this, the Hozuki clan announced their intention to expel him, and the Mizukage, in a fit of anger, sent him to guard the Jinchuriki. I see. Chu Yang's lips curled slightly, revealing a cunning smile. He had always wanted to develop some subordinates of his own. Wasn't this the opportunity? So currently he only cares about his brother, and his relationship with both the village and the clan is bad, right? Yes. Zabuza gave an affirmative answer. Chu Yang threw a bombshell at Zabuza. Then do you think there's a possibility that he could be of use to me, just like you? Zabuza's pupils constricted. This was too crazy. His newly recognized master was too crazy. Not only did he want to seize the Six Tails, but he also wanted to lure away the genius of the Hozuki clan. In the dense forest, a child of about 10 years old, clad in blue with a side-swept fringe covering one eye, sat blowing bubbles while gazing at the serene. Since it wasn't snowing, the bubbles drifted freely among the trees before popping. Unbeknownst to the boy, a white-haired man perched on a giant tree branch, yawning and watching him with speechless exasperation. Hotarai, a Mangetsu muttered under his breath. Honestly, isn't this little brat sleepy in the middle of the night? And in this freezing weather? Leaning back with his legs crossed, feeling the breeze, Mangetsu's thoughts involuntarily drifted to his little brother. A gentle curve tugged at the corners of his mouth, but when he thought of the fourth Mizukage and the stubborn old geezers of the clan, the smile vanished instantly. What crummy clan? Weren't their ancestors the second Mizukage? Now they just let that ambitious Yagura take people from their clan. Utterly disgraceful. In that brief, yet interminable year of Yagura's tyrannical rule, the warlike Kagaya clan had been wiped out. The Terumi clan cowered under the tutelage of the elder, barely participating in politics, and the Yuki clan. Forget it, they had vanished back in the third Mizukage's era. Now were it not for the prestige left by the second Mizukage, the Hozuki clan would be no better than those three. Konoha's Uchiha clan at least had a bunch of hawks who dared to resist, making Konoha hesitate to act rashly. Could he be the next target? Mangetsu brooded over the future while carefully sensing his surroundings. Once certain there was no enemy, he closed his eyes. Could he be the next target? Mangetsu brooded over the future while carefully sensing his surroundings. Once certain there was no enemy, he closed his eyes ready to take a short nap. After all, who would be so audacious as to come to Kirigakure and snatch the Six Tails Jinchuriki? Chu Yang suddenly sneezed. 1 sneeze for a curse, 2 for a blessing, 3 for a chat. Tisk, who's thinking of me? Could it be Shisui? Chu Yang muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Zabuza had brought out Hozuki Suigetsu from the Hozuki clan compound. My lord, this is Hozuki Suigetsu, the younger brother of Hozuki Mangetsu. Watching Suigetsu tucked under Zabuza's armpit, Chu Yang felt a pang of pity. After all, the kid's brow was so furrowed it could crush a fly. Hey Zabuza, how about you put him down from under your armpit? I mean, you're a rough guy. It must be pretty stinky. Chu Yang said, pinching his nose as if truly disgusted by Zabuza. Zabuza, somewhat unconvinced, he shifted Suigetsu from his armpit to his shoulder. Suigetsu's tightly knitted brow gradually relaxed. Zabuza, taking advantage of Chu Yang turning away, he secretly sniffed his own armpit. Ugh, awkward. Zabuza fell silent for a moment, then obediently led Chu Yang to find the Six Tails Jinchuriki. Watching the already sleeping Yujito, Mangetsu scratched his head in annoyance. Honestly, why does this kid always fall asleep in the woods? Isn't it cold in winter? Now I have to take him back. Though he complained, rubbing his chilly body, Mangetsu didn't dawdle and was about to hoist Yujito onto his shoulder. But suddenly, shuriken whistled through the air. Mangetsu instantly went on alert. He formed water earplugs and stuffed them into the Jinchuriki's ears, then drew a kunai from his belt and deftly deflected the incoming shuriken. As Mangetsu reached for the signal flare in his pocket, Zabuza hurriedly stopped him. Hozuki Mangetsu, I advise you not to do that, unless you want something to happen to your little brother. Seeing Zabuza gripping his brother's neck with a cold glare, Mangetsu's eyes blazed with fury. Zabuza, let my brother go now, or I swear we'll fight to the death. Chu Yang, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but sigh. Another blasted brother con. Unmoved by the threat, Zabuza tightened his grip on Suigetsu's neck. Seeing his brother's face turning blue, Mangetsu instantly backed down. Wait, Zabuza, let's talk this over. If you let my brother go, he'll agree to anything you want. Oh, anything at all. A mocking voice sounded from behind Zabuza. Zabuza bowed respectfully. Lord Chu Yang. Mangetsu stared at the emerging Chu Yang, unable to conceal his shock. Hozuki Mangetsu, you haven't answered my question yet. Chu Yang said kindly to the stunned Mangetsu. Mangetsu took a deep breath. Yes, Uchiha Chu Yang, as long as you release my brother, he'll agree to anything. Oh, how touching the brotherly bond is. Chu Yang said with a teasing smile. First, I want the Six Tails Jinchuriki. Agreed, Mangetsu answered without hesitation. To him, failing to guard the Jinchuriki would indeed bring reprimand or punishment, but with his connections, it wouldn't be a big problem. Besides, the opponent was Uchiha Chu Yang. It was perfectly reasonable that he fell into a Jinjutsu without realizing it, and couldn't call for help right. Chu Yang hadn't expected Mangetsu to agree so readily, so he immediately stated his second demand. Second, I want you. Mangetsu. Startled by Chu Yang's words, he stepped back several paces, eyeing Chu Yang warily. Uchiha Chu Yang, don't go too far. Mangetsu said angrily. A man can be killed, but not humiliated. He looked at Chu Yang as if he were a pervert. Even his gaze towards Suigetsu grew more worried. Who knew if Uchiha Chu Yang was twisted enough to target his little brother? Maybe Uchiha Chu Yang defected from Konoha precisely because of such perverse tastes, seeking thrills. Stunned by Mangetsu's words, Chu Yang Maybe Uchiha Chu Yang defected from Konoha precisely because of such perverse tastes, seeking thrills. Stunned by Ahem. Chu Yang, you should understand that defection is no small matter. Once I defect, the high-ranking officials of the Shuowu will definitely go after my little brother. Hearing this, Chu Yang felt Mangetsu was just changing the subject, but he didn't call him out. Take your brother with you, simple as that. Think about it. What good is there in this rotten village? Your clan doesn't understand you, the higher-ups oppress you, and sooner or later your little brother. Think about it. What good is there in this rotten village? Your clan doesn't understand you, the higher-ups oppress you, and sooner or later your little brother will fall victim to their evil hands. Instead of that, you might as well defect now and join my team. I offer high pay, great benefits, flexible working hours, and at the end of the year, we'll take you abroad for a trip. Tell me, where can you find a better boss than this? Mangetsu fell into thought. He was utterly disillusioned with this village and its cowardly clan, and the only thing he cared about was his little brother. Now that his brother was in their hands, and he was no match for Uchiha Chu Yang, the only path left seemed to be defecting with him. Given his own strength and Chu Yang's abilities as leader, they could surely protect Suigetsu. Seeing Mangetsu was almost convinced Chu Yang fanned the flames. Right now you still hold 4 of the 7 ninja swords. If you join my side, it'll give you the lightning blade Kiba immediately, so you'll command 5 swords. At these words, Chu Yang could clearly sense Mangetsu's breathing growing heavier. Obviously, after his brother the ninja, swords were the most tempting to him. After all, he could wield 7 swords, with 4 combined with his masterful water release and hydrification technique, he was already at the threshold of cage level. If he added the lightning blade Kiba. Thinking of this, Mangetsu took a deep breath and knelt on one knee, pledging his loyalty. Lord Chu Yang, Hozuki Mangetsu is at your command. Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction, then made the summoning hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Hans appeared again. Seeing that Hans was about to start cursing again, Chu Yang quickly said, Hans, I have a big project for you. Let this kid stay in your stomach for a few days. Han. Chu Yang forced Yujito into Han's mouth, then led his men away. On the way escaping from Wuying village, Chu Yang could barely suppress his laughter. This trip to the Shui country was an absolute bonanza. Not only did he pick up Bai, but he also gained 2 subordinates of decent strength, and even secured the 6 tails for Fei Duan. From any perspective, it was a huge profit. Shortly after, Chu Yang and his group left, a white Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. It seems I overheard something quite astonishing today. Inside the Mizukage's office, Dai-Tu sat in the Mizukage's chair, while Goju Shirtsong stood respectfully by his side. At that moment, a white Zetsu emerged from the ceiling, and a very cheerful voice rang out. Madara-sama. Bad news, bad news. A huge incident, a huge incident. Dai-Tu frowned slightly beneath his mask, but still signaled with his eyes for the white Zetsu to continue. After learning the whole story, Dai-Tu frowned, and slowly tapped the armrest of the Mizukage's chair. Goju Shirtsong asked respectfully, My lord, shall I go and eliminate them? Dai-Tu waved his hand. Although Goju Shirtsong was powerful, he was absolutely no match for Uchiha Chu Yang. Goju Shirtsong asked respectfully, My lord, shall I go and eliminate them? Dai-Tu waved his hand. Although Goju Shirtsong was powerful, he was absolutely no match for Uchiha Chu Yang. The deep-thinking Dai-Tu would never allow any mistakes. After a moment of contemplation, Dai-Tu said, Let them leave, but have the white Zetsu follow them closely to determine Uchiha Chu Yang's purpose in capturing the 6 tails Jinchuriki. Also, Goju Shirtsong, tomorrow you will issue a notice designating Tudi Zaibuzan as an A-rank rogue ninja, and Guiding Manue as an S-rank rogue ninja. Yes. The man and the white Zetsu spoke simultaneously. As snowflakes danced, Chu Yang led his 3 subordinates toward the small town where Bai was waiting. After waking up, Guiding Shuei learned that his brother had taken him to Defect. Instead of panicking, he seemed extremely excited and kept chattering all the way. Guiding Shuei couldn't stand it anymore. Why was everyone so silent? And they walked so fast that he couldn't keep up. Shuei said to Chu Yang ahead, Lord Chu Yang, you walk so fast. Aren't you afraid of slipping? Manue tapped his foolish younger brother's head and signaled with his eyes for him not to speak nonsense. Glancing at Chu Yang's expression from the corner of his eye, seeing that he wasn't angry, he sighed in relief. Chu Yang naturally wouldn't argue with a child, but he couldn't help retorting, What kind of talk is that? Then with such sharp teeth, won't you bite your own tongue when eating? Shuei pouted and said, Even if I bite my tongue, it's fine. I can liquefy. Chu Yang remained silent. But Shuei could keep chattering even when no one paid him any attention. Zaibuzan could barely stand it. If it weren't for Guiding Manue being there, he would have slashed this talkative brat with a single strike. After walking a bit further, Manue asked hesitantly, Lord Chu Yang, where are we going next? Chu Yang thought for a moment and answered truthfully, First we'll go to a small town not far ahead to pick up a child with the ice-release bloodline limit. Then we'll go to the Tang country to seal the 6 tails into a new Jinchuriki. Finally, we'll go to the Tian country's Inin village. Then you can consider it my village. Although it was founded by Da Shiwan, but Da Shiwan is my subordinate, so roughly speaking the village is mine. No problem. Ice release. Manue said with emotion, the Shuyu clan was already annihilated during the era of the 3rd Mizukage. I thought ice release had completely vanished from this world. Arriving at the small town, Chu Yang went to the inn where Bai was staying. 5 men squeezed into a small room and began to discuss matters. Chu Yang and the other 2 talked about future plans. It could also be said that Chu Yang was unilaterally painting a rosy picture for the 2. Shuei and Bai, 2 children who understood nothing, were having a very friendly conversation. Wow, you're Bai. You're so cute. Can you be my girlfriend? Shui's words were startling as he took Bai's hand. Bai was startled for a moment and blushed, refusing this. That won't do, Shui. I am Lord Chu Yang's tool. Oh, I cannot follow others. Besides, I am a boy. What? You're a boy. Shui stood up and shouted in disbelief. He felt he could never believe in love again. This shout made the three chatting men stop. Zaibuzan and Manuel looked at Bai in bewilderment. What the heck? You're telling me that such a cute little girl is a boy? The land of Tang. Still the familiar woods. Still the familiar scent of blood, but it seemed rather heavy. Such a stench of blood could be detected even at the forest's edge by Chu Yang. The land of Tang. Still the familiar woods. Still the familiar scent of blood, but it seemed rather heavy. Such a stench of blood could be detected even at the Behind him, Bai and Suigetsu were chatting cheerfully, utterly oblivious to the wrongness. Chu Yang paused slightly and said to Zabuza beside him, Zabuza, stay here and watch Bai and Suigetsu. He'll go in with Mangetsu. Yes. Zabuza replied respectfully. Suigetsu, Bai, you two stay here. Zabuza will protect you. Chu Yang then said to the two children. Of course, this was mainly directed at the adorable bacon. As for the chatterbox, Suigetsu, well, let's not mention him. Suigetsu protested indignantly. Why? Chu Yang-sama. Chu Ren's lips curled slightly. Since he had tricked Haydn into believing that the Jashin cult could be surnamed Fey, intelligence from Hans indicated that Haydn was almost madly offering sacrifices. So the corpses in these woods were far more numerous than before. And there was another difference. Previously Haydn said, I will sacrifice you to Lord Jashin. Now Haydn says it is your honor to become the sacrifice of this Jashin. So when he entered, the scene was bound to be quite brutal. Chu Yang said to the unconvinced Suigetsu, what, you want to go into? The scene inside might be a bit gruesome. Don't. Suigetsu, feeling slighted, said with full confidence, how could I be afraid? No matter how gruesome, how bad could it be? I, Suigetsu, have lived through the blood mist era. Oh, from what you say, you're quite brave, huh? Suigetsu pointed proudly at himself. You're kidding. I'm super brave, okay? I'm not afraid of dead bodies. Chu Yang leaned closer to Suigetsu and smiled. Inside these woods, there are some interesting things. Suigetsu said, what interesting things? I'm getting more and more curious. Chu Yang's lips curled slightly. He could already imagine Suigetsu turning into a pool of water in fright. Chu Yang said, all right then, you and Mangetsu can follow me. Great. Suigetsu trotted along with his short legs. Mangetsu looked helplessly at his little brother and followed. Suigetsu's personality was just that erratic, and he lacked social awareness, unable to read the mood. Back in Kirigakure, he had Mangetsu to look out for him, so it didn't matter. But now that they were rogue ninjas, his brother still kept joking around with the boss, which made Mangetsu feel a cold sweat. But why did he have a bad feeling? Bai and Zabuza stared at each other silent for a long while. Zabuza couldn't bear Bai's pitiful gaze any longer. He couldn't help asking, kid, why are you staring at me like that? Bai said, I don't know why, but I feel that Zabuza-san is a very easy person to get along with. Zabuza. Good heavens, in his over a decade of life, this was the first time someone had praised him for being easygoing. Zabuza didn't even know what to say back. Bai blinked his brown pupils and said sincerely, how should I put it? I can feel the same sense of security from you that I feel from Chu Yang-san. And your eyes tell me that you are a kind person. Eyes do not lie. Zabuza fell silent for a moment, then turned his head away in its Sundara manner, a slight blush appearing on his face beneath the bandages. Kids are just kids. Though he said that, Zabuza no longer resisted by so much. In a strange way, he felt that this kid who had somewhat annoyed him was unexpectedly endearing. The deeper they went, the stronger the smell of blood. Suigetsu, who had been running wildly at first, now found it hard to move a single step. The thick stench of blood made him want to vomit. And when Suigetsu saw a corpse nailed to a tree, his legs began to tremble involuntarily. Seeing his little brother holding onto his thigh and shaking uncontrollably, Mangetsu sighed helpless. To be honest, his younger brother's mental fortitude was actually quite good, but the scene before them was really terrifying. A relatively fresh corpse was nailed to a large tree, its mouth forced into a smile, blood mixed with several wriggling maggots, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. If it were any ordinary child of 6 or 7, they would probably have lost control of their bladder, or even fainted by now. The fact that Suigetsu only trembled was already impressive. Chu Yang said mockingly to Suigetsu, how about it, Suigetsu? Scared? If you're really scared, then go back to the forest edge and find Zabuza. Mangetsu felt the same way, signaling with his eyes for Suigetsu to leave, because he felt this was not the end, but only the beginning. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Suigetsu immediately became unhappy. Though his legs were still trembling, he stubbornly, while his voice was also trembling. Who's scared? Such a small scene, I, Suigetsu, don't even care about it. Fine. I admire a young man with such guts. Let's go. Watching Chu Yang turn and walk deeper, Suigetsu managed to stand up, and with Mangetsu's support, he moved forward slowly, step by step. 2.5 minutes later. Seeing the smiling corpses surrounding him, Suigetsu couldn't help but let out a heartrending scream. His entire body began to soften and drops of flesh-like liquid hit the ground, turning into clear water. Suigetsu directly turned into a pool of water on the ground, using this to block his sight and smell. Even Chu Yang and Mangetsu's expressions were not good. "Oh my, more people have come." Haiden, with his silver hair slicked back, walked over carrying a blood-red, three-bladed scythe. After clearly recognizing Chu Yang, he immediately wiped the cold sneer off his face and pounced on Chu Yang excitedly, saying, "Boss, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you so long. Where's my six tails?" Chu Yang speechlessly pulled Haiden off his body, thinking, "The six tails is your real goal, isn't it?" Mangetsu swallowed hard and asked in shock, "Chu Yang-sama, this entire field of corpses. Was it all done by this kid?" Chu Yang nodded slightly. "Lord Hokage, the voices supporting a coup within the clan are growing louder and rumors are spreading outside that we should let my brother return. I'm afraid the clan is truly on the verge of a coup. Sacrifice him to my—" Chu Yang was speechless. Chu Yang briefly introduced Fei Duan and Man Yu to each other, clarifying that they were allies, then quickly formed hand seals and slammed one hand onto the ground. Summoning technique. Smoke burst forth and the fat black and white cat Hans reappeared. "Chu Yang, you damned bastard, how dare you summon me out?" Hans immediately started cursing at Chu Yang as soon as he was summoned. "What did I do to upset you again?" Chu Yang asked, somewhat puzzled. "How dare you say that?" Hans stood up, grabbed Chu Yang by the collar and yelled, "You just stuffed a whole person into my mouth without asking my opinion. Do you have any idea how I've been these past few days? Do you know? This time, without 40 boxes of cat food and 70 boxes of dried fish, I'll never let you off." Chu Yang, feeling dizzy from being shaken, quickly said, all right, I'll give you. I'll give. Hans, damn, I think I asked for too little." Hans opened his cat mouth, and as his body enlarged, the six tails Jinchuriki Yu-Gao. Returning to his original size, Hans prepared to go back to the ninja cat territory. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say, "You must prepare 50 boxes of cat food and 100 boxes of dried fish, or else don't ever think about summoning me again." Chu Yang was confused. "Wait, I remember the price wasn't like this before." "You remembered wrong," Hans said calmly, then immediately vanished into white smoke. Chu Yang, Epsilon Psi, this damn cat is really hard to please. Muttering to himself, Chu Yang turned his gaze to Yu-Gao lying on the ground. Fei Duan rubbed his hands impatiently and urged, "Boss, hurry up and release the six tails. I can't wait to become its Jinchuriki." This guy, is he really so eager to have his body corroded by sulfuric acid? Although he didn't discriminate against masochists, he silently moved away from that kid Fei Duan. Who knew if that kind of thing was contagious? Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, "What's the rush? Haste makes waste." Fei Duan replied seriously, "I just like to eat cold food." Already turned into a puddle of water, Gui Dang Shui, Yu stuck his head out, enduring the nauseating smell of blood, and said, "This guy is right, cold indeed tastes better than hot." Chu Yang, Fei Duan, as if finding a kindred spirit, approached Shui Yu, who had turned back into water. "Hey, you inside, how did you turn into water?" "Never mind, I won't ask. By the way, are you interested in joining the cult of the evil god? I am the future evil god. They'll make you the high priest." Shui Yu actually wanted to answer since he was a chatterbox, but thinking that the guy with the slick back hair was the creator of this disgusting scene, he decided to stay silent. Fei Duan, however, tirelessly talked about the benefits of the evil god cult. Meanwhile, Chu Yang observed the seal on Yu-Gao's body. Although he wasn't very skilled in sealing techniques, the sealing book contained techniques like the reverse 4-symbol seal and the 8-trigram seal. Such sealing. Naturally, Chu Yang had learned a few of these, and also knew how to undo seals. Although the seal on Yu-Gao was decent, it was ultimately just a partial sealing technique pilfered from the ruins of the Uzumaki clan in the land of whirlpools, no match for an orthodox practitioner of Buddhism and Taoism like himself. Fei Duan, Shui Yu moved far away. "Once I release the seal, the six tails will definitely go berserk, and you might get hurt. Manua, just keep an eye on them." As he spoke, Chu Yang's hands had already undone the seal on Yu-Gao. Roar! A beastly roar that was hard to identify came forth, and Yu-Gao's body was covered in red chakra. With the leakage of the six tails chakra, its chakra materialized into the form of its true body. The six tails' massive body emerged resembling a slug covered in slime, with short tentacles waving in the air. Behind its 6 white tails swung continuously, emitting a powerful pressure. Shui Yu, who had just turned back into human form, was frightened into a puddle of water again. Was this what life as a rogue ninja was like? It was so different from what... Fei Duan, on the other hand, was extremely excited. The thought of having his body corroded by sulfuric acid gave him a euphoric feeling. The six tails looked down at Chu Yang, shaking its dense tentacles, clearly angry. "Damn human. How dare you throw me into that stinky cat's belly? Die." With the end of its roar, a large cloud of pink smoke rose. The highly corrosive, poisonous smoke forced Chu Yang to retreat. Wind-style infinite great breakthrough. A fierce wind scattered the spreading smoke, and by then Chu Yang had also taken off his shirt. Since I received the curse mark, I haven't had a proper fight. Six Tails, as the first victim of this technique, you should feel honored. As he spoke, the curse mark on his neck spread. His fair skin turned earthy, and chicken wing-like flesh wings appeared. With a heavy flap of the wings, Chu Yang floated in midair. Sage Art Storm Release Thunder Cloud Blade. Lightning flowed along the Tang's sword and struck the Six Tails with a bang, instantly wounding it. Roar! Damn human! Die! Tailed Beast Ball. In the Six Tails' mouth, black-purple chakra gathered, forming a tailed beast ball, and launching it. Taking advantage of his aerial mobility, Chu Yang easily dodged the tailed beast ball attack. Chu Yang was in no hurry because the current Six Tails hadn't fully broken the seal. It was only a half-formed body made of leaked chakra, and its life was still connected to the Given Yu Gao's 10-year-old body, it couldn't withstand the full power of the Six Tails. Chu Yang only needed to slowly wear it down. But Chu Yang wouldn't do that. He had to defeat the Six Tails in a crushing manner. This was also to establish authority in front of Gui Deng Man Yu and Sage Art Thunder Tiger Massacre. Lightning surged and condensed into a fierce tiger. Chu Yang swung it downward heavily, like cracking a lightning-tailed beast ball. The Six Tails gathered another tailed beast ball and collided with the incoming Thunder Tiger Massacre. The two canceled each other out. Cough, cough, cough. Man Yue, who had taken Shui Yu and Fei Duan to a safe distance, blew away the surrounding dust. Seeing Chu Yang suppress the Six Tails single-handedly, he instantly felt that he had chosen the right leader. Through the dust, Chu Yang charged forward holding the Thunder Cloud Blade. The Six Tails was startled at first, then said disdainfully, "Foolish human. You're dead. No one can survive my strong acid." Sticky acid. A blob of highly corrosive sulfuric acid was spat out. Chu Yang made a disgusted face, mainly because that yellowish blob looked really gross. Charging forward, Chu Yang still shouted, "Your technique is too disgusting. Coming out of your body and mouth, it looks just like phlegm. No, it's more like snot." Hearing Chu Yang's extremely insulting words, the Six Tails instantly became furious. The corrosive degree and quantity of the acid were also expanded by Immortal Technique Storm Release Lightning Body. Immortal Technique Storm Release Storm Dragon Slash. Electric current protected Chu Yang's entire body. The corrosive acid striking his flesh had no effect whatsoever. What? The Six Tails couldn't believe it. Chu Yang's Tang Dao had already swung over. Red and blue chakra coiled around the blade, and the faint roar of a divine beast came from the edge. Die! The blade sliced through flesh. But since the Six Tails was not fighting with its true body, but rather a gathering of chakra, no blood flowed. Damn human eye, shut up. Storm Release Chakra gathered on Chu Yang's right hand, forming a massive fist. Immortal Technique Storm Release Rising Dragon King 8 Fist. The fist slammed into the Six Tails' face, and its massive body was knocked directly to the ground. The large fist formed by Storm Release transformed from fist to palm. Immortal Technique Storm Release Descending Bug 18 Palms. Six Tails, you are too dangerous. Chu Yang delivered a huge slap directly onto the Six Tails' face. Six Tails, you f***ing. I told you to shut up. Slap. Another big slap. But I am. Slap. Another big slap. How dare you. Slap, slap, slap. 3 consecutive big slaps. After 2.5 minutes of this back and forth. Bro. I was wrong, stop hitting. Seal me, I beg you, I promise I won't cause any trouble in the new Jinchuriki's body. Whoa. The massive slug-like creature was now crying like a child. Seeing the Six Tails, who seemed to have suffered a great injustice, Chu Yang's conscience suddenly ached. He suddenly felt a sense of, I really should die. Chu Yang jumped down from the Six Tails' body. Haiden, seeing this, immediately rushed over. Meanwhile, Mangetsu and Suigetsu in the distance were completely stunned. Suigetsu tugged at Mangetsu's sleeve. Brother, when we were in the Hidden Mist Village were tailed beasts. Always dealt with like this. Mangetsu. The silent Mangetsu thought of every tailed beast rampage that cost the Hidden Mist Village a large number of elites, and then recalled the scene of Chu Yang slapping the Six Tails. He opened his mouth to speak, then stopped, then started again. Chu Yang glared at the aggrieved Six Tails. You behave yourself. If you dare to cause any trouble on my subordinate. Chu Yang didn't speak, but slowly raised his hand. The Six Tails' entire body trembled twice. Not. Damn it. Is there any tailed beast more miserable than him? When other tailed beasts are sealed into the bodies of new Jinchuriki, which village doesn't take full precautions? How come when it came to him, he just got dozens of slaps? Thinking of himself, the Six Tails sank in. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Today he must bend and stretch as needed. Once he waits until this Jinchuriki dies of old age, won't he be free? What a genius he was. The Six Tails, completely unaware that Haiden had an immortal body, was still feeling smug. Chu Yang deactivated the curse mark state, picked up his shirt from the ground, and put it on. He walked up to Yugo. Tailed beast release seal. He completely released the six tails from Yugo's body, and Yugo died completely. At this moment the six tails was still very well behaved. Even though he was now at full power, the previous battle had convinced him that he was no match for Chu Yang no matter what, so it was better to obey. But how had he, a dignified tailed beast, ended up like this? Saikin's six tails swayed back and forth with a hint of grievance in his eyes. Chu Yang had already prepared the sealing procedure. 8 trigram seal. He placed his palm on Haiden's abdomen. The so-called 8 trigram seal was actually composed of 2 4-symbol seals. The six tails was sealed inside Haiden's body. Haiden immediately couldn't wait to enter the mental space and have a good chat with the six tails, to see if he could help him fulfill his masochistic needs. Meanwhile, Mangetsu became even more respectful toward Chu Yang. At least he felt that even if all the elites of the Hidden Mist Village were combined, it would be impossible to make the six tails submit by slapping it. At this moment, Zabuza and Haku also walked over. Apparently, they saw that the battle was over and came to check. He recalled a phrase from the internet in his past life. Zabuza was ruined by Nan Liang in this life. Inside the mental space, the six tails looked at the pitch-black world lay down. He recalled a phrase from the internet in his past life. Zabuza was ruined by Nan Liang in this life. Inside the mental space, the six tails looked at the pitch-black world lay down helplessly on the cold floor, closed his eyes, and began to sleep. So I forget it. I'm tired. The six tails thought optimistically. Anyway, this mortal has at most a few decades of life. If I sleep a bit more, I'll pass. At this moment, Haiden had already entered the mental space and was banging on the bars shouting, Hey, say something. Don't you know it's rude to ignore people? I remember the boss said your name is Shi-Quan. So we'll call you a Quan. A Quan, are you interested in joining the Jashin cult? Join my divine Jashin's command, and it'll make you the archbishop later. Six tails. The six tails seriously suspected that the new Jinchuriki had some issues with his mind. And how did that guy who kept slapping him know his name? The names of tailed beasts were known only to the major tailed beasts and the six-path sage. Unless a perfect Jinchuriki was achieved, the Jinchuriki would hardly know the tailed beast's name. Except for Shohei, since he went around all day calling himself Lord Shohei. At this moment, Haiden was still shouting nonstop. His mouth was blabbering on and on about the Jashin cult. The six tails was almost annoyed to death, but what use was it? If he didn't want to keep getting slapped, he had to obediently listen. The six tails extended 2 of its six tails to plug its indistinct ears. Seeing the six tails taking a defeatist attitude, Haiden was very dissatisfied. But thinking that this tailed beast could help him realize his masochistic ideas, he suppressed the idea of sacrifice. Hey, it's okay if you don't join the Jashin cult, but you have to fulfill my needs, right? The six tails remained silent. Haiden said, my request is not high. Just spray me with acid mist every day. Six tails. The six tails stood up in shock, looking at the brat below in disbelief. After a long silence, the six tails tentatively asked, you. Is there something wrong with your brain? Haiden. Chu Yang was observing Fei Duan's condition. Meanwhile, Gue Deng Man Yu stood beside Zaibu Zhan, recounting the recent battle in astonishment. The scene had indeed been rather shocking. At the same time, Man Yu harbored a little ulterior motive of his own. By informing Zaibu Zhan of this matter, Zaibu Zhan's loyalty to Chu Yang would surely increase, and Chu Yang would certainly know that he was the one who told Zaibu Zhan, allowing him to gain favor with Chu Yang as well. Due to the previous battle, the corpses in the forest were scattered and shattered. Shui Yue, on the other hand, was no longer so repulsed. He even brazenly boasted to buy. Why, let me tell you, Lord Chu Yang said that you would be scared out of your wits. After I came in, I thought it was nothing much, didn't care at all. Bai looked innocent. Wow, Shui Yue, you're amazing. Though she said that, Bai was inwardly puzzled. She thought she had heard Shui Yue scream just now. Could it be? She misheard. Shui Yue's face flushed slightly. Although he was a boy, his cute appearance and compliments were indeed intoxicating. Shui Yue began to daydream. If only Bai were a girl. Although, Fei Duan's scream rang out. Shui Yue instinctively wanted to shield Bai behind him, but found that Zaibu Zhan had already protected Bai. Man Yu also instinctively shielded Shui Yue behind him. Lord Chu Yang, could it be that the seal was just placed and is not stable enough, causing the six tails to go berserk? Man Yu inquired. He was not worried about the six tails harming them, nor did he doubt Chu Yang's strength. He was merely concerned that Shui Yue might be caught in the aftermath. Chu Yang's face was full of murderous intent at first, but when he saw Fei Duan's expression of sheer bliss, his brows gradually relaxed. Don't worry, it's not a tailed beast rampage due to an unstable seal. It's just Fei Duan being eroded by the six tails' acidic mist. Huh. Man Yu was first stunned. Bai Young but gentle poked her little head out from behind Zaibu Zhan and asked anxiously, Mr. Chu Yang, then shouldn't we save him? Chu Yang shook his head. No need. Well, because this is his own request. Man Yu, Zaibu Zhan by Shui Yue. Man Yu stammered for a moment before tentatively asking, Lord Chu Yang, are you sure this kid, named Fei Duan, is not right in the head? Man Yu pointed to his head. Chu Yang was silent for a moment. He had to admit that Fei Duan's mind was indeed problematic. But he still wanted to save face for his number one subordinate. Well, it's not that he's mentally ill, maybe he's just. Chu Yang pondered for a long time before answering seriously, a bit of a masochist. Watching Fei Duan, who was being corroded by his own biological acid, yet looked utterly delighted in the spiritual space, the Six Tails fell into contemplation. The Six Tails thought, is this the legendary diversity of life? What bothered the Six Tails even more was that Fei Duan hadn't died. Chu Yang deliberately left a gap, using the 8 trigram seal, allowing the acidic mist to flow out and burn Fei Duan's flesh. That meant Fei Duan's internal organs should have been corroded by now. But why did this guy look so blissful? Noticing the Six Tails shock, Fei Duan proudly said, "This great evil god has an immortal body. We're a perfect match. I've decided to make you the sacred beast of the evil god cult. We're a perfect match. I've decided to make you the sacred beast of the evil god cult." The Six Tails, having been sealed inside this Jinchuriki for just a few minutes, it had been rendered speechless more times than in the past few millennia combined. Today it had truly seen something new. Fei Duan slowly opened his eyes, a lingering sense of unfulfilled satisfaction on his face. Finding everyone staring at him strangely, Fei Duan asked, puzzled, "Why are you all looking at me like that? Do you want to join the evil god cult?" Shuei asked bluntly, "Are you mentally ill, or just a plain pervert or masochist?" Fei Duan, "Baka, are you trying to be my sacrifice?" Fei Duan angrily grabbed his scythe and pointed it at Shuei. Intimidated by Fei Duan's killing intent, Shuei hid behind Man Yue, regaining his courage. Sticking his head out from behind Man Yue, he said, "Bullying me is nothing. If you've got guts, fight my brother. My brother is proficient in 7 ninja swords, has abundant chakra, and is quite skilled in water release. A pervert like you, my brother, can take down in 2 moves." This remark successfully redirected Fei Duan's anger toward Man Yu. "So your little brother means you want to offer yourself to this great evil god, Man Yu?" He helplessly rubbed his foolish little brother's head and turned his gaze to Chu Yang. Chu Yang pondered. Although Gue Deng Man Yu was a genius of the Gue Deng clan, his performance in the original story was not outstanding. He did not doubt Man Yu's abilities, but he wanted to see Man Yu's actual strength firsthand. Under Man Yu's gaze, Chu Yang said, "Man Yu, why don't you spar with Fei Duan? Let me see your level." Chu Yang then turned to Fei Duan and said helplessly, "I only have one request for you. No using the death-controlling possessed blood." Fei Duan's excited expression instantly fell. Chu Yang had no choice but to continue persuading. "Think about it. These are your future colleagues. They'll definitely find opportunities to provide you with more quality sacrifices and followers. You must know the difference between one full meal and a lifetime of full meals, right?" Fei Duan, being as thick as a brick, was immediately fooled. You make a good point, boss. Then I want sacrifice him today. Man Yue." Back on the battlefield where they had fought the Six Tails, Man Yu had already taken out the scroll containing 5 ninja swords. Before the battle, Man Yu confirmed with Chu Yang again. "Lord Chu Yang, are you sure I can go all out in this fight?" Of course. Hearing this, Man Yu understood that the kid before him was not to be underestimated. He slowly unrolled the scroll, sealing the 5 ninjas. On it were written 7 large characters: Duan Dun Chong De Bao Lei Shuang. Among them the characters Da and Duan were dim, because those 2 swords were not in Gue Deng Man Yu's possession. The Duan sword decapitating carving knife was with the defector Hashigaki Kisame, and the Da sword Samahata was with the ninja shark. Watch out, kid. Gue Deng Man Yu summoned 5 ninja swords, swiftly forming hand seals. Ninja art water clone technique. 4 Gue Deng Man Yus appeared, each catching one of the ninja swords, while the original Man Yu held the twin swords Hiramakarei. Fei Duan licked his lips in excitement. "Perfect. Let me see if you're worthy of becoming the Jashin's companion." With that, he charged forward, scythe in hand. The clone, wielding the blunt blade Kabutawari, clashed its giant axe against the scythe. Although called a blade, Kabutawari was actually a hammer and an axe. The axe and scythe collided with a bang, and for a moment the two were evenly matched. "What a..." Man Yu was slightly surprised. Though he was not a taijutsu specialist focused on strength, he still considered his own power considerable. Yet this child of only 13 or 14 could match him. Having trained in the 8 gates according to the hellish regimen described by Chu Yang from Might Guy, Fei Duan's strength was now on a completely different level. Man Yu swung the other giant hammer, striking heavily at Fei Duan's forehead. Since Chu Yang had told him not to hold back, he would give his full attention to dealing a quan. Fei Duan called out in his mind. The 6 tails, which had just been sealed and was about to get some sleep, sighed. Fine. Since you let me blow off steam, I'll lend you a bit of chakra." A red chakra cloak spread over Fei Duan's entire body. The giant hammer struck Fei Duan's forehead to no effect. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Don't underestimate the bond between me and a Hozuki Suigetsu standing nearby said with great pride, of course. That's my brother's strength. Each of the 4 water shadow clones possesses 1/5 of his chakra and can use all his jutsu, including the water transformation. Moreover, my brother can freely mobilize the chakra from these, but Mang Yu's clone instantly used the water transformation technique. Watching from the sidelines, Chu Yang was slightly startled. Can a clone use the water transformation technique too? Hozuki Suigetsu standing nearby said with great pride, of course. That's my brother's strength. Each of the 4 water shadow clones possesses 1/5 of his chakra and can use all his jutsu, including the water transformation. Moreover, my brother can freely mobilize the chakra from these clones. Even if a water shadow clone is dispersed, the remaining chakra returns to the original body. Chu Yang nodded slightly. Hozuki Mang, you truly deserve the title of genius. Not only could he skillfully wield the 7 ninja swords, but he had also developed the water shadow clone technique, which perfectly complemented them. On the battlefield, Hozuki Mang used giant axe once again swung toward Fei Duan's forehead. With a crash, Fei Duan was sent flying by the axe this time. Although he was not seriously injured, it gave the other clones an opening. Mang Yu's original body formed hand seals, puffed out his cheeks slightly, and expelled a massive amount of seawater. Water-style exploding water shock wave. Mang Yu and the other 3 shadow clones leaped into the air, landing where they wouldn't touch the water. The clone holding the lightning blade, Kiba, thrust it heavily into the water. Lightning-style lightning strike. Lightning surged through the water, turning it into a conductor and instantly paralyzing Fei Duan. The Mang Yu clone wielding the longsword Nuabari appeared behind Fei Duan, its needle-like blade thrusting toward him. In an instant it pierced straight through Fei Duan. Mang Yu's original body stealthily glanced at Chu Yang, watching from a distance. Seeing no change in his expression, he sighed in relief. In an instant it pierced straight through Fei Duan. Mang Yu's original body stealthily glanced at Chu Yang, watching from a distance. Seeing no change, as the longsword shadow clone retreated, the water shadow clone wielding the exploding blade Bashozen charged forward, swinging the blade heavily. A scroll-like cloth wrapped around Fei Duan, but the cloth was covered in summoning tags for explosive tags. Crackling, crackling, crackling. The violent explosion tore through Fei Duan's tailed beast coat. Mang Yu's original body also stepped in personally. Water-style heavenly weeping. Water needles like raindrops fell from the sky, ensuring Fei Duan had no chance. Mang Yu leaped into the air. Hiramakerii release. With abundant chakra, the bindings around Hiramakerii burst apart instantly. As Mang Yu poured in chakra, the chakra around Hiramakerii formed into a giant sword shape and struck heavily toward Fei Duan. Watching the Hiramakerii descending toward him, Fei Duan closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, green chakra blazed around his body. 8 gates, 5th gate, gate of healing open. Surrounded by green chakra, Fei Duan raised his scythe and swung it with tremendous force. Nanny! Fei Duan's power had surged by more than 1 level. He actually repelled Mang Yu's original body, who was holding Hiramakerii. Release. The twin blades, Hiramakerii, truly transformed into 2 swords. Blue chakra condensed and attacks like sharp blades shot out, piercing toward Fei Duan. Blood mist blade technique, bone extraction. Fei Duan now wore the tailed beast coat again. The attack struck him, but had little effect. Water-style water, severing wave. Mang Yu and his 4 water shadow clones formed hand seals, almost simultaneously spitting out cutting water blades imbued with nature transformation. The 5 water severing waves cut toward Fei Duan at once. Even with the tailed beast coat, he had to temporarily evade. Pink acidic mist spewed from Fei Duan's mouth, forcing Mang Yu to halt his approach. This brat is indeed not simple. This is getting troublesome, Mang Yu thought. All 5 Mang Yu raised the index and middle fingers of one hand before their chests and shouted in unison. Ninja Art 5-fold Hidden Mist Technique. Regarding the Hidden Mist Technique, Zabuza, known as the Demon of the Hidden Mist, had the most to say. Sensing Chu Yang's gaze, Zabuza said, Hozuki Mang Yu's 5-fold Hidden Mist Technique is not merely 5 people using the Hidden Mist Technique simultaneously. In this technique, the obstruction of vision is not significantly different, but the perception ability is greatly diminished. Moreover, even wind release specialists find it extremely difficult to disperse this mist. Chu Yang suddenly became interested. Oh, so you're saying his hidden mist technique is stronger than yours? Hearing this, Zabuza clearly had the urge to curse, but since this was his boss, he refrained. My technique and his are fundamentally different. My silent killing technique is meant to kill instantly, while Hozuki Mang Yu's 5-fold hidden mist is designed for the 5 of them to achieve perfect coordination. After all that talk, you're still not his match, Chu Yang said with a teasing grin. Zabuza, his fists clenched. If Chu Yang weren't his boss, he would have drawn his blade right then. Chu Yang pondered slightly. In truth, facing the 5-fold mist concealment technique was still quite manageable. For instance, he could unleash a wide-area thundercloud resonance wave to bombard the entire range shrouded by the mist. Chu Yang pondered slightly. In truth, facing the five-fold mist concealment technique was still quite manageable. For instance, he could unleash a wide-area. Haiden, unable to discern direction in the thick mist, grew furious and began to curse. Seeing that Manue still refused to appear, he started to grumble, "I'm so pissed off. Manue, you son of a..." Menu's patience was excellent, but being cursed out by Haiden, even he found it hard to bear. However, he naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to charge straight at Haiden and engage in a heated fight. 5 menus formed a pentagon surrounding Haiden. Haiden, still oblivious, continued to spew profanities. Water release, water iron cannon. Manue and his water shadow clones simultaneously raised their hands, extending their index fingers to form a gun shape. This was a water release ninjutsu passed down through the Hozuki clan, firing water bullets with immense penetrating power from the index finger. The water iron cannons fired from all directions instantly, threw Haiden into disarray. Even with the support of the tailed beast coat, he found it extremely uncomfortable. Damn it. Haiden continued his impotent rage. Lightning release thunderstorm. Wielding the lightning blade, Kiba, the water shadow clone, once again used the massive water flow to paralyze Haiden. Since the water iron cannons had already soaked Haiden completely, even with the tailed beast coat, Haiden suffered considerably. Seeing his new Jinchuriki in such a predicament, the sealed Six Tails Saiken sighed. Frankly, although the slap to the face had hurt, he rather liked this Jinchuriki with a tendency toward self-harm. Oh well. He'll help you one more time. What is this? Feeling the sudden surge of chakra within him, Haiden was dumbfounded. The voice of the Six Tails echoed in his mind, "This is my chakra. Your perception speed and strength are all enhanced now. Hurry up and win this fight. Don't let that kid from the Hozuki clan look down on me. Hee. I knew you still love me, doggy." A cruel grin spread across Haiden's face as he couldn't help teasing in his mind. The Six Tails, under the watchful eyes of Manue and his clones, the crimson chakra code of Haiden, who had been taking a beating, slowly turned blue-black. What the? Before Manue could voice his confusion, Haiden, having entered the second stage of tailed beast transformation, lifted his scythe and dashed toward the clone wielding the lightning blade, Kiba. Since this clone was closest to Haiden, in an instant Haiden was right in front of him. With a thud, the lightning blade, Kiba, fell to the ground. One of Menu's water shadow clones was killed by Haiden in an instant. Of course, this was also due to Menu's momentary carelessness and Haiden's sudden surge in power. How is this possible? Hozuki Manue could hardly believe it. He's only been a Jinchuriki for a few minutes, and the Six Tails is already willing to offer him chakra willingly. Manue shook his head. Now was not the time to think about that. If he didn't get serious, he might actually lose to this kid. He was a genius of the Hozuki clan and a very proud man. How could he lose like this? Including Menu's original body, 4 of them charged at Haiden simultaneously. Water release, great waterfall wave. A surge of seawater like a tsunami crashed against Haiden, even trapping him momentarily in the water. Suigetsu exclaimed excitedly, "Big brother is getting serious. That Haiden is done for." Watching from the sidelines, Chu Yang raised an eyebrow curiously. This dam isn't as spectacular as Kisame's, but it's clear that Hozuki Manue has a considerable amount of chakra. Combined with 5 ninja swords, he truly has cage-level strength. Trapped in the water, Haiden showed no panic. He shot toward the surface like a loach. But just as he was about to break free from the water's control, a water sphere entrapped him. Water release, water prison technique. With a sizzle, although Haiden broke free from the water prison, in an instant the shadow clone wielding the longsword sewing needle had already appeared before him. Haiden reacted quickly this time and swung his scythe at the clone. However, Menu's water clone directly liquefied, causing Haiden's strike to miss. At the same time, his entire body was bound by the thread trailing behind the needle. The shadow clone wielding the blunt blade axe splitter slammed a heavy hammer onto the top of Haiden's head, followed by a powerful axe strike that nearly split his tailed beast coat, sending Haiden completely into the water. Menu's original body wielding the twin swords Hiramakerii charged at Haiden. Blood mist blade technique, skin stripping. Manue instantly appeared before Haiden, pressing the twin swords against his chest and pinning him to the bottom of the water. He then stomped heavily on Haiden's chest, leaped into the air, and crossed the twin swords Hiramakerii in a sweeping motion. Blood mist blade technique, body slicing. 4 slashes were sent out. Confirming that Haiden couldn't retreat, immediately Manue vanished into the water. Before Haiden could rise, the exploding blade bubbles like a scroll wrapped around his entire body. A rumbling explosion. Manue and his other 3 water shadow clones appeared on the water's surface. By now their chakra had been mostly depleted. With poofs, the 3 shadow clones dispersed, and Manue felt his chakra replenish slightly. Manue stored the 4 ninja swords aside from Hiramakerii into the scroll, then said with confidence to Chu Yang, who was watching from a distance, "Lord Chu Yang, it seems this battle Before Chu Yang could respond, Sujetsu cheered. First, I knew Big Brother was stronger than that foul-mouthed masochist. A faint smile tugged at Menyu's lips, but Chu Yang's voice made his hair stand on end. Watch out for the tailed beast ball. This sentence startled Manua. Turning his head, the black-purple-tailed beast ball was already upon him. Liquefaction. With no other choice, Manua liquefied his body and endured the bombardment of the tailed beast ball. Hiden, his body blackened by the exploding blade bubbles, emerged, his face filled with rage as he stared at Manua. But perhaps due to Chu Yang's presence, he refrained from acting out. Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction. He was pleased with the strength of both. Hiden, able to open the fifth gate, and aided by the six tails, now had 1 foot in the Kage level. Coupled with the curse technique Death Possession Blood, he was a solid cage-level fighter. Menyu's strength surpassed Hiden's, reaching near strong Kage level. Patting the shoulders of the two, Chu Yang forcibly bent their fingers into a gesture of reconciliation. Forming this seal signifies reconciliation. You will all be my capable lieutenants in the future. I do not wish to see a situation where you kill each other. Yes, Lord Chu Yang, Manyu replied respectfully. We've got it. Fei Duan looked both cocky and displeased. After giving a few brief instructions on being a Jinchuriki, Chu Yang asked Fei Duan if he wanted to go with them to the Sound Village, but unexpectedly he was refused. Chu Yang did not insist. With Fei Duan's current strength, even an ordinary cage-level opponent could not defeat him. Before leaving, Chu Yang asked again, Fei Duan, are you really not coming with me? Fei Duan shook his head firmly. Boss, the land of hot water is the homeland of this evil god. In the future, I will turn this place into the capital of the evil god. So before the evil god's name is spread far and wide, I cannot leave. Chu Yang shrugged slightly and said helplessly, all right, if that's what you think, then suit yourself. Before leaving, just in case, Chu Yang still placed the mark of Jinyu Mingfang on Fei Duan's body. After all, this was a great future asset, so he had to leave some safety measures. Shortly after Chu Yang and the others left, Fei Duan began grumbling and tidying up his sacrifices. However, what Fei Duan failed to notice was that a Baiju had been silently watching him, sealing the six tails within a child's body. Daitu paused slightly, his eyes narrowing as he asked Baiju. Baiju's cheerful voice sounded, indeed. That brat is called Fei Duan. He is very strong. Not only has he learned the 8 gates, but in just a few minutes the six tails actively lent him its chakra. His strength has already reached cage level. Seeing Daitu's noticeably lowered aura, Baiju hesitated for a moment before speaking. Actually, I don't think we need to worry too much, because that brat Fei Duan. As if unable to describe Fei Duan's situation, Baiju finally just pointed at it. He might have a few screws loose. He also has a bit of a masochistic streak. And he might have persecution paranoia, always muttering about being the evil god and wanting to spread the evil god cult. Then Baiju gave Daitu a detailed account of Fei Duan's condition. Daitu's expression grew more and more peculiar. This Fei Duan. His mind really seemed to have problems. Daitu touched the mask on his face deep in thought. Meanwhile, Heiju suddenly attached himself to Baiju's body, his hoarse voice sounding. Anyway, the Akatsuki's ultimate goal is to collect the 9-tailed beasts. Why don't we try to contact this Fei Duan? After all, he has some mental issues, and maybe he can be persuaded. At worst, we can capture the 6 tails, and then divert the blame, pinning it on Chongmen. Daitu nodded, approving the proposal. But this Fei Duan was after all still of cage-level strength, and it was unknown what tricks he had up his sleeve. He had to be cautious, so he would make thorough preparation. The land of Field Sound Village. Deshiwan looked at this large group of people, and his eyelids twitched violently. Deshiwan said helplessly, Lord Chu Yang, didn't you say you were going on a trip? Chu Yang said matter-of-factly, that's right. I just went around the entire ninja world and happened to run into them, so I recruited them as subordinates. Deshiwan's eyelids twitched again. Coincidence. Coincidentally ran into the Mist Village's rank rogue ninja, Gue Deng Manyu. Coincidentally ran into the Mist Village's a rank rogue ninja, Tao Di Bu Zaijian. Coincidentally ran into a child of the Shui Wuyu clan that even he had never found. Deshiwan's expression was now twisted. Although Deshiwan had intelligence networks throughout the ninja world, he really didn't know much about a place like the Water Country, which had been closed off for years. However, he had heard that the reason Gue Deng Manyu was designated in Shrank Rogue Ninja was related to the 6 tails. Deshiwan gave Chu Yang a deep look. If anyone said that this matter had nothing to do with Chu Yang, he would never believe it. But now that he was nominally Chu Yang's subordinate, he couldn't ask too many questions. Chu Yang said to Deshiwan, those houses next to mine will be for them to live in. Don't send anyone to spy on or disturb them if you have nothing else to do. Hearing the hint of threat in Chu Yang's words, Deshiwan quickly withdrew his little schemes. Actually, the others were secondary. After all, Deshiwan had no interest in a rough man like Bu Zaijian. Man Yu's strength was indeed formidable, but Deshiwan couldn't capture him without being noticed. Shui Yu was always protected by Man Yu. If Shui you lost even a single strand of hair, man, you would likely fly into a rage, grabbing 5 ninja swords to chop to Shiwan. The only one at risk was Bai? No. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. What if Shiwan, that soft man, set his sights on my bacon's ice-release bloodline limit? The thought was terrifying. Bai would live in his own house from now on. Let me be clear, it is absolutely not because I Uchiha Chu Yang am perverted enough to target a little boy. I am genuinely worried about Bacon's safety. Understanding that he could not use Chu Yang's subordinates as experimental subjects, Shiwan was still interested in the bodies of the Shui Wu Yu and Gue Ding. Lord Chu Yang, can you give me some of their blood? Shiwan pointed at Bai and Manyu. Chu Yang smacked his lips. It was fine to give Manyu's blood, but his Bacon would definitely feel pain from bleeding. What to do? He felt so distressed. Seeing that Bai's face seemed to have turned paler after giving some blood to Shiwan, Chu Yang quickly picked up Bai's body and said anxiously to Shiwan, what are you standing there for? Why don't you call a medical ninja? Look what you've done to my Bacon. Chu Yang gesticulated, his eyes full of distress as he looked at Bai's scratched finger. Shiwan couldn't understand Chu Yang's train of thought. He had only used a kunai to cut Bai's 2 fingers and collected a bit of blood. Why would they need a medical ninja? Nevertheless, Shiwan still called Yao Shirdo over. Yao Shirdo looked at Bai's 2 fingers cut by the kunai and fell into a long silence. Chu Yang asked nervously, Do, how is it? I say, Lord Chu Yang. Yao Shirdo, who had healed Bai's 2 fingers with medical ninjutsu, looked at Chu Yang with a look that said, Are you an idiot? I say, Lord Chu Yang. Yao Shirdo, who had healed Bai's 2 fingers with medical ninjutsu, looked at Chu Yang with a look that said, Are you an idiot? He seemed to want to speak, but stopped, then finally said nothing and left. Feeling the strange looks from others, Chu Yang snorted coldly. What are you looking at? All of you go back to your own homes. With that, Chu Yang picked up Bai, who was still a bit bewildered, and walked towards his own small villa. What are you looking at? All of you go back to your own homes. With that, Chu Yang picked up Bai, who was still a bit bewildered, and walked towards his own small villa. Although Chimu Shamao did not come to the village entrance to greet him, he had likely prepared a meal and drinks at home, waiting for Chu Yang's return. Chu Yang, who had just entered, sat Bai down, and looking at the smiling Chimu Shamao, said with some reproach, Dad, you really are something. You knew I was coming back, but you didn't even come to greet me. Chu Yang ruffled Bai's hair beside him. We'll need an extra set of chopsticks from now on. Chimu Shamao glanced at Bai, as if Chu Yang ruffled Bai's hair beside him. We'll need an extra set of chopsticks from now on. Chimu Shamao glanced at Bai, as if something had occurred to him, and looked at Chu Yang with a strange expression. During the meal, Chimu Shamao and Chu Yang chatted about household matters, but from time to time, he still cast a peculiar look at Chu Yang. This made Chu Yang quite uncomfortable. After lunch, Chu Yang said to Bai, go next door and train with Zaibu Zhan and Manyu. Yes, Master Chu Yang. Bai trotted away on his short legs. Only then did Chu Yang ask Chimu Shamao in exasperation, Dad, why have you been looking at me like that? Chimu Shamao was silent for a long moment, then sighed sadly, stepped closer, and patted Chu Yang's shoulder. It's my fault as an elder for not fulfilling my duty, always neglecting your psychological issues. Chu Yang. Chu Yang was full of question marks. He couldn't understand what Chimu Shamao was going on about. How could he suddenly have psychological issues? Chimu Shamao said with a profound tone, Chu Yang, you've grown up and have your own thoughts. As an elder, I can't say much. But Bai is still a young girl. You can't make a move at this time. At least wait until she's an adult. Stop. Chu Yang couldn't help but interrupt Chimu Shamao, his face showing an expression of bewildered incomprehension. Stop. Chu Yang couldn't help but interrupt Chimu Shamao, his face showing an expression of bewildered in. Chu Yang glared angrily. Besides, Bai is a boy. Even if I had some psychological issues, I wouldn't lay a hand on him. Chu Yang slammed the table. Chimu Shamao was utterly bewildered. Such a cute little girl, and you're telling me he's a boy. Seeing Chu Yang's serious expression, Chimu Shamao felt like he wanted to hit himself with a piece of tofu. Chu Yang was helpless. If the person before him weren't his elder, he would have already raised his middle finger. Chu Yang sat back down on the stool, took a sip of sake, and began telling Chimu Shamao about his journey to the Wuing. There was actually nothing much to say since Chu Yang hadn't encountered any danger. Along the way, he had simply used a few illusions to solve all the problems. Chimu Shamao felt much more at ease, but even though Chu Yang appeared unharmed, he still had some worry. Leaning back in his chair, Chu Yang swirled the clear sake in his cup and asked Chimu Shamao, By the way, Dad, how are things in my village? What's the situation with the Ujibwa and the village? Chimu Shamao, as the White Fang of Mai, had been cursed by almost the entire village back then, but there were still friends who had always defended him. Among them was a close friend of Chimu Shamao, an elite jonin from a civilian background, who often secretly corresponded with Chimu Shamao. And that friend would also inform Chimu Shamao about the intelligence regarding my village. Chimu Shimao crossed his arms and said, recently the relationship between the village and the Ujibwa has been deteriorating and the calls for a coup within the clan are growing louder. Shisui caught in the middle is truly in a dilemma. Chimu Shimao understood that Chu Yang didn't care about the situation between the Ujibwa and the village's high ranks. He was only worried about Shisui. And Jishu's current situation is not good. It's similar to Chu Yang's situation before he defected, even more difficult. Suspicion from the My High ranks, curses from his own clan members, and the semi-threatening demands from the Hawk faction, led by the second elder, for Shisui to return to the clan. Unconsciously, Chu Yang had set down his wine glass and listened calmly to the news Chimu Shimao was telling. His fingers tapped the table one by one, and a hint of fierceness flickered in his eyes. That old bastard, the second elder, is really pushing his luck. When I was in my, he cursed me. Now that Shisui has taken my place, he's cursing Shisui. It seems he really doesn't want to live. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed, and his killing intent slowly emanated. Perhaps influenced by the Ujibwa bloodline, although he wasn't that paranoid, he placed great importance on those he cared about. The Ujibwa's second elder's targeting of his little brother is simply asking for death. Feeling the killing intent emanating from Chu Yang, Chimu Shimao tapped the table, which brought Chu Yang back to his, "Sorry, Dad." Chu Yang felt a bit apologetic. He really hadn't held back his killing intent just now. Chimu Shimao shook his head. "It's okay." Then he said with a smile, "Actually, there's also some good news about your younger brother." "What good news?" Chu Yang raised an eyebrow curiously. "Shisui has a girlfriend. That little girl seems to be called Shi Rihong." Chu Yang was momentarily stunned, then the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up, and finally, he couldn't help but show a doting smile. Shisui really didn't disappoint. He's already won Shi Rihong over so quickly. I wonder when he'll produce a future for the Ujibwa. Seeing Chu Yang smile, Chimu Shimao hesitated for a moment, then poured cold water. However, Jishu's current situation is probably not good. "What do you mean?" Chu Yang's smile faded, and his hand unconsciously rested on the handle of his blade, his tone hiding murderous intent. The brotherly bond of over a decade was no lie, so anyone who dared to touch his little brother must die. Chimu Shimao said, "Alas. It's said that Shisui has been constantly targeted by assassins lately. Although it's officially claimed to be the work of foreign spies, anyone with eyes can see it's the Root's doing." Chu Yang's killing intent burst forth, and his left hand unconsciously gripped the sword hilt. His mind had already begun pondering a monumental problem: 100 ways to kill Tuan Song. They say there are no villains in Hua Ying, but Taiyang Gu is an exception. For example, Dai Tu, that great filial disciple, though he betrayed his master and committed countless evils, at least his love for Lin moved many people. Another example is Yu, that great filial son. Although he is called a weasel and achieved the feat of exterminating his own clan, at least from a macro perspective, the annihilation of the Ujibwa did not severely damage Mai and avoided war. But only Tuan Song, that motherless bastard, keeps saying, "I am the Root hidden underground silently protecting Mai," but this Root of his is truly rotten to the core. Chu Yang stroked his chin. He was deeply worried about Shizui's condition. It was the 54th year of Konoha, and Shizui's eye being taken would occur around the 55th year. But the butterfly effect triggered by Chu Yang's defection had made Shizui's predicament increasingly dire. Chu Yang was now extremely concerned. Would Danzo's plucking of Shizui's eye happen prematurely? He did not want his foolish Otudo to jump off a cliff. No, the more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. He had to personally go to Konoha and keep watch. Decided, he left a letter for Sakomo and also recruited a bodyguard, Hozuki Mangetsu. With 2 cage-level shinobi together, safety was assured. What? You ask? Why not bid a proper farewell? If Hitaki Sakomo knew about this, he would definitely forbid it, as Chu Yang had no— What? You ask? Why not bid a proper farewell? If Hitaki Sakomo knew about this, he would definitely forbid it, as Chu Yang had no reasonable justification. Moreover, this was different from the previous trip to the Mist. The current Konoha was not something the Mist Village could even dream of challenging. In his mind, Chu Yang was calculating how to lead a portion of the Uchiha clansmen who got along with him to the Sound Village. Although the village was founded by Orochimaru, it now belonged to him, Uchiha, Chu Yang. If you don't believe it, ask Orochimaru if he has any objections. Orochimaru. Yes, I voluntarily handed the Sound Village over to Lord Chu Yang. He never threatened me. Frantic blinking wink. In a small town of the land of fire, Mangetsu, disguised as an ordinary-looking man via transformation technique, curled his lips and said to Chu Yang, "My lord, guess what information I've uncovered." Chu Yang raised an eyebrow curiously. Mangetsu smiled and pulled out a scroll. "It's about the Uchiha clan. Guess who is mentioned inside?" Seeing Mangetsu's sly grin, Chu Yang knocked him on the head. "Riddlers go back to Gotham." Knocked into a water transformation by Chu Yang's flick, Mangetsu sniffled a little aggrievedly, but still opened the scroll. It's the Uchiha clan putting out a global announcement. If you are willing to return, the Uchiha family will ensure your safety and prosperity. Chu Yang opened the scroll, skimmed through it, and then burned it. The content was largely the same as what Hozuki Mangetsu had said. In short, the Uchiha clan wanted to recall their prodigal genius. If he returned, they would provide the best resources and guarantee his safety. Chu Yang sneered at this. After the letters he had left for Uchiha Fugaku and the Elder before his defection, they still wanted him back. The only reason was their ambition for a coup. They wanted to recall him a Mangekyo user. At the same time, this made Chu Yang realize that the Uchiha were truly planning a coup, and Shizui's eye being taken might happen even earlier. Chu Yang's resolve to return to Konoha and watch over Shisui was firm. No matter what, his foolish Otuto must not come to any harm. Konoha Village, Yuhi residence. Shisui walked out of his room to find Kurenai Yuhi already preparing breakfast. Shisui, you're awake. Good, wash up and come eat breakfast. Kurenai said softly. Shisui nodded slightly and went to wash. Kurenai glanced at his back with a hint of reproach. Last night, she had found every excuse to keep him at her place, got him drunk, and dragged him into her room. She had thought they would finally take that step, but this guy, he did nothing. Not even a kiss, not even a hug. Just sleeping. She was a beautiful woman lying beside him. How could he sleep so soundly? Thinking back to last night, even under her Jinjutsu, drunk Shisui had not made a move. Instead, he had drawn a chaste line down the middle of the bed. When she tried to take the initiative, she discovered that Shisui, due to being too drunk, had simply fallen asleep. Kurenai was now beginning to suspect that Shisui might be impotent. But even if he were, she wouldn't mind. After all, she loved him so much. Still, she loved him deeply, yet he constantly spoke of his brother. That hurt a little, didn't it? Completely unaware that he had been branded impotent in his girlfriend's mind, and that she was even jealous of his own brother, Shisui chatted cheerfully with Kurenai over breakfast. But in Shizui's eyes lingered a trace of melancholy. Tensions between the village and the Uchiha were escalating, and the clan had already tried to recall his exiled brother, clearly a sign of an impending coup. What should he do? Kurenai, seeing his worried expression, caressed his face tenderly. Don't worry, Shisui. Through your mediation, the village and the Uchiha will surely improve. I will always be with you. Looking at his beloved, Shizui's lips curled slightly. He took her hand pressed against his cheek and gently rubbed it. Kurenai, thank you. Disguised as merchants with transformation technique and aided by Jinjutsu, Chu Yang and Mangetsu easily infiltrated Konoha Village. My lord, what do we do next? Hozuki Mangetsu asked. Chu Yang waved his hand. Do whatever you like. They'll call you when I need you. Just don't expose your... Mangetsu grinned. Konoha was far more developed and prosperous than the Mist Village, and most importantly, the air lacked that cruel atmosphere. He couldn't wait to... After respectfully taking his leave, Mangetsu began his tour of Konoha. It was still early morning, and Chu Yang felt hungry. Following his memory, he headed toward Ichiraku Ramen. Pushing aside the curtain, Chu Yang blurted out, Uncle, 1 bowl of tonkatsu ramen, extra chili. As soon as the words left his mouth, he wanted to slap himself. He had let his tongue slip. If it aroused suspicion, that would be bad. But Chu Yang was overthinking. Although the shopkeeper looked up in surprise at the familiar words, after confirming that the face and voice didn't match the Chu Yang in his memory, he dismissed the thought. As for the term, uncle, almost every customer at Ichiraku used it, so there was nothing to suspect. Coming right up. Please wait a moment, sir. Assured that he hadn't been suspected, Chu Yang sat down with relief. Your tonkatsu ramen, sir. Please enjoy. A bowl of ramen with extra chili was placed before him. Chu Yang gently blew on it, then bowed his head and began to eat voraciously. Naruto slowed down. Old man, the ramen shop I told you about that's really delicious is just ahead. Please hurry up. All right. 2 familiar voices reached Chu Yang's ears, causing him to pause slightly as he ate. The curtain was pushed aside. The 3rd Hokage, that old geezer, and Naruto appeared before Chu Yang. He didn't cast them more than a glance, continuing to eat with his head down while secretly eavesdropping. Little Naruto, this meal is on me. The 3rd Hokage stroked his goatee and prepared to pay. Naruto's eyes dimmed slightly as he said, no need, old. At this point, Naruto clearly didn't know that the old man before him was the 3rd Hokage, so he still addressed him as old man. The 3rd Hokage looked at him in confusion. Naruto's eyes darkened as he spoke. Brother Chu Yang deposited a lot of money for me at Ichiraku Ramen. For a year now I've come here often, and I can't even finish it all. Naruto leaned over the counter, his face full of sorrow and confusion, asking, Old man, do you think? Why did brother Chu Yang defect? The 3rd Hokage thought to himself, because he is an inherently evil Uchiha. But he said aloud, because he misunderstood the will of fire. Naruto, remember where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire burns ever brightly. The flames will continue to illuminate the village, allowing new leaves to... The despondency vanished from Naruto's face, and his eyes grew resolute. Old man, I understand. Once I become a ninja and later the Hokage, I will definitely bring brother Chu Yang back and make him know the true will of fire. What a good child. The third Hokage stroked his beard and said. Meanwhile, Chu Yang, silently eating his ramen nearby, tightened his grip on his chop. Chu Yang thought that old bastard did this on purpose. After his defection, all his actions before leaving would surely be dug up. How could that old geezer not know he had left money at Ichiraku Ramen? He was just taking the opportunity to preach his will of fire to Naruto. After finishing his noodles, Chu Yang drank some broth, put down the money, and left without a word. The third Hokage glanced at Chu Yang out of the corner of his eye. He felt something off about this young man, but couldn't discern what it was. The third Hokage shook his head slightly. It must be because of the strained relations between the Uchiha and the village lately. I'm starting to get paranoid. Arriving at the Uchiha clan's ancestral grounds. Gazing at his former home, Chu Yang paused for a moment, then quickly concealed his presence and slipped in. He hadn't returned today to rejoin the Uchiha clan. His purpose was to have a good talk with an old friend. Uchiha Lin. That was the name of the Uchiha elder. He was a neutral within the clan, neither actively provoking conflict with Konoha, nor would he show mercy if Konoha sought trouble with the Uchiha. Both Chu Yang and Shisui had been discovered and promoted by the elder. Today the elder was basking in the morning sun in his courtyard just as he always did. His wife had passed away early and his 2 sons had died in the war, leaving no descendants. So he was utterly alone with nothing to be used as leverage against him. But today he sensed a familiar, fully exposed chakra appearing in his courtyard. Feeling that familiar chakra, the elder was slightly startled. He rose from his recliner and said to a large tree in the yard, "Since you're back, why hide? Come in and have some tea." Chu Yang appeared in the courtyard, smiled at the elder, and followed him inside. He knelt down as the elder had already poured tea for him. The elder didn't press him immediately. After taking a light sip of tea, he asked casually, "Why are you back, boy? You're not really thinking of rejoining Konoha, are you?" Chu Yang took a sip of tea. He couldn't taste a thing. Instead of answering directly, he joked, "Do you think I'm out of my mind?" The elder shook his head very seriously. He thought Chu Yang's mind was fine, so he couldn't be truly returning to the clan. Chu Yang put down his teacup and said to the elder, "Let's not beat around the bush. Elder, a great calamity is about to befall the Uchiha. Believe me, within 3 years the Uchiha will be annihilated." Hearing this, the elder's expression remained largely unchanged. He gestured with his eyes for Chu Yang to continue. Chu Yang said, "The relationship between the Uchiha and the village is deteriorating day by day. Sooner or later there will be an outright break with the village. And the Uchiha are no match for the entire Konoha. In the end, only a tragic outcome, like annihilation, awaits." The elder set down his teacup, his crimson Freedomo Sharingan, meeting Chu Yang's gaze. Chu Yang's eyes also swirled with 3 tomo, transforming into a crescent-shaped Mangekyo. The elder remained silent for 2.5 minutes before speaking unhurriedly. "Tell me what you have in mind." Chu Yang grabbed a stool from nearby. Kneeling like that was too uncomfortable. "I have a village in the land of rice fields called the Hidden Sound Village. Konoha's shrank missing nin Uchiha, Chu Yang shrank missing ninda, Shiwan shrank missing nin Chimu Shimao Kirigakures, shrank missing nin Guading Manua a rank missing nin Taudi Zaibuzen. All these powerful figures are there." This speech showcased Chu Yang's achievements over the past year and demonstrated the strength of his current forces. The elder's usually impassive face finally showed a hint of astonishment. Chu Yang waited a long time before the elder sighed. "As expected of you, Chu Yang." Chu Yang, who had been waiting for the elder to heap praise on him, suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. Still he continued, "I think you now understand my idea. You can lead some clan members who are willing to follow me to Defect. As for the current Hidden Sound Village, given Hiruzen Sarutobi's character, he absolutely won't dare to provoke us." The elder closed his eyes, his fingers tapping the table intermittently, clearly deep in thought. Chu Yang was not flustered at all. He got up from the stool, walked to the elder's refrigerator, and opened it, only to find not even a single drink. Chu Yang muttered under his breath, "Seriously, not even a single beverage. Elder, you should keep up with the times. Stock up on some things that young people like to drink." Long accustomed to Chu Yang's occasional outrageous remarks, the elder had become immune. Finally the elder opened his eyes. "I agree. But this cannot be rushed. Give me 2 years. I am confident I can get 30 to 40% of the clan members to follow you." A smile curled at the corner of Chu Yang's mouth. He reached out and shook the elder's hand. "Then from now on, well, use the ninja cats to communicate," he said. "Agreed." Lord Hokage, the voices supporting a coup within the clan are growing louder and rumors are spreading outside that we should let my brother return. I'm afraid. The clan is truly on the verge of a coup. The third Hokage remained silent, taking a deep drag of his pipe, the smoke veiling his somber gaze. Shimura Danzo beside him slammed the table and stood up. "Hiruzen, this is a critical moment of life and death for our Konoha. In my view, we should strike first, or the Uchiha will surely plunge our village into chaos. The two meddlers Mitokado Hamura and Utatane Koharu echoed Danzo's words. At this moment Shisui was torn. The only way to change the Uchiha clan situation now was to use Konoha Tsukumi. But should he really reveal it now? At that moment the third Hokage slammed the table heavily. Enough! Danzo Hamura Koharu. The Uchiha are a part of Konoha. How can you allow yourselves to slander them so? And have you forgotten our former comrade Uchiha Kagami? I believe in Shisui, and he must have inherited Kagami's will. This time Hiruzen Sarutobi played the good cop, Danzo the bad cop, and the other two were the troublemakers. But Shisui did not see through it, instead thinking, Lord Hokage is so noble, still thinking of the Uchiha clan at a time like this. Shisui immediately chose to reveal his Konoha Tsukumi ability. Yet he still kept a secret, claiming that he had awakened his Mangekyo only because of the grief over his brother's defection. After learning of the Konoha Tsukumi's power, Danzo's eyes, as cunning as an old fox's, gleamed with the hunger of a wolf. Konoha Tsukumi. Permanently altering a person's consciousness. How could such a precious thing fall into the hands of the inherently evil Uchiha? I must obtain it. Completely unaware of the impending doom, Shisui continued to explain his plan. I will use Konoha Tsukumi to control Lord Fugaku. Then even if the radical faction within the clan wants to stage a coup without the clan leader's consent, they cannot unite the Uchiha's full strength, and they will naturally give up. I firmly believe I can mediate between them, Shisui said with firm resolve. In a daze, the third Hokage saw Shisui before him gradually overlap with Chu Yang, who a year ago had repeatedly spoken of maintaining peace between the village and the clan. But the difference was that he believed Shisui was truly a child imbued with the will of fire. The glaring sunlight shone upon Shisui, casting his shadow long and far. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire burns ever bright. The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe, watching Shisui leave a smile slowly spreading across his lips. This young man was the hope for peace between the village and the Uchiha. He did not wish for the Uchiha to be truly annihilated or to stage a coup. Such an outcome would bring him no benefit. Instead, it would cause internal chaos in Konoha, giving other covetous ninja villages an opportunity to strike. The Uchiha clan, guarding the police force, stood isolated and alone, posing less threat to his position as Hokage than the old fox Danzo. Meanwhile, Danzo revealed a sinister grin. With Konoha Tsukumi, who else could compete for the Hokage seat? Shisui. Yuhi Kurenai, holding Shizui's arm, asked with a worried look, "What is troubling you? Can you tell me?" Shisui hesitated, almost speaking, but then stopping. Finally, he changed the subject. "Kurenai, I heard the Akimichi family's barbecue has a new dish. Let's go try it together." Shisui did not want to drag his beloved into the political struggle between the Uchiha and the village. That would only harm Yuhi Kurenai. All right. Understanding that Shisui did not want to involve her, Kurenai chose not to ask further. The two walked in silence. This made someone who had been following them with a camera anxious. Chu Yang, watching the two bid farewell after the barbecue, began to complain inwardly. Seriously, you're a couple. Shouldn't you be flirting? Shouldn't you embrace each other? Shouldn't you kiss? After a kiss, shouldn't you invite each other home? At this rate, when will I ever get to hold a niece or nephew? Chu Yang felt disappointed. He completely overlooked that Shisui was only 16. And what did 16 matter? Couldn't he still have a nephew at that age? Chu Yang sighed and continued to secretly tail Shisui. After a brief pause, he also sent a shadow clone to secretly follow Yuhi Kurenai. Don't misunderstand. He wasn't someone with inappropriate thoughts about his younger brother's girlfriend. He was simply worried that Danzo might send someone to harm Kurenai, hence the surveillance. Just as Shisui was about to return to the Uchiha compound, a root ninja wearing a mask blocked his path. Uchiha Shisui. Lord Danzo requests your presence. The root ninja spoke like a machine. Shisui frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. He had just suspected Danzo might have designs on Konoha Tsukumi. But Danzo was after all a comrade of his grandfather and a high-ranking official of Konoha. How could he possibly harm someone who sought peace between the village and the... It seemed he had been too suspicious lately, even doubting Lord Danzo. Shisui pondered for a moment and said to the root ninja, "Please inform Lord Danzo that I have some personal matters to attend to. I will visit him at dusk." The root ninja left the address briefly and vanished instantly. After the root ninja disappeared, Shisui headed toward the elder's house, while Chu Yang, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes, glanced at the departing root ninja and silently followed. He intended to give that root member a bag over his head. Shisui arrived at the elder's home. Shisui had always been grateful for the elder's guidance throughout his journey, and the elder was one of the few Uchiha who had never doubted Shisui. According to the elder, everything was Shizui's own choice. He had no right or position to interfere, and Shizui's purpose in visiting the elder today was to seek answers to his doubts. Man, you chewed on takoyaki, breathing the fresh air with ease, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a stark contrast between people. Indeed, defecting with Master Chu Yang was the right choice. Otherwise I would have spent my entire life in that brutal Wuyin village. As Man Yu marveled inwardly, he began to inquire about where to find delicious food and fun activities. Just as he was about to wander around, Man Yu spotted Chu Yang's shadow clone under the transformation technique and understood his task. He brushed past Chu Yang with feigned nonchalance. A slip of paper had mysteriously appeared in his hand. Entering a small alley, Man Yu unfolded the paper, which read, "From now on, hide under the waterfall near Nanheshan. Shisui will likely jump off the cliff tonight. You must save his life." Gui Deng. Man Yu scratched his head in confusion. Wasn't Uchiha Shisui Chu Yang's own brother? Not to mention that Chu Yang could protect Shisui, but even the title Shisui of the body flicker proved his strength. How could he possibly end up jumping off a cliff? Though puzzled, since this was his boss order, Man Yu had no choice but to comply. At dusk, the sunset glow-bathed Shisui. Shisui arrived at the meeting point with Tuanzong. Gazing at Tuanzong's desolate and resolute back, Shisui asked calmly, "Is there something, Lord Tuanzong? The assembly is about to begin, and I'm in a hurry." Tuanzong, with his back to Shisui, said indifferently, "If you use Kodo Amatsukami on Uchiha Fugaku and convince the Uchiha, yet the relationship between the village and the Uchiha remains unchanged, what will you do?" Sensing something amiss with 3 tomos swirling in his eyes, Shisui still replied firmly, "I believe that with the help of the third Hokage, the Uchiha and the village can turn conflict into cooperation." "Heh, the third Hokage." Tuanzong's tone was mocking. He turned to Shisui and said coldly, "He won't go all out for the Uchiha, and even if he did, the villagers' resentment toward the Uchiha would still exist." Shisui understood that changing the Uchiha's standing in the villagers' hearts would not happen overnight. At this moment he thought Tuanzong was merely testing his attitude, so he let down some of his guard. "Lord Tuanzong, I understand your concerns, but the Uchiha's coup is imminent. I don't have much time. However, if only..." Before Shisui could finish, Tuanzong said grimly, "Not only that, but someone is paranoid, as I will never easily trust your Uchiha. Especially with the precedent of Uchiha Chu Yang, how can I trust you?" Shisui was still pondering how to convince Tuanzong, completely unaware that Tuanzong was getting closer and closer. "But Lord Tuanzong, at that point your only choice would be to use Kodo Amatsukami on me." Tuanzong was now only 14 centimeters away from Shisui. "But Lord Tuanzong, at that point your only choice would be to use Kodo Amatsukami on me." "Shisui, the Sharingan is too dangerous. Listen to me, you can't handle Kodo Amatsukami. Let me take charge." Tuanzong had already extended his fingers ready to gouge out Shisui's Sharingan. Though Shisui's mind was in turmoil, his basic reflexes remained intact. He immediately cast a Genjutsu on Tuanzong. Shisui controlled Tuanzong with a simple Genjutsu, but still spoke politely. "I'm sorry, Lord Tuanzong. This is just a basic Genjutsu. You'll wake up soon." Shisui gently lowered Tuanzong's hand that was reaching for his eye. This made Chu Yang, who had been quietly trailing them, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "Damn it." He even lowered his hand. "The guy was about to gouge out your eye, and you didn't chop off that pig's trotter." Shisui turned to leave, his mind filled with conflicting thoughts about the conflict between the Uchiha and the village. But Tuanzong used Izanagi and instantly broke free from Shisui's control. Tuanzong appeared in front of Shisui in an instant, punching him in the abdomen. As Shisui prepared to counter, Tuanzong struck him in the face with another punch and swiftly gouged out Shisui's right eye. Chu Yang, hidden in the shadows, wanted to charge out and kill that old bastard Tuanzong. But he couldn't. He had to endure. For now, Shisui still loved Konoha deeply. At most, he would only see Tuanzong as a black sheep in the village and might still consider using Kodo Amatsukami on him. Shisui panted heavily, covering his gouged right eye, and stared in shock as Tuanzong removed the bandage from his own right eye, revealing a slowly whitening. "This eye of yours will become its replacement," Tuanzong said coldly. As his words fell, dozens of root members emerged from the shadows. Fire-style Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball was expelled. Several root ninjas stepped forward, simultaneously releasing a burst. Water-style Water Bullet Jutsu. 6 or 7 root members used water bullets simultaneously, barely extinguishing the massive fireball. The collision of fire and water produced steam, and the wind lifted Tuanzong's cloak, but his expression remained unchanged. Watching Shisui disappear, Tuanzong said calmly, "Go retrieve the other Kodo Amatsukami." At his command, all root members swiftly moved to pursue. Just as Tuanzong smirked and casually toyed with the right eye of Kodo Amatsukami in his hand, Chu Yang appeared before him. "Tuanzong, die!" Thundercloud Blade. The Tang sword, crackling with lightning, instantly pierced Tuanzong's abdomen. Tuanzong glared at Chu Yang with a dark expression. "Uchiha Chu Yang, I never expected you to have been hiding in Konoha all along." It seems Uchiha Shisui was indeed your inside agent. But it doesn't matter. Your arrival only adds to my spoils of war. Tuanzong vanished again, then extended his right arm, which had been hidden, revealing 3 Sharingan. This was one of Tuanzang's few remaining stocks. Today, he'll take both of your brother's Mangekyo. Wind-style vacuum serial waves. Blade-like cutting winds spewed from Tuanzang's mouth, flying toward Chu Yang in a torrent. A mere trick. Chu Yang commented nonchalantly. He immediately entered Curse Mark Stage 2, his skin turning earthy black, and lightning surged around the Tang's sword in his hand. Sage Art Thundercloud Blade. The blade swung out, yet Danzo the old man was surprisingly agile, and managed to evade Chu Yang's strike. Chu Yang himself charged forward with his taunt, Wind Release Vacuum Great Sphere. Danzo took a deep breath, gathering a massive wind sphere in his mouth, brimming with cutting and destructive force, and hurled it toward Chu Yang. Sage Art Storm Release Storm Water Wall. A wall of liquid lightning blocked Danzo's vacuum Great Sphere. Wind Release Wind Blade. A kunai appeared in Danzo's hand, and he slashed out green hurricane blades that flew with the force of 1,000 armies. Fire Release Great Fire. The flames devoured the incoming wind blades. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Danzo immediately retreated. But Chu Yang had already appeared behind Danzo unnoticed, with lightning surging in his hand, plunging it into Danzo's heart. Sage Art Lightning Cutter. Chu Yang knew Danzo could still use his Anaji. He had calmed down now. His true goal was not to kill Danzo, but to reclaim Shizui's Kodowa Mitsukami. Before Danzo could even activate Izanaji, Chu Yang's Tanto had already severed the hand clutching Shizui's Sharingan. Kicking Danzo away, Chu Yang retrieved the Kodowa Mitsukami from the severed hand. Uchiha Chu Yang. You? After being reborn via Izanaji, Danzo watched the Kodowa Mitsukami he had barely gotten to hold be snatched away by Chu Yang, and he was furious. At that moment he wished he could rush over and fight Chu Yang to the death, but he understood. He was no match for Chu Yang. With only 2 resurrection charges left, continuing the entanglement would only bring trouble upon himself. Chu Yang chuckled, and the 3 tomo in his eyes unknowingly transformed into a Mangekyo. To prevent you from bringing the root to cause trouble, I'll have to. Illusion of Calamity. Unbeknownst to him, Danzo had already fallen into the illusion of calamity. In the illusion, Danzo believed Chu Yang had activated his Mangekyo to kill him, and so he engaged Chu Yang in combat. In reality, after slapping Danzo a few times, Chu Yang left. He couldn't kill Danzo yet. Without Danzo's continued oppression, how would the Uchiha ever leave Konoha with him? The root ninjas were relentless in pursuit. At this moment, Shisui realized that if he didn't use a special technique, he would never be able to escape. Shisui stopped, turning to face the crowd of root ninjas behind him. His remaining left eye spun, and blue-green chakra gathered the skeletal outline, beginning to take Susanoo. Shisui directly activated the 3rd stage of Susanoo. The green Susanoo fired beams of light from its chest, like an abyssal cannon, instantly killing over a dozen elite root ninjas. Blood streamed from Shizui's left eye as he knelt on one knee. He formed hand seals. Summoning technique. A crow appeared, and Shisui instructed it to summon Uchiha Itachi to the Naka Shrine. Itachi, who had just joined the Umbu at the age of 10, waited for a long time, but Shisui did not return, making him worried. Just then the familiar crow flew over. This is Shizui's summoning crow. Uchiha Itachi stood up, sensing something ominous. The crow flapped its wings in midair, let out a hoarse cry, and then flew toward the Naka Shrine. Itachi, without a second thought, followed the crow, wanting to know what had happened to Shisui. On the cliff beside the Naka Shrine, Shisui gazed at the water below, his resolve firm. At that moment, the crow brought Uchiha Itachi to stand behind him. Itachi called out, Shisui. Shisui slowly turned around. Seeing Shisui with only one eye, Itachi was incredulous. Shisui raised a hand to signal Itachi to stay silent. He knew what Itachi was wondering and would explain everything. The Uchiha's coup can no longer be stopped. If a civil war breaks out in Konoha, other nations will surely take the opportunity to invade. I wanted to use Kodowa Mitsukami to change this. But Danzo gouged out my Sharingan. He doesn't trust me. His extreme way of protecting the village will inevitably backfire. I'm afraid he won't spare my left eye either. Before that, under the moonlight, Shizui's remaining eye looked at the child he had always regarded as both friend and disciple, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. As if having made a certain decision, he raised his hand and plucked out his left eye. Shisui. Ignoring the intense pain, Shisui extended his hand, his face full of trust and determination. Now, I can only entrust this to you, my dear friend. Take my eye and protect the village. In the name of the Uchiha. Under the moonlight, black feathers danced. The Kodowa Mitsukami Mangekyo had somehow appeared in Itachi's hand. I accepted. Then what about you? Shisui silently stepped back 2 paces, his face showing a serene expression, Once I die, the voices within the clan that want my power for rebellion will disappear, and the Uchiha won't be able to stage a coup. The suicide note. I've already prepared it. At this point, Itachi fully understood Shisui's intent. Wait. Shisui. Don't stop me, Itachi. If you are still my friend, you will understand my choice. A breeze brushed Shisui's cheek and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. He firmly believed that the friend he had taught would perfectly carry out his will. After I die, please take care of Red. And my brother. Even now I firmly believe that my brother has his own reasons. If there is a chance, I hope my brother can return to Konoha. With these words, Shisui calmly stepped back and fell into the waterfall. In his mind, his life flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Shisui. Uchiha Itachi lunged forward, his fingers barely missing Shisui's hand, but ultimately failing to grasp it. Shisui. Blood tears slowly flowed from Itachi's eyes. When his eyes opened again, the three Tomo had silently transformed into a shape like a windmill. Mangekyo Sharingan awakened. Just as Shisui was about to plunge into the lake, a figure suddenly burst forth from the water, catching the falling Shisui with remarkable agility. Shisui was startled. What is happening? As Shisui was about to speak, Hozuki Mangetsu quickly said, Lord Shisui, I am Hozuki Mangetsu, a subordinate of Lord Chu Yang. He sent me here to rescue you. Shisui blinked in surprise. Hozuki Mangetsu. The shrank missing nin from Kirigakure. Mangetsu hoisted Shisui onto his back and said with a smile, Lord Shisui, there's no need to struggle. Lord Chu Yang told me that if you resist too much, I may use force. Given your current depleted chakra state, I doubt you can defeat me. Hearing Mangetsu's words, Shisui decided not to resist further. In his current state, he truly couldn't fight Hozuki Mangetsu. Shisui didn't doubt Mangetsu's identity much. Given his condition, Mangetsu could have knocked him unconscious and taken him away the moment they met without needing to be so cautious and respectful. Itachi clutched the Kodo Amatsukami Mangekyo in his hand, tears welling up in his eyes, but he forcibly suppressed them. Taking a few deep breaths, he turned to Shisui had regarded him as a close friend, and he understood Shisui's intentions. Just as he was about to leave, he turned and was startled to find a figure standing behind him. It was Chu Yang. Brother Chu Yang. Uchiha Itachi stepped back, warily drawing his ninja sword. Chu Yang was silent for a moment. When he looked up again, 3 crescent moons were spinning in his eyes, and tears involuntarily streamed down his cheeks. Chu Yang wasn't pretending. After all, witnessing his own younger brother have his eyes gouged out, and then jump off a cliff to his death, was truly heartbreaking and infuriating. Heartbroken over Shisui's fate, enraged at Shisui's foolishness, Chu Yang took a few breaths, wiped away his tears, and said calmly to the Itachi before him, Long time no see, Itachi. You? When did you? Chu Yang took a deep breath and said in a slightly choked voice, I've been here all along. Then why didn't you save him? The windmill-shaped Mangekyo in Uchiha Itachi's eyes spun, showing his emotional instability. Chu Yang gritted his teeth. Do you think I didn't want to save him, but could I persuade his stubborn temper? He's my own brother. I would rather die than see him hurt. But this was his own choice. I won't change it. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Uchiha Itachi calmed down somewhat. Then, Chu Yang interrupted, I'm not returning to Konoha or the Uchiha clan. I came back just to see him a little more. But I never expected. Uchiha Itachi fell silent, his eyes filled with sorrow. After a long silence, Chu Yang reached out his hand and said, Give me Shisui's eyes. Itachi was taken aback. Chu Yang repeated impassively, Give me Shisui's eyes. Uchiha Itachi looked at the Kodo Amatsukami Mangekyo in his hand, closed his eyes briefly, then refused firmly. No. I refuse. As you are now, you have no standing to take this eye. As a missignin, if you obtain this eye, it will only throw the ninja world into chaos. Chu Yang sneered, shook his head slightly, and a hint of murder flashed in his eyes. Missing nin. Missing nin. So what if I'm a missing nin? Right now I am just a brother who wants to reclaim his brother's keepsake. If you refuse to return it, then. Storm release, thundercloud sharp spear. Lightning turned into a spear that pierced through Uchiha Itachi's abdomen. Yes, this was the thundercloud sharp spear that Chu Yang had developed by copying the Chidori sharp spear. But since he created it first, from now on it would be Sasuke copying him. The Uchiha Itachi before him, after being pierced by the thundercloud sharp spear, turned into crows and vanished. The crows flew around for a bit before forming a new Uchiha Itachi. Itachi gripped his ninja sword and charged at Chu Yang. Chu Yang swung his long sword heavily, meeting Itachi's blade. Clang! The Tang sword clashed with the ninja sword, the lightning-imbued Tang sword completely overpowering it. Crack! The ninja sword broke, and Chu Yang mercilessly slashed at Itachi's body. The Tang sword passed just a hair's breadth from Itachi's head. This made Itachi understand that Chu Yang would show him no mercy. Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His large windmill-shaped Mangekyo met Chu Yang's gaze, and the right eye's windmill began to spin. Tsukuyami. When Chu Yang opened his eyes again, he found himself tied to a cross surrounded by a multitude of Uchiha Itachi's wielding ninja swords, countless windmill-shaped Mangekyo staring at him. Brother Chu Yang, in the world of Tsukuyami, I can freely control time, space, and quality. The pain here is also real. Over the next 72 hours. Squelch. A ninja sword pierced through Chu Yang's abdomen, and Uchiha Itachi said coldly, I will keep tormenting your spirit like this. Chu Yang said expressionlessly, oh. Why do you think that you, having just awakened your Mangekyo, can trap me? What a... The three crescent moon-shaped Mangekyo spun wildly, and with Chu Yang's continuous infusion of ocular power, that Tsukuyami's space shattered instantly. Bang! A sound of shattering echoed, and Uchiha Itachi knelt on one knee, holding his bleeding eye, staring at Chu Yang in disbelief. He had broken his Tsukuyami so easily. Chu Yang walked forward slowly and met Uchiha Itachi's gaze calmly. I'm taking Shisui's eye. The Kodo Amatsukami Mangekyo had somehow appeared in Chu Yang's hand, and he spoke in a detached tone. Then with his own Mangekyo, Chu Yang gave Uchiha Itachi a deep look and walked away without looking back. I'll handle Shisui's body myself. Don't trouble yourself. Uchiha Itachi watched Chu Yang's retreating figure, and Shisui's entrustment involuntarily came to his mind. Even now I firmly believe that my brother must have his own reasons. If there's a chance, I hope my brother can return to Konoha. Shisui, I cannot make brother Chu Yang return to Konoha, nor can I believe in his stance as you did. I don't want brother Chu Yang to take your eyes, because his current unclear stance could potentially harm the entire ninja world. So Uchiha Itachi looked up, blood tears streaming from his left eye. Thus the left eye's ability Amaterasu was officially unleashed. Amaterasu. Black flames targeted Chu Yang's back, and his body was engulfed in raging black fire. Aag. The black flames engulfed Chu Yang, who instantly collapsed to the ground from the excruciating pain. Uchiha Itachi, you. Uchiha Itachi knelt on one knee, clutching his bleeding eyes, and apologized in a flat tone, sorry brother Chu Yang. This is the only way. Just as Chu Yang was burned to ashes before his eyes, Uchiha Itachi suddenly felt a wave of mental confusion. When he opened his eyes again, Chu Yang stood before him completely unharmed, while he himself had already exhausted his ocular power from just activating the Mangekyo, now kneeling on one knee. What is going on? Uchiha Itachi murmured in disbelief. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he exclaimed in shock, it's brother Chu Yang's left eye technique. According to the third Hokage, it's a technique that can instantly pull someone into an illusion without them noticing, even cage-level shinobi. Before Uchiha could finish, Chu Yang appeared before him and drove an elbow into the back of the boy's neck. With a thud, Uchiha Itachi collapsed to the ground unconscious. Chu Yang shook his hand and said with some exasperation, why so many words? After confirming that Uchiha Itachi wouldn't wake up anytime soon, Chu Yang took a small path and arrived at the shore beneath the waterfall. Hozuki Mangetsu had simply bandaged Shisui's wounds to save energy, while also waiting for Chu Yang's arrival. Mangetsu spoke as if seeking credit. Lord Chu Yang, you're here. I've already bandaged Lord Shisui's wounds. Chu Yang nodded, gently patted Mangetsu's shoulder, and said, I'll remember this. Mangetsu chuckled. Although he wasn't sure if Chu Yang's verbal promise held any weight, earning favor with the boss was naturally a good thing. Chu Yang looked at Shisui, and Shisui seemed to sense it, and lifted his head. Though his hollow eyes were simply wrapped in bandages, it felt as if the brothers were still locking gazes. Chu Yang sighed, patted Shisui's shoulder, and said, I've retrieved your eyes from Itachi and Danzo. Rest assured. Shisui seemed to remember something, and said to Chu Yang with some agitation, brother. Chu Yang forcefully pressed Shisui's body down, veins bulging on his forehead, and scolded, you're injured like this, yet you're still flailing around like a monkey. Do you think you're not dying fast enough? Realizing that his brother was genuinely furious, Shisui stopped squirming and pleaded with Chu Yang, brother, I know you won't just give my eyes back easily, but please don't use Kodo Amatsukami to harm Konoha. Chu Yang, what kind of image do you have of me in your heart? Why does everyone think I'll use Kodo Amatsukami to harm Konoha? Chu Yang couldn't understand why Itachi and Shisui thought this way, but he felt they both suffered from a bit of persecution paranoia. In a tone of disappointment and sorrow, Chu Yang said, in your heart, do you think your brother is that petty? Rest assured, something as important as Kodo Amatsukami isn't worth me using on Konoha. Shisui, feeling a bit awkward, Shisui paused for a moment, then asked, brother, what about Itachi? You care about him that much? Chu Yang scoffed, somewhat displeased. Shisui remained silent, then said weakly, I am afraid you might hurt him. What did you say? Chu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. If he hadn't used Illusion Calamity before falling into Tsukuyami, given his vigilance toward Uchiha Itachi, he would never have guessed that the kid would resort to using Amaterasu behind his back. If it had been his real body, he would have been burned to death by now. And yet his own brother said he was afraid that he would hurt Itachi. You're afraid he'll hurt him. Aren't you afraid he'll hurt me? Chu Yang suppressed the grievance in his heart and said angrily. Tears welled up in Chu Yang's eyes and his voice choked as he said, I risked danger to come to Konoha because I was worried about your safety. If I hadn't acted in advance, I might have died at the hands of Uchiha Itachi, who just awakened his Mangekyo. And now you tell me you're afraid I'll hurt him. Wah 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 wah. Chu Yang couldn't hold it in anymore and cried pitifully. Feeling the tears falling on his arm and hearing his brother's sobs, Shisui, he had never seen his brother cry since childhood. Even when they witnessed their parents' bodies, his brother didn't shed a tear, but instead comforted him with a smile. But today he cried because of his own words. He didn't know that Itachi had awakened the Mangekyo, so he only worried that his brother, who had awakened the Mangekyo, might change drastically and attack Itachi. Now thinking carefully about what he had just said, it indeed seemed excessive. It was as if he had completely disregarded his own brother. Brother, Shisui sensed his brother's presence and quickly hugged him, not knowing what to say. After embracing for a minute or two, Chu Yang let go of Shisui. He had simply felt too wronged. Though he appeared carefree day after day, he was actually worried about Shisui's safety almost every day, sometimes unable to sleep at night, constantly thinking that, because he couldn't reach Konoha in time, Shisui might die. Now that the heavy stone in his heart had finally fallen, the pressure poured out. Yet Shisui doubted him so much, as if he felt no gratitude toward his brother. Chu Yang calmed his emotions and said to Shisui, now come with me obediently. Brother. Seeing Shisui about to say something he didn't want to hear, Chu Yang roared, shut up. I'm your brother. I tell you what to do, and you do it. Perhaps because he had never seen Chu Yang so angry at him, Shisui opened his mouth several times, but finally remained silent. Chu Yang turned to the stunned Mangetsu and flashed a nuclear-friendly smile, asking with nuclear affability, Mangetsu, what did you just see? Mangetsu felt surrounded by a murderous aura, but his mind worked quickly, and he immediately said, what? I didn't see anything. But speaking of which, the moon tonight is quite moon-like. Chu Yang looked up slightly at the obscured moon and nodded in approval. That's right. Things like crying pitifully while hugging his little brother. Such things simply never happened, right? It must have been Mangetsu's illusion. Just as this brotherly harmony was unfolding on the other side. Lord Danzo is here. A root ninja shouted, pointing at Danzo, who lay motionless. A group of root ninjas rushed to Danzo's side. The medical ninja intended to treat him, but discovered that Danzo's inability to move despite being conscious was due to depleted chakra and mental. Danzo could not voice his grievances. Within the nightmare of the illusory calamity, he had exhausted all his means. Chakra drained, revival coins. Ultimately, he was slain by Chu Yang. Were it not for the Hashirama cells on his arm, he would have fallen into complete unconsciousness. Now even assigning tasks to his root subordinates was impossible. He lacked even the mental strength and chakra to use his Anaji. But nothing is impossible with determination. Danzo pondered and conceived a brilliant. Mustering the last of his willpower, Danzo barely raised a few fingers and issued his orders through Root's unique coded signals. Capture Yuhi Kurenai for me. This was the only method Danzo could think of to force out Shisui and Chu Yang. At that moment in Kurenai's home, she felt uneasy. Gazing at the pitch-black night outside, she sensed an ominous event approaching. Unaccountably, Kurenai thought of Shisui, and her heart suddenly ached with a sharp knife-like pain, as if something precious to her had vanished. Shisui, Kurenai murmured unconsciously. She failed to notice that her home was surrounded by over a dozen root operatives. Adhering to the principle of diplomacy before force, a root member appeared in Kurenai's living room. This startled her, and she immediately assumed a combat. The root member said calmly, Yuhi Kurenai, Lord Danzo requests your presence. Lord Danzo. Kurenai recalled the man known as the Darkness of Konoha. Though she knew he was no saint, she assumed he would not target his own allies. Hence she suspected no ill. What does Lord Danzo want with me? Kurenai asked. The root member shook his head. Apologies, no comment. All you need to do now is cooperate. After a moment's thought, Kurenai agreed. She relaxed her guard, preparing to leave with the root member. But she failed to notice the glint of murder in his eyes and the stealthy preparation for a sneak attack. However, Chu Yang's shadow clone would not allow his sister-in-law to be taken by Root. He had already neutralized the root operatives outside. Though only a shadow clone, it possessed a quarter of Chu Yang's original chakra. With the Sharingan's Jinjutsu and the root operatives' total focus on Kurenai, Chu Yang easily dispatched them. Appearing inside the room, he severed the root member's arm with a single slash, then plunged the blade into the man's chest without hesitation. Kurenai, now alert, stared in shock at Chu Yang as he killed the root operative. Recognizing him as Shisui's elder brother, Kurenai became extremely wary, assuming a battle stance. Uchiha Chu Yang. Chu Yang chuckled lightly, his tone teasing, no need to be so tense, right? After all, we're practically family now. In a sense, you should call me brother, don't you think? My dear sister-in-law. Hearing the term sister-in-law, Kurenai blushed. So you already knew? Chu Yang nodded, stepped forward, and patted Kurenai's shoulder, looking pleased. Yeah, I saw the couple's resemblance between you two long ago. Now I just hope you'll get married and have kids soon. Brother, what are you saying? Kids are still way off. Though she protested, she had already started calling him brother. Chu Yang's eyes curved with laughter as he teased, oh, is that so? His meaningful gaze made Kurenai's face flush. For a moment she forgot that the man before her was a Konoha rank rogue ninja. Instead it felt like meeting the family for the first time. Chu Yang's expression turned serious. He took Kurenai's hand and said solemnly, we'll discuss that later. We don't have much time now. Sister-in-law, we need to leave immediately. Brother, where are you taking me? Kurenai finally snapped back to reality, asking cautiously. Chu Yang said to her, Shimura Danzo stole Shisui's Sharingan. To ensure temporary peace between the village and the Uchiha Shisui, chose to commit suicide. Hearing this, Kurenai's eyes widened in disbelief, tears welling up. Sister-in-law, don't worry. My original body has already saved Shisui. Chu Yang gave her a reassuring look and said earnestly. Kurenai's expression gradually softened. Chu Yang continued, now Danzo has set his sights on you. To ensure your safety, I have to take you away too. Take me away. Kurenai hesitated. Then, wouldn't I become a rogue ninja? Chu Yang sighed, understanding her dilemma. After all, she was just an ordinary jonin with a strong sense of belonging to the village. But facing a love-struck woman in a passionate romance, Chu Yang only needed to emphasize how badly Shisui was suffering. Sister-in-law, I don't want to force you two to defect, but it's unavoidable. Shisui has had both eyes gouged out and is covered in wounds from rude operatives. And none of this could have happened without the tacit approval of the third Hokage. After all, battles always make noise. The ANBU are everywhere in Konoha. How could they not have noticed? I won't let Shisui stay in the village. I don't want him to be in danger again. As Shisui's lover, you are likely to become a tool for Danzo to threaten him. Sister-in-law, you don't want Shisui to be in danger because of you, do you? Brother, you're right. I can't let Shisui suffer because of me. Let's go quickly. After a simple manipulation, Chu Yang made Kurenai willingly follow him. It was now a race against time. The news of his return to Konoha and the rescue of Shisui might have already reached the third Hokage. To prevent the Uchiha's coup, the entire village was likely on high alert. To safely take Shisui and Kurenai away, speed was essential. The third Hokage gazed at the root member, reporting before him a wisp of white smoke curling upward, veiling eyes that betrayed no emotion. I have taken note of this. Tell Danzo to recuperate properly. I will dispatch men to pursue Chu Yang. The root member departed without a word, showing no reverence for the third Hokage. Their master was Danzo, and having delivered their master's message, they had no reason to linger. A mixture of helplessness and relief flickered in the third Hokage's eyes. Relief came from the realization that he had never anticipated Danzo would attempt to seize Shisui's Kotoame Tsukumi. If Danzo, that ambitious schemer, were to obtain Kotoame Tsukumi, the consequences would be unthinkable. Helplessness, however, arose from the fact that, damn it, how in the world was he supposed to handle Chu Yang? Sending a pursuit team would only be throwing lives away, merely weakening his own ANBU forces. Wait. The third Hokage's hand holding his pipe paused slightly, his eyes suddenly gleaming. He seemed to have forgotten someone, a certain filial disciple who had arrived in Konoha that very night, but was too busy gathering material to come and see him. If it's Jiraiya? The third Hokage tapped lightly on the desk, and an ANBU appeared before him, kneeling on one knee. The third Hokage spoke in a hoarse voice, notify an elite ANBU squad to pursue Chu Yang. At the same time, send a shinobi to the rooftop of the bathhouse and inform him to cooperate with the ANBU operation. Hearing these orders, the ANBU member immediately acknowledged, though his eyes betrayed a hint of contempt for Jiraiya. After all, that peeping habit was truly hard to stomach. Outside Konoha, Chu Yang, having just left the village, carried Shisui on his back, with Hozuki Mangetsu following behind. Mangetsu was following obediently when Chu Yang suddenly halted, puzzling him. Lord Chu Yang, why have you stopped? Chu Yang shook his head, clearly unwilling to explain, and Mangetsu wisely fell silent. About a minute later, Chu Yang's shadow clone arrived at the forest outside the village, bringing with him Yuhi Kurenai. Yuhi Kurenai saw Shisui on Chu Yang's back, his eyes bound with blood-stained bandages, and tears welled up in her eyes. Shisui, Kurenai. Hearing his beloved's voice, Shisui raised his head with effort. Though he had lost his eyes, Kurenai could still feel the tenderness in his gaze. The shadow clone vanished. Chu Yang, at Kurenai's gesture, tossed Shisui into her arms. Embracing Shisui, Kurenai said in a aggrieved tone, you bastard. You were going to commit suicide. If you had died, what would I have done? Kurenai, I'm sorry, MMPH. Before Shisui could react, Kurenai cupped his chin and kissed him. Feeling the softness on his lips, Shisui's face turned crimson. The two completely ignored the two single bystanders nearby. Chu Yang and Mangetsu exchanged glances, both with expressions of speechless exasperation. Can't you two find a private place for that? We're standing right here, two living, breathing people. Do single dogs have no rights? Finally, Chu Yang could take no more. They had been kissing for over a minute. Why wouldn't they let go? Sister-in-law, I must remind you. We're still outside Konoha. The AMBU could catch up at any moment. At that moment, Kurenai, now slightly more clear-headed, finally remembered there were two other people present. Flushing red, she released her lips. But just then moonlight shone down. A silvery thread glistened in the moonlight, dealing a critical blow to Chu Yang and Mangetsu, these two single dogs. If it weren't that this bizarre couple was his own doing, Chu Yang would have wanted to cut them both down with a single slash. Yuhi Kurenai, her face still flushed, lifted Shisui onto her back like a shy bride, and said apologetically to Chu Yang, well, big brother, let's go. Chu Yang had no mood to say more. After those two words, he and Mangetsu set off, though they deliberately slowed their pace. After traveling for a while, Konoha's ENBU caught up. Mangetsu looked back and said to Chu Yang, there are about 7 chakra signatures behind us, all roughly at Jonin level. My hidden mist technique can shake them off. Chu Yang glanced at Mangetsu in mild surprise, not expecting him to be such a strong sensor. Slightly nodding, Chu Yang used lip reading out of Kurenai's sight to tell Mangetsu, strike, fast, accurate, and ruthless. Best if they don't have a chance to pass on our direction to the pursuers behind. Mangetsu flashed a bloodthirsty grin. As a ninja raised in the Blood Mist village, he wouldn't spare the pursuing Konoha Yenbyu even without Chu Yang's orders. It was a habit from years of missions. After giving Chu Yang a look that said leave it to me, he quickly formed hand seals. Ninja Art Water Clone Technique. Ninja Art Fivefold Mist Technique. A thick fog rose instantly, covering a large area of the forest. The pursuing Yenbyu, once inside the mist, tried to use wind release, but it was useless. Captain, what do we do? Our wind release can't break through the hidden mist technique. The Yenbyu captain addressed as such pondered for a moment, puzzled. He was fairly familiar with Chu Yang. Although Chu Yang was skilled in water release, he had never dabbled in the hidden mist technique. How could it be this powerful? Just as the Yenbyu captain was about to say something, a sudden change occurred. Water release, hard vortex water blade. In Mangetsu's hand, a water vortex coiled into a blade, appearing silently behind the ANBU captain. The vortex immobilized the captain's body, and before he could react, the water blade severed his head. Seeing the deed done, Mangetsu's water clone retreated, vanishing into the dense fog. Everyone was stunned. The movement of Mangetsu's water clone had been accomplished in the blink of an eye. One moment the captain was about to issue orders, the next his head had already hit the ground. It's the shrank missing mean from the hidden mist, Hozuki Mangetsu. One of the ANBU said in a grave, tense voice. Though Mangetsu's speed was swift, this ANBU had managed to catch a glimpse of his face. Everyone present swallowed nervously. Even though they were Konoha's elite, the pressure was immense. What was in Shrank Missing Nin? Every Shrank Missing Nin possessed cage-level strength, and most were unpredictable, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Capturing such a rogue ninja typically required several elites in a well-prepared, but now it seemed they were the ones being ambushed. As everyone tensed, 2 more ANBU were silently eliminated by another water clone. A brutal slaughter unfolded within the veil of mist. Jiraiya gazed at the thick mist ahead, catching the faint scent of blood lingering in the air, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. Yet he did not rush in blindly. Instead, he tested the air, attempting to blow it away. Wind release, infinite breakthrough. Clearly, Jiraiya's wind release was superior to that of the Umbu before him, but it was still insufficient to dispel the vast expanse of mist. Jiraiya couldn't help but grumble to himself. That old man really knows how to make things difficult, sending me on such an important mission to capture Uchiha Chu Yang, and not even bothering to assign me some capable reinforcements. Despite his complaints, his movements were swift. With heightened vigilance, Jiraiya plunged into the mist. Once inside, Jiraiya kept a wary eye on his surroundings, scanning for any anomaly. As he ventured deeper, he discovered the ground littered with corpses. Unmistakably the vanguard Umbu ninjas who had preceded him. A similar doubt to the Umbu captains arose in Jiraiya's mind. Chu Yang's mist technique couldn't possibly be this potent. He thought. A pursuit squad of 7 elite Umbu utterly annihilated without a ripple under the hidden mist technique. From my intelligence, there is only one person capable of such a feat. Just as Jiraiya was lost in thought, a puddle he had stepped in suddenly surged into a massive sphere of water, enveloping him in a solid prison. Water prison technique. But as if anticipating this, Jiraiya's chakra erupted, instantly breaking free from the water prison with remarkable speed. Water release, water iron cannon technique. One of Mangetsu's clones with fingers shaped like a pistol had stealthily approached Jiraiya, aiming for the optimal shot. A bullet-like chakra water projectile shot toward Jiraiya, but he was not so easily caught off guard. Ninja Art Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's white hair suddenly hardened like steel, extending rapidly until it completely enveloped him, resembling a sea cucumber. The water iron cannon struck the surface, blasting him away, but failed to inflict significant damage. Worried about leaving his ninja swords behind, none of the 4 clones in the mist carried their weapons, making it somewhat challenging to deal with Jiraiya. Just as the other water shadow clones of Mangetsu prepared to act unexpectedly, Jiraiya had already appeared behind one of the clones holding a Rasengan. Though the clone managed to mitigate some damage through the water transformation technique, its effectiveness was greatly diminished. Thus the clone dissipated, returning its remaining chakra to the main body along with its memories. Receiving the memories from the clone, Hozuki Mangetsu frowned slightly. He said to Chu Yang, "The Umbu pursuing us should only be a small squad, but there's a troublesome one trailing behind." Lord Chu Yang, care to guess who it is? Even at this moment, Mangetsu tried to lighten the mood. But Chu Yang was in no mood for guessing games. He had just shed tears over Shisui, and then been subjected to the lovey-dovey display between his brother and sister-in-law. "If you ever play coy with me again, I'll throw you into a septic tank. With your water transformation technique, you'll be nothing but a pool of filth. No need, you'll be completely covered in shit." 3 simultaneous gasps echoed. Mangetsu, Shisui, and Yuhi Kurenai all stared at Chu Yang as if he were a monster. How could anyone come up with such a twisted idea? Cold sweat trickled down Mangetsu's forehead. He would never dare to make Lord Chu Yang guess again. "It's Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin. To conserve chakra, my other clones won't hold out much longer," Mangetsu said, both anxious and troubled. Chu Yang took a deep breath. Jiraiya. This was a truly unprecedented, formidable foe. In that case, even if Mangetsu's clones did their utmost to delay, they wouldn't buy much time. It would be better for him to hold the rear. Chu Yang stopped, stealthily pressing a test tube into Mangetsu's hand. Mangetsu stole a glance at it. He could only see a large mass of green liquid inside, its contents unclear, but since Chu Yang had entrusted it to him with such gravity, it must be something of great importance. Inside the test tube was the Kodoamet Tsukumi Mangekyo. Chu Yang wasn't worried about Mangetsu harboring malicious intent. After all, his younger brother was still in Chu Yang's hands. He could always contact Haku and Zabuza through Hans to deal with Suigetsu if needed. Chu Yang said to Hozuki Mangetsu, "Mangetsu, dismiss your shadow clones immediately and take Shisui and Kurenai away. Leave Jiraiya to me." "Yes, Lord Chu Yang." Having witnessed Chu Yang easily suppress the 6 tails, Mangetsu had immense confidence in him and agreed without hesitation. Though Shisui trusted Chu Yang's strength, he couldn't help but worry. "Brother, be careful. Lord Jiraiya is very powerful." "You know he's powerful. Then why the hell did you leave secret marks for the Konoha ninja along the way? It's a real pain for me to deal with," Chu Yang remarked coldly. Shisui stiffened. So, his brother had found out. Yuhi Kurenai shot Shisui a reproachful glare, baffled by his actions. Chu Yang let out a helpless sigh at his foolish little brother, thinking, "When will you ever listen to me properly?" After watching the 3 leave, Chu Yang settled onto a large boulder nearby, waiting for Jiraiya's arrival. Within minutes, a man with an oil-stained forehead protector, wooden clogs, red facial markings, and flowing white hair appeared. A man who looked even a bit lecherous. It was Jiraiya. Seeing Chu Yang, who seemed to have been waiting for him for a while, Jiraiya greeted him familiarly. "Hello. Long time no see, Chu Yang." In truth, the two were quite acquainted. Why? Because he had once been a devoted reader of Make Out Paradise. Chu Yang used a body flicker technique to evade Jiraiya's sneak attack with a dumpling. "Long time no see, Lord Jiraiya. You're still as skilled at stealth as ever. I guess you've been to the women's bathhouse too many times. Experience pays off," Chu Yang said with a grin, standing on a tree branch. Jiraiya dodged a trap of exploding tags that suddenly appeared on the ground, his face slightly smudged with soot, but he responded boisterously, "You're still as sneaky as ever, kid. In the past year, have you visited all the women's bathhouses I told you about?" Chu Yang swung his long blade heavily at Jiraiya, who dodged nimbly. While attacking, Chu Yang still managed to reply, "Of course. I've thoroughly inspected every single bathhouse you recommended." Though they exchanged smiles and light-hearted words, neither held back their strikes. Each move aimed at the other's life. As time passed, their attacks grew increasingly lethal, stripping away the earlier pretense of banter. Jiraiya knelt on the ground, his white hair instantly hardening like steel. Strands of that iron-like hair shot forward like 1,000 needles. Ninja Art Needle Jizo. Storm Release Storm Water Wall. Chu Yang's hand emerged from beneath the earth, gripping Jiraiya's ankle. Earth Release Headhunter Jutsu. In a battle of masters, even the most ordinary crank jutsu could kill in an instant if the opponent was caught. Another Chu Yang dashed out from the shadows, slashing his blade across Jiraiya's forehead. Bang! White smoke burst as the Jiraiya pulled underground vanished into vapor. Giant Rasengan. A massive blue orb of chakra materialized in Jiraiya's hand and hurtled toward Chu Yang. Bang! Chu Yang dissipated into white smoke. This was the most common ninja feint, a substitution with a clone. "I've caught your opening. You're dead." A clone. "I've caught your opening too. You're dead." Also a clone. Water Release Water Severing Wave. A razor-sharp jet of water shot forth, but its effect on Jiraiya was negligible. His white hair was as hard as steel, nay far harder, for even in his past life water could cut steel, let alone a water-severing wave infused with chakra nature transformation. Seizing Chu Yang's recovery lag, Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed his jutsu. Earth release swamp of the underworld. The ground beneath Chu Yang instantly turned into soft marsh. Chu Yang frowned slightly as Jiraiya pressed ninja art toad oil bomb. A glob of toad oil splattered onto Chu Yang. He wrinkled his nose in disgust. Lord Jiraiya, don't smear that toad oil on me. It came out of your mouth like spit. Jiraiya gave him a speechless look. Even in the face of death, he still had the nerve to joke. Bang! Another clone of Chu Yang. Jiraiya rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He knew it. From all directions, hordes of Chu Yang emerged. Bang! Another clone of Chu Yang. Jiraiya rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He knew it. From all directions, hordes of Chu Yang emerged. No fewer than. Each of these clones carried little chakra, their sole purpose to mess with Jiraiya's mind. After all, every single one cursed obscenely and flipped him off. Any ordinary person would have broken down long ago. Though exasperated, Jiraiya remained as steady as an old dog, occasionally trading insults with a few of Chu Yang's shadow clones. But why was one clone holding up a strange sign? Though exasperated, Jiraiya remained as steady as an old dog, occasionally trading insults with a few of Chu Yang's shadow clones. Soon over 20 shadow clones were knocked down, vanishing in puffs of white smoke. Jiraiya approached the clone holding the head-patting meme sign. Huh, Tui. The clone spat at Jiraiya, nearly hitting him in the face. Enraged, Jiraiya tore the clone apart. Letting out a breath, Jiraiya looked around with a mix of exasperation and calm and said flatly, Chu Yang, you brat, isn't it time you showed your real body? Sending a few shadow clones, what kind of skill is that? The surroundings were dead silent. Jiraiya was baffled. He thought to himself, what's going on? Could it be he's trying to lower my guard with this method, then deliver a fatal sneak attack? Convinced he had discovered the truth, Jiraiya snorted coldly and shouted with great confidence, Chu Yang, hiding is useless. I won't be fooled by your petty. Still no answer from the surroundings. Two of Chu Yang's storm release clones hiding in the nearby forest watched Jiraiya with speechless expressions. One clone whispered to the other, when do you think that old pervert Jiraiya will realize our real body has already fled? Indeed, Chu Yang had fled. After all, Jiraiya's strength was formidable, and he had already gathered considerable intel on Chu Yang. And an informed Jiraiya was on par with beings like Intelligence Kagaya and Healthy Itachi. Chu Yang figured it was about 19-1. Jiraiya would kill him 9 times in 1 second. The other storm release clone replied helplessly, who knows? Who knows what that brat is imagining? Is it possible that by the time our real body leaves the land of fire, Jiraiya still won't have reacted? Then sending us two to delay here, isn't it useless? I think so too. Watching Jiraiya shout and jump at every little noise triggered by the two clones, they suddenly felt like they were walking a dog. 2.5 minutes later. Clone 1 said to Clone 2, no, if we don't act soon, Jiraiya will realize he's been played. I'll engage him first. After he dispels me, try to immobilize him, and you find a way to stab a hole through him. Clone 2 nodded. Just as Jiraiya was seriously suspecting that Chu Yang had already fled, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. He quickly used the substitution jutsu to dodge. The log was instantly shattered by the power of the Chidori. Sai waited so long. Could have taken him out in one blow, but oh well. Clone 1 sighed, speaking with some regret. Jiraiya, who had begun to doubt Chu Yang's escape, instantly regained his confidence. He knew it. That battle maniac Chu Yang wouldn't run so easily. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That brat only wanted to set a trap to screw him over. In Clone 1's eyes, 3 tomos spun. You really underestimate me, Jiraiya muttered. When you defected that night, you even used Susanoo against the old man. Don't I deserve that? Yes, you don't deserve it. Clone 1 answered very seriously. Jiraiya. Clone 1's eyes lit up. This was the perfect time for a sneak attack. Water release, water whip. From the small puddles Chu Yang had prepared earlier, whips of water emerged, lashing toward Jiraiya. Ninja art, true Jizo. Seeing countless whips seal off his escape routes, Jiraiya simply curled into a shell like a turtle. That's exactly what I wanted. Clone 1 grinned. Water release, heavenly weeping. While Jiraiya was restrained by the water whips, Clone 1 spat out a barrage of water-formed needles aimed at Jiraiya. It's useless, Chu Yang. You should know such needle attacks mean nothing to me. Get serious and... Nanny. The needles struck Jiraiya's body without causing any injury, but he felt his chakra being drained away in an instant. Clone No. 1 curled his lips slightly and said to the somewhat bewildered Jiraiya with great kindness, this is thanks to Hozuki Mangetsu. He taught me this technique. The Hidden Mist Village's secret technique, Rain Cutter, can instantly devour the chakra within an enemy's jutsu. I just incorporated it into Heavenly Weep. Lord Jiraiya, your chakra must be at least a third less by now. Freed from the whip, Jiraiya stared at Chu Yang with a grave expression, a slight curl forming at the corner of his mouth. Earth released multiple Earth-style, high earthen walls surrounded Chu Yang's clone no. One from all sides. Jiraiya leaped onto the top of the wall, his face stern, and swung his long white hair like a whip with a heavy motion. The white hair shot out at incredible speed, binding Chu Yang tightly before he could react. Ninja Art Lion's main technique. Bound by the white hair, Chu Yang was about to retaliate, but another Jiraiya charged out from the other side of the earthen wall. A Rasengan formed in his hand. Rasengan. The Jiraiya who had been controlling Chu Yang vanished, and the white hair's grip on Chu Yang was gone. But now it was too late to dodge. The Rasengan slammed into Chu Yang. Clone no. One was pinned against the earthen wall by Jiraiya's Rasengan, taking the full brunt of the attack. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The fingers burning with blue chakra pressed onto Chu Yang's abdomen. The chakra of clone no. One was instantly disrupted. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The fingers burning with blue chakra pressed onto Chu Yang's abdomen. The chakra of clone no. One was instantly disrupted, making it impossible to use ninjutsu normally. Chu Yang. Jiraiya was about to say something, but the clone of Chu Yang before him revealed a sly smile of triumph. Sorry, Lord Jiraiya. You've fallen for it. Nanny. Jiraiya's pupils contracted, realizing that the one before him was definitely not Chu Yang's. Sorry, Lord Jiraiya. You've fallen for it. Nanny. Jiraiya's pupils contracted, realizing that the one before him was definitely not Chu Yang's real body. Storm release, thundercloud, sharp spear. Lightning pierced through Jiraiya's abdomen. Before clone no. Two could rejoice. Bang. Nanny. Clone no. Two couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, the real Jiraiya emerged from the spot where the shadow clone that had used the lion's main technique had vanished. Didn't expect that, did you? In the real body. I've been hiding all along. Jiraiya rushed toward Chu Yang, a great ball Rasengan already spinning in his hand. Great ball Rasengan. The massive Rasengan, powerful enough to blast open a small hill, hurtled toward Chu Yang's clone no. 2. Clone no. 2 knew that if he took this hit he would surely be eliminated. Storm release, storm water wall. The Rasengan struck the storm water wall, and the two forces canceled each other out. Just as Jiraiya was about to press his advantage, he never expected that clone no. 2 would have no intention of dodging, but instead charged forward fearlessly toward him. Though highly bewildered, Jiraiya wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip. Rasengan. The Rasengan slammed into clone no. 2's abdomen. But clone no. 2, as if feeling nothing, struck toward Jiraiya's heart. Damn. Jiraiya's pupils contracted. Just as he thought Chu Yang was about to deliver a killing blow, he never expected that Chu Yang only gave him a heavy slap on the chest. Sealing technique, contract seal. Black patterns appeared on Jiraiya's chest. His contract connection with Mount Myaboku had been severed. While Jiraiya was in shock, clone no. 2's body began to turn translucent and ethereal. Lord Jiraiya, you can't summon the toads of Mount Myaboku to defend, nor can you escape with the reverse summoning technique. Under these circumstances, facing my self-destruction, how will you respond? Nanny. Art is an explosion. Not giving Jiraiya too much time to react, clone no. 2 condensed all his remaining chakra into a single point, erupting into a surging thunderbolt. Left with no choice, Jiraiya curled himself into a ball. The final outcome remained unknown. With his white hair scorched and face smeared with soot, Jiraiya crawled up from the charred earth. Cough, 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 cough. As Jiraiya coughed, black smoke even drifted from his mouth. Gazing into the distance, there was a trace of reluctance in his eyes. He never imagined that brat Chu Yang had already fled from the very beginning. And in the end, he himself was left in such a miserable state by a mere clone. If this got out, how could he, one of the legendary 3 ninja, and the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, continue to hold his head high? Chu Yang's real body quickly caught up with the 3 ahead. After confirming that Jishui was safe and retrieving the B Tianxin from Manue, without stopping along the way, he soon returned to the Hidden Sound village. After settling Jishui and Hong at his place, Chu Yang, not even bothering to find Xiao Nanliang, who had to run every day, immediately went to Orochimaru to fetch Kabuto Yakushi and implanted a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan into Zishui's eye sockets. Don't ask where these 3-tomo came from. That poor big snake ant has something to say. Pushing Kabuto Yakushi in front of Jishui, Chu Yang glared at him with his Mangekyo Sharingan. I don't care what tricks Orochimaru told you to play on my little brother, but now you must obediently be controlled by Jinjutsu. Don't give me any futile resistance. Under the enhancement of Chu Yang's Mangekyo Jinjutsu, Kabuto Yakushi very dutifully helped Jishui install a pair of 3-tomo. After simply sending Jishui away, Chu Yang did not let Kabuto Yakushi go so easily. Instead, he called for Shuo Maochimu. Shuo Maochimu looked at the controlled Kabuto Yakushi and the solemn-faced Chu Yang, using his eyes to signal Chu Yang to explain what was going on. Chu Yang rested his chin on his hand, and slowly took out a test tube containing the Tianshin Mangekyo, then said seriously to Shuamachimu, Orochimaru is a variable of venomous snake. A snake that could strike and kill us at any moment. But I still need him to research the first Hokage cells, so I must control him. Yet what other way is there? Shuamachimu was slightly startled. Tianshin. Chu Yang nodded and said calmly, in a moment I'll have this assistant of Orochimaru temporarily replace my left eye with Zishui's Mangekyo, so as to control Orochimaru. But this is too dangerous. Chu Yang raised his hand signaling Shuamachimu to say no more. That I know Kabuto Yakushi might not actually be under my control, which is why I called you here. When the left eye transplant is performed, I won't use anesthesia. You watch closely. If you notice even the slightest hint of something wrong, kill him immediately. Chu Yang lay on the operating table. The next step was the eye transplant surgery temporarily replacing his left eye. Chu Yang lay on the operating table. The next step was the eye transplant surgery temporarily replacing his left eye Huanji with Zishui's left eye. Beside him Shuamachimu drew his short sword, practically pressing it against Kabuto Yakushi's neck. But Kabuto Yakushi, under the influence of Jinjutsu, showed no sign of fear. In the following time, without anesthesia, Chu Yang successfully completed the eye transplant surgery. The three curved tomo in his right eye and the shuriken-shaped pattern in his left eye glowed with a blood-red light, their asymmetrical shape adding an extra touch of eeriness. Chu Yang immediately sat up. The eyes of the Uchiha clan were indeed excellent. With the presence of first Hokage cells, they were almost plug-and-play. Even without Hashirama cells, after a simple adjustment period following the surgery, Chu Yang could still see the world with perfect clarity. Chu Yang, almost without pause, headed to Orochimaru's laboratory in the underground base of the Hidden Sound Village. After easily bypassing a few traps and undoing several seals, he found Orochimaru inside the lab. Orochimaru, seeing that Chu Yang had returned alone and with a menacing look, felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that Chu Yang had discovered his secret orders to Kabuto Yakushi to tamper with Uchiha Shisui? No. Calm down, restrain yourself, maintain composure. In an instant, Orochimaru resumed his usual effeminate expression and said with utmost sincerity, Lord Chu Yang, why have you returned alone? Where's my assistant? Chu Yang sneered slowly, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, and black wrinkle patterns appeared on his face. Orochimaru, how dare you ask? You should know that there are few people I care about in this world, and Shisui is definitely one of them. And I warned you not to pull any tricks, but you just had to disobey. Chu Yang's words were entirely a test. When he had used Jinjutsu to control Kabuto Yakushi, he had tried to probe his memories, but there was no indication that Orochimaru had instructed Kabuto to harm Shisui. But Chu Yang still had no trust in this slippery snake, so he deliberately put on this act to try to bluff him. Sure enough, Orochimaru showed a look of panic. But he quickly calmed down. In the time since Chu Yang had come to the Hidden Sound Village, Orochimaru had made no less than 10 underhanded moves in secret. Each time Chu Yang would come to confront him, but it was mostly mental torment, physical pain, and a bit of intimidation. Orochimaru believed that Chu Yang wanted him to research Hashirama's cells, which was why he hadn't been killed. And that was indeed the case. Holding on to this belief, Orochimaru was convinced that Chu Yang would never be willing to kill him. He immediately backed down and said with a submissive tone, I'm sorry, Lord Chu Yang. I was momentarily possessed by greed. I won't dare do it again. And I've made progress in my research on the first Hokage cells. I believe that in at most 23 years I can help you develop Hashirama cells that can be injected into your body without side effects. Though his apology was perfunctory, the latter part was the source of his confidence. As long as Uchiha Chu Yang still wanted the first Hokage cells, he wouldn't dare. Chu Yang grabbed Orochimaru by the throat, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Orochimaru, all this time you've been trying to harm me, I have turned a blind eye. Because to me your petty tricks are insignificant, and your talent gives you the capital to prance around in front of me. But what makes you think that holding this card I wouldn't dare kill you? Chu Yang tightened his grip on Orochimaru's throat briefly, using Jinjutsu to control his body. Of all things, you should never have tried to lay a hand on Shisui. The brother Khan Uchiha was now very angry, and the consequences would be severe. If Shisui had suffered the slightest harm due to Orochimaru's underhanded tactics, Chu Yang would have killed him without hesitation. Fortunately, under his Jinjutsu control, Kabuto Yakushi had not succeeded. So Orochimaru should be grateful he still had a chance to live. Though Chu Yang wasn't entirely confident he could actually kill him. Chu Yang's left eye's 3 tomo rotated rapidly, forming the shape of a shuriken. No. This isn't Uchiha Chu Yang's Mangekyo. How could this be? Orochimaru's mind was still puzzled, but Kotoame Tsukumi had already been activated. Truly submit to my will. Such an instruction was planted in Orochimaru's mind, and his struggle weakened considerably, his intention to act dissipating instantly. Even he himself did not notice that moments ago he had wanted to resist, but now he only wished to prove his usefulness to Chu Yang. Lord Chu Yang, this subordinate, knows his mistake. Please give me another chance. I have made a major breakthrough in the research on the first Hokage cells. Oh, I will definitely not disappoint you. While using Konoha Tsukumi, Chu Yang also subjected Orochimaru to mental torment and physical torture. After another 2.5 hours of friendly exchange with Orochimaru, Chu Yang reluctantly let him go. Chu Yang thrust the Tang sword into Orochimaru's chest, grinding it viciously against his heart, and spoke in an icy tone. Next time, I will make you suffer eternal damnation. Cough. Yes, Lord Chu Yang. Watching Chu Yang prepare to leave, Orochimaru still asked, Lord Chu Yang, how is Kabuto? Chu Yang snorted lightly, not dead. Orochimaru looked up in surprise, somewhat puzzled by Chu Yang's actions. In his imagination, being left with a whole corpse would have been a good outcome for Yakushi Kabuto. He never expected him to still be alive. Chu Yang snorted coldly and added a patch. Though he is not dead and not in danger, the pain he suffered is no less than yours. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Previously, one of his experimental subjects sent to assassinate Chu Yang had fallen into Chu Yang's hands. In front of Orochimaru, Chu Yang applied every conceivable cruel punishment that would not cause death, truly making life unbearable, death impossible. Under such torture, not going mad was already a mercy. Orochimaru thought, I wonder what Kabuto's situation is now. Chu Yang glanced at Orochimaru and said indifferently, I have something to attend to and will go back first. Your little assistant will come back on his own soon. Prepare a file on the research of Hashirama's cells and bring it to me tomorrow to explain it in detail. Yes, Lord Chu Yang. Orochimaru respectfully saw Chu Yang out. Before leaving, Chu Yang looked deeply at Orochimaru and said lightly, oh, by the way, from today onward the Otoge is officially renamed Yuhua Village. Orochimaru agreed to this simple request directly. After all, even the daimyo of the land of rice was under his control. Renaming the entire country would not be a problem. After swapping back his eyes, Chu Yang put away the Konoha Tsukumi Mangekyo. This thing could not be given to Orochimaru. Although under the influence of Konoha Tsukumi, Orochimaru's trustworthiness in Chu Yang's eyes had increased slightly. With someone like Orochimaru, you could never predict his next move. If he left Konoha Tsukumi with Orochimaru, and Orochimaru refrained from studying it, Chu Yang would absolutely not believe it. Chu Yang's Konoha Tsukumi only ensured that Orochimaru would not. Konoha Tsukumi changes a person's thoughts, but you cannot treat people as fools. For example, if you were loyal to Konoha one moment and raised a rebellion the next. Not to mention others, even you yourself would sense something wrong. This is also one of the reasons Chu Yang did not use Konoha Tsukumi on Shisui. The variables were too great. And there was always the possibility that Orochimaru, after secretly studying Konoha Tsukumi, would discover something amiss and break the jutsu. Such a thing might be impossible for others, but he was Orochimaru after all. To him, anything is possible. After finishing the eye transplant, Chu Yang distorted Yakushi Kabuto's memories to a certain extent. He also inflicted many wounds on his body that were not fatal, but extremely painful. This was another patch. After throwing Yakushi Kabuto out of the house, Chu Yang finally had time to check on his little Haku. Mr. Chu Yang, I missed you so much. Dressed in a neutral white outfit, Haku, now noticeably fairer than before, threw himself into Chu Yang's arms, rubbing against him like a kitten. Chu Yang instantly felt all his fatigue vanish. Holding Haku in his arms, he felt much more energetic. I missed you too. Chu Yang said this sincerely. Someone so adorable and considerate. Wasn't he better than that foolish little brother Shisui? After a brief exchange, Chu Yang carried Haku inside. Tsukumo Hatake was nowhere to be found. As for Shisui, after a brief exchange, Chu Yang carried Haku inside. Tsukumo Hatake was nowhere to be found. As for Shisui and Kurenai, Chu Yang had arranged a villa next. Let the young couple live together early. That way the birth of Uchiha Mirai was only a matter of time. Chu Yang sat on the sofa and began chatting with Haku. During the conversation, Haku deliberately showed his neck to Chu Yang. Chu Yang noticed that Haku's fair neck was adorned with a black collar which had a silver heart-shaped pendant. At first, Chu Yang thought little of it. It looked quite nice. But when he saw the words engraved on the heart-shaped plate, he immediately lost his composure. The plate clearly read, Uchiha, Chu Yang's pet. Chu Yang. Haku hung on Chu Yang's neck, cheeks flushed, and asked softly, Mr. Chu Yang, does this collar look good? Chu Yang's expression darkened slightly. The collar did look good on Haku, but the content on the plate was somewhat. Chu Yang put on a gentle smile and acknowledged, of course it looks good. But Haku, why did you think of wearing this kind of collar? Haku blinked innocently. Earlier, I asked Suigetsu how I could make you like me more, Mr. Chu Yang. Suigetsu said if I wore a collar with Uchiha Chu Yang's pet on it, you would like me more, and he said it was a custom in his village. Chu Yang. Fine. Suigetsu, you little rascal, you're corrupting my Haku, are you? Just you wait. Ahem, but on second thought, since Haku had already put on the collar, he might as well keep it on for now. However, Chu Yang still needed to have a good talk with that kid Suigetsu. Man, you chewed on takoyaki, breathing the fresh air with ease, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Guidang residence. Manuel was preparing dinner in the kitchen, while Shuei was in the courtyard wielding a machete larger than himself. Since childhood, he had aspired to become a powerful ninja like his brother, skilled in handling the ninja blade. Hey Lord Chu Yang, what brings you here? Manuel, who was waving the machete, noticed Chu Yang approaching. He did not sense the low pressure around Chu Yang at all, and asked. Chu Yang revealed a smile that was like a spring breeze. Gentle words flowed from his mouth. What am I doing? Beating your ass. Without a word, Chu Yang punched Shuei on the head. Shuei immediately activated his water body technique, turning his entire head into a stream. Shuei was still a child. The water body technique, which consumed a large amount of chakra, could not be used repeatedly. Lord Chu Yang, why did you strike, without saying a word? Can't you give my brother some face? He'll give you nothing. You think your brother is red hair? Chu Yang roared, directly grabbed Shuei by the scruff of the neck, placed him over his lap, and started spanking his bottom with a series of smacks. Guidang Shuei was stunned. Hearing the commotion outside, Guidang Manuel came out, and was also stunned. I told you to trick Bai into wearing a collar. I told you to put up a sign. I told you to call him pet. I told you about the Kirigakure village customs. Ow 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 ow. Chu Yang showed no mercy. Shuei felt a burning pain in his bottom. Seeing his brother come out, he quickly begged for help. Brother, save me. Guidang Manuel anxiously approached Chu Yang, and asked fearfully, Lord Chu Yang, may I ask how Shuei has offended you? Please spare him for my sake. Chu Yang glared at Guidang Manuel, his eyes swirling with 3 magatama. I've already given you plenty of face. If he weren't your own brother, he would have lost his life. While speaking, Chu Yang continued to spank him. Seeing his younger brother crying in agony, Manuel still wanted to plead for mercy, but Chu Yang clearly saw through it, and said without any leniency, if you don't want to be thrown into the septic tank, shut up. I'm not going to kill your little brother anyway. Guidang Manuel hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he kept silent. Mainly he thought, after all, his brother wouldn't be spanked to death by Lord Chu Yang. Compared to being thrown into the septic tank himself, this was still better. He guiltily glanced at Shuei and left a message. Shuei, big brother can't help you, but tonight he'll definitely get you some delicious food to replenish your bottom. Seeing that his only hope, that invincible big brother, had actually walked away like that, Shuei suddenly felt a sense. Could it be that he was going to be spanked to death by Lord Chu Yang? Shuei recalled the string of curses Chu Yang just shouted, and suddenly remembered a conversation he had with Bai a few days ago. Shuei immediately said, injustice. Lord Chu Yang, I am truly wronged. Ow ow ow. Lord Chu Yang, listen to my explanation. Ow 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 ow. This is really a tradition. Then tell me. Smack. What kind of tradition is this? Smack. Chu Yang slowed down the spanking, and asked verbally. If Shuei couldn't give him a satisfactory answer, he would continue spanking. Guidang Shuei said pitifully, in our clan. Ow. There are a few old guys they have some maidservants who wear this kind of thing around their necks. But I noticed that everyone who wears this collar is especially favored by those old guys. So, that's why I suggested it to Bai. Chu Yang. Not receiving a spanking for a long time, Shuei thought he had finally been saved, and sighed in relief. But 2 seconds later, the sound of a faster and heavier spanking reached Shuei's ears. The intense pain caused Shuei to let out a miserable howl. Ayoa. Manuel, who was preparing to pretend he hadn't heard in the villa, sighed. After all, his brother was screaming so miserably he couldn't bear it after all. Had better go over and persuade Lord Chu Yang properly. Not only Manuel, but also Shisui and Hong, who were being lovey-dovey in their new home, and Bai, who was sitting obediently, all heard. They all came out a bit confused. Seeing Shuei being spanked by Chu Yang with loud smacks, they all felt a chill. Bai, who had never seen Lord Chu Yang so fierce, covered his own bottom and swallowed nervously. For the first time, Bai thought Lord Chu Yang was terrifying. Brother, what are you doing? Shisui approached Chu Yang and asked hesitantly. Chu Yang gave a cold snort, made no further explanation, and continued to spank Shui's bottom. Manuel could not bear to see his brother suffer, and braced himself to come over and plead for mercy. Lord Chu Yang, Shuei has already received his due punishment. Please let him go. Chu Yang gasped a few times, gave a cold snort, and tossed Shuei from his lap into Menu's arms. Shuei was aggrieved. He cried in his brother's arms. Brother, Lord Chu Yang is so scary out. Manuel held his younger brother, gave an awkward smile, and under Chu Yang's tacit permission, returned to the villa. Shisui and Shiri Hong both looked at Chu Yang with curiosity written all over their faces. Chu Yang was naturally too embarrassed to talk about such a matter, and prepared to leave directly. But Bai walked straight out of the house. Lord Chu Yang, why did you spank Shui's bottom just now? It looked really scary. Seeing Bei's nervous expression, Chu Yang immediately made up a story. Ah, it's nothing. That kid accidentally broke his meniscus while practicing with his sword. Spanking his bottom like this helps with the meniscus recovery. He'll be fine in a couple of days. Is that so? Bei's small face was filled with great doubt. He felt that Lord Chu Yang was fooling him, but he also felt that Lord Chu Yang wasn't fooling him. Of course it is. It's fine. Now go back quickly. Oh. Bai nodded, greeted the two unfamiliar older brother and sister standing nearby, and then went back. Shisui looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. Hong might not have noticed, but his Sharingan had seen the words on the collar around that look. Mom, I don't believe it, all of this is you lying to me. Chu Yang put on a mournful expression and took out a letter from his bosom. Shisui pulled Chu Yang to a corner of the courtyard and began to persuade him to abandon darkness and embrace the light. He said earnestly, "Brother, after you awaken the Wan Huating, your personality has changed slightly. I can understand." Chu Yang. His CPU ran for over 10 seconds before he understood Zishui's meaning. This guy was exactly like Chi Mu Shima. Chu Yang. His CPU ran for over 10 seconds before he understood Zishui's meaning. This guy was exactly like Chi Mu Shimao before thinking that Chu Yang was truly wronged. Could it be that he didn't seem like a good person at all? He forced a smile and said to Shisui, "My foolish little brother. I understand. I understand everything." Chu Yang. What the hell do you understand? It's not what you think, it's actually that brat Guidang Shuiwa. Brother. I understand. I understand everything. Chu Yang. What the hell do you understand? It's not what you think, it's actually that brat Guidang Shuiwa. Brother. Don't make excuses for your special hobby. Actually, it's not your fault. Although I don't understand this hobby of yours, I respect it. But please wait until this little girl grows up. After all, a child's body might not be able to handle it. Chu Yang was speechless. He opened his mouth to argue, but Shisui directly stood up and pulled Shi Rihong away. Before leaving, Shisui gave Chu Yang a look that said, "Don't worry, I won't say anything." For the two brothers, sometimes a single look was enough to understand each other's meaning. At this moment, only Chu Yang was left standing in the wind, utterly bewildered. So it was like I was stuck with yellow mud in my pocket. Whether it's not shit or shit, it's still shit. Chu Yang's face twisted. It's all Guidang Shuyu's fault. Guidang Shuyue, who was eating the chicken but cooked by his brother, suddenly felt a chill. 2.5 minutes later. Shuyu's scream once again echoed for 100. In the end, Chu Yang reluctantly let Shueyue go for the sake of Manue. Shueyue also swore that he would never deceive Bai again. But deep down he still felt that what he said was the truth. After returning home, Chu Yang yanked off the tag hanging from Bei's collar and said solemnly, "Bai, don't listen to that brat Shuyu's nonsense in the future. No matter what kind of you, I like you." Then he put the tag into his pocket and walked towards Zishui's house. He was going to have a good talk with his little brother. Don't ruin my reputation outside. The next day, early morning. Chu Yang played with the test tube in his hand with great interest. Inside the test tube, a mass of pure white cells floated in the culture dish. Even though it was just a mass of cells, Chu Yang could feel the chakila contained within. Truly worthy of the ninja god of the past. Just the cells left behind have such powerful strength. Chu Yang crossed his legs and asked Dashuan before him, "What level has the cell research reached?" The specific details are in this document. Please take a look, Lord Chu Yang. Dashuan respectfully handed a large stack of documents to Chu Yang, estimated to be 3 to 4 centimeters thick. Chu Yang, utterly bewildered, flipped through the documents one by one. They precisely analyzed the functions of Zhujian cells and the reasonable conjectures proposed by Dashuan, and also recorded the changes in the experimental subjects during each experiment. For example, at the beginning, the experimental subjects injected with Zhujian cells would immediately be devoured and die. Later, among a batch of experimental subjects injected with Zhujian cells, most were still devoured, but a small number miraculously survived. Although they could not think normally, the fact proved that they were still alive. Later, Dashuan discovered a mysterious connection between Zhujian cells and the Xiaolunian, and they could balance each other. After in-depth research, Dashuan found that the Xiaolunian possessed Yin power, while Zhujian cells possessed Yang power. Following this lead, research began, and thus came that arm of Jitsuan Tuanzang. Recently, under Chu Yang's urging, Dashuan accelerated his research on Zhujian cells, and also noticed a blind spot he had overlooked. That is, the Qianshou clan had a distant relative, the Xuanhua clan. Dashuan wanted to try capturing a bloodline of the Xuanhua clan for some degree of research. Although the Xuanhua clan had been exterminated, Dashuan believed that as long as he spared no effort, he could still find one. Chu Yang merely skimmed through a large amount of documents, and it took him 2.5 hours. Even then, he felt that his cerebellum had atrophied. His ability to think almost disappeared. It felt like reading a math textbook. He felt that the wicked Dashuan might be trying to destroy his spirit through such an absurd method. Chu Yang put the stack of documents aside. He absolutely could not admit that he didn't understand a bunch of academic terms in them. Chu Yang closed his Xiaolunian, rubbing his somewhat swollen eyes. Dashuan thought that Chu Yang had finished reading all the experimental data and couldn't help but admire Chu Yang's ability. Even he himself would need at least half a day to finish reading this stack of documents, yet Lord Chu Yang had finished it in 2.5 hours. Dashuan, my lord, Chu Yang has the bearing of a great emperor. For the next period, Chu Yang, with a completely bewildered expression, listened to Dashuan talk about the condition of each experimental subject and the experiment. He talked until evening, and Chu Yang almost fell asleep. When Dashuan spoke, he was exactly like a child showing off to a parent talking on and on, completely unaware of Chu Yang's state. Chu Yang felt that interrupting was not good, but listening made him sleepy. It was simply torturous. If his team could not do without Dashuan, he might really have killed this slippery snake in front of him. So based on the above experimental conclusions and my personal speculation, I believe that starting from the combination of the Yuzhibo and Senju powers, it is completely feasible. Although it is difficult to find pure Qinsho bloodline, now, except for Gansho, finding a pure Xuanhua bloodline should not be a big problem. Chu Yang nodded blankly, casually, perfunctorily, said a few words to Dashuan, and then pushed him out of the house. Alright. Side effects of the Wanhuating. Chu Yang nodded blankly, casually, perfunctorily, said a few words to Dashuan, and then pushed him out of the house. Alright. I know. You go do your research, and also. Chu Yang seemed to think of something. He said to Dashuan, who was about to leave, sound. No, Yuhua village is a bit backward now. With our strength, we can definitely develop the village. After all, some members of the Yuzhibo clan will be moving in here in the future. I understand, Lord Chu Yang. Dashuan replied respectfully. In the land of soup, a merchant intended to travel to the capital for trade. However, due to a mudslide ahead, he was forced to take a detour. The merchant was greatly displeased by this, as the detour was troublesome and he was negotiating a major deal. Arriving late might incur the displeasure of his counterpart. Thus, the merchant chose to cut directly through the dense jungle to reach the capital. Despite his servant's advice against traversing the dreaded forest known as the Bloody Forest, he persisted in his decision, leading a large entourage straight through it. So what if a bunch of people died here and the air reeks of blood? What of it? He refused to believe that having hired so many ninja, they could all perish here. Thinking this, the merchant felt somewhat reassured. With nothing to do, he grew bored and sought a small game to pass the time. Just as he reached a critical moment, the caravan abruptly halted. The merchant snorted in dissatisfaction and roared outside. You idiots, why are you so slow in getting things done? He poked his head out and saw a young man with a silver pompadour blocking the way. The youth flashed a harmless smile and spoke in a cheerful tone. Hello there. Interested in joining my evil god cult? Haydn greeted politely. What nonsense, evil god cult? Kid, get lost. The merchant bellowed furiously. Hearing this, Haydn's grin vanished, his expression turning cold. A slow, sinister smile spread across his lips. 2.5 hours later. Every member of the caravan was nailed to the trees, the forest thick with the stench of blood. This was the origin of the Bloody Forest name. Haydn sat on a large rock, bit into a fruit plucked from a tree, and gazed at the azure sky, lost in thought. After finishing the fruit, Haydn began his training. Determined to unlock the last 3 gates of the 8 gates as quickly as possible, his daily exercise regimen rivaled that of Might Guy. Moreover, his body possessed the trait of immortality, so he had no fear of lasting side effects. While training, he chatted cheerfully with the Six Tails within his consciousness. During this time, he believed their relationship had grown quite close. At least the Six Tails never hesitated when he asked for chakra. However, the Six Tails was somewhat aloof and often ignored him. As he trained, Haydn failed to notice the spatial distortion on a distant mountain ridge. A man wearing a tiger-striped mask appeared, his single Mangekyo Sharingan, composed of 3 sickle-like blades, fixed intently on Haydn. Beside Obito, a half-white, half-black Zetsu emerged from the ground. White Zetsu chirped happily, my. The new Six Tails Jinchuriki chosen by Uchiha Chu Yang is truly remarkable. At just 14 years old, his strength has already reached the Kage level. Will you recruit him or imprison him? Black Zetsu rasped, asking Obito. Recruit him, Obito replied after a brief pause, choosing the former. Haydn's performance had far exceeded his expectations. Based on the intelligence White Zetsu had gathered, Haydn had almost become a perfect Jinchuriki. Moreover, his body seemed to possess an extraordinary regenerative ability. He had never died, even when struck in vital areas. Considering the boy's age with limitless potential ahead, Obito couldn't help but be intrigued. Such combat power would greatly aid the Moon Eye plan. Since Haydn aspired to become the evil god himself, he rarely used the curse technique Death's Blood Binding, as killing others in that manner would only offer sacrifices to the current evil god. He intended to rise to power himself and had no desire to show weakness before the current evil god. Furthermore, with his current strength, no opponent had yet forced him to resort to that technique. While rambling to the Six Tails, Haydn suddenly noticed the beast open its eyes within his mental space. Well then, Given the six-tail's slug-like form, it was hard to tell where its eyes even were. Nonetheless, Haydn sensed the beast's agitated chakra. The six-tail spoke calmly. A visitor has arrived. Strong. Very strong. In terms of chakra and the pressure he exerts, he's only slightly inferior to Uchiha Chu Yang. Haydn halted his training abruptly. A new prey, he murmured, licking his lips in excitement. His gaze fixed on the thicket to his right rear, burning with anticipation. Since you're praised so highly by a dog, you must be a quality prey. Hey, masked man. Interested in joining the evil god cult? Haydn tilted his head, flashing a harmless smile. But Obito, who had been briefed by White Zetsu, understood that if he dared say no to this brat, the boy would attack in the next instant. However, Obito, wielding Kimui, was unfazed. He said coolly, the evil god cult. Interesting, but not worthy of me joining. Obito adjusted his mask, nonchalantly ignoring the scythe that had struck him. Haydn stared in shock as the scythe passed through Obito's body. With a brain smaller than a raisin, he couldn't fathom how Obito had done it. Such an impatient brat, Obito said flatly. In my opinion, you'd be better off joining my side. Baka. Haydn swung his scythe at Obito again. Obito, hands in his pockets, effortlessly evaded using his intangibility. Haydn swung his scythe at Obito repeatedly, the blade nearly blurring. Obito, unhurried, began to persuade him. This world is a lie, devoid of light. Join my side and you will create a perfect world. Obito paused, realizing mere words wouldn't convince Haydn, so he dropped a bombshell. You will create a world where everyone is a follower of the evil god cult. Obito expected Haydn to ask about the plan, allowing him to explain the Moon Eye plan, but Haydn just kept swinging his scythe, showing no curiosity. Frustrated, Obito took the initiative. By sealing the nine-tailed beasts into the demonic statue of the outer path, we can create the Jubi, the most powerful weapon ever. After becoming the Jubi's Jinchuriki, one can cast a massive Jinjutsu on the moon, the infinite Tsukuyomi. Obito was about to continue, but Haydn, after becoming the Jubi's Jinchuriki, one can cast a massive Jinjutsu on the moon, the infinite Tsukuyomi. What I want is to kick that bastard sitting on the evil god's throne, and with the big boss as my witness, personally crown myself and seize power. Haydn declared with maniacal yet unwavering conviction. Hearing Haydn say this, Obito understood that this man was utterly beyond recruitment. The reason Haydn was so devoted to Chu Yang was naturally not without. In the past, the Jashin was his creed, so even when buried alive in a pit by Nara Shikamaru, he still firmly believed that the Jashin would avenge him. Now he aspired to become the Jashin himself, and Chu Yang had become his faith. No matter how generous the conditions offered by others, he would stand resolutely by his faith. The reason Chu Yang could sway him was that in their earlier years Chu Yang was still young, and moreover, he was familiar with the plot, thus able to deceive him. But Obito clearly lacked such eloquence. Hence this provoked Haydn's fury. Seeing that after all his efforts Haydn still showed no intention of defecting, and with the 5-minute limit of his intangibility about to expire, Obito had no choice but to retreat. At this sight, Haydn immediately grew excited. Just as Aquan said, your ability to turn transparent, though bizarre, still has a time limit. It must be because your time was running out just now that you retreated, Haydn declared with great confidence, as if he had thought of this himself. The six tails within Haydn felt utterly speechless. A flash of killing intent flickered in Obito's eyes. The man before him was a loyal subordinate of Uchiha Chu Yang. And since he planned to collect all nine-tailed beasts in the future, he would inevitably have to deal with this man, making him and Uchiha Chu Yang natural. Facing a future adversary, Obito naturally wished to annihilate him in the bud. Since he refused to surrender then die. With style insertion technique, Haydn scoffed at the incoming branches, casually swinging his scythe to cut them down. For someone with an immortal body like him, attacks that couldn't instantly blast him into pieces were utterly unnecessary to dodge. The blood-red, three-bladed scythe struck the flying branches, but was instantly deflected. The branches, undiminished in force, plunged into Haydn's abdomen and burst open, skewering through his body. A trace of disdain flickered in Obito's eyes. Even if he was the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, and immensely powerful, such arrogance and lack of combat intelligence would still leave him one-shotted by me. Obito's eyes widened in disbelief. To his astonishment, Haydn, with wooden spikes piercing through him, actually began pulling them out one by one, groaning in pain, yet a hint of enjoyment seemed to play across his face. Haydn glared at Obito with intense fury and murderous intent. The shockwave from the chakra made even the surrounding trees sway. Obito frowned slightly. He had never expected that after taking the insertion technique, Haydn would still have combat capability. The shockwave from the chakra made even the surrounding trees sway. Obito frowned slightly. He had never expected that after taking the insertion technique, Haydn would still have combat capability. Wrapped in the tailed beast cloak, Haydn bared a cruel grin, raised his red scythe, and charged at Obito. Obito remained unflustered. The intangibility of Kamui gave him the courage to roam the ninja world fearlessly. Heiden's three-bladed scythe swung heavily, slashing through Obito's body once more. Seizing the moment when Heiden's body passed through him, Obito instantly materialized, intending to use Kamui to suck Heiden into the Kamui dimension. Sensing the spatial distortion behind him, even the thick-skinned Heiden felt a significant threat. But at this moment, lacking extensive combat experience, he couldn't immediately turn to attack. Yet how could Heiden be so easily defeated? The six tails behind him transformed into six sharp claws lunging at Obito. Obito, about to use Kamui, was forced back into his intangible state. He leaped into the air and formed Hanseal's fire-style explosive flame dance. Space twisted and fire snakes coiled around the fiery tornado, delivering a lethal blow to Heiden. Heiden showed no fear. Wrapped in the tailed beast cloak, he had no need to fear such damage, and simply endured it. Braving the searing flames, Heiden charged forward like a runaway horse, his body ablaze, yet he moved through the inferno as if it were empty air. He swung his scythe at Obito again, but clearly to no effect. The bug-level ability of Kamui's intangibility gave Obito the confidence to fear no attack from Heiden. How infuriating! Seeing his attack dodged once more, Heiden in frustration smashed his scythe into the nearby trees to vent his anger. As a pure taijutsu user, he could not land an effective strike when Obito remained cautious. At this point, he could only rely on death control by blood, but drawing blood was another challenge. Heiden was not the only one struggling. Obito was equally miserable. His most powerful attack with style was useless against Heiden, and fire style could not. Closing the distance to use Kamui and suck him into the Kamui dimension was also impossible given the earlier experience. Unless he could restrain Heiden in an instant. But that seemed impossible. Obito paused. A faint smirk curled under his mask. Why impossible? He was not alone. Black Zetsu, who had been watching from the shadows, also realized that Obito could not defeat Heiden by himself, and said to the nearby curly-faced white Zetsu, "Afe, go help Obito." Afe, who had been engrossed in pondering why he couldn't poop, was startled. He didn't want to go, but under Black Zetsu's coercion, he had no choice. Afe sighed helplessly. "Really, I was just about to figure out how to make myself poop." He muttered under his breath, but his movements were swift. Afe appeared behind Heiden, clapped his hands, and shouted in a low voice with style, "Four-pillar prison." Four wooden pillars burst from the ground, instantly trapping Heiden. Obito thought, "Now's my chance." He extended a single hand and dashed toward Heiden's position. Heiden, caught off guard, was bewildered, but the six tails within his mental space realized the enemy intended a decisive strike. The six tails quickly urged Heiden, "Hurry. Use acid mist." Heiden snapped back to reality. Almost instinctively, he heeded the advice and released a massive cloud of acid mist. The pink mist enveloped Heiden's body, but Obito showed no fear. He allowed the corrosive acid to touch his body, producing a sizzling sound like frying meat. The corrosive acid mist inflicted considerable damage upon Dai-Tu, yet he remained utterly indifferent. After all, he possessed a vast quantity of Hashirama cells within him, rendering such corrosive attacks largely ineffective. At most, they would slightly impair his combat prowess. But if he could eliminate Fei Duan in an instant, such minor wounds would naturally be of no concern. Just as Dai-Tu approached Fei Duan, preparing to employ him, a black-purple sphere had already been charged within Fei Duan's mouth. Tailed beast ball. Dai-Tu had no choice but to phase through once more. Enduring a direct tailed beast ball was out of the question. He possessed formidable regenerative abilities, not immortality. By now, Fei Duan had also fully broken free from the wood release restraints. This time, without needing any command, Fei initiated an attack on his own. Wood release, tree world. Descend. Sturdy wooden pillars burst forth from the ground vines, piercing through the tailed beast cloak, barely managing to restrain Fei Duan. This could be considered the signature technique of Hashirama Senju. After all, aside from facing Uchiha Madara, this single move sufficed against any other opponent. Just as Dai-Tu was about to continue his attempt to pull Fei Duan into the Kamui dimension, Fei Duan, tightly bound by the wooden vines, stirred. The blood-red chakra enveloping his body shifted to a dark blue, and he became as slippery as an eel. Profuse green steam erupted from his entire being, instantly elevating the oppressive aura he exuded to an entirely new level. Fei Duan lunged at Dai-Tu with a speed that even he failed to register. Had it not been for the passive activation of Kamui, Dai-Tu would have surely suffered a significant setback before Fei Duan. This can't go on. Both of them thought simultaneously. Fei Duan's mind was utterly incapable of formulating a battle strategy, so he turned to the sacred beast of his great evil god sect. "Aquan, do you have any way to deal with this guy?" Fei Duan inquired of the six tails within his spiritual space. The six tails closed its eyes, its tail swaying gently as if deep in thought. After a brief moment, the six tails spoke solemnly to Fei Duan. "There is a way, but it carries considerable risk." Fei Duan had always been fearless by nature. What kind of risk? After all, he couldn't die anyway. As the saying goes well. Fei Duan tried to utter something profound, but his mind drew a blank. The Six Tails understood that Fei Duan was incapable of any philosophical utterance, so it directly laid out its plan. Seeing that he is about to capture you, that masked man will certainly not mind a minor injury. That way you can collect his blood. I will charge a tailed beast ball in advance to— Seeing that he is about to capture you, that masked man will certainly not mind a minor injury. That way you can collect his blood. I will charge a tailed beast ball in advance to ensure he doesn't harm you. Although their acquaintance had been brief, Fei Duan, ever lacking caution, had divulged his information to the Six Tails. Thus the Six Tails had devised this plan. Hearing the Six Tails strategy, Fei Duan nodded in sudden comprehension. Though he didn't fully understand since Quan said, so he would follow through. The Six Tails looked at Fei Duan and said gravely, this plan carries a certain degree of danger. A single mistake could lead to your utter ruin. You also have another option, simply stall him out. Believe me, when this masked man realizes he cannot swiftly subdue you, he will leave on his own. To be honest, I've grown rather fond of you. I don't want to see you die so soon. Quan, don't worry. I possess an immortal body. Fei Duan waved his hand nonchalantly. And even if I am captured, the boss will surely come to rescue me. Fei Duan's words brimmed with confidence. This is quite troublesome. Fei scratched his head at a loss. I feel like dealing with this guy is only slightly easier than fully comprehending the sensation of defecation. Dai Tu's expression also grew grim. He had initially believed that with thorough preparations, subduing Fei Duan would be effortless. Yet unexpectedly things had turned out so unfavorably. Dai Tu did not attempt to use Jinjutsu to control Fei Duan, as he was now essentially a perfect— The ability to control Yagura had been possible only because of what Uchiha Madara had left him. If he truly possessed the ocular power to control a perfect Jinchuriki, he wouldn't have to fear Kotoa Tsukumi. Fei asked Dai Tu, Madara-sama, what should we do? Again, Dai Tu replied coldly with 2 words. Fei watched as Dai Tu launched another attack and curled his lip. Well, with his spiral face, he didn't even have a mouth to begin with. With the time it takes to deal with this kid, I could probably figure out what defecation feels like. Fei grumbled, but he still had to do what needed to be done. Would release, tree sea descends. Would release, great forest technique. Sturdy wooden pillars erupted from the ground, while the vines left over from the previous tree world descend were also manipulated once more. In an instant, Fei Duan was completely trapped like a bird in a cage. Continuous tailed beast ball. Faced with such a predicament, Fei Duan's solution was equally straightforward. 4-tailed beast balls were expelled, reducing the encroaching wooden pillars to ashes. But Fei naturally had further tricks up his sleeve. Fei thrust his hands into the ground, and a vast expanse of trees instantly burst forth, trapping Fei Duan tightly before he could react. Seeing an opportunity, Dai Tu charged forward with unwavering determination. Break free. Within the spiritual world, the Six Tails spoke to Fei Duan. Fei Duan was puzzled. Quan, wasn't your plan just now to let them trap me? If you are captured so easily, it will arouse suspicion. We have only one chance, so you must break free now. The Six Tails said succinctly. Dai Tu was almost upon him. Yet Fei Duan's body slithered like an eel, instantly breaking free from the great forest technique's restraint. Watching Fei Duan leap into the air, Dai Tu sneered, "Huh? You've fallen for it." Huh? Fei Duan, slow to react, failed to grasp Dai Tu's meaning. Wood release, vine binding. 3 voices echoed simultaneously. The wood release techniques of He Ju A Fei and Dai Tu were unleashed together. Fei Duan had hardly any time to think before he was ensnared. Thick wooden pillars thrust up from beneath the ground, instantly wrapping him up. Dai Tu leaned close to Fei Duan, his gaze contemptuous. "Arrogant brat, you will pay the price." Fei Duan's lips curled slightly, one hand having freed itself from the vines tightly clutched a soft rope. With a sharp tug on the rope, the 3 scythe planted on the ground flew toward him. Dai Tu watched the scythe hurtling toward him with complete indifference. After all, if subduing Fei Duan only required a minor injury, what of it? The scythe sliced open Dai Tu's ankle, a trace of blood staining its blade. Blood stained the scythe, but Obito had already activated Kimui. "No, the tailed beast ball is too late," the Six Tails said urgently. "Huh? What now?" Haiden asked in bewilderment. Without giving the Six Tails any time to remain silent, it voiced the only way to escape. "If you trust me, hand over control of your body. I need to fully transform into a tailed beast." "Ah, is that all? Fine." Haiden unhesitatingly surrendered his body to the Six Tails without a shred of doubt. The Six Tails, having seized control, was stunned. Was this Jinchuriki truly that simple-minded? But there was no time for the Six Tails to complain. With a roar that seemed inhuman, Haiden instantly broke free from the wooden vines, transforming into a white slug with 6 tails. Obito's Kimui transfer was nearly complete, but Haiden had perfectly transformed into a tailed beast. In the end, Obito only managed to extract a portion of the Six Tails' flesh and chakra. "Die!" The six-tail's furious roar echoed. It had never expected to lose part of its body the moment it emerged, and now it was seething with rage. The tailed beast ball in its mouth was fully charged. Obito's face darkened. He had no choice but to use Kamui to evade the blast. Just as Obito prepared to retreat, the massive six tails before him slowly faded, reverting back to Haiden's form. Obito was baffled. Being able to achieve perfect tailed beast transformation indicated that Haiden was a perfect Jinchuriki, so why would he suddenly revert? Before Obito could ponder further, Haiden's next move left him even more perplexed. Haiden smeared his own blood on the ground using his horns to draw a pattern, a circle with a triangle inside. Obito frowned slightly. He became fully alert. Could this be some extraordinarily powerful jutsu? Yet Obito hesitated to rush and wary of the unknown technique. Caution was paramount. Haiden picked up his scythe, gently licking off the blood that belonged to Obito with his crimson tongue. Even Obito, usually composed, felt a twitch beneath his mask. This guy is such a freak. Obito's face darkened. But soon he had no time for such thoughts. After licking the blood, Haiden transformed from a fair-skinned, handsome man into a bizarre figure covered in black with distinct white stripes on his bones. Hee. Haiden let out a laugh that could spook the dead, his face manic as he declared, "Feel honored. You are to become a sacrifice for the evil god." Haiden whipped out a retractable spear from somewhere. A sudden ominous premonition struck Obito, but before he could act, a searing pain pierced his abdomen. Obito coughed up blood, clutching his abdomen as he knelt on one knee. Hee. Haiden, watching Obito's agony, was ecstatic. Every cell in his body seemed to celebrate. Black Zetsu saw the danger and acted immediately. He twisted the spear deeper into the abdomen, but as Haiden was about to thrust toward his own heart, wooden vines rose from the ground beneath him. The vines gripped his ankles, attempting to hurl him out of the formation. Black Zetsu wasn't sure if this would work, but years of experience guided his judgment. Judging by Haiden's panic, his guess was correct. Only within that strange circle could Haiden synchronize damage. Seeing Haiden about to ignore the wood style and plunge the spear into his own heart, Black Zetsu panicked. Obito was too valuable a pawn to lose here. Just as Haiden was about to stab his own heart, Black Zetsu emerged from the earth and possessed him. Hey, what are you? Get off my body. Haiden, unable to control himself, roared in fury. Black Zetsu couldn't maintain control over Haiden for long, but he managed to extract fragments of Haiden's memories, including the evil god cult, the immortal body, and the cursed technique, blood prison. Just as Black Zetsu prepared to delve deeper, Haiden and the Six-Tails spirits began battling for control. Obito, get him out of this circle. Black Zetsu's raspy voice rang out. Obito acted immediately. Wood-style thorn kill technique. Obito channeled his chakra to execute the jutsu. Wood-style wooden stake insertion technique. With two powerful wood-style techniques and Black Zetsu's control, Haiden was forcibly removed from the formation. Seizing the opportunity, Obito used Kamui to flee. Black Zetsu quickly detached himself from Haiden's body. The intelligence on Haiden was too valuable. Seeing both of them leave, Obito scratched his head. Era. Everyone's gone. Then he'll go back to studying poop too. No one answered, so he left on his own. Haiden glared furiously at the ruined formation and the escaped Obito. Damn it. He swung his scythe wildly, venting his rage. This is your own fault. Why didn't you just stab the heart from the start? The Six-Tails said, utterly exasperated. Haiden's face flushed red, but he couldn't find. Watching Haiden thrash about, the Six-Tails sighed. You should report this to Chu Yang. No way. Haiden quickly refused. If the boss finds out, where will my pride be? Is pride more important than your life? Or your evil god cult? The Six-Tails replied helplessly. It had almost said, life, but considering Haiden's personality, it chose that masked stranger won't back off easily. There will be more attacks like this. If we don't take precautions, and one day you get captured, what will happen to your evil god cult? Haiden fell into thought. Akin, you do have a point. He sighed. Alright, they'll tell the boss about this. In the land of fields, Uchiha village. Ever since rescuing Shisui and freeing his mind of worries, Chu Yang had settled into a peaceful, laid-back life. Hatake Tsukumo, however, could not stay idle. From time to time, he would leave the village to slay powerful but wicked ninjas or procure a few experimental subjects for Orochimaru. As he put it, if you don't wield your blade for long, it becomes a stranger to you. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang was struck with realization and decided to stop wallowing in idleness. While researching ninjutsu, he occasionally sparred lightly with his little brother and subordinates. But why did they always look at him with such resentment after every fight? Of course, his daily ritual was to cuddle the adorable little Haku in his arms. Not out of perversion. It was simply that Haku was too cute to resist. Today, for a rare change, Orochimaru took the initiative to seek out Chu Yang. Somewhat puzzled, Chu Yang popped a grape into his mouth, lounged halfling on the sofa, and asked curiously, Orochimaru, what do you need from me? Orochimaru shrugged helplessly. To be honest, Lord Chu Yang, I have a request. Speak freely. Chu Yang patted his chest. Orochimaru's requests usually involved research matters which meant benefits for himself, so he would naturally oblige. Orochimaru said, "It's because apart from the current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, I have not found any orphan of the Uzumaki clan among the 5 great nations. So, I wanted to ask if you have any information about the Uzumaki clan." Chu Yang's eyes flickered. He did have a good candidate in mind. Uzumaki Karen in the original story was Sasuke's devoted follower. She would make a decent experimental subject as well. And Chu Yang recalled that she had a mother. If possible, that mother would likely be willing to sacrifice herself as an experimental subject in exchange for her daughter. The next step was to head to Kusagakure. But how could Chu Yang possibly do such a thing himself? Naturally, he would send his capable subordinates. Wasn't recruiting subordinates precisely so they could work for him? Watching Hozuki Mangetsu leave the village, Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh. It seems life does wear down one's edges. In my past life, I denounced exploitative bosses, and now I've become a heartless capitalist myself. Incidentally, Momochi Zabuza had previously requested to leave the village for a while. Chu Yang hadn't paid much attention and simply agreed. If Zabuza were to betray him now, he would face pursuit from Kirigakure. Besides, he had a good relationship with Haku and held a decent position in Uka Village. A few days later, Mangetsu brought Karen and her mother back to Uka Village. Karen was slung over his shoulder. A few days later, Mangetsu brought Karen and her mother back to Uka Village. Karen was slung over his shoulder, clearly unconscious. A woman with long red hair bearing a striking resemblance to Karen was being dragged along like a dead dog. Chu Yang's expression remained unmoved. Even for a small ninja village, Mangetsu must have put in considerable effort to retrieve them. How did you bring them back? Chu Yang asked. Even for a small ninja village, Mangetsu must have put in considerable effort to retrieve them. How did you bring them back? Chu Yang asked casually. Mangetsu recounted the events. As luck would have it, upon arriving in the land of grass and preparing to rest, he spotted Karen and her mother apparently escaping from Kusagakure. At this point, Chu Yang was astonished. For Karen and her mother to manage an escape from Kusagakure's tight surveillance showed considerable skill. But Lady Luck does not always favor them. The mother and daughter were caught by ninjas dispatched from Kusagakure. Just as they were about to be taken away, Mangetsu appeared and slaughtered all the pursuers. Karen's mother thought she had encountered a great benefactor and thanked him profusely, unaware that the man before her would lead her to hell. But for her daughter, it was heaven. And so Mangetsu brought them back. On the journey, Karen's mother tried to escape with Karen, but was caught each time. Finding the woman uncooperative, Mangetsu simply broke her legs and threatened her using her daughter. Throughout the ordeal, Karen remained unconscious. This was deliberate on Chu Yang's orders. Knocking Karen out was to prevent her from witnessing Mangetsu's abuse of her mother. If she saw it, Karen would only end up as an experimental subject for Orochimaru's Hashirama Cell research. After explaining everything, Mangetsu handed Karen to Chu Yang and dragged Karen's mother toward Orochimaru's laboratory. After delivering them, Mangetsu said respectfully, "Lord Chu Yang, I've brought the people back. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Chu Yang nodded slightly in agreement. He brought Karen to his home. Judging from the few bite marks on her body, it seemed Karen had not yet been used as a medical kit. After all, her mother was still alive and would protect her. For now, one experimental subject sufficed. So Chu Yang wanted to see if Karen could be trained. Being a pure-blooded Uzumaki, she could become a formidable combatant in the future. A thought struck Chu Yang. I wonder if Karen could master Tsunade's 100 healings technique. After bringing Karen home, Chu Yang removed the chakra seal on her, and she quickly regained consciousness. "Mom." Karen jolted awake from the bed, looking around in panic. At that moment, Chu Yang entered the room, putting on a kind big brother demeanor, and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Karen showed a fearful expression, clearly traumatized by the abuse she had suffered in the land of grass. Chu Yang said gently, "Little girl, don't be afraid. Big brother is not a bad person." Perhaps his handsome looks helped as Karen's fear visibly lessened. Big brother, where is this? And who are you?" Karen asked nervously. Chu Yang replied, "This is Uka village in the land of fields. I am Uchiha Chu Yang. One of my subordinates found you in the land of grass and brought you here. Then, have you seen my mother?" Karen asked anxiously and frantically. Chu Yang put on a stunned expression, sighed softly, and said with regret, "I'm sorry, but according to the message my subordinate left me, he found a letter beside you stating that your mother decided to lure your enemies away by using herself as bait. I'm afraid she has already met with misfortune." "Wawawa, Mom, I don't believe it. All of this is you lying to me." "Wawawa." Chu Yang put on a mournful expression and took out a letter from his bosom. This was written by Xiang Lin's mother under the coercion of Manu. That little girl would never see through any flaw. Sure enough, as soon as Xiang Lin saw the letter, she immediately confirmed that it was written by her mother, since the handwriting was exactly the same as her mother's. Chu Yang suppressed the impatience in his heart and comforted her a few words, barely managing to stop Xiang Lin's crying. Xiang Lin, crying now is useless. Crying can't solve any problems, Chu Yang said with a sigh of lament. Then what should I do? Xiang Lin wiped her tears and asked in a choked voice. Chu Yang said very righteously, of course, become a powerful ninja and personally avenge your mother in the future. And I, Uchiha Chu Yang, have absolute power and background to train you into a strong person. All you need to give is your loyalty to me. At this moment in Xiang Lin's eyes, Chu Yang's body seemed to radiate the light of a saint. She seemed to see light. Chu Yang really didn't know how to take care of a girl, so he called back by who was training and had him comfort Xiang Lin. He himself went to Da Shiwan's laboratory to have a good talk with Xiang Lin's mother. After all, judging from the surviving case of He and Da Shiwan's years of research, whether Hashirama cells can be successfully injected has a lot to do with the recipient's conviction. So what Chu Yang had to do next was to take good care of Xiang Lin so that her mother would obediently cooperate as a test subject. After arriving at the laboratory and making several twists and turns, he saw Da Shiwan and Xiang Lin's mother tied to the operating table. Chu Yang looked at Xiang Lin's mother and asked Da Shiwan calmly, "This one test subject should be enough, right?" Da Shiwan nodded slightly naturally. Chu Yang looked at Xiang Lin's mother, who was full of panic but unable to speak because her mouth was gagged, and said calmly, "Now you are our test subject. What you are about to experience is the pain of the endless hell. There is a possibility of death at any time." Seeing that Xiang Lin's mother seemed to have lost all hope in life, Chu Yang immediately threw out a big carrot, "But your sacrifice is worth it. As long as you obediently cooperate with our experiment, your daughter can live safely and happily in the village." Chu Yang could see the dawn of hope in Xiang Lin's mother's eyes. He saw that Xiang Lin's mother wanted to say something, so he took the thing out of her mouth. After gasping a few breaths, Xiang Lin's mother looked at Chu Yang and asked, "How can I trust that what you said is true? How can I believe that you won't use Xiang Lin as a test subject later?" Chu Yang let out a scornful laugh, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. "Madam, don't you think your words are quite naive? Your life and death are in our hands. I can kill your daughter with ease. You can choose not to believe us, but you have no other choice." Xiang Lin's mother lowered her head, was silent for a moment, then nodded resolutely. "I can cooperate with you, but I hope you won't break your promise. Don't worry." A word spoken is past recalling. What Chu Yang didn't say was that if Xiang Lin's mother died during the experiment and more test subjects were needed in an extremely urgent experiment, Chu Yang would not hesitate to use Xiang Lin as a test subject. Although this was shameless, after all, he Uchiha Chu Yang was no gentleman anyway. But conversely, as long as Xiang Lin's mother did her best to survive the pain with her, Chu Yang would give Xiang Lin a lifetime of peace and would also destroy the Chaoyin village in the future. Under Chu Yang's own eyes, after Xiang Lin's mother was injected with Qinsho Zhujian cells, she let out a heart-wrenching scream. In order to observe the test subject more intuitively, her body was naturally unclothed. But neither Chu Yang nor Da Shiwan had the mind to think about anything extraneous. Their eyes were fixed on the changes in her body. In the end, a face of Qinsho Zhujian grew on Xiang Lin's mother's chest, and she herself was not completely devoured by the cells. Da Shiwan excitedly scribbled and drew on his experimental records. He also let out a maniacal horse laugh. For a scientist like him, who pursued eternity, nothing was more delightful than seeing progress in the experiment with the first Hokage's cells. After laughing for a while, Da Shiwan observed that Xiang Lin's mother was constantly screaming and trembling all over, clearly suffering from piercing pain. After pondering for a moment, Da Shiwan said, "I wonder if it's because the Xuanhua clan is a distant relative of the Qinsho clan, that with absolute conviction the injection of the newly developed first Hokage cells did not cause death or complete devouring, but there are obviously still side effects." After pondering for a moment, Da Shiwan said, "I wonder if it's because the Xuanhua clan is a distant relative of the Qinsho clan, that with absolute conviction the injection of the newly developed..." Chu Yang was not annoyed. He calmly turned around and left. As soon as he got home, he saw the returning Zaibujan. "Yo, Zaibujan, you're back." Chu Yang greeted. "Lord Chu Yang." Zaibujan bowed respectfully. Chu Yang was about to say something, but when he saw the large sword strapped on Zaibujan's back, his eyes were filled with shock. It was only then that he realized that what Zaibujan was carrying on his back was actually the decapitating sword. "Zaibujan, is this the Chu Yang asked Zaibujan. Zaibujan nodded and explained, "Yes, this is indeed the decapitating sword. During this time, I left the village to take this sword from Pipa Shirzong. I originally wanted to settle it with money, but he didn't agree. So you killed him." Zaibujan nodded, and in his ferocious eyes, there was even a rare trace of respect. "Pipa Shirzong had a duel with me in the end to decide the ownership of the decapitating..." Zaibujan nodded, and in his ferocious eyes, there was even a rare trace of respect. "Pipa Shirzong had a duel with me in the end to decide the ownership of the decapitating sword, since there was such a tradition in the Mist Village." But he didn't use the decapitating sword. In the end I won. Before his death, he asked me to bury him in the water country. Did you go? Chu Yang was somewhat surprised. I went. Zai Buzhan said firmly. He was a respectable opponent, and like me a person who always loved the Mist Village. So I must fulfill his final wish even if it is fraught with danger. Zai Buzhan's tone was full of emotion. Chu Yang nodded and gave him an encouraging look. What intelligence could Haydn possibly have? Chu Yang muttered, curling his lips as he unrolled the scroll Hans had brought. The handwriting on it was a crooked mess so much so that Chu Yang's brows could have crushed a fly. He finally understood the feeling his teachers had when they looked at classmates with terrible handwriting. What the hell is Haydn writing? They'll have to make him practice calligraphy one day. Chu Yang thought leisurely. But soon his ease vanished. A mysterious masked man. With style. Time-space ability. A pitch-black ant. Each of these descriptions pointed unmistakably to Obito, and Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. His black pupils had unknowingly transformed into 3 spinning tomo, and his hand instinctively rested on his sword hilt. That bastard Obito was arrogant enough to seek trouble with him before he even made a move. Chu Yang could hardly imagine that if it weren't for the Six Tails directing Haydn's battle, Haydn would have been captured by now. Worse, with Obito's intelligence, he might have even managed to trick that fool Haydn over to his side. The more Chu Yang thought, the more alarmed he became. At the same time, a nameless anger ignited within him. How dare you, Obito, that filial disciple, touch my brother? Don't you know I'm the boss of the land of rice fields? Mr. Chu Yang. A gentle, hesitant voice brought Chu Yang's agitated mind back to calm. Smiling, he walked to the door and patted Haku's head. What's wrong, Haku? Having doubts about your training? Or are you tired and want to rest? Haku shook his adorable little head. I just came back for a drink of water. I saw you looking so fierce, Mr. Chu Yang. Is something the matter? Is there anything I can help with, eh? Chu Yang smiled and handed Haku a glass of water, pinching his cute cheek. Nothing. Just a few minor things. If you go back to the training ground now and work hard, you'll be able to help me in the future. Haku nodded firmly, then trotted off on his short legs. Chu Yang's lips curled into a smile. He felt like he was raising a daughter. Too bad Haku was a boy, but that didn't stop him from treating him like one. Feeling much calmer now, Chu Yang summoned Hans and gave him several boxes of dried fish, instructing him to tell Haydn to come immediately to Yuhi village in the land of rice fields. No negotiation. Chu Yang didn't bother sending someone to escort Haydn. Given Haydn's strength and his curse technique, Obito had no countermeasures and wouldn't dare provoke him. But now Chu Yang regretted not telling Haydn about Obito's weakness. If Haydn had struck right at his heart, the man would have been finished. Rubbing his temples, Chu Yang sighed. He picked up a scroll detailing the Flying Thunder God technique and headed to Shisui's house. This scroll was a gift from Orochimaru. As Hiruzen Sarutobi's most outstanding student and a research fanatic, Orochimaru had studied every technique in the Book of Seals, complete with experimental data and personal insights. Chu Yang wanted to see if Shisui could learn the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, the title, Shisui the Body Flicker, wasn't just for show. He should be able to learn it right. But what would Tobarama Shinja's expression be if he found out that the Flying Thunder God, which he specifically designed to counter the Uchiha, was now being mastered by one? The thought was amusing. Chu Yang arrived at Shisui's door and casually opened it. Mwah. The scene before him was Shisui shirtless on the sofa, locked in a kiss with Yuhi. Hearing the door open, the two instinctively looked up. Chu Yang's expression unchanged as he closed the door. Strange, no one's home. QEQ. Whoa. After leaving, Chu Yang returned home and wept bitterly. His own singlehood saddened him, but his dear brother's romance was truly hard. Haku, fresh from training with Zabuza, opened the door to find Chu Yang sobbing into a sofa cushion. It was the first time Haku had seen Mr. Chu Yang cry. Could even a god weep? In Haku's heart, Chu Yang was indeed a god. Haku approached with concern. Mr. Chu Yang, what's wrong? Chu Yang pulled Haku into his arms. In Chinese he said, Haku, why aren't you a girl? And that damn author, why can't he arrange a wife for me? Though Haku couldn't understand a word, he could tell that Chu Yang wasn't truly grieving. Mr. Chu Yang, what's really going on? Can you tell me? Haku's gentle voice soothed Chu Yang's heart, and his turbulent emotions gradually stopped. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yang forced a smile. Nothing. Just a little mood swing. I needed to vent. Afraid Haku would probe further, Chu Yang quickly shook his head and changed the subject. By the way, Haku, how's that little girl Karen doing lately? Karen's doing well. Haku sat comfortably on Chu Yang's lap, arms around his neck. Mr. Zabuza says she's very talented and has a lot. By now, Yuhi village was home to many civilians, most of whom didn't know their leader was a notorious rogue ninja. Thus, the village naturally had an ANBU and a school. But Haku, Suigetsu, and Karen were different. They were all talents Chu Yang had painstakingly scouted, not tricked, each exceptionally gifted, so they were trained directly by Zabuza and Mangetsu. Chu Yang felt it was time to test their progress. With that thought, he said to Haku in his arms, Haku, you've been studying hard all this time. Now it's time for an assessment. The day after tomorrow at noon, he'll personally test your and Suigetsu's progress at the usual training ground. As for Karen, though she burned with the fire of revenge and trained day and night, she had only just begun, so she wasn't included. Don't worry, Mr. Chu Yang. I won't let you down. Determination shone in Haku's eyes. Chu Yang nodded slightly, about to speak when a knock came. Enter. Shisui opened the door, stepping in with an awkward expression. Chu Yang's face remained unchanged as he patted Haku's head. Haku, go ahead and inform Suigetsu about this. I have matters to discuss with Shisui. Haku nodded understandingly, left, and closed the door behind him. Shisui changed into slippers and stepped into the room. Chu Yang shifted over to make space, then settled onto the sofa as well. Just as Shisui was about to speak, Chu Yang preempted him. Chu Yang crossed his legs, a look of utter suspicion on his face. It's only been half an hour. How are you already done? Shisui's face flushed crimson at those words. Chu Yang could almost see steam rising from his head. Oh, brother, you. Chu Yang sighed, patted Shisui's shoulder, and fixed him with a knowing gaze that said, I understand. Shisui, it's not your fault that you're quick on the draw. Don't worry. For the sake of the Uchiha's future, I'll have Orochimaru help you restore your manly vigor. Shisui's face was now visibly scarlet. If one had to describe it, imagine you're the first ninja to take down two opponents ready to pop the champagne early, only to discover their backup is a triple threat white mask, and you end up getting wiped out at full health. Then you challenge them again, and they leave you hanging for 59 seconds before declining. That's roughly the level of red-hot embarrassment. Seeing Shisui already boiling over, Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh unkindly. In truth, Chu Yang knew perfectly well that there was nothing wrong with Shisui's body, but he did it on purpose. After all, this kid had once suspected him of being a pervert who liked little girls. As Shisui prepared to argue, Chu Yang immediately turned serious. All right, enough joking. What do you want from me? Shisui took a few deep breaths. The speech he had rehearsed was instantly overturned by Chu Yang's words, leaving him with the feeling of punching cotton. Gradually calming down, Shisui relaxed a bit. Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Brother, what do you need from me? Chu Yang pulled a scroll from his robes. The Flying Thunder God technique. See if you can learn it. Shisui was slightly startled. He took the scroll with some excitement. After the initial thrill, a flicker of hesitation, pursing his lips, Shisui said, Brother, aren't you afraid that if I really master the Flying Thunder God I might? He trailed off, but Chu Yang understood. If Shisui learned the technique, he might find a chance to take Hong and flee. You wouldn't do that, Chu Yang stated with absolute certainty. Why do you say that? Shisui asked. Chu Yang half reclined on the sofa, speaking calmly. First, let's not even consider whether you'd be willing to leave. Hong would never agree to go with you. After all, thanks to my hints, my dear sister-in-law has already begun to hate Konoha. Second, you need to swallow your pride, endure hardship, and operate as a spy in Yuhua village, doing your best to relay more of our intelligence to Konoha. Shisui stiffened. If the first half of Chu Yang's words only made him realize that Chu Yang had already prepared for the worst, the second half filled him with deep dread. He stared at Chu Yang in disbelief, swallowing hard. Chu Yang let out a scornful laugh at Shisui's panicked expression. His little brother could perform flawlessly in front of others, but before him, he always left some laughable slip. Why the long face? It wasn't hard to figure out. To be honest, if you weren't my own blood brother, I'd make sure you experienced what the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty are like. Chu Yang said leisurely. Seeing Shisui still uneasy, Chu Yang sighed, and met his eyes seriously. Shisui. Shisui paused, locking eyes with Chu Yang. Chu Yang's gaze was resolute. Shisui, 3 years. Stay in Yuhua village for 3 years. After 3 years, if the Uchiha clan hasn't been wiped out by Konoha, I'll return your Mangekyo and let you leave with Hong. Brother, do you mean it? Shisui asked incredulously. He had thought he would be confined to Yuhua village for life. After all, though he seemed free the moment he dared to take one step beyond the village's perimeter, Chu Yang would appear to stop him. Chu Yang, Zabuza, Mangetsu, Haku, Suigetsu, even Kurenai, all living around him were his monitors. He was completely interned in the village. Yet his brother was willing to set him free. Shisui had no doubt about Chu Yang's words, because Chu Yang had never deceived him from childhood to adulthood. Seeing the delight on Shisui's face, Chu Yang said flatly, but if within those 3 years the Uchiha clan is massacred on Konoha's orders, I hope you'll face reality, abandon the will of fire, and support me with all your might. Hearing this, Shisui lowered his head in thought for a moment, then nodded seriously. In his view, though the relationship between the Uchiha and the village was deteriorating with his own death, his clansmen would surely hold back for now. With Itachi Uchiha around, he believed he need not worry about the clan at all. That was his faith in the will of fire. Unshakable. Good. Once Shisui agreed, Chu Yang's eyes curved into a smile. They had been brothers for over a decade, knowing each other's character inside out. Just as Shisui trusted him to keep his word, so he trusted that Shisui would not regret it. Now all Chu Yang had to do was wait for his foolish little brother to abandon Konoha and embrace Yua. The blazing sun hung high. Chu Yang stood in the training ground designated for Shui Wei, and by gazing at the two brats before him, with his hands in his pockets and an air of utmost coolness, he said, "They'll give you the time it takes to burn an incense stick to discuss a strategy. Right now I'm just a shadow clone, so you can attack me with any method, even lethal ones." Beside them the onlookers chatted and laughed. Chu Yang, the original body, smiled and said to the crowd, "How long do you think they can last against my shadow clone?" Hataki Shamao, who had just returned from outside, said, "Although these two children are talented, they probably won't gain any advantage against your shadow clone." "Dad, what's the difference between saying that and saying nothing?" Chu Yang said, somewhat speechless. "Oh my godfather, are you spouting nonsense?" Orochimaru, who had rarely come out of the lab for some fresh air, pondered for a moment and said, "White Fang has a point. If we only use taijutsu and not full power, Master Chu Yang's shadow clone would last at least half a minute." Full Moon had great confidence in his younger brother. "Orochimaru, you underestimate them. I think they can last at least 1 or 2 minutes." Zai Bujan, who was usually silent, rarely spoke up. "These two brats should be able to last 3 minutes. Whoa, you're even more confident than I am," Full Moon said to Zai Bujan. Zai Bujan remained silent. Full Moon's eyes rolled, and he smiled, hooking his arm around Zai Bujan's shoulder. "How about this, Zai Bujan? Let's make a bet. If their battle lasts more than 2.5 minutes, I'll give you my notes on the mist concealment technique. If not, you give me the decapitating blade." Hearing this, Zai Bujan thought for a moment. He was about to refuse, but when he saw Bei's firm gaze on the field, he suddenly paused. After a long silence, Zai Bujan nodded. Full Moon was instantly overjoyed. If he won this bet, he would have another ninja sword in hand. Next time he would directly use the six-fold mist concealment technique. Full Moon sidled up to Chu Yang and said with a grin, "Master Chu Yang, you can't let your shadow clone hold back on purpose." Chu Yang glanced at him and said indifferently, "Do I look like that kind of person?" "Of course not." Full Moon laughed awkwardly, waving his hand in denial. Chu Yang suddenly felt someone was missing. He looked around and saw not far away his little brother and sister-in-law flirting with each other. Chu Yang turned his face away and muttered softly, "How unlucky." Beside him, Orochimaru noticed the longing for such love in Chu Yang's eyes and teased, "You don't mean that, Master Chu Yang." Hataki Shomao, who had been through it himself, could tell that Chu Yang, though he didn't want to fall in love, was still yearning for it. So he said, half jokingly, half seriously, "You should get to know more girls, or you'll really be a bachelor for life." Hataki Shomao, who had been through it himself, could tell that Chu Yang, though he didn't want to fall in love, was still yearning for it. So he said, half jokingly, half seriously, for the first time in his life, he wanted his younger brother to lose quickly. On the field, Shu Yue, holding a giant sword much larger than himself, stared at Chu Yang, while Bai was hidden from sight. Ninja Art Mist Concealment Technique. A large fog rose, obscuring Chu Yang's vision. Chu Yang didn't intend to use ninjutsu, as that would be Chu Yang walked through the fog as if taking a stroll, ignoring the clumsy sounds around him meant to distract him. With a series of swishes, countless tiny, nearly invisible Senbon needles shot toward him. Chu Yang looked at the still surroundings and said somewhat speechlessly, "You've been using this tactic to stall for half a minute already. You're not planning." Chu Yang looked at the still surroundings and said somewhat speechlessly, "You've been using this tactic to stall for half a minute already. You're not planning to hide forever, are you?" Before he finished speaking, Chu Yang, who had gradually let down his guard, stepped on a puddle. The puddle, which could have been easily stepped into, instantly gushed out a large amount of water, forming a sphere that trapped Chu Yang inside. Water release, water prison technique. A Shuei appeared beside Chu Yang, pressing one hand on the water sphere. Full Moon puffed out his chest with pride. "My little brother is amazing, right? Mastering the water prison technique at such a young age." But Full Moon scratched his head in distress. "Little brother, can you stop showing off? Just lose quickly, okay?" Chu Yang's expression remained unchanged. Shuyu's performance was within his expectations. After all, he was the man who had once stood up to the Eight Tails. Shuyu's true body, wielding a large cleaver, charged out of the fog and swung the heavy blade at Chu Yang inside the water prison. Chu Yang's shadow clone's eyes didn't change. He simply attached chakra to his hands and feet, flailed casually twice, and easily broke the water prison. He caught the large cleaver swung by Shuei with one hand. "Shuei." Chu Yang was about to make a cool remark, but Shuei revealed a playful smile. "Master Chu Yang, getting distracted in battle brings disaster, as you once said." The clone was slightly taken aback. Ice release, ice flow, stab. At Chu Yang's feet, cold air instantly gathered, and the puddles on the ground froze. One by one, ominous ice spikes emerged from all around, lunging at Chu Yang. Meanwhile, Shuei beside him used the water transformation technique to evade the ice spikes. "Not bad, Bai." Chu Yang's face was full of relief. Bacon is indeed much stronger than Shuei. Trapped by the ice spikes, Chu Yang curiously called out into the fog, But speaking of which, Shuya, won't your water transformation technique get frozen by the ice release? Bei's sweet voice came from around. Master Chu Yang, because I can perfectly control ice nature chakra, the cold air deliberately avoided Shuya, only the physical attack hit him. I see. Chu Yang nodded upon hearing the explanation. Water release, water waved. A wave of water splashed onto Chu Yang, but since it was a ninjutsu with no actual offensive power, Chu Yang didn't even bother to dodge. After all, if he took it too seriously, the opponents wouldn't stand a chance. The water struck the trapped Chu Yang. The cold from the ice spikes made his face and body slightly stiff, and with the water covering him, the clone was frozen in a thin layer. Shuya, wielding the large blade, charged again. Water release, great water arm technique. Water surged around Shuya's right arm, causing the muscles of his entire arm to bulge grotesquely. He slashed fiercely at Chu Yang. Is that all you've got? A trace of disappointment passed through Chu Yang's somewhat expectant eyes. Although it's already met my expectations still. The clone's chakra flowed through his body, and Chu Yang broke free from the ice spikes. Once again, he effortlessly caught the large blade, just as Chu Yang was about to get a bit more serious. But Shuya smiled again. Behind him, the sound of sunbon piercing the air arrived. The sunbon pierced through Shuya's body, but he had already used the water transformation technique. Damn it! Chu Yang couldn't help but curse. Although this attack came somewhat unexpectedly for Chu Yang's clone, it was still within his control. Somewhat flustered, Shuya dodged the sunbon attack, and then like a brute charged over with his large blade. Chu Yang sighed. Can't this kid change his attack methods? He grabbed the blade again with one hand. Chu Yang was about to say something, but Shuya smiled again. Can't this kid change his attack methods? He grabbed the blade again with one hand. Chu Yang was about to say something, but Shuya, just as Chu Yang was pondering, Shuya unexpectedly let go of the broadsword in his hand. The broadsword that Chu Yang was holding turned into a puff of white smoke, and the original blade transformed into Bei's form. Chu Yang was now holding Bei's ankle. Meanwhile, Bai had already formed hand seals. Ice release, freezing palm. This palm struck Chu Yang's abdomen. Chu Yang was now holding Bei's ankle. Meanwhile, Bai had already formed hand seals. Ice release, freezing palm. This palm struck Chu Yang's. Everyone present was somewhat incredulous. After all, they were all experts, and it was not difficult for them to see through this not-so-advanced hidden mist technique. So they all saw that Chu Yang's shadow clone had been directly broken. Watching the two approaching him as if seeking praise, Chu Yang very gently patted Bei's head. Bai nuzzled Chu Yang's palm contentedly. When he looked at Shuya, however, Shuya was holding his own head as if in disgust. Lord Chu Yang, I don't want that. Chu Yang. You kid, don't flatter yourself. As if anyone would want to touch you. Chu Yang's gaze towards Shuya was fierce, but when he turned to Bai, it became incredibly gentle. Come Bai, tell me, what was your plan? Bai nodded and said, actually, from the very beginning, the sunbon I shot carried a chilling cold. My cold can disturb the enemy's chakra to a certain extent. Of course, it won't work against those with a huge gap in strength. But Lord Chu Yang's shadow clone, although strong in taijutsu, only has the chakra level of a genin. So after experiencing ice flow stab followed by freezing palm, your clone's chakra became completely disordered and finally exploded. Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction and hugged Bai. As expected of you, Bai. I knew you were the best. The warm atmosphere always had someone to disrupt it. Shuya said with a look of discontent. Lord Chu Yang, what about me? If it weren't for my water release, wild water wave, and water prison technique, which wet your body, Bai wouldn't have been able to get the cold completely into you. You? Chu Yang glanced at Shuya. Go play in the mud. Don't you know who is the MVP of this match? When Chu Yang looked at Bai, his tone changed again. Let's go, Bai. You must be tired. When we get home, I'll make you lunch first, then you can take a nap, and in the evening. Watching Chu Yang walk away, Shuya was completely bewildered. Is Lord Chu Yang too biased? Shuya was about to complain to his brother, but found that Manzuki was looking at Zabuza with a reluctant expression. Zabuza reached out his hand and said coldly, hand it over. Manzuki, full of reluctance, still wanted to make a final struggle. This doesn't mean you've won, right? After all, in the end, Lord Chu Yang's clone was dispersed. Zabuza sneered, crushing Manzuki's last hope. Don't think I don't know. It was already 2 minutes and 31 seconds when Lord Chu Yang's clone was dispersed. I still won. Hurry up and hand it over. Manzuki sniffled. Finally, with great reluctance, he took out a small notebook from his ninja tool pouch, which contained his notes on the hidden mist technique. Watching Zabuza walk away, Manzuki sadly began to draw circles. He glanced at his little brother who had come to his side and tossed him a twig. So, the two brothers squatted together on the training ground drawing circles. The others who saw this scene couldn't help but twitch their mouths, but eventually they all went home. As soon as Chimu Shimao returned, what he saw was Bai eating, and Chu Yang watching Bai with a face full of tenderness. Such a gentle expression Chimu Shimao had only seen when Chu Yang looked at Shisui when they were children. while now Bai was probably being raised by Chu Yang as if he were a young Shisui. And this knockoff Shisui seemed to be more favored than the original. After all, Shisui as a child was not as cute as Bai. Sometimes Chimu Shoumao genuinely doubted Chu Yang's sexual orientation. For example, he had deep gazes with Shisui as a child, then with his own son Kakashi, and now with Bai. Forgive Chimu Shoumao for having dirty thoughts. Chu Yang then realized Shoumao had returned and patted the stool beside him. Chu Yang didn't like sitting on his knees to eat. He found it too awkward, and besides, didn't it hurt the knees? Chimu Shoumao sat down casually, took a few bites of rice, then asked with some confusion, Chu Yang, I've heard about your bet with Shisui. Although the actions of Mai have disappointed me, do you really think Mai will attack the Yuzhibo? Chimu Shoumao was not shy about it since Bai couldn't understand these things anyway. Chu Yang withdrew his gaze from Bai, a smile befitting a dragon king curling at the corner of his mouth, and said with great confidence, Don't worry, Dad. When have I ever done anything without certainty? Chimu Shoumao pondered for a moment, and said, Even if all of the 1,000 Dumbu under Yuanfei Risen were mobilized after annihilating the Yuzhibo, the casualties would be heavy. After all, the advantage of the Xylunion is unique. Chu Yang understood Chimu Shoumao's doubt, put down his chopsticks, and said, The famous theorist old Dad once said use magic to defeat magic. Is there such a theorist? Chimu Shoumao was a bit skeptical. Chu Yang waved his hand. Don't pay attention to so many details. In short, what I mean is only the Yuzhibo can destroy the Yuzhibo. Chimu Shoumao understood the implication of Chu Yang's words. While horrified, he was also puzzled. Who would commit such an act of treason? Betraying one's clan. This was something no clan could tolerate. Chu Yang said, Yuzhibo Yu, he has already opened the Wanwading. With the help of Yuzhibo Dai Tu and the tacit consent of Yuzhibo, Fu Yue the Yuzhibo will surely be destroyed. What? Dai Tu? Chimu Shoumao couldn't believe it. Kakashi's best friend. Isn't he already dead? Chu Yang recounted the matter of Dai Tu in detail. Among everyone, the only one Chu Yang could fully trust was Chimu Shoumao. He didn't even trust Shisui now. Most importantly, Chimu Shoumao never probed into the details, nor did he have any doubts about him. With such a good adoptive father, Chu Yang naturally would sincerely reveal everything he knew. Watching Chu Yang and Shoumao talk seriously about something Bai couldn't understand. But as long as he became stronger, he would surely become the most useful tool for Lord Chu. Time slipped by like water, and in the blink of an eye several winters and summers had passed. In the humble village of Yuhua, an unremarkable hamlet, remarkable growth had unfolded over the past 2 years. A flood of merchants poured in, and the number of ninjas within the village had reached 4 digits. A force of over 1,000 ninjas. For a small village, this was an extraordinary achievement. Time slipped by like water, and in the blink of an eye several winters and summers had passed. In the humble village of Yuhua, an unremarkable hamlet, remarkable growth had unfolded over the past 2 years. At present, among the smaller ninja villages, only the Hidden Rain village in its heyday had ever boasted 1,000 ninjas. Some of these ninjas were former test subjects of Orochimaru, while others had been trained over this period. Now 2.5 years had passed, and the 3-year pact was less than half a year away. Within the training ground, the clash of blades rang out incessantly. Shisui and Chu Yang, both with 3 Tomo Sharingan activated, swung their twin swords at each other, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs. Shisui pulled dozens of specially customized kunai from his ninja tool pouch, each engraved with strange runes, the marks of the Flying Thunder God. Over the past 2 years, Shisui had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Though his speed might not match the yellow flash of his prime, paired with the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, his combat prowess rivaled that of Minato Namikaze. A kunai grazed past Chu Yang's hair. Without a moment's hesitation, Shisui struck. Flying Thunder God slash. With a loud bang, the Chu Yang struck by Shisui's blade instantly transformed into a wooden log. Fire release, great fireball technique. Shisui, unperturbed, as if expecting this, swiftly formed hand seals and expelled a massive fireball behind him. Water release, water dragon bullet. A ferocious water dragon swallowed the incoming fireball. Though its size diminished, it still charged at Shisui with tremendous speed. As the water dragon lunged to devour him, Shisui instantly evaded using the body flicker technique. His body flicker was exceptionally powerful. Over short distances, its speed rivaled the Flying Thunder God, with the added advantage of consuming less chakra. Seeing this, Chu Yang intended to continue his deep exchange with his little brother, but a white serpent slithered over. The serpent spoke in human tongue. Lord Chu Yang, the experiment has made a major breakthrough. Please come at once. Chu Yang sheathed his tang sword, signaling the end of the spar. Shisui also put away his ninja blade and said to Chu Yang, brother, how about dinner at my place tonight? Chu Yang nodded slightly. All right, you go on ahead. I'll check Orochimaru's lab. It's likely a breakthrough with the first Hokage's cells. Chu Yang kept nothing back. He had already begun to regard Shisui as one of his own. After 2.5 years of subtle manipulation coupled with the earlier wager, Chu Yang was confident that when Uchiha Itachi truly raised his blade against his own clan, Shisui would not play the traitor. This was the trust an elder brother had in his little brother. Shisui watched Chu Yang's retreating figure, a complex look in his eyes. Over this period he had gradually been swayed by Chu Yang's words. Moreover, with the 3-year pact approaching, his brother showed no trace of worry, which only deepened Shisui's unease. Could it be that the Uchiha clan truly would? Arriving at Orochimaru's lab, Chu Yang sat directly on a chair and asked Orochimaru, how is the experiment progressing? Orochimaru was exceptionally excited. Good, very good. This research has gone smoother than I ever expected. As if finally able to vent his exhilaration to another, Orochimaru hastily led Chu Yang to open a hidden door in the lab and stepped inside. Within the hidden chamber stood a single large tank filled with strange green liquid. Inside the tank was Karen's mother, injected with Hashirama's cells complete. Chu Yang could not help but marvel at the greatness of a mother's love. She must have known that if she died from lack of willpower, her daughter would likely become the next test subject. Yet she had endured this torment for 2.5 years. Chu Yang asked himself if he had to suffer such agony, he would probably have gone mad. Yet this mother still clung to her last breath with sheer determination. Chu Yang could not help but sigh. Women are inherently weak, but a mother is formidable. Orochimaru, however, had no time for such sentiment. He was brimming. All his passion was devoted to Hashirama's cells. Lord Chu Yang, last month I injected her with the latest version of the first Hokage's cells. Unexpectedly, instead of suffering backlash, her body, once riddled with wounds, began to heal. Many of her ailments also spontaneously recovered, barring any accidents. Orochimaru looked at Chu Yang, his eyes burning with fervor. The perfect Hashirama cells have been developed. Noticing a hint of hesitation in Chu Yang's joyful expression, Orochimaru understood the lingering doubt. He manipulated a few controls, and the green liquid in the tank slowly drained as the tank opened. Karen's mother stepped out. Chu Yang's face reddened slightly, and he muttered, Orochimaru, couldn't you have at least found her some clothes? Give her a little dignity. Orochimaru glanced at Chu Yang and chuckled. With all due respect, Lord Chu Yang, I think you're just a hypocrite shedding crocodile tears. Chu Yang's lips twitched, and he rolled his eyes at Orochimaru. After a glance, he clapped his hands with understanding. Would release wooden stake technique. A branch appeared. Karen's mother seemed to silently ask where to throw the test stake. Chu Yang slowly moved in front of her. Let me test the power of this wood release. Chu Yang had fought Obito before, and Obito's wood release was not weak. He wondered how Karen's mother's wood release compared. Karen's mother hurled the wooden stake at Chu Yang. Storm release, storm water wall. Chu Yang had considerable confidence in his signature defensive jutsu. This technique had once blocked Obito's wooden stake technique. With a loud crash, the wooden stake pierced the storm water wall. To Chu Yang's surprise, the stake instantly exploded upon merging with the wall, blowing it apart. Chu Yang quickly used the body flicker technique to dodge the shockwave. His eyes lit up, and his breathing grew heavier. Orochimaru said confidently, Lord Chu Yang, you must have no doubts now, right? Chu Yang nodded. Far from doubting, he was already eager to inject the Hashirama cells. Orochimaru glanced at Karen's mother and asked flatly, then Lord Chu Yang, how would you like to dispose of this test subject? Karen's mother showed no change in expression upon hearing the final verdict pronounced by these two. In fact, she was eager to die. During this time, she had come to understand completely what it meant to live a life worse than death. In comparison, her days in Kusagakure had been relatively decent. Chu Yang asked, what do you think? Orochimaru licked his lips, his tone filled with excitement. If possible, I would like to use her as a vessel for my reincarnation. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan combined with Hashirama cells indeed made an excellent vessel. Chu Yang nodded slightly. Orochimaru was now his subordinate. His increase in strength also meant an increase in the power of his own faction. Looking at the evidently eager Orochimaru, and then at Karen's mother who was calmly preparing to die, Chu Yang said indifferently, they'll give you an afternoon to take a good look at your daughter. Karen's mother's eyes seemed to shine. At the end of her life, being able to see her daughter one last time was her final wish. Lord Chu Yang, this. Orochimaru hesitated. Chu Yang shook his head. Don't worry, I'll have man, you keep an eye on her. Besides, her daughter is still here, she should know where her priorities lie. Hearing Chu Yang's heavily warning words, Karen's mother hoarsely said, rest assured, I will only watch Karen from afar. Chu Yang nodded, formed a shadow clone, and sent it directly to find Manyu. Then he said to Orochimaru, first get her some clothes to cover up, then directly inject me with Hashirama cells. Orochimaru nodded slightly. Chu Yang sat down directly in the laboratory. Orochimaru quickly returned and hung the pre-prepared medicine bottle beside the chair where Chu Yang was sitting. Inside the bottle, a white-green liquid resembling cells was flowing, even giving Chu Yang the feeling that they were struggling. Orochimaru had inserted tubes all over Chu Yang's body, making him look like an experiment subject. Let's begin, Chu Yang said calmly. As soon as the words fell, Orochimaru directly injected the cells. Even though Chu Yang had been prepared when Hashirama's cells merged into his body, he still let out a painful scream. At the same time, Chu Yang felt a surge of powerful energy churning within him. Besides the pain, Chu Yang also felt the immense chakra and vitality within him. He truly experienced a glimpse of the legendary god of shinobi. Even just the cells made him feel such immense power. The real Hashirama Senju must be in existence beyond his reach. But Chu Yang believed that he would eventually surpass Hashirama Senju. As the cell injection ended, Chu Yang slowly stood up from the chair. Feeling the abundant chakra and the power of wood style within him, his pitch-black pupils turned crimson and 3 tomos spun at the bottom of his eyes. The blurry vision caused by using the Mangekyo vanished instantly, and the world before him became completely clear. Chu Yang clenched his hand tightly. He clapped his hands together. Several wooden strips burst forth from the ground in the laboratory, dancing like phantoms. Orochimaru said helplessly, "Lord Chu Yang, couldn't you conduct your experiments outside? It's a hassle to clean up the lab." Chu Yang coughed awkwardly. Orochimaru only muttered a complaint. He pulled out the Kusanagi sword from his mouth and tentatively slashed at the wooden vines. But it didn't cause any damage. Chu Yang clenched his fist, his Mangekyo spinning in his eyes, and suddenly understood why Sasuke was so arrogant after obtaining the eternal Mangekyo. Because being able to use the Mangekyo without side effects meant that his strength had reached a terrifying level. Chu Yang tentatively activated Susanoo. White chakra condensed into a skeletal frame, but Chu Yang felt no discomfort at all. If not for the fact that this laboratory couldn't support Susanoo, Chu Yang would have definitely tried a higher level Susanoo today. After all, he had never dared to use it before, afraid that one use would blind him. Chu Yang suddenly felt a sense of being invincible under heaven and couldn't help saying, "I feel like I'm invincible now. I might as well put Susanoo on the Great Buddha and wipe out 5 nations by myself." Huh? Orochimaru was confused. "Lord Chu Yang, what do you mean by that?" Cough. Nothing. Chu Yang wiped his nose. He made up an excuse and walked out of the laboratory. Finally, he no longer had to worry about going blind. Chu Yang felt completely carefree at that moment. On the way, he happened to encounter Kurenai Yuhi, who looked troubled. He curiously went up to greet her. "Kurenai, why are you here alone looking so glum?" Big brother." Kurenai said awkwardly, "It's nothing." Chu Yang probed, seeing your worried face. "It's not because of Shisui, is it?" Kurenai was slightly startled. Even that momentary change in expression was caught by Chu Yang. Chu Yang smiled and said, "What's going on exactly?" Kurenai was slightly startled. Even that momentary change in expression was caught by Chu Yang. Chu Yang smiled and said, "What's going on exactly?" "Shisui and I have been living together for over 2 years, but we still sleep in separate rooms. During that time, I've come up with many excuses to share a room with him, but he's always been too upright. I just don't understand. Am I not attractive anymore? He doesn't have any thoughts at all." As she spoke, Kurenai's face was flushed red, clearly embarrassed to say this in front of Chu Yang, as well as resentful towards Shisui. Chu Yang couldn't help recalling events from over 2 years ago. He asked somewhat doubtfully, "I remember that over 2 years ago you two weren't." Shisui said at the time that you must have important business with him, so he left directly. Later when he came back, he made excuses again. Kurenai said, her face reddening. "Big brother, tell me the truth, is Shisui? Is he?" Kurenai stammered for a long time before saying, "Is he incapable in that area?" Chu Yang covered his forehead with one hand. This foolish little brother of his was really too upright. He was even suspected by his girlfriend of being incapable, but a man can never say he's incapable. Sigh. "Kurenai, you can rest assured that Shisui is definitely fine in that regard. But have you considered that since he doesn't have that intention, why don't you take the—" Kurenai's face was bright red. This kind of thing is so embarrassing to talk about." Chu Yang thought that was true. The girl had already taken the initiative to share a room with him. The meaning was self-evident. But this blockhead Shisui actually. Chu Yang rubbed his temples. For the future of the Uchiha, he had to resort to some underhanded methods. "How about drugging him?" Chu Yang whispered in Kurenai's ear. Kurenai's face flushed, but she seemed a bit tempted. Is this really okay?" Chu Yang's lips curled slightly. "Oh, what's wrong with it? Don't worry, he'll bring it to you tonight." "Then, thank you, big brother." Watching Chu Yang return once again, Orochimaru was somewhat perplexed. "Lord Chu Yang, why have you come back?" Orochimaru asked while directing his subordinates to clean up the laboratory that had been disrupted by the wood style just moments ago. Chu Yang sidled up to Orochimaru, feeling a bit embarrassed to speak, but considering his younger brother's lifelong matter, he blushed and whispered, "Orochimaru, I want to ask if you have any. That kind of medicine." "What kind of medicine?" Orochimaru was puzzled. "You know, the kind used for procreation." Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment, then glanced at Chu Yang's lower half with a strange look. Keep your eyes to yourself, damn it. And don't misunderstand. This is specially prepared for Shisui. Chu Yang said, blushing. With a brother like you, Shisui is truly fortunate. Orochimaru remarked teasingly. Then he flashed a peculiar grin. The medicine? Of course I have it. After all, when studying certain creatures, one inevitably needs to use aphrodisiacs. As he spoke, Orochimaru rummaged through a pile of strange herbs and found a packet of powder. This dissolves easily in water, colorless and odorless. It takes effect about an hour after ingestion. Chu Yang took the powder and left under Orochimaru's curious gaze. Chu Yang did not immediately go to Kurenai. Instead, he headed to the training ground of the three young disciples. At that moment, Haku was fighting two opponents alone. Even with Karen and Suigetsu giving their all, they could not defeat Haku. Finally, Suigetsu tossed his oversized sword aside and sat on the ground like a child, grumbling. I quit. Haku, you're too strong. And Lord Chu Yang gives you special training. Haku chuckled softly. Suigetsu, you say that as if Lord Chu Yang only taught me. He didn't neglect you and Karen. Besides, isn't Mangetsu always coaching you? Karen punched Suigetsu squarely on the head, and his head burst apart like a splash of water. Tomboy, what's your problem? Suigetsu's head reformed from the water, and he pointed at Karen angrily. Karen snorted coldly. Don't blame the road when you're a bad driver. Haku beat us fair and square. If you weren't so reckless, we wouldn't have lost so easily. You? What about me? Huh? Am I wrong? Damn, tomboy, if you've got guts, fight me. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Watching from the shadows, Karen's mother saw her daughter living happily and making two good friends. A smile tugged at her lips and tears welled in her eyes. Mangetsu, who was also monitoring, remained impassive. He had witnessed too many such scenes to be moved. It wasn't that he lacked empathy, but rather that he had grown. Mangetsu thought to himself, Suigetsu is indeed too impulsive. I need to train him properly. Suddenly Chu Yang appeared beside them and said calmly, so are you satisfied with your daughter's current situation? Lord Chu Yang. Mangetsu bowed respectfully. Chu Yang nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze to the three youngsters who were playfully bickering. He had let them train freely that afternoon. Karen's mother nodded. Thank you. Chu Yang understood what she was thanking him for, and a hint of sarcasm crept into his voice. Thank me for what? For making you endure immense pain every day. For deceiving your daughter into treating her mother's murderer as a beloved brother. Or for making you die without peace, becoming a vessel for someone else. Karen's mother's eyes remained gentle as she watched Karen sparring with Suigetsu. At least Karen is alive, living happily. She has made two good friends and found a master who truly cares for her. She can enjoy a good life. Chu Yang's expression turned complicated. Finally, without another word, he left. If he stayed any longer, he feared his conscience, which had long since been devoured by dogs, might ache. Night fell. Chu Yang brought Haku to Shisui's house for dinner. As for Tsukumo Hatake, Kakashi had been searching for him lately. It seemed little Kakashi thought he was strong enough now and wanted to bring his father back to Konoha. Tsukumo had no reason to hide, so he went to find Kakashi. After exchanging a few casual words with Shisui, Chu Yang stealthily approached Kurenai and slipped the powder into her hand. When dinner is almost over, give Shisui a glass of water and add this. It should take effect in about an hour. Kurenai nodded and hid the powder. Then came the usual brotherly love segment. Chu Yang sipped his sake and bragged to Shisui as always. Shisui barely drank, just a couple of courtesy cups with Chu Yang. He spent the whole time either listening to Chu Yang's tall tales or puncturing his boasts. In Chu Yang's eyes, Shisui was no longer the adorable little brother. Seeing that dinner was nearly over and it was time to leave, Chu Yang exchanged a glance with Kurenai and then chatted idly with Shisui. Kurenai went to the kitchen. She was about to pour the powder into the sake when she suddenly realized she hadn't asked Chu Yang how much to use. After a moment's thought, she decided, it doesn't look like much, Bill, just dump it all in. When Kurenai emerged, a knowing smile curled on Chu Yang's lips. He raised his cup to Shisui and said, that's enough for today. I should take Haku back. One last toast before we go, brothers. Kurenai quickly handed the cup to Shisui. Shisui took it with a smile and clinked glasses with Chu Yang. As he left, Chu Yang said with a grin, hope you have a pleasant evening, Shisui. Shisui was puzzled. Why would Chu Yang say that? Oh well, never mind. Time to tidy up. Shisui watched Kurenai clearing the table and said with a smile, let me do it. Kurenai, blushing, replied, ahem. We'll go take a shower first. After finishing the dishes, Shisui suddenly felt inexplicably hot. Strange, why am I so hot? Could it be the alcohol? No, that's not right. I don't have a great tolerance, but 3 cups shouldn't knock me out. At that moment, after an hour-long bath, Kurenai emerged from the bathroom. Dressed in a revealing nightgown she never wore on ordinary days, she made Shisui's face flush crimson. His body involuntarily emitted signals of desire. Feeling Kurenai's intense gaze, Shisui quickly crossed his legs and pretended nothing was wrong. Kurenai, you go to the bedroom first. He'll tidy up a bit more. Kurenai grabbed his hand and said with a smile, Shisui, I discovered something interesting last night. A stray cat got into my room and it can do backflips. Wanna see? A backflipping cat. Shisui was dizzily led by Kurenai into her room. Once inside, Kurenai closed the door and locked it. Lightning release, purple lightning. This was a lightning technique developed by Kakashi after losing his Sharingan during the Naruto era, usable without hand seals, and could even be called a flawless lightning technique. Purple lightning surged in Kakashi's hand as he attacked Hatake Tsukumo. The speed was so extreme that Tsukumo could not evade, so he gathered chakra onto the white light blade to neutralize Kakashi's strike. Undeterred, Kakashi swung his short sword at Tsukumo again. Blue and purple lightning intertwined on the blade. Purple lightning cut, lightning slash. This was the most powerful strike Kakashi had developed over the past 2 years. He had even used this technique to shatter Might Guy's daytime tiger. Hatake Tsukumo's face was full of solemnity, but he could not suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Kakashi's growth had truly surprised him. It could be said that his only flaw now was his lack of. Tsukumo condensed wind and lightning nature chakra into his short sword, clashing with Kakashi's blade. The two swords shimmered in the darkness, evenly, but it has always been said that the one on the left loses in a beam clash. Due to his chakra deficiency, Kakashi ultimately lost. Looking at Kakashi's exhausted expression, Tsukumo sighed helplessly at his Sharingan. Tsukumo took out a military ration pill from his pocket and handed it to Kakashi, who was lying on the ground. Kakashi accepted his father's kindness, removed his mask. Tsukumo took out a military ration pill from his pocket and handed it to Kakashi, who was lying on the ground. Kakashi accepted his father's kindness, removed his mask, swallowed the pill in one go, then pulled the mask back up with lightning speed. Kakashi's speed in pulling up his mask was so fast that even Tsukumo could not see it clearly. He picked up his short sword and sheathed it, speaking in a desolate tone, "Father, I lost again." Tsukumo patted his son's head. "Kakashi, you have improved greatly. Surpassing me is only a matter of time." Gazing at his father, who was both gentle and stern, tears welled up in Kakashi's eyes. "Father, why are you unwilling to return to Konoha?" Tsukumo sighed. "Kakashi, you have your own difficulties, and I have my own reasons." Kakashi struggled to stand and leaned against a large tree. Tsukumo also leaned beside his son. The father and son stared at the stars in the night sky in silence until the first light of dawn. Tsukumo stood up. After giving Kakashi a smile, he left. Kakashi watched his father's retreating figure and remained silent for a long time. "Yo, Shisui, you look so exhausted." Chu Yang, knowing that Shisui had been up all night, deliberately approached. With dark circles under his eyes, Shisui's face flushed red, and he left without saying a word. As clever as he was, how could he not see that Chu Yang was involved in it? After teasing Shisui, Chu Yang walked home with his hands behind his head, whistling. Yes, he had deliberately waited for Shisui. After returning home, Chu Yang looked at Hans, who was eating cat food at the table, and asked curiously, "Hans, why are you here?" Hans finished the cat food, burped through the can into the trash, opened his mouth, and reached inside to pull something out. "Here, this is from Uchiha Lin." Chu Yang took the scroll, unrolled it, and found it was filled with the names of Uchiha clan members. Rather than intelligence, this was more like a list. It contained over 1,000 Uchiha names. Most were civilians with fewer than 200 ninjas. After all, the total number of Uchiha ninjas was less than 500. These were the Uchiha clan members that Uchiha Lin had managed to recruit to defect with him and come live in Yuhua village. A smile curved at the corner of Chu Yang's mouth. He had already asked Orochimaru to build the new Uchiha compound in advance right in the center of Yuhua village. At the end of the scroll, the elder specifically asked Chu Yang how so many people could leave Konoha. Chu Yang had already made plans. Over 1,000 people. In the past, she might have found it troublesome, but now with the support of Hashirama's cells and vast chakra and dojutsu, Chu Yang was fully confident to move everyone. Using a large-scale Takamikazuchi, he would make eye contact with all the clan members willing to follow him, imprint a mark, then place a stone marked with his seal in the new Uchiha compound, and teleport the members there beside the stone. Chu Yang had already planned everything. This must be carried out on the night of Uchiha Itachi's extermination. When Itachi prepared to annihilate the clan, he would find, why are so many people missing? Chu Yang said to Hans, "Just tell the elder orally that I have a way to ensure everyone leaves safely, don't worry. As for the method, I'll keep it a secret for now." "You are being mysterious." Hans rolled his eyes at Chu Yang speechlessly. He turned into white smoke and disappeared. The elder listened to his ninja cat's oral account of what Chu Yang said and chuckled. That kid is still keeping secret. The elder did not doubt whether Chu Yang could take everyone away. If Chu Yang had no way to move everyone, why would he actively recruit them? In the dense forest, Uchiha Itachi walked in. He looked at the tiger pattern masked man who seemed to have been waiting here, but showed no surprise. I need your help. Help me annihilate the Uchiha clan, and it must be tonight. Itachi said with an unchanged expression. Obito said calmly, fine, but I'm not helping you for revenge. Consider it as you not seeing anything in return. You mean I shouldn't record your traces with my Sharingan? Itachi understood that Obito meant he should pretend not to have seen him collecting Sharingan, so he implied that he would not speak of it. Before leaving, Itachi warned, don't touch my brother. Humph. I have no interest in a child without a Sharingan. Obito said coldly, arms crossed. With those words, a spatial distortion occurred and Obito vanished. Itachi gazed deeply at the spot where Obito had stood, mentally memorizing the characteristics of his space-time ninjutsu, then turned and left. But neither noticed that someone had been eavesdropping all along. Chu Yang looked at the spot where the two had stood, muttering to himself with a strange expression, could it be such a coincidence? Chu Yang had long left stones marked with the Takamikazuchi seal in Konoha. Such stones were ubiquitous and would not arouse suspicion. They couldn't possibly fly out of Konoha. Chu Yang stroked his chin, but it's fine this way. If we act tonight, I need to go tell the elder to gather everyone now.